Jiang Lufeng accidentally crossed into the world of One Piece and gave birth to a super check-in system. From then on, in the world of One Piece, he advanced with great momentum, stirring up the winds and clouds with the demeanor of an unparalleled master, sweeping across all directions. 7 warlords? Supernovas? Merely ants. Sea overlords? For emperors? The 3 admirals? Just like that. 5 elders? Celestial dragons? Not enough to see. How much shock would the protagonist bring to the world of One Piece? What kind of moving stories will he bring to everyone? Where will the next check-in point be? What kind of eye-catching rewards will be obtained? Welcome everyone to join the check-in from Impel Down's Advanced City. Let's witness together Chapter 1, Fusion with the Third Hokage. Windless Zone, Impel Down, the underwater prison. At this moment, on the second level, in a corner of a certain cell, Jiang Lufeng shook his head with a bitter smile. Feeling the sharp pain coming from all over his body, he was very speechless. As an extremely unlucky young man with no special skills, he felt that his life was already tragic enough. Unexpectedly, even after crossing into the world of One Piece, he still could not escape his extremely unfortunate fate. Recalling a few days ago, when he had just crossed over, he thought he would follow the path of the novel's protagonist and reach the peak of his life, shining in the other world. But who would have thought that the place he crossed to was actually a pirate ship just captured by the Navy? Being on a pirate ship was like jumping into the Yellow River and being unable to wash himself clean. After that, he was ruthlessly thrown into this cold prison, Impel Down. Fortunately, that pirate ship was just a minor character. He was only thrown into the second level otherwise. As an ordinary person with no strength to bind a chicken, he would probably have been killed by other prisoners. However, even on the second level, he could not avoid being beaten and abused by the guards or other prisoners. After a few days, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. Damn it, God. If you brought me here, at least give me a system. At that moment, a pleasant voice like a wind chime suddenly echoed in Jiang Liufeng's mind. System installation in progress. Please wait. It really came. Jiang Lufeng thought he was hallucinating, but listening to that genuine voice and the substantial system interface in his mind made him have to believe that all of this was real. Ding! Strongest check-in system installed successfully. Reward: a beginner's gift package. Would you like to receive it? Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Receive it." As soon as he finished speaking, a card suddenly appeared on the system panel in his mind. The card featured a dark-skinned, muscular old man. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a card for the third Hokage's inheritance. You can inherit all abilities of the character. Would you like to fuse? The third Hokage. Jiang Lufeng swallowed hard, his eyes shining brightly. In his previous life, as a seasoned anime fan, besides One Piece, Naruto was naturally one of his favorite anime. He was no stranger to the third Hokage, a super tough body that could withstand attacks from the Ninja Coalition, the strongest spear that could sever the 8 tails, 8 tentacles with one strike, and unparalleled speed that ranked among the top in the ninja world. This was a top powerhouse in the Naruto universe. It must be said that the system was simply too powerful. Fuse. System. Hurry up and fuse. With a command, Jiang Lufeng, who was already covered in injuries, suddenly felt a surge of blue electric light erupting from his body. Immediately, a large amount of electric light covered every inch of his skin, and his hair stood up due to the electricity. He directly felt that his body was undergoing a crazy transformation at a visibly rapid pace. His figure gradually became strong, and his originally flabby limbs and fat belly turned into well-defined muscle blocks. Moreover, the third Hokage's immense chakra, comparable to tailed beasts, continuously poured into him. At the same time, a surge of memories flooded into his mind. These were the memories of all the ninjutsu training throughout the life of the third Hokage. At that moment, Jiang Lufeng felt as if he had personally experienced it and instantly comprehended all of the opponent's ninjutsu and combat experience. 1 minute later, the electric light on his body had disappeared, and that originally sickly body had been transformed into a perfect golden ratio strong, yet aesthetically pleasing. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power within his body, he nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I have the strength to protect myself in this world. Life's ups and downs were like a roller coaster, causing his emotions to fluctuate several times. At this moment, the system's voice echoed again. The host has officially activated the check-in system. By reaching the designated location to check in, various random rewards will be obtained. The check-in task has been updated. Location: 6th level of Impel Down. A series of voices kept coming, and Jiang Lufeng stood frozen in place. He clearly intended to escape from prison. Why was the check-in point on the 6th level? Furrowing his brows slightly, Jiang Lufeng didn't think too much about it. It seemed good to find a few teammates. 6th level it is. Now he was no longer the same. Even if Magellan came, he wouldn't be afraid, since he had to carve out a piece of his own territory in this chaotic world. Let the storm come even more violently. This would make it all the more exciting. About to showcase his skills, an uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. Standing before the prison's iron door, he took a deep breath, slowly lifted his foot wrapped in lightning, and everything would start from this step. With a smirk, the frustrations and rage that had been suppressed in his heart for over a decade were forcefully directed toward the prison door with this kick. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, red lights flashed, and the main monitoring phone bug emitted a piercing alarm sound. A guard sitting in front of the monitor stared at the unbelievable scene, shocked, with beads of sweat the size of raindrops streaming down his cheeks. He steadied himself slightly and hurriedly extended his trembling hand to pick up the phone and dial. "Hello, this is Magellan." A calm voice came through. "Warden, there's a serious problem. A prisoner is escaping from the 2nd level." "What? Someone dares to escape from my prison?" "Yes," and he defeated the guards, took the keys, and released all the prisoners from the 2nd and 3rd levels. He is now heading to the 4th level. "What? I understand." Clack. Magellan, who was sitting on the toilet, had a very ugly expression. Someone actually dared to escape under his watch. He felt that his authority was being challenged. The most critical point was that the person was not running up, but coming towards him. This simply meant that he was not taking him seriously at all. Without a second thought, he immediately left the bathroom and ordered a gathering of senior officials. He wanted to see what this fearless person looked like. However, as soon as he arrived at the entrance to the 4th level, he saw a massive rhinoceros charging towards him. Boom! With a loud bang, the rhinoceros guard beast fell right in front of him. A figure, intermittently flashing with lightning, slowly walked down from the smoke at the entrance. Over 100 guards stood ready, uniformly raising their guns and aiming at the newcomer. As soon as Magellan gave the order, they would not hesitate to turn him into a sieve. As the dust gradually settled, what came into view was a handsome young man with a perfect figure and purple hair. It was Jiang Lufeng. He looks quite handsome. I really want to tie him up and interrogate him thoroughly." The first to react was Suddy. Seeing Jiang Lufeng's perfect appearance, her perverse desires began to stir again. Magellan rolled his eyes and ignored her, directly addressing the prisoner who dared to challenge his authority. "Kid, you got some nerve. How dare you escape from my watch?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He immediately activated the full power of the poison fruit. His entire body turned into purple poison liquid, ready to let Jiang Lufeng taste the flavor of it. Why talk so much nonsense? If you have the ability, just make your move. Jiang Lufeng accidentally crossed into the world of One Piece and was granted a super check-in system. From that moment on, he surged forward in the One Piece world, stirring up storms with the prowess of a supreme expert, sweeping across all directions. The 7 warlords? Supernovas? Merely ants. Sea overlords? For emperors? The 3 admirals? Just like that. The 5 elders? Celestial dragons? Equally unimpressive. How much shock will the protagonist bring to the One Piece world? What moving stories will he share with everyone? Where will the next check-in point be? What eye-catching rewards will he receive? Welcome to the journey of check-ins, starting from Impel Down. Let's witness it together. Chapter 1. Fusion of the 3rd Hokage. Calm Zone. Impel Down, the great undersea prison. At this moment, in a corner of the 2nd level of a certain cell, Jiang Lufeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling the stinging pain all over his body, and he was utterly speechless. As a terribly unfortunate young man with no skills, he thought his life had already been tragic enough. Little did he expect that, even after crossing into the world of One Piece, he could not escape his extremely unfortunate fate. Recalling a few days ago, when he had just crossed over, he thought he would rise to the peak of life like the protagonists in novels, shining brightly in another world. But who would have thought that the place he crossed to was a pirate ship that had just been captured by the Navy? Being on a pirate ship was like jumping into the Yellow River. There was no way to clear his name. Then he was ruthlessly thrown into this cold prison, impelled down. Fortunately, that pirate ship was just a minor character, and he was only thrown into the second level otherwise. As an ordinary person with no strength to even lift a chicken, he would likely have been killed by other inmates. However, even on the second level, he was still bound to be beaten and abused by the guards or other prisoners. After a few days, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. Damn it, you old bastard of a god. If you bring me here, at least give me a system. At that moment, a pleasant chime-like voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Liufeng's mind. System installing. Please wait. Huh, it really is giving me one. Jiang Liufeng initially thought he was hallucinating, but listening to the genuine voice and the substantial system interface in his mind made him believe that it was all real. Ding. Strongest check-in system successfully installed. A newbie gift pack is ready. Would you like to collect it? Hearing this, Jiang Liufeng, filled with excitement, shouted, "Collect." As soon as he finished speaking, a card suddenly appeared on the system panel in his mind. The card depicted a dark-skinned, muscular old man. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a third Hokage inheritance card, which allows you to inherit all abilities of the character. Would you like to fuse? Third Hokage. Jiang Liufeng gulped hard, and his eyes shone brightly. As a devoted fan of anime in his previous life, besides One Piece, Naruto was naturally one of his favorites. He was no stranger to the third Hokage, a super strong body that could withstand attacks from the ninja allied forces, the strongest spear that could sever the Eight Tails' tentacles in one strike, and unparalleled speed. That ranked among the top in the ninja world, this was a top-tier powerhouse in the Naruto universe. He had to say, the system was incredibly powerful. Fuse. System, hurry and fuse. With a command, Jiang Liufeng, who had already been battered and bruised, suddenly felt a surge of blue electric light erupting from his body. Immediately afterward, a large amount of electric light enveloped every inch of his skin, and his hair stood on end due to the electricity. He could directly feel that his flesh was undergoing a rapid transformation at a visible speed. His physique gradually became robust, as his originally flabby limbs and potbelly transformed into well-defined muscle blocks. Moreover, the vast chakra comparable to tailed beasts from the third Hokage continuously infused into him. At the same time, a flood of memories surged into his mind. It was the training memories of all the ninjutsu from the third Hokage's life. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng felt as if he had experienced it all firsthand, instantly comprehending all of the others' ninjutsu and combat experience. 1 minute later, the electric light had completely vanished, and that originally sickly body had been transformed into a perfect, golden, ratio-strong, yet aesthetically pleasing. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I have the strength to protect myself in this world. Life's ups and downs felt like a roller coaster, causing his emotions to fluctuate several times. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Host has officially activated the check-in system. Arriving at the designated location for check-in will grant various random rewards. The check-in task has been updated. Location: Level 6 of Impelled Down. A series of voices continued to come through, leaving Jiang Liufeng stunned in place. Huh. He clearly intended to escape from prison. Why was the check-in point on the 6th level? Furrowing his brows slightly, Jiang Liufeng didn't think too much. It seemed like gathering a few teammates wouldn't be a bad idea. Level 6 it is. Now he was no longer the same. Even if Magellan showed up, he wouldn't be afraid, since he was determined to carve out a space for himself in this chaotic world. Then let the storm come fiercer that would make it even more exciting. He was about to showcase his skills, and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Standing before the iron door of the prison, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his foot wrapped in lightning, and everything would begin with this step. With a smirk, the frustrations and anger pent up in his heart for over a decade were all unleashed with this kick toward the prison door. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, red lights flashed, and the monitoring phone bug emitted a piercing alarm. A guard sitting in front of the monitor looked at the unbelievable scene, shocked, with beads of sweat the size of rain droplets rolling down his cheeks. He steadied himself slightly and hurriedly reached out his trembling hand to pick up the phone and dial. Hello, this is Magellan. A calm voice came through. Warden, there's a serious problem. A prisoner is escaping from the 2nd level. What? Someone dares to escape from my prison. Yes, and he has defeated the guards, taken the keys, and released all the inmates on the second and third levels. He is now heading to the fourth level. What? I understand. Smack. Magellan, who was sitting on the toilet, had a very ugly expression. How dare someone escape under his watch? He felt his authority was being challenged. The most crucial part was that the person was not running upward, but coming toward him. This was simply not taking him seriously at all. Without a second thought, he immediately left the restroom and ordered all senior officials to assemble. He wanted to see what this fearless person looked like. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of the fourth level, a massive rhinoceros came crashing toward him. Boom! With a loud bang, the rhinoceros guard beast fell right in front of him. A figure occasionally flashing with lightning slowly walked down from the smoke at the entrance. Over 100 guards stood ready, uniformly raising their weapons, aiming at the newcomer. At Magellan's command, they would not hesitate to turn him into a sieve. As the dust settled, what came into view was a handsome young man with a perfect physique and purple hair. It was Jiang Lufeng. He looks quite handsome. I really want to tie him up and interrogate him. The first to react was Sooty. Seeing Jiang Lufeng's perfect appearance, her perverted desires began to stir. Magellan rolled his eyes and ignored her, instead directly addressing the prisoner who dared to challenge his authority. Kid, you got some nerve. You actually dare to escape from my watch. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately unleashed the full power of the poison fruit. His entire body turned into purple poison, ready to let Jiang Lufeng experience the taste of it. Why waste so many words? If you got the ability, just make a move. Chapter 2. Taking down Magellan. Looking at the disdain in his opponent's eyes, Magellan's killing intent surged. Shoot. Turn him into a sieve. Bang, bang, bang. The guards, who had long been prepared, quickly pulled the triggers at their command, and bullets flew through the air towards Jiang Lufeng. Thunder shield. Jiang Lufeng shouted, and in an instant, lightning coiled around him, forming a shield that blocked all the bullets. The guards were left dumbfounded. What is going on? He is actually a power user. How is that possible? Why is there a power user on the second floor? And why hasn't he been shackled with sea stone cuffs? Magellan's expression also changed slightly. So you're a power user. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you really think you can defeat me? Everyone back off. The guards, realizing they were up against a power user, knew they couldn't take him on and retreated, leaving space for Magellan. They knew that when Magellan got serious, the power of his poison fruit was indiscriminate. Jiang Lufeng, on the other hand, shook his head and said, I know I can't deal with you for now, and I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Trying to act tough and run away? Do you really think you can escape? Take this. Poison pufferfish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Magellan unleashed his skill, countless pufferfish-shaped poisonous projectiles shot towards Jiang Lufeng. That's too slow. Jiang Lufeng chuckled lightly, crossing his arms in front of his chest as if he had no intention of making a move. The onlookers saw the poisonous pufferfish getting closer and revealed victorious smiles. This kid must be scared silly, right? Of course. Even a power user can't withstand the warden's poison. They estimated that in the next second, he would be killed by the lethal poison. Warden is mighty. Warden is strong. However, just as the poisonous pufferfish touched his body, he moved, motionless as a mountain, swift as lightning. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as Jiang Lufeng's figure became indistinct. They couldn't even see where he was. They could only faintly see lightning flickering as he weaved through the poisonous projectiles. Hiss! A gasp echoed around as the crowd's mouths formed an O shape, unable to believe what was happening. It was too fast. So fast it was unbelievable. Even the user, Magellan himself, could no longer remain calm. What the hell, this kid? How can he be so terrifyingly fast? As the warden of the Notorious impelled down, Magellan surely possessed more than just fruit abilities. He must have observation haki. But just now, when Jiang Lufeng moved, even his observation haki couldn't catch a glimpse of him, let alone those who relied solely on their eyesight. He could no longer underestimate this young man whose age and strength were completely disproportionate. Giant of poison, Magellan unleashed his full power, his height instantly growing to 10 meters. The purple poison around him turning crimson, clearly indicating that the toxicity had intensified, with the floor showing signs of rotting. Seeing this, Jiang Lufeng's pupils constricted, and he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a skill he had just comprehended, and he wasn't sure if he could withstand such potent corrosive poison. He immediately activated his chakra at full force, pouring it into the thunder shield and his strongest spear. The lightning around him instantly reached a saturated state. shining brilliantly and nearly blinding everyone. Jiang Lufeng looked up and charged towards the giant of poison. But to the onlookers, this action was akin to seeking death. How could anyone dare to confront the giant of poison head-on? This kid is too arrogant. Even the strongest couldn't resist the warden's deadly poison. If he wants to seek death, we'll save ourselves a lot of trouble, haha. Many guards lowered their guns, feeling that there was no point in continuing. However, the next second, a scene they would remember for a lifetime unfolded. Strongest spear. Break for me. Giant poison dragon. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Jiang Lufeng, enveloped in lightning, extended an arm, charging straight at the poisonous dragon with unstoppable might, moving even faster than before. He left a long arc of electricity in his wake, crackling in the air. The moment the poisonous dragon made contact with the lightning spear, it was instantly sliced apart, and Jiang Lufeng surged through. The dragon unable to resist even a bit. With a single thrust, he pierced the belly of Magellan, who had transformed into the giant of poison. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Magellan. Merging with the third Raikage truly was terrifying. To be honest, this power even shocked him. After this confrontation, he understood his strength a bit more. Even against such corrosive poison, the Thunder Shield stood unscathed, indicating that there was nothing he couldn't block. He wondered what it would be like to face Haki. Amidst everyone's shock, Jiang Lufeng began to look forward to it. Sorry, Warden, but Jiang won't accompany you any longer. Although he was now powerful, making such a commotion, who knew if an admiral would come? The priority was to complete the checkpoint. Watching his gradually disappearing figure, the guards remained stunned for a long time. At this moment, aside from the crackling sound coming from Magellan, there was no other sound in the fourth level of the prison, as if even their heartbeats had stopped. Wow, what kind of terrifying existence is this? What the hell did I just see? A monster. Simply a monster. He directly pierced through the warden who had transformed into the giant of poison. Wow. The warden's deadly poison that made everyone tremble couldn't harm him at all. However, at this moment, Magellan was painfully clutching his abdomen, a bloody, gaping hole blown through his stomach, lightning flickering wildly, continuously damaging his wound. Hiss. Seeing Magellan's miserable state, the crowd gasped again. Some, too frightened, collapsed to the ground, and it seemed that an unknown liquid flowed between their legs. Just as everyone was in a panic, filled with deep fear of Jiang Lufeng, he successfully reached the checkpoint light column on the 6th floor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the 6th floor of Impel Down. The system rewards the host with Roger's 3-color hockey skill. Would the host like to learn it? What the hell? Chapter 3, Roger's 3-color hockey. Even with the fusion of the third Raikage, and having his strength and temperament comprehensively enhanced, Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but exclaim when he heard the words Roger's 3-color hockey. This system is too overpowered. With his current strength, he could probably sweep through everything before entering the new world, and with this 3-color hockey, his power would experience a qualitative leap. If he fought Magellan again now, it would be a one-hit kill. Merge. Hurry up. Ding. The host successfully merged with Roger's 3-color hockey. Check-in task updated. The next check-in location is Water 7. As the system's voice fell, Jiang Liufeng's body began to react, and his mind was filled with countless memories of Roger's hockey usage techniques. At this moment, Jiang Lufeng had no time to pay attention to what the system was saying. He was already immersed in the series of 3-color hockey techniques flooding his mind. Boom. He attempted to unleash the Conqueror's hockey, and in an instant, a wave of overwhelming pressure swept across the entire 6th floor. Even the fierce pirates on the 6th floor were shaken to their core by the sudden pressure, their faces filled with shock. With a thought, he activated his Busashoko hockey, and his entire body was enveloped in black waves, making every inch of his skin turn as dark as iron, resembling a steel man. Jiang Lufeng was ecstatic, constantly waving his arms in the air, feeling the domineering metallic sensation from the Busashoko hockey, as if he could already see himself rampaging across the sea. Now even the Logia users would be no match for me. Jiang Lufeng clenched his fists, filled with confidence. What level of Conqueror's hockey was that feeling just now? How could it be so terrifying? The notorious pirate known as the Evil Tyrant muttered in shock. It's not just the Conqueror's hockey that's terrifying. Look at the color of that kid's hockey. His Busashoko hockey level is also quite high. Bondiwald stared intently at Jiang Lufeng. That kid over there. You're quite impressive. Come let me out, and I'll give you a chance to be my little lover. It was Katarina Devon who spoke. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hit him, nearly causing him to vomit his overnight meal. Ugh, please don't disgust me, you ugly monster. What did you say? Hearing this, Devon's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and asked, I said you are an ugly monster. A toad wanting to eat swan meat? You. I'm going to kill you. Come out, and I'll stand here and let you kill me, not even blinking. Come on, Zhang Lufeng said mockingly. You, Devon, once a formidable powerhouse, was nearly fainting with rage after being confronted by an unknown kid. Ha ha ha, this kid has some guts. I like it. Bondi Wald laughed heartily. Zhang Lufeng knew a little about Wald. He had been forced to become a pirate to protect his brother, was quite righteous, and had impressive strength. Being a bounty criminal worth 500 million berries before being captured, Zhang Lufeng had thought carefully on his way here. He wasn't interested in any of the people Blackbeard had chosen. Instead, he wanted to recruit Wald, the Red Count, and Crocodile. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion had already escaped. Otherwise, he would have been a good choice. Time was of the essence, so he quickly approached Wald's cell and said seriously, "If you are willing to follow me and become my partner, I will let you out." Huh. Upon hearing this, Wald's smile abruptly stopped, and he assumed a proud expression. Wald's pupils contracted. Even in the corner, those few powerful figures who had not reacted at all until now slightly opened their eyes and stared at Zhang Lufeng. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wald burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. I said, little brat, if you were showing off on the 5th floor, it might have some effect. But boasting in front of us won't do much good. What are you doing? As soon as Wald finished speaking, he saw Zhang Lufeng silently walking towards him. His raised left hand instantly turned as black as iron, with lightning coiling around his entire arm. He reached the cell door, and without saying a word, threw a punch. Bang! With a loud bang. The prison door made of the hardest sea prism stone in the One Piece world was smashed to pieces by his punch. The powerful figures present instantly changed their attitude towards Zhang Lufeng by 180 degrees. In their eyes, there was no surprise or fear, only endless hope. They finally believed Zhang Liufeng's words. He definitely had this ability. As long as he took a liking to them, today might be their moment of rebirth. Little brother, let me out. I'm willing to be your little brother. Little brother, as long as you let me out, I will support you to become the Pirate King. Little brother, I am someone who has fought against the 4 emperors. Little brother. Listening to these bullies with their sweet talk, Zhang Lufeng remained unmoved. He knew he couldn't trust them at all. What they said sounded nice, but if they were released, they might be the first to attack him. He wasn't afraid of them causing trouble. He just didn't want to waste any more time. The world was now colorful for him. He was no longer the weak little figure who had no presence. Now, in every place, in front of every major event, and every big character, it would be his stage. He wanted to rush to the stages he had prepared and compose a wonderful life. So he completely ignored them. Meanwhile, Wald swallowed hard. His eyes filled with struggle. Did he want freedom? Of course, but he absolutely wouldn't easily submit to someone else. Moreover, he was a man of his word. Once he promised, he would definitely do it. He stepped forward, came to Wald, and with a big wave of his hand, dismantled the sea prism stone handcuffs that bound Wald's limbs. The power of lightning was truly effective for cutting hard objects, effortless. Wald raised his hands in shock, not even having time to rejoice in his regained freedom before hearing Zhang Liufeng's voice echoing. Fight me. If you win, you can leave on your own. If you lose, become my partner. Chapter 4. This is too heart-wrenching, old iron. Facing Zhang Liufeng's earnest gaze, the flickering flame in Wald's heart reignited. All right, since that's the case, then I will respectfully obey. He wasn't one to hesitate, so he immediately took a stance and prepared to attack. Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow, his lightning shield already activated. I won't move. If you can hurt me, then you win. Although he was grateful for the other party's saving grace, it was not a reason to be trampled on. Hearing Zhang Liufeng's arrogant words, Wald charged forward without hesitation. Wald's Momo fruit could increase an object's speed by 1100 times, depending on the level of skill development. Currently, Wald could enhance his speed by up to 20 times. And although he had only developed 1/5 of its potential, its terrifying nature could not be underestimated. He shot out like a bullet, his speed comparable to Zhang Liufeng's full-speed advance. Wald unleashed a flurry of attacks on Zhang Lufeng, his punches and kicks coming at a breathtaking speed, causing even the watching experts to gasp in admiration. Wald was truly impressive. He could dominate even in the new world. Indeed, engaging him in close combat was not a wise choice. You guys still don't know, do you? Close combat is only half of Wald's strength. Wald's true prowess lies in long-range attacks. Oh, how so? Just think about it. If you were hit by a cannonball enveloped in hockey, with a 20-fold speed increase, what would be the outcome? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. This was truly impressive. Outside, there were continuous exclamations of praise for Wald, but only he knew the bitterness he felt. At this moment, Wald's mood could be summed up in 4 words. This is really a dog day. It's just too perverse, unsolvable, terrifying. In short, it was all these words. Damn it. He had fired at full power for so long. Yet he hadn't even touched a hair on the other party. In the end, even his attacks using Busashoku Haki were blocked by the other party's Busashoku Haki. The other party was truly unscathed. However, Zhang Lufeng was also testing the limits of his lightning shield. Sure enough, fighting against Haki was still a bit difficult. Looking at the lightning shield after being attacked by Wald's Busashoku, it hadn't been broken, but it was already being deformed continuously. A character like red-haired Shanks would probably not be able to withstand it. He needed to find a way to enhance the power of the lightning shield. While he was lost in thought, a wave of frustration surged in Waldo's heart, causing his attacks to slow down and lose power. Finally, in despair, he stopped. No more fighting. Damn it. This is just too heartbreaking, bro. As the smoke cleared, what appeared before everyone were two figures completely unharmed. One looked calm and composed, while the other was dejected. Oh wow. Everyone present were experts, and they could clearly see that Waldo had gone all out. Yet despite the smoke, they knew Zhang Lufeng had not moved an inch. After attacking for a full 10 minutes, Zhang Lufeng was truly unscathed. Even those used to grand spectacles were shocked, because none of them had the confidence to let Waldo attack them like that while remaining completely still and blocking it all. Meanwhile, Zhang Lufeng arrogantly brushed off the dust from his clothes, nodded with a smile, and said, "Your strength is not bad. So what do you think? Are you willing to accept your defeat?" Huh, what the hell? Everyone rolled their eyes. It's you who's too abnormal, okay? Waldo steadied his mind, and his eyes became determined. I am Waldo, willing to follow the captain. Wow. This caused an uproar around them. Waldo actually became that kid's subordinate. Of course, that kid is so strong. Even I am somewhat tempted. He really has some skills. Following that, there was another round of flattery, hoping Zhang Lufeng would let them out as well. Zhang Lufeng looked down on this. He happily helped Waldo up, exchanged a few compliments, and then walked towards the silent Red Count. Zhang Lufeng happened to know about the Red Count before his transmigration. He was actually just a bit evil due to his fruit ability, and he himself didn't have any bad intentions. What was most distinctive about the Red Count was his observation haki. This setting was complementary, simply outrageous. Unfortunately, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It was precisely because of his extraordinary observation haki that he had seen the ugliness of the world early on and thus refused to associate with others, developing a peculiar and eccentric character. As someone who inherently had a spoiler attribute, Zhang Lufeng knew through the movie that the Red Count didn't actually dislike associating with others. He just didn't want to associate with the morally corrupt people of this era. Moreover, he still didn't have the vampire fruit. So, to impress him seemed very difficult. But in reality, it was extremely simple. All he needed to do was show his sincerity and reveal his noble character, and then use the advantageous temptation of the vampire fruit, along with the strength he had previously displayed. Zhang Lufeng felt quite confident in recruiting the Red Count. The Red Count, who had always kept to himself, although his eyes were tightly shut, he must have known Zhang Lufeng was approaching. Out of curiosity about this young man, the Red Count couldn't help but activate his observation haki discreetly, probing towards Zhang Lufeng. With the combination of top-tier, three-color haki, Zhang Lufeng's perception with observation haki was also sharp. He sensed the Red Count's movement immediately. He grinned, thinking, just afraid you wouldn't probe over. As long as the Red Count took the initiative, the following would be easy to handle. He immediately threw away all distracting thoughts and showed his most sincere side, as well as his open-minded style. Noticing a slight reaction in the Red Count's emotions, Zhang Lufeng felt that there was hope. He was about to serve him the main course. Are you ready, Red Count? Do you wish to follow me? The Red Count was slightly taken aback and said, if you think that just because you saved me casually will make this solitary person follow you, then you underestimate me, Barolet Clydefield. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of Conqueror's haki was released, aiming directly at Zhang Lufeng. Zhang Lufeng chuckled lightly, casually waved his hand, and activated his own Conqueror's haki, clashing with the Red Count's haki. Roger's haki. The Pirate King isn't just talk. Even someone as exceptional as the Red Count couldn't withstand it. Zhang Lufeng had no intention of giving him face, exerting pressure. With a boom, the two hakis dispersed. The two of them were fine, but the crowd of onlookers was caught off guard, staggering back several steps. Wow, this haki, it actually overpowered the Red Count? The tyrant exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? Why is this kid so abnormal? How are we supposed to feel, the so-called strong? The big drinker finally couldn't help but shake his head. However, Zhang Lufeng merely shrugged, appearing inscrutable. In reality, he was already overjoyed. With the abilities of the third-generation Lightning Shadow combined with Roger's haki, It was truly unmatched. The Red Count paused for a moment, then slightly melancholically said, I'm already half in the grave. I can't help you with anything. You should find someone else. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng felt the opportunity had come. Chapter 5. Coercion and Temptation. With a mysterious smile, he leaned close to the Red Count's ear and whispered, I have a way to get you the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. At these words, the Red Count's body shook. He looked up at Jiang Lufeng in surprise. Are you serious? Of course. Jiang Lufeng firmly nodded. In reality, he was just a big watermelon, knowing through spoilers what the Red Count needed. If given a chance, he would still get it for him, but ultimately it depended on fate. Seeing the Red Count's expression fluctuate as he looked at him, Jiang Liufeng's heart began to race. Could he not handle this? Then he would have to train him. In fact, the Red Count was just not good at communicating with others. After a long hesitation, he finally said, Fine, go ahead and explore. I haven't enjoyed the feeling of freedom in a long time. Phew. Seeing that the Red Count agreed, Jiang Lufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this, the goal for the 6th layer was basically down to the last one. He then approached Crocodile with a mischievous smile. Crocodile had long been standing before the prison. Originally, he also wanted Jiang Lufeng to let him out. But suddenly seeing his expression, his heart skipped a beat. What is going on? What kind of look is that? Facing Jiang Liufeng's aggressive gaze, Crocodile's expression instantly darkened. What do you want? I will not become your subordinate. So give up. Crocodile took the initiative to express his stance. Wrong. It's a partner, not a subordinate. Same. I can never become anyone's subordinate. Is that so? Jiang Lufeng smiled meaningfully. Looking at Jiang Liufeng's scrutinizing gaze, Crocodile couldn't help but feel a chill. Goosebumps rose on his skin. Damn it. This guy can't be a soap dropper, right? Huh. You kid. Are you looking for? Little Ivan told me a secret. I don't know if you want to hear it. Before he could finish, Jiang Lufeng suddenly spoke. I don't give a damn about your secret. Realizing this, Crocodile instantly turned to stone. His face changed from anger to grimace, and finally to helplessness. I will not be anyone's subordinate. In the end, he could only suppress the impending volcanic eruption of anger, but still refused to relent. I told you it's a partner, Jiang Lufeng said seriously. The two stared at each other for a long time, and finally, the cruelty in Crocodile's eyes flickered and vanished. All right, I agree. Let me out. Fine, Jiang Lufeng sneered. Then released his handcuffs, smiling non-committally, and turned to leave. Watching Jiang Liufeng's back, Crocodile could no longer contain his killing intent. Desert Blade. Suddenly, a whirlwind of sand and dust enveloped Lao Sha, forming into a treasure sword that slashed fiercely at Jiang Lufeng. Seeing this, Wardo intended to help, but the speed was too fast, and by the time he wanted to assist, it was already too late. Uft! The desert sword struck hard against Jiang Liufeng's back. Just as Lao Sha was about to burst into wild laughter, he suddenly froze again. As the sand and dust cleared, it clearly revealed Jiang Liufeng's back, which had turned completely black. Everyone's pupils constricted, armed color hockey. Turning back, Jiang Lufeng hesitated like a hellish killing god, currently staring at Crocodile with an incredibly terrifying gaze. Just a light exchange of glances made Lao Sha's heart surge with waves of terror. This was simply too frightening. Could he be a devil? As a former Shichibukai, Lao Sha had experienced countless battles and had extremely rich combat experience. At this moment, he knew that his only way out was to eliminate the person in front of him because he understood that if the opponent didn't die, he would. He somewhat regretted acting just now. Just as he thought this, Lao Sha wasted no time, fully activating his fruit ability, unleashing all his firepower, and began to smash randomly at Jiang Lufeng. Unfortunately, it seemed to have no effect. Jiang Lufeng didn't use any combat techniques. He relied solely on his overwhelming armed color hockey, using the most primitive beastly instincts to destroy Lao Sha's attacks one by one. Step by step, he approached him. Lao Sha felt his heart race and sweat pour down his back. At this moment, the usually ruthless Lao Sha surprisingly showed a rare expression of fear. Moreover, the deep-seated terror in his eyes revealed a different flavor, a feeling, very subtle. Jiang Lufeng was slightly taken aback, and his killing intent diminished significantly. He then put on a playful smile and asked, I'll give you one last chance. If you mess around again, I don't mind making your secrets public before I kill you. Or should I say, show everyone? Lao Sha, like a mute eating bitter gall, had no way to express his anguish. He was about to roll his eyes, unable to hold on anymore, and could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Very good. Jiang Lufeng nodded in satisfaction. Regardless, he had accepted it. As for the sense of belonging, that could be cultivated slowly in the future. After all, Lao Sha thought he had a handle on him. As long as his strength didn't surpass his own, he didn't fear what kind of storm he could stir up. As for surpassing him, That was simply impossible. As for what that secret was, Jiang Lufeng didn't actually know. He was just bluffing. Now, the situation on the 6th level was almost over, and the remaining issue was how to escape from the underwater prison. As for how to escape without Lao Sha's opening of the ceiling, that was beyond his control. Anyway, from today onwards, he, Jiang Lufeng, would be the protagonist of this world. For the four of them, breaking out of prison was as easy as eating and drinking, not even worth mentioning. Scanning around, unfortunately, Ace and Jinbi hadn't arrived yet. Taking the three with him, he pretended to leave. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners were anxious. Big brother, don't go. There's me too. I'm strong too. Yeah, big brother, I'm stronger than Wardo. Take me with you. Big brother. Jiang Lufeng turned a deaf ear to this, not wanting to bother with those with ulterior motives. As the four walked past Daiping's cell, Daiping stared fiercely at Jiang Lufeng and gritted his teeth, saying, "You little bastard. Don't let me have a day to get out. I will tear you apart with my own hands." Jiang Lufeng stopped, coldly glaring at Daiping, and said, "That day will come soon. I hope you don't wet your pants when you see me." Looking at the harmless expression on Jiang Liufeng's face and hearing these nonsensical words, Daiping was puzzled. Just as he was about to continue threatening, he suddenly noticed Jiang Liufeng's gaze change. In an instant, an unprecedented, terrifying pressure swept over him. Daiping struggled for just a second before rolling his eyes and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 6. Give me 10 seconds. Hiss. Such powerful conqueror's haki. And it's so well controlled. Just now, it was only directed at Daiping. Even someone of Daiping's level was knocked out. This means that kid's haki has reached at least the level of the four emperors. The remaining ferocious pirates gazed in horror at the young man's departing figure, shouting in unison. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Lufeng, had no idea how shocked and doubtful the former sea overlords of the 6th level were. What he needed to do now was to hurry and leave this hellish place, lest he have more dreams at night. He did the same again, releasing all the prisoners from the 4th and 5th levels, and with the earlier chaos from the 2nd and 3rd levels, the scene was already chaotic enough, making it easy to escape. The reason he didn't release the prisoners from the 6th level was that his goal was to create chaos to escape the prison, not to find trouble for himself. Those from the 6th level were all not to be trifled with, and he didn't want to get himself into trouble. As for the prisoners above the 5th level, their strength was just average, and the Navy definitely had the capability to suppress them, enough to use them as shields for himself. After everything was settled, he mixed in with the crowd, flowing with the tide towards the prison gate. Meanwhile, Magellan, who had been taught a lesson by Jiang Lufeng on the 4th level, finally regained his composure, repelling the merciless lightning, and managed to close his body. This could be considered a significant black mark in his life. He actually got beaten in his own territory, which would be a huge embarrassment if it got out. However, as the warden, he wasn't at the point of acting on impulse. He still had to consider the bigger picture. He immediately ordered all the guards to abandon their floor defense tasks and concentrate all forces to guard the rooftop gate, while quickly contacting headquarters for support. "Hello. This is Sengoku. What's the matter, Magellan?" "Admiral, there's a major crisis in Impel Down. A super powerful prisoner has escaped and released all the prisoners from the 2nd to the 5th floors and let out Red Earl, Wardo, and Crocodile. I'm currently doing my best to guard the prison gate, but I fear I won't hold out much longer. I've also been seriously injured. I'm truly ashamed." Sengoku, who was leisurely sipping tea and eating dorayaki, nearly bit his own tongue off upon hearing this. What? Crocodile? Wardo? Red Earl? Magellan seriously injured? Sengoku's face darkened, almost fainting. Forget everything else. But the Red Earl must not escape. Once he gets out, he could become the 5th emperor in an instant. Get here immediately, support is on the way. You hold on. Yes. Click. After hanging up, Sengoku was no longer calm and began to shout for Kizaru to rush to Impel Down. "Don't ask why. Hurry. Don't dawdle. You must be fast." The naval colonel at the door, who had been dozing off, was startled by the furious shout and fell off his chair. He hurriedly got up, responded, and ran out. "Who else is at headquarters?" The sentinel trembled and weakly replied, "Let Carp come see me." The other 4 vice admirals should rush to Impel Down for support. "Yes." The sentinel agreed and then ran off without a trace. Sengoku was furious, blowing his beard and glaring. Who has the ability to cause such a ruckus in Impel Down? From Magellan's tone, it seems this person is quite formidable. Once calm, Sengoku's wisdom kicked in, and his pupils shrank. Not good. Get Carp to hurry to Impel Down. A deep sense of unease arose in his heart, as if an extraordinary monster was about to be born. Magellan. That was Magellan. A man who could make even those admirals feel troubled when pushed to the edge. Such a humble plea for help, even to the point of being seriously injured. This clearly shows the strength of the opponent. They are definitely not to be underestimated. Slowly, the brows of the warring states furrowed into a shape, and his expression was extremely serious. At the same time, among the crowd, Jiang Lufeng and others, along with a group of escaped prisoners, had already reached the third level. Just as he felt something strange in his heart when he didn't see a guard suppressing the riot, the fleeing prisoners in front suddenly slowed their pace. While everyone was confused, a faint sound of ghostly wails and howls came from ahead. Humph. Magellan, it's precisely because of your incompetence that this situation has arisen. You should guard yourself. I will kill all these reckless escapees. Let the whole world know. No one can escape from Impel Down. Shiryu, our task is to suppress and reform these prisoners, not to slaughter them. What difference does it make if you act like this, compared to the vicious pirates? Humph. Yuji Shiryu slowly took a puff from the cigar in his hand, then with one hand holding a knife. He took out the earpiece from his ear and smashed it hard on the ground, crushing it with his foot. Transformation? Education? It's simply ridiculous. To deal with the defiant. Kill. In an instant, a red light burst from his eyes, and a ruthless killing intent swept across the entire third level of the prison. The group of prisoners standing opposite him felt a sudden chill in their hearts. They sensed that they were not facing a human being, but an extremely bloodthirsty ancient beast. I couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. My legs trembled uncontrollably as I took a step back, retreating one step at a time. Shiryu walked forward step by step, slowly raising the thunderstorm in his hand. Criminals of the era of sin, death will be your only release. Die. A roar of anger. Shiryu had already vanished from his original spot, and, upon reappearing, had entered the crowd. In an instant, it was like a wolf among sheep, with every move. Blood spurted out, and heads fell to the ground. At this moment, the entire third floor truly seemed like a hell on earth, filled with the stench of blood. Ah! Don't kill me. I'm not running anymore. I'm not running anymore. Ah, my hand. Help. Ah, I don't want to die yet. Don't kill me. Huh. What's going on? At a glance, the bloody slaughter scene was laid bare. Glancing at the Red Count, they spoke in unison. Reign of Hiru. I'll go deal with him. Realizing the situation, Valdo immediately volunteered, slapping his chest as he stepped forward. However, he was stopped by Jiang Lufeng after just one step. The most important thing for us is to escape. We can't waste much time on this insignificant character. Let me handle it, he said. The Red Count nodded in agreement. Valdo looked confused. Insignificant? Reign of the Abyss is insignificant? What the hell? Are these two freaks serious? Looking at Jiang Lufeng, with a light breeze and clear skies. And then at the Red Count, who had a face that clearly reflected the same sentiment. And finally at Crocodile, who looked completely indifferent. At that moment, Waldo felt like he had boarded a terrifying pirate ship. Jiang Lufeng smiled at him. Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 7. Slaying the Reign of Shiryu. As soon as the words fell, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a long electric mark crackling. Ha ha ha. Accept the baptism of blood. Stupid villains. At this moment, Shiryu was wielding his thunderstorm with a ferocious expression, enjoying the killing spree, when he suddenly sensed a threatening force approaching. The sword energy is indeed strange. It has killed many criminals along the way, but it shows no signs of stopping. After absorbing the blood of those it has slain, its power not only remains, but actually increases. When the group of prisoners saw the sword chi charging towards them, they were so frightened that their souls seemed to fly away. They closed their eyes as if resigning to their fate, waiting for the merciless sword chi to take their lives. Just when everyone was in the depths of despair, a dazzling figure appeared before them like a heavenly deity descending to earth. The flash of light was simply too bright. Even the prisoners who closed their eyes found it blinding. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the crimson sword energy had already struck the newcomer. Originally, the prisoners, who were about to marvel at Jiang Liufeng's generous sacrifice, were now dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Hey, that was Shiryu's slash. Is it really that easy to block it? Wow, that's too exaggerated, right? I only saw that piercing figure charging straight towards the sword energy, not even bothering to raise a hand. It truly just collided with the sword energy head-on and dispersed it. Upon witnessing this incredible scene, the prisoners all stopped in their tracks, watching in awe as their fears seemed to be swept away by the blinding white light. They even forgot to run, standing frozen in place, their gazes following that figure as it moved towards Shiryu of the Rain. Meeting Shiryu in person was indeed less impressive than hearing about him. Is this the extent of his power? How dare he commit such atrocities here? Shiryu's pupils constricted, and his expression changed slightly. Although the previous strike was just a casual move with less than 50 of his strength, it was definitely not something that could be easily resolved like this. This person is very strong. Put away your disdain. Shiryu shouted. Who are you? State your name. Your killer. It's Jiang Lufeng. Arrogant. Shiliu didn't even know how long it had been since he had been looked down upon like this. In an instant, he flashed forward, his thunderstorm blade gleaming with a chilling light, demonic energy surging. He took a few steps to stand in front of Zhang Lufeng and raised his hand to unleash a killing move, striking down at him fiercely. However, Zhang Lufeng merely smiled disdainfully, showing no sign of action. The onlookers were shocked. This guy is looking for death. This young man is too arrogant. An older pirate shook his head and sighed. Yes, after all, sword energy and direct slashing are two completely different things. Moreover, the reign of hope in his hand is Thunderstorm, which is said to be one of the supreme great swords. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, as if in the next moment, they would see Zhang Liufeng's head rolling on the ground. However, just as the blade was about to touch the tip of his hair, Zhang Lufeng finally moved. He extended a hand, as dark as iron and wrapped in thunder energy, slowly grasping the impending thunderstorm that was about to fall upon him. This action seems very slow, but it happens in the blink of an eye. Is that all? What? First, Shiliu exclaimed in surprise. And then the other prisoners reacted and gasped together, catching a blade with one hand. Oh my goodness. Although it was only a suspected supreme great knife. But the big knife definitely can't escape. It was caught by someone with one hand just like that? Are you kidding me? Hey, seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, Zhang Lufeng was very satisfied. Haha, with the shield of the third generation Raikage combined with the armament haki of the Pirate King, it's truly impressive. This is so powerful. How is that possible? How could you possibly catch my slash with just your bare hands? This is impossible. Even if you have armament haki, it is absolutely impossible to do it so easily. In Shiliu's eyes, a figure suddenly appeared, someone who could be so powerful with just their physical body. In his opinion, there was only one person, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Shiliu was so shocked that his mouth fell open, and the cigar he had been holding slowly dropped to the ground, as if hinting at something ominous. A great disaster is imminent. Zhang Lufeng tightly grasped Lei Yu and said playfully, "Is it my turn next?" As soon as the words were spoken, lightning surged around him and poured into the storm. Before long, he was already convulsing all over, foaming at the mouth, and rolling his eyes as if about to faint. Zhang Liufeng's smile faded, revealing a look of indifference. How can such murderers remain in the world? This time, Zhang Lufeng is not going to let this person go, instead of leaving him for Blackbeard to harm the world. It's better to deal with him right now. The knife is good, I'll take it. The lightning energy was seized, taking the thunderstorm from the powerless hand of Shiryu. In the next moment, the lightning energy and the armed color haki intertwined above the thunderstorm. Swish! With the blade held horizontally, it was directly swung towards Shiryu's head. At this moment, Zhang Lufeng was driven by a killing intent, not intending to give Shiryu any chance to resist. Just as he thought, Shiryu had no time to react at all. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. When he opened his eyes again, he felt the world spinning, his expression one of disbelief at his own death. Thud thud thud, accompanied by the sound of a head dropping to the ground. All surrounding sounds abruptly ceased. Silence. Stillness. The entire third floor was now completely silent. The prisoners seemed to be caught in an infinite daze, as if trapped in a kaleidoscope. That was Shiryu of the Rain. Who doesn't know who he is? In the prison, he was nominally the most feared, yet truly, he was the most terrifying. He was a genuine killing god of his generation. And just like that, he was killed in one strike by this unknown young man under 20? This is not right. The script was not written this way. Who is this god who suddenly appeared? The speed was beyond reach. The physical strength was like a copper wall and iron bastion. The decisiveness of his strike. The prisoners couldn't come up with any words of praise. Watching the figure of this man, who looked like a descending deity, they were truly dazzled. Striding swiftly, surrounded by lightning, a divine weapon descending. Flying Thunder God. At this moment, they could only summarize this title simply to end their shock. Flying Thunder God. At some point, an excited voice rang out. Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Even when the prison doors were opened, they didn't hold much hope of escaping. But now it was different. With this godlike figure leading them, their little self-deceptive thoughts had now ignited into a blazing fire. There was really a chance to escape, although they were just shouting 3 words. It was not hard to hear that their shouts were mixed with too many different emotions. Zhang Lufeng slowly collected the trembling thunderstorm. Even the demon sword was frightened of him. Chapter 8. The Vice Admiral reports. Flying Thunder God? Not bad. A smile appeared on his lips, seemingly very satisfied with this title. Red Count and Waldo also came to his side, all showing various emotions such as disbelief, excitement, and thrill. Even the grumpy old Sand had to be amazed by Zhang Liufeng's strength. Zhang Lufeng naturally understood, let alone them. Even he felt he was terrifying. He slightly pressed his hands down, and the cheers gradually subsided. Those who want to escape can follow us. Whether you can get out depends on yourselves. After saying that, he didn't waste any time and took the lead to continue moving forward. What the hell? Did I not see it wrong? Following the flying thunder god, it seemed to be Waldo and Crocodile. And that's the Red Count. A prisoner with a bit of insight exclaimed. Yes. I can see clearly that it is indeed those three. What the hell? What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and follow. This combination for a prison break is something you 1T encounter in 10 lifetimes. Yes. If you don't seize this opportunity, don't even think about getting out for the rest of your life. Seeing this, everyone quickly tucked away the exhilarating scene just now. The urgent matter was to keep up with the steps of the god to have a glimmer of hope. The crowd surged forward, pushing and shoving, rushing ahead. Losing at the starting line was like losing everything. No one wanted to be even a second slower. In the monitoring room, Magellan was clutching the still bleeding wound, watching in fear. This is just 2 against the heavens, right? To chop Shiryu down like this. Scared. He was truly scared. A feeling of fear that hadn't appeared in decades was now directed at a kid who hadn't even turned 20. Admiral, hurry and send an admiral. In a panic, he picked up the phone and quickly dialed to report to Sengoku. What? Shiryu was cut down in one blow? Sengoku's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it was really Magellan on the other end of the line, because even if the Red Count made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Shiryu in one strike. It's over. How could such a monster exist in this world? Damn, why doesn't our Navy have such a monster? Sengoku cursed after hanging up the phone. The usually calm and composed Sengoku actually let out a curse, which was quite rare. It seems that a nationwide recruitment of forces is imminent. It's time to replenish the Navy's strength. He looked into the distance, his gaze becoming deep. A strong sense of worry suddenly caused a few strands of silver to appear in his otherwise dark and shiny hair. To be honest, he had seen the signs of this incident. Even if Kizaru went, it wouldn't guarantee that they could keep the opponent. Just one Red Count was already difficult enough to deal with, plus an existence that might even surpass him, along with powerful abilities like Waldo and Crocodile assisting. It's likely that the Navy would really face a major loss this time. At the entrance of Impel Down, at this moment, led by Jiang Lufeng, over 1,000 prisoners had surged forward. Magellan looked at the fallen guards and the many wailing prison guards and soldiers. He was sweating profusely, his gaze sweeping over the 4 figures that had joined the battle, revealing a bit more caution. However, what he feared the most had come true. Jiang Lufeng was surrounded, and no one dared to approach him. This guy was leisurely walking through the chaotic battlefield as if it were an uninhabited realm, smiling as he walked towards him. Those guards had already vaguely understood Jiang Liufeng's strength through the surveillance or his conversation with Sengoku, and with the powerful combination of Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count by his side, who would dare to go up and seek death. They all tacitly acted as if they hadn't seen and pounced on the remaining prisoners instead. I'm not slacking off. It's just that there are too many prisoners to handle. If I weren't the warden, I would also want to pretend not to see this monster. Warden, long time no see. How have you been? Listening to Jiang Liufeng's teasing words, Magellan wished he could find a hole to crawl into. However, due to his responsibilities, he absolutely was not someone who would neglect his duty. He prepared to brace himself and go up, even if it meant sacrificing his life. He would leave 1 or 2 of these 4 behind, and it would be worth it to die like that. However, just then, Deputy Warden Domino stepped forward, blocking Magellan. Stop being arrogant. Evil will never prevail over justice. Meanwhile, Hannibal beside him covered his eyes and said with disappointment, "Oh no, what a great opportunity. Why are you stopping him? If Magellan dies, I can take his place." Accidentally spilled out his inner thoughts. Did anyone hear that? Instantly, the sound of fighting in the entire area stopped. We all heard it. Hearing this deafening shout, Hannibal's mouth twitched. Damn, do you have to be so exaggerated? Just then, not far away, the gates of the sea slowly opened, and 4 majestic warships entered. Upon seeing this, Magellan and the prison guards' faces lit up with joy. Reinforcements had arrived. Looking closely, Ghost Spider, Demike, Bastille, and Fire Mountain were all standing at the bow of the ships. The capes inscribed with the word justice fluttered in the wind, and behind them stood a square of armed Navy elites. They looked quite intimidating. Jiang Lufeng raised a corner of his mouth. 1 for each. Is there a problem? Suddenly, 3 figures lined up behind him. No problem. As soon as the words were spoken, a series of whooshing sounds echoed. Waldo, Crocodile, and Red Earl Feng couldn't wait to shoot off, each picking a vice admiral to engage in battle. Jiang Lufeng shrugged and muttered to himself, "Is running fast really useful? What's important is to resolve it quickly." At that moment, with a slight smirk, He headed straight for the remaining lieutenant general, taking advantage of the gap created by the departure of these 4 terrifying warriors. A group of prison guards quickly lifted Magellan down to tend to his injuries. To be honest, Magellan was already at his limit. The only reason he could stand until now was due to his extraordinary willpower. It was impossible for him to continue fighting. At the same time, the 4 lieutenant generals on the warship were still posing, never expecting these prisoners to be so ferocious, attacking instead of fleeing upon seeing them. One by one, they appeared somewhat stunned. What's going on? Are the prisoners so fierce now? How dare they attack when they see a lieutenant general coming to report? Are we capturing them, or are they capturing us? I can't quite figure it out for a moment. Bastille and Fire Mountain looked confused. Chapter 9. I'm going to take action. Ghost Spider rolled his eyes and said, "Can you take this seriously? Are you playing around?" Demeshang waved his hand and said casually, "What's there to be serious about? It's just a bunch of little sea creatures." Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in surprise, because at this moment, he has already seen clearly who the visitor is. Damn, Crocodile, Waldo, Count Red-Haired. Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 were also stunned. Among them, Demeshang had the sharpest eyes, and at this moment, he said that it was most likely true. Only 3 in front and 1 behind. For people fiercely rushed towards the dock where they had stopped their boat. Who else could it be but Zhang Lufeng and his companions? "Count, it's yours." Zhang Lufeng, speaking boldly, threw Lei Yu to the Red Count, knowing that the Red Count was a great swordsman and that he himself lacked any swordsmanship skills. It was better to help others succeed. As for Lei Yu, it felt pretty good. The Red Count smiled slightly, feeling the waves of demonic energy brought by the thunderstorm, which matched him quite well. With a sharp gaze, he raised his hand and slashed out a knife, instantly sending a powerful and imposing scarlet sword energy straight towards the 4 warships. With a swish, the 4 enormous warships were directly cut in half. The ship tilted, and the group of sailors stumbled and fell into the water in disarray, looking utterly pathetic. Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up. This old man really had some skills. The 4 major generals had extremely grim expressions. Damn it, the warring states didn't explain clearly. Such a terrifying combination should at least send a great general to suppress it. Even if they can suppress others, who can withstand the Red Count? One by one, they abandoned the ship and jumped onto the dock. The Ghost Spider grabbed a flustered major with one hand and said, "Immediately find a way to contact headquarters and send a general over." "Yes." The major responded quickly and hurried to find the telephone bug. Without giving them much time to prepare, the 4 had already rushed in front of them. The Red Count, without saying a word, brandished his knife and charged at the Ghost Spider. Each tentacle lifted a knife, and with the one in hand. This was how he engaged in a battle of 9-sword style against the Red Count. Lao Sha wasted no time and confronted Bastille, both of them going all out. Lao Sha's abilities were fully unleashed while Bastille's armed color hockey was also formidable, resulting in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, Waldo faced the Inu no Mi user, Barleytown. Not only was Barleytown a user of the Devil Fruit, but he was also well versed in the Marine 6 styles, making him a solidly skilled rear admiral. Against Waldo, it was truly a match of equals, as both were experts who relied on speed to win. At this moment, the most relaxed one was Fire Mountain, who wore a harmless smile, looking at the unknown little brat before him, feeling quite bored. Unfortunately, with all the stronger opponents taken, he could only bully the weak and deal with these minor characters. "All right, kid, I don't want to pick on you. Just lie down and cover your head with your hands to avoid any more pain." The nearby Navy personnel burst into laughter. Haha. This kid who hasn't even grown hair is trying to escape like everyone else. Why do you keep rushing in front of the general? Haha. This is what they say about heaven having a path that you won't take, but hell has no door and you insist on coming in. Surrender quickly, little ghost, or the general will beat you so hard that you'll crap yourself. Haha. However, Zhang Lufeng could only shake his head and sigh upon hearing this. You Navy people are really too incompetent. Such a nonsensical sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Hua Xiaoshan asked the little ghost with a smile, "What does it mean?" Zhang Lufeng looked at him like a fool and said, "Did your headquarters send you out without even giving you the basic information? For example, who is the number 1 among the escapees?" Huashao Mountain was momentarily taken aback, glanced at the group of Navy, and then burst into laughter along with everyone else. "Ha ha ha, little brat, you don't actually think you're stronger than those sea overlords, do you?" He wiped his tears while pointing in the direction of the Red Count and the others, asking. Zhang Lufeng nodded seriously, and then laughed even more joyfully. "Ha ha, I told you that you're facing death, yet you're still acting so tough. I really don't know where you get your confidence from." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liufeng's eyes turned cold. "Do you want to kill me? Surrender by lying down, and anyone who resists will be killed without mercy." Very good. As soon as the words fell, where was there still the figure of Jiang Lufeng? In just he had already arrived in front of the fire-burning mountain. With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, he unleashed his strongest spear technique, piercing through with 4 fingers. The character known as Fireburn Mountain is not just a name. He is regarded as a model figure within the Navy, and his strength is among the top within the ranks of vice admirals. As soon as he sensed the impending crisis, he instinctively reacted, crossing his arms over his chest, with armed color hockey wrapping around him. Just as he finished his action, a tremendous force had already arrived. Bang! The strongest spear forcefully pierced through his arm. Even though he was armed with Busashoka hockey, he still couldn't prevent this terrifying blow, which brought him waves of pain. The residual force, still strong, directly sent him flying more than 10 meters away before he finally came to a stop. The look in the eyes of the Fire Mountain was one of shock. So powerful. The group of Navy soldiers who mocked Jiang Lufeng all shut their mouths and shrank their necks. Damn! How foolish were they just now to have ridiculed such a powerful figure. The group of naval officers who arrived were all elites from the headquarters, and they had enough insight to immediately recognize Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary abilities. It's worth noting that he had just, relying solely on his skills without using hockey, sent a vice admiral who had already activated his armament hockey, flying with a single strike, in Jiang Liufeng's heart. He also regarded the other party with a bit more admiration. A lieutenant general is indeed a lieutenant general. They truly have exceptional qualities. Just now, I went all out. And even without using my domineering aura, it was still a full-force strike from the strongest spear, taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation of me, catching them off guard. Even so, Hiwashishin was surprisingly able to react instinctively and defend against it. This shows a glimpse of the opponent's strength and combat experience. Hiwashishin took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the numbness and pain in his chest. His expression became serious as he drew his dagger, no longer having any intention of underestimating the opponent. Seeing the opponent become serious, Jiang Lufeng was taken aback. Did I really underestimate them? He sneered. Do you really think you can fight me? Hiwashishin's expression wasn't very good. I was just careless earlier. If we really start fighting, it's just a matter of seconds for me to make you lie down. How arrogant. So, you just sneak attacked our general and really thought you had what it takes? When the general gets serious, it's no joke. Before Hiwashishin could speak, the group of Navy officers had already become indignant over Jiang Liufeng's arrogance, which they simply could not tolerate. Jiang Lufeng shook his head dismissively. What do you mean by forget it? Hiwashishin frowned and asked. It's nothing, Jiang Lufeng replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of Hiwashishin. Just to give you a heads up, I'm going to make my move. Chapter 10, Defeated 4 Vice Admirals. Jiang Lufeng smirked. Black and white spirals of energy swirling around him. The thunder ability is ready. Hiwashishin's pupils constricted, not daring to be careless, and unleashed his armed color hockey. He struck first. Spear strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His left hand continuously jabbed at Jiang Liufeng's vital points. Jiang Lufeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, not attacking, relying only on his observation hockey to dodge continuously. He even shook his head mockingly. Too slow. Hiwashishin, is that all you've got? Faster. Yes, faster. Hiwashishin's face darkened. As a dignified naval vice admiral, how proud he was. How could he be toyed with like this? Even the Navy officers watching began to feel that something was off. It seemed that it wasn't the vice admiral suppressing the opponent, but rather being toyed with. What the hell? How big is the gap in strength to be toyed with like this? God, this is a nightmare. How can someone have such terrifying power? He looks like he's not even 20 yet. They thought about how Jiang Lufeng would grow stronger in the future, and what kind of formidable opponent the Navy would face then. He could become another Sea Emperor in no time. Despair was evident on their faces. At some point, it seemed Jiang Lufeng had grown tired of the game. Hiwashishin's attacks were stopped. Jiang Lufeng had firmly grasped the hand that was using the spear strike. With a sudden burst of strength, crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Ah! Hiwashishin cried out in pain, hurriedly kicking out. Storm kick. Bang. It was over. He realized that the powerful kick he had unleashed not only failed to threaten his opponent, but his other hand was also firmly grasped by Jiang Lufeng. A tremendous sense of crisis enveloped him. Paper drawing. He hurriedly used a dodging skill to try to escape. Unfortunately, facing Jiang Lufeng, who no longer wanted to play. How could he succeed? Strongest spear. A single strike pierces through. This time, Jiang Liufeng's attack was infused with hockey, clearly not intending to give his opponent any chance. Iron block. Steel. Bang. Uft. Hiwashishin managed to utter the last 3 words before falling silent. Even with armed color hockey, plus the Navy's 6 style's strongest defense, iron block, He seemed so weak and powerless against Jiang Liufeng's piercing strike. Thud. The Navy officers, seeing that in just a few minutes, one vice admiral had been severely injured and was in an unknown state, felt waves of fear wash over them. Many Navy officers couldn't bear the terror. Their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, their mouths agape, trembling, not knowing what to say. Perhaps only they understood the fear they felt towards Jiang Lufeng and how powerful he truly was. The situation unfolded too suddenly and absurdly, making them want to slap themselves to see if they were dreaming. How is this possible? This can't be real. Tell me, am I dreaming? That was a vice admiral. How could this happen? He's just a kid. How could he be so terrifying? It's over. We all underestimated him. What he said was true. It's very likely. He is the strongest here. The Navy officers reacted simultaneously, shouting in unison. I told you all earlier, but you didn't believe me. What can I do? Jiang Lufeng shrugged his shoulders, helplessly replying. The Navy officers swallowed hard, instinctively distancing themselves from Jiang Lufeng, running far away. No one daring to approach him again. I asked if you all were done. Are you really masters, or just slowpokes? I made it clear that my ship doesn't accommodate weaklings. Jiang Lufeng shouted impatiently towards the Red Count's direction. The 6 people in combat suddenly heard Jiang Liufeng's voice and turned their attention to him. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. What was happening? It had barely been a few minutes since the fight started, and it was already over? The Red Count and his companions were somewhat unfazed. Having witnessed Jiang Liufeng's abnormal strength before, and since they were on the same side, it felt somewhat reasonable to them. But for Gui Zhizhu and the others, this was terrifying. Looking at Jiang Lufeng, who was completely unscathed, while Hua Shishin lay on the ground, charred and bloodied, unconscious, this was a clear sign. It meant Hua Shishin had been crushed, eliminated in an instant. This was significant information. While it could be understood that they might have underestimated this kid, caught off guard, Hua Shishin was still a vice admiral, a strong figure in the Navy. Even if a general were to attack, it would be difficult to find an angle to take him down. So it could only mean that this kid was no ordinary opponent. He was practically a demon. His strength might even surpass theirs. Just as they were in shock, the 3 of them were found by the Red Count and his companions, who seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. The worst off was the Black Spider, who was already being suppressed in battle with the Red Count, and was struck by a sword energy, knocking him to the ground, severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it was just sword energy, and luckily, his mastery of armed color hockey was not low. Otherwise, he would have met a fate worse than death, whether from a distance or up close. The Navy officers and fugitives saw 2 vice admirals down and felt a storm of emotions rise within them. These 4 gods are too powerful. Haha, Navy. Let's see if you can still act tough today. You dared to capture me. Prepare to die. Flying Thunder God is the real deal. Amazing. Amazing. Flying Thunder God is amazing. The Red Count is amazing. Crocodile is amazing. Wald is amazing. The scene shifted to 2 extremes. The fugitives were elated, while the Navy was demoralized. Just as the situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the fugitives, ready to break through the Navy's defenses, a voice of fury and a leisurely voice sounded simultaneously. Prisoner's Gate. Don't be reckless. Carp is here. Oh, it seems I've arrived a bit late. From behind the Great Gate of the Sea, another warship arrived, and in the sky behind it, a golden light was approaching at an untraceable speed. The one arriving was none other than the true strength representative of the Navy, the mainstay, Carp, the Navy hero, Yellow Ape, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. Chapter 11, just acting like a fool. The previously extreme emotions of the 2 groups instantly switched sides. The excited fugitives suddenly wilted, while the demoralized Navy erupted in cheers. Jiang Liufeng's expression changed slightly. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. When would this end? To be honest, he found these 2 guys the most troublesome among the Navy, and now both had shown up at once. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since he was out, it was better to leave, as there was a whole world of opportunities waiting for him outside. Who knew if, after finishing these 2, the other 2 admirals, or even Sengoku and the 5 elders, would come one after another? After all, this place was too close to the Navy headquarters, and support would arrive rapidly. In the end, he would be the one at a disadvantage. With a plan in mind, he snapped his fingers. Retreat. He then took the 3 with him and fled. The late-arriving Yellow Ape saw the instigator trying to escape and wouldn't let him off so easily. He had to put on a show. 8-foot mirror. With a swift move, he instantly appeared before a few people. The Amatsukiyumi sword, with a wave of his hand. A shimmering golden sword was already in his grasp, and he slashed down towards Jiang Lufeng, who was leading the charge. Good one. Jiang Lufeng shouted. With a wave of his hand, lightning surged. The armed color hockey was fully unleashed, as he engaged in battle with Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru was slightly taken aback. This kid is quite interesting. Clang. The fist and sword clashed, creating a halo of light that nearly blinded everyone present. Wow, this is too monstrous, right? He actually fought to a standstill with an admiral in one blow? A genius. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. At this moment, as two unparalleled powerhouses clashed, no one wanted to miss it. They all stopped to admire this extraordinary scene. Zhang Lufeng, relying on his two arms to fight, looked at Kizaru's flashy yellow sword and felt a slight stir in his heart. It seems he still needed to get himself a suitable weapon. Speaking of which, the admiral level really is different. He could be considered a worthy opponent. Damn, an admiral is actually considered a worthy opponent? Why don't you just fly up to the sky? However, others truly had that kind of strength, and there was nothing he could do about it. With just his arms, he was indeed fighting evenly with Kizaru. The main reason was that Kizaru usually relied on his fruit abilities, and now facing Zhang Liufeng's overwhelming haki, he genuinely found it difficult to handle. Looking at the warship approaching not far away, where a slightly gray-haired, justice-filled hero, Carp, stood tall like a post. Zhang Lufeng couldn't help but feel it was a bit tricky. After all, this was their base. Zhang Lufeng was confident he could defeat these two, but it would definitely take a lot of time. Reinforcements would continue to arrive, and they would only get stronger. Dragging this out was truly unwise. After a back-and-forth exchange, Zhang Lufeng decided he didn't want to linger in battle. Relying on brute force and armed haki, with one strongest spear strike, he pierced through and directly repelled Kizaru. Without saying a word, he flashed towards a warship. With one palm strike, he directly cut the straight mast in half. Get on. The Red Count and the others reacted quickly. As soon as he spoke, they jumped onto the severed mast. Zhang Lufeng kicked out with all his might, and the mast shot out like a javelin. Admiral Kizaru, see you next time. Leaving behind a phrase, he exerted force with his legs and soared up, chasing after the rapidly advancing mast. Kizaru was left dumbfounded. How did they suddenly slip away? The 8-foot Xiongouyu. However, he didn't intend to let them go so easily. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you have to do it properly, right? Suddenly, twinkling stars appeared in the sky, shooting towards Zhang Lufeng and the others. This speed was not even a little bit slower than that of the mast. It was about to catch up and turn them into a beehive. Valdo! Zhang Lufeng shouted. Valdo understood. 20 times acceleration. He immediately slapped his palm against the mast, and the speed increased 20-fold. With a whoosh, he vanished from everyone's sight. Run. They really ran away. The convicts were in shock, feeling like they had escaped from impelled down. Wow. This is like a dragon entering the sea, releasing a tiger back to the mountain. The new world is going to be exciting. Flying Thunder God, Flying Thunder God. A group of escaped convicts, seeing the four successfully escape, were ecstatic, as if they had escaped themselves. Yo, they're really fast, can't catch up. To this, Kizaru lazily said a few words, showing no intention of pursuing. Instead, the old man Carp, who landed on the ship, was quite slow to arrive. Carp rolled his eyes and angrily said, Kizaru, Sengoku clearly said to notify you first. Why did you arrive so late? My 4 vice admirals got injured because of you. Yo, I must have heard wrong. I thought the marshal sent me to Judicial Island. Upon hearing this, Carp nearly slipped and fell. You can't be this late, even if you went to the wrong place. With your abilities, it shouldn't take this long to get from the base to Judicial Island. Oh, there's nothing I can do. I waited at Judicial Island for half a day and didn't find anything wrong. I just kept hearing the transponder snail ringing, but when I answered, no one spoke. Damn. Carp's mouth twitched. You didn't just shout at the black transponder snail for half a day, did you? Kizaru nodded seriously. At this point, Carp was utterly speechless. Are you just trying to slack off? Who doesn't know? Ask the readers who doesn't know. Why are you acting like a fool here? He was too lazy to bother with this tipsy guy. Carp's veins bulged, his iron fists clenched tightly, and his clothes fluttered without wind, as if he would unleash earth-shattering might in the next moment. He glanced in the direction where the 4 had escaped, his rage flaring up. This pirate kid. I will definitely bring you to justice. Just wait for me. At this point, all he could do was make threats. But the 4 who had already vanished had no way to respond. However, there were things he could deal with. Damn. The group of escaped convicts suddenly shivered, realizing it was over. Looking at the direction the 4 had disappeared, the prisoners were still harboring their beautiful longing for freedom. They suddenly forgot that they were also fugitives. Under Carp's glare, the timid ones nearly wet their pants. One quick reacting prisoner immediately started babbling, trying to slip back into impel down. Screw you. Hit them. Hit them until they're dead. Carp, filled with rage and with nowhere to vent it, directed his anger at this group of bystanders. With a swing of his iron fist, he brought down a high-rise building on their heads. The Navy was also furious. Today was truly a disgrace. A black mark. They felt extremely humiliated. They also turned their anger towards these, one could say, innocent prisoners. Immediately, the entire impelled down echoed with the cries of the damned, as prisoners scattered in all directions. From the entrance to the 5th floor, everywhere were the figures of prisoners holding their heads and fleeing. Who did we offend? I don't want to play a supporting role anymore. This is too hard. Chapter 12. What does this kid mean? In the evening, Water 7. Get in the car, Robin. I never thought that someone who has been on the run for most of their life would have a day of despair, huh? Robin remained silent, her face showing a determined look. If my death can ensure the safety of my companions, then it would be a small contribution I could make in my life. Thinking of this, Robin's expression hardened. The so-called generous sacrifice, isn't it because one wants to use their life to protect something incredibly precious in their heart? Thinking this, Robin resolutely stepped onto this train that, for her, was heading to hell. Seeing this scene, Sanji, who was hiding in the corner not far away, took a deep puff of his cigarette, looking very anxious. Where are they? Why haven't they arrived yet? Chopper, did you notify everyone? Just then, 4 more people slowly approached. A burly man with horns and a black-clad youth with a long square nose were carrying 2 people on their shoulders, walking towards the sea train. It was the crew of 9 returning after capturing Frankie and Usopp. Lucci glanced at the time and said to the others, let's hurry up a bit. The higher-ups instructed that the sea gods will arrive early, so we need to board the sea train immediately to avoid being trapped on the island for too long. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. At the dock, the personnel from the world government and the Navy were numerous, nearly filling the entire dock. Just as they were preparing to evacuate upon seeing the return of 9, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Finally here. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Water 7. Reward, 1 trunk of the World Tree. The next check-in location is Judicial Island. Finally arrived. The 4 of them made their way here, each showcasing their unique abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Zhang Lufeng could run on the water's surface, which was nothing unusual for someone with the 3 generations of Raikage panels. Lao Sha, with his abilities fully unleashed, could fly at low altitudes, albeit awkwardly carrying the somewhat cumbersome Waldo on his back. The worst off was the Red Count, who, at his age, had to swim his way over with his old limbs. Originally, Zhang Lufeng wanted to carry the old man, but Lao Sha's ability wasn't true flight. It was just a play on the wind's ability to lift sand. Carrying a hulking Waldo was already the limit, so it had to be Zhang Lufeng who carried the old man. However, the stubborn old man insisted on relying on himself, resulting in this swimming scene. Zhang Lufeng, unsure how to evaluate this eccentric old man, decided to take a moment to check his backpack and see what the World Tree's trunk was like. He clicked on the World Tree in his backpack and was surprised to find something called a tree spirit. The trunk of the World Tree. The World Tree is a magical tree from another world that comes with a tree spirit. The tree spirit has autonomous control and repair functions over anything created from the World Tree, acting solely on the will of its binder. With this, the shipwright and helmsman wouldn't have to worry at all. It was like gaining a very powerful auxiliary partner. Just as he was lost in thought, Waldo patted his shoulder and said, "Boss, stop daydreaming. We've got a situation." Zhang Lufeng raised his head and looked around. Upon glancing up, he frowned as the entire dock was filled with members of the world government and the Navy, all observing the 4 of them with serious expressions. What do these people want? Why do I feel like I recognize them? Me too. Wait, isn't that Crocodile? Waldo? The Red Count? The Navy members, realizing this, trembled in shock and gasped. However, they had no knowledge of Zhang Lufeng, the young newcomer. But the Special Department's 9 had much more information than these random personnel. As soon as the news from the Navy headquarters broke, Lucci had already obtained the basic information on Zhang Lufeng. 3 days ago, he had caused a ruckus and impelled down, single-handedly releasing all prisoners from levels 2 to 5, even freeing Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count, defeating Magellan, injuring Vice Admiral Smoker, and escaping safely from Admiral Kizaru. He was the first to be wanted, with a preliminary bounty set at 250 million berries. Zhang Lufeng, the Flying Thunder God. At this moment, he was reading the document in his hands to the others, his expression growing increasingly serious. He had received the news early on, but never expected to run into such a powerful group at this particular moment. It made him feel uneasy. Was it really just a coincidence? Or were they here for this matter? At the same time, Zhang Lufeng surveyed the surroundings and started to understand. The dock of Water City, the gods of the sea. Wasn't this the scene when Robin was taken away? However, these people and matters were irrelevant to him. Our goal is to build our own warship. The priority is to find Iceberg first. Zhang Lufeng waved his hand, and was about to leave with the others. Lucci frowned. Looking at the group approaching them brazenly, he said, "They really are here to cause trouble." He immediately shouted to the representative of the world government, urging the train conductor to get moving. The representative of the world government, hearing this, didn't dare to take it lightly. He too sensed the dangerous aura from these four. He turned and sent someone to notify the conductor to depart. Watching the Navy and world government members rush onto the train, Jiang Lufeng frowned, thinking to himself, "I don't have time to waste on you insignificant people. I hope you don't go looking for trouble." Escapees Jiang Lufeng, Crocodile, Waldo, Red Count. You've got some guts. Not hiding like a rat, but daring to run around. Lucci took the lead and confronted the few who were about to pass by. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but chuckle. How dare the mere 9 challenge them? He smiled playfully and said, "So, what do you want? Since you've crossed paths with me. Of course, I'll take you all down. Do you think you have that ability? You'll know shortly." Lucci lined up the others, standing one-on-one against Jiang Lufeng and his companions, and a fierce battle was about to erupt. In contrast to Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, Lucci's expression was far from pleasant, as these individuals were indeed a bit challenging. "Frankie and Usopp, you two back down. Lucci and the others, don't think about defeating them. Just hold them off. Califa, you take Crocodile. I'll quickly deal with this newcomer and come to help you. We'll take them down one by one." Humph. Looking at Jiang Liufeng's playful smile, Lucci was furious. What does this kid mean? Chapter 13, A Frantic Escape. With Roger's 3-color hockey, Jiang Liufeng's observation hockey was incredibly powerful. At that moment, Lucci's thoughts were naturally not beyond his perception. Upon hearing Lucci's intention to quickly take him down and then deal with his companions one by one, Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, you really overestimate yourself." He raised an eyebrow and said to Lucci, "What do you mean? An escapee dares to be so arrogant in front of 9? Why don't you just surrender?" "Surrender? Hee, you think you can make me surrender? Enough with the nonsense. Let us get started." With the words exchanged, both sides were at a standstill, the battle seemingly ready to ignite at any second. The sea breeze blew coldly. Not far away, the sea crashed violently against the dock, raising huge waves over 10 meters high. It seemed to become a point of ignition. The 8 people, who had been in a standoff, finally moved. "Attack!" Lucci shouted, charging straight at Jiang Lufeng. The 3 behind him also acted simultaneously, each targeting their assigned foe according to the temporary plan. In contrast, Jiang Lufeng found it much easier. Aside from him, the 3 were seasoned fighters, already indifferent to life and death. In their eyes, these so-called 9 members were merely juniors, just having some fun. At this moment, they wore playful smiles on their faces, considering how to toy with them for more amusement. However, Jiang Lufeng, now with strength, lacked their patience and always wanted to fight these well-known figures he had encountered before. So he disregarded the 3 and charged ahead, thinking that if they didn't attack, he would handle everything himself. Ironically, the 9 members completely ignored him, brushing past him and heading directly for the 3 behind him. This left Lucci standing alone against him. "What the hell? Underestimating me?" Jiang Liufeng's expression darkened. To make matters worse, Lucci showed him no respect either, leading with a seemingly powerful kick aimed at his face, as if he thought it would take just one strike to take Jiang Lufeng down. Jiang Lufeng stood still, not even using his domineering aura or lightning shield. He relied solely on the formidable physical attributes of the 3rd-generation Raikage to take a solid kick from Lucci. Bang! How is this possible? Lucci was dumbfounded. The members of the marine world who hadn't yet boarded the ship were also stunned. They were well aware of Lucci's strength, and this young punk was able to withstand Lucci's powerful kick just based on his strength. It was indeed shocking. At this moment, Jiang Lufeng frowned, rubbed his head, and twisted his neck, saying, "Is that all there is? Damn, does he have to act so cool?" Hearing this, the onlookers rolled their eyes. How proficient was Admiral Lucci in the Marine 6 styles? How could he say that it was just like this? But looking at that kid's expression, it seemed he truly wasn't pretending. No way. Could it be that he really was unscathed? The so-called thinking deeply is terrifying, just seeing this scene. Everyone was merely surprised at first, but after analyzing it, their faces turned pale with fear. Lucci was even more furious. He had always considered himself a genius, and now he felt like he had been publicly slapped in the face. A mere escapee dared to act cool in front of me. Go die? Shave. Oh. Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up. The power of this shave was even more ferocious than the power of Shave and Gale Foot. Lucci kicked out, and even the sound of breaking air accompanied it. This power was not to be underestimated. Not only that, but the might of lightning swept through Lucci's kick, directly stunning him. With a bang, he fell to the ground, shaking his head in confusion. What is going on? A superhuman? Lucci's misfortune lay here. Originally, this mere escapee was nothing in his eyes, but he never expected Jiang Liufeng's strength to exceed his imagination. Looking at his three companions, after a while, how could they still hold on? They were all being toyed with by the three super strong individuals like monkeys. Watching the train that had already moved far away, Lucci felt a sense of retreat. Bruno. Lucci exerted all his strength to use shave to create distance from Jiang Lufeng and shouted. After a long time of cooperation, the few of them were very tacit. With this shout, Bruno immediately understood Lucci's intention. He quickly used Iron Block to barely block Vardo's bombardment and then used his ability to disappear. The remaining two also used their respective moves to buy some time to escape. When Bruno reappeared, he had already opened a time-space door behind the three of them. The group hurriedly entered and fled in embarrassment. Huh, is that a door-door fruit? I almost forgot about this move. Jiang Lufeng shrugged and said nonchalantly. After all, Bruno had little screen time, looked unremarkable, and his strength was subpar. Jiang Lufeng almost forgot he had this somewhat impressive fruit ability. However, it was fine. The next target was originally Judicial Island. Once they got there, he would wipe out this group, which wouldn't make much of a difference. You three useless fools. You let them get away? Jiang Lufeng rolled his eyes, not knowing that these three idiots hadn't even used their full strength. To this, the Red Count looked disdainful, while Crocodile completely ignored it. Only Vardo helplessly shrugged and spread his hands, saying, Boss, there's nothing we can do. These guys are just too weak. They have no abilities. And they don't even know hockey. If we really had a fight, a puddle of urine could drown them. Jiang Lufeng thought about it and decided not to hold it against them. They would just go to Judicial Island and deal with them later. Once there, they would become a bit stronger, and it would be slightly more interesting. Jiang Lufeng crossed his arms and said lightly, anyone who dared to attack him. Jiang Lufeng would not let go of a single one. If you don't eliminate the roots, they will grow back. Especially since he was originally going to Judicial Island to check in. The three were quite surprised by Jiang Liufeng's words, but he naturally didn't bother to explain anything. Let's first go find Ace and talk about shipbuilding. The others had no objections, as the shipbuilding techniques of Water 7 were unparalleled, and it was only natural to come here for shipbuilding. Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Lufeng had materials. They only thought he was going to extort a bit. What else could he do but extort? Although they were an incredibly powerful team, the problem was that they had no money. Chapter 14, The Might of One Punch. After the battle ended, Sanji, hiding in the corner, was sweating profusely, even dropping his cigarette on the ground because he couldn't close his mouth. What kind of monster just appeared? Isn't that Crocodile? The other ones are obviously even stronger. Calming down, he realized that thinking too much was useless. The urgent matter was to find his companions. He hurriedly took Usopp and left. Iceberg, right? How's it going? Jiang Lufeng smoothly arrived at Ace's office. His spoiler ability made him very clear about everyone's location. Upon seeing the messy office and the injured Iceberg, Jiang Lufeng naturally knew what had just happened. Who are you? Another wave had just left, and another wave had come. Iceberg was quite speechless. Don't get me wrong, I'm not one of the world government's agents. I'm here to talk to you about shipbuilding. Jiang Lufeng smiled and said. Iceberg's expression immediately darkened. This guy must be here to cause trouble, right? Can't you see the current situation and still want to talk about shipbuilding? Sorry, we probably won't be starting any work for a while. You should go to another place. As soon as he finished speaking, Iceberg's pupils constricted when he saw Crocodile and Vardo behind Jiang Lufeng. Confusion filled his heart. How did the 7 warlords end up with this violent maniac? Although he didn't recognize Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count from different eras, he certainly knew about the 7 warlords Crocodile and the once legendary Vardo, especially since he was the mayor of Water 7. Jiang Lufeng understood the current situation of Water 7, so he spoke up. We won't let you work for free. We can agree to one request of yours, and we will definitely fulfill it. Hearing this, Iceberg was taken aback. I don't have any requests. Please leave. You don't need to hide anything from me. I know everything about you, including your relationship with Frankie. Jiang Lufeng didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. Iceberg was shocked upon hearing this. Who the hell are you? What do you want? You don't need to know. You just need to understand that our deal is simple. I can grant you one request, and you will build a ship for me. It's that simple. Iceberg's expression fluctuated. He glanced at the silent Crocodile and Vardo, who seemed to regard this under 20-year-old youth as their leader. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he seemed prepared to take a gamble. He had actually guessed that Iceberg's request would be this, so he wasn't surprised. This made Iceberg view Jiang Lufeng with a bit more respect. Since he knew these things, he naturally understood what he was facing. It was indeed unexpected that he was able to agree so calmly. However, looking at this youth who was clearly under 20 and the strong individuals behind him who remained silent and indifferent, He wanted to mock them for being overconfident. But he couldn't bring himself to do so, because he felt that they truly had that strength. Finally, Iceberg took a deep breath and said to Zhang Lufeng and the others, "If that's the case, then follow me." He led Zhang Lufeng and his group to a factory that had been abandoned for over a decade. Soon, they arrived at their destination, which was a dilapidated factory covered in dust. Without saying a word, Iceberg walked over to a maritime train named Rocket Man that had been sitting there for over 10 years and started working with tools. When Zhang Lufeng agreed to Esbaku, the other three were speechless. What kind of captain had they followed? Running away wherever trouble arose? Running to where the navy was plentiful? What the hell was going on? Why not just extort or threaten directly? But they didn't know that Zhang Lufeng looked down on such things. These so-called troubles were nothing to him, just a matter of raising his hand. Moreover, he was already planning to clock in at Judicial Island. Not long after, Granny Mermaid, as Zhang Lufeng had predicted, brought the Straw Hat crew to this place. Upon seeing Zhang Lufeng and his group, Luffy's side showed expressions of shock, just in different ways. The moment they entered, Zoro felt an overwhelming aura coming from the Demon Blade. Sure enough, as soon as they walked in, they saw the thunderstorm in the hands of Red Earl, and his instinct told him that this person and this sword were an extremely terrifying opponent. Then there was Crocodile. Naturally, Old Sand was very familiar with this group. With Old Sand's appearance, Luffy's side immediately became unsettled. "Crocodile, weren't you captured? How did you end up here?" Luffy said with a serious expression. Upon seeing Luffy and the others, Old Sand's unnamed anger rose, gnashing his teeth in hatred. However, as someone who had been through it, he knew how to show respect to the captain. He couldn't move before the captain spoke, so he retracted his slightly trembling hands due to anger, not intending to engage with the group. However, Old Sand's restraint did not have the effect of calming things down. At this moment, the impulsive young Luffy had already attacked him. Rocket launcher. Without saying a word, he charged at Old Sand. Zhang Lufeng, who originally didn't plan to have any interaction with them, was slightly angered upon seeing this. How dare they act against him right in front of him? With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, boom, Luffy's figure had already vanished into the air, followed by a splash as he fell into the surging sea outside. The Straw Hat crew was dumbfounded. Despite their captain usually being unreliable, he was ferocious in a fight. He was just blown away like that. This was too exaggerated. The power of a single punch. It directly stunned the Straw Hat crew. The first to react was still Zoro, who hurriedly dove into the sea and took a long time to fish out the half-drowned Luffy. Once Luffy recovered, the Straw Hat crew took their positions, staring at Zhang Liufeng's group as if facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Old Sand couldn't hold back any longer. He was ready to unleash a sandstorm on them. But Zhang Lufeng stopped him with one hand. "Enough, the main business is important." To the current Straw Hat crew, Zhang Lufeng also didn't take them seriously. He didn't even feel the need to use something like the Thunder Energy's domineering aura. Just relying on the formidable physical strength of the third-generation Thunder Shadow was enough for them to drink a pot of tea. Chapter 15. Sword Cuts Through Giant Waves. Hearing this, Old Sand felt unwilling, and his anger lingered for a long time. But in the end, he still turned his head away reluctantly and coldly said, "Yes, Captain." What? The former warlord of the sea, the Desert Emperor, actually referred to this purple-haired youth as Captain. Wow. This information was truly overwhelming. The Straw Hat crew and Frankie's family dropped their jaws to the ground. How monstrous was this youth to be able to recruit such a fierce character as Old Sand? However, recalling that previous punch, everyone gradually relaxed. Indeed, being able to defeat Luffy with a single punch could only mean that he was a monstrous-level figure. After a moment of shock, the Straw Hat crew didn't dare to easily provoke them, as the disparity in strength was too vast. Everyone was a rational person, and this chasm-like difference was still very evident. However, compared to Zhang Liufeng's group, the Straw Hat crew appeared much more restrained. After all, the shock Zhang Lufeng brought them was too great. Although it was just one punch, they could tell from Luffy's expression, which looked more uncomfortable than if he had eaten a fly, that the opponent could inflict pain on Luffy, who was made of rubber, with just a single physical strike. This had never happened before. It was simply terrifying. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the train heading to Judicial Island officially set off at that moment. Under Granny Mermaid's impressive driving skills, the Rocketman train quickly found its tracks amidst the surging waves and connected. The train sped along the route to Judicial Island. Then, as is often the case with good things, they faced many dangers from the gods of the sea. Shortly after the train set off, it encountered a super gigantic wave, which blocked out the sun and crashed toward the Rocketman train, causing panic among everyone on board. Damn, this wave is too exaggerated. It's got to be 100 meters high. What do we do? Are we going to end before we even start? It's over. Captain, we can't save you. Sorry, Captain. Seeing such a massive wave rushing at them like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, Frankie's family had already lost hope. As if they were about to be swallowed by this irresistible giant wave in the next second, Jiang Lufeng, who was meditating, heard the noise beside him and couldn't help but frown slightly, opening his eyes. A glance revealed that the gigantic wave was already close at hand. He waved his hand and said to the Earl, "Go handle it." Hearing this, the Red Earl nodded slightly, not saying a word, and directly took his sword to the front of the train. He said to Granny Mermaid, who was driving, "Continue moving forward, no need to panic." Those 8 concise words might sound like a joke to others, but Granny Mermaid was well versed in the world. She understood the true terror of real powerhouses in this world. Looking at this elderly man who, despite his age, exuded an overwhelming and dominating aura, she felt as if an unparalleled strongman was standing before her. Immediately, she gritted her teeth and agreed, just as Luffy and Zoro, who were preparing to fight against the wave with all their might, felt a dominating aura coming from the Red Earl. They couldn't help but take a couple of steps back to make way for him. The Red Earl stood alone at the front of the train. In the face of this towering wave, his figure should have appeared extremely small, yet for some reason, it gradually grew majestic. Everyone blinked, and when they looked again, they felt that the elderly figure seemed inexplicably gigantic. His aura seemed even more terrifying than the towering wave. The giant wave approached, yet the Red Earl simply stood there holding his sword, showing no intention of making a move. Everyone's hearts tightened, watching this back, astonished and uncertain. Was he truly impressive, or just putting on a show? Can you do it, old man? If not, hurry up and switch places with someone else. Of course, this was only in their hearts. No one was foolish enough to say it out loud. Just then, the giant wave had arrived. Just as it was about to collide with the train, the Red Earl made his move. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, the thunderstorm was drawn. Even the cold light of the blade was not clear to the crowd. Among the crowd, the most shocked was undoubtedly Zoro. Thanks to his talent and swordsmanship, he was able to catch a glimpse of the Red Earl's move. He saw the Red Earl strike, and in a split second, he sensed 8 sword shadows flashing through the blur. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could confirm that 8 strikes had indeed been made. The speed was astonishing, and the swordsmanship was the best he had ever seen in his life. It seemed to be even more terrifying than the swordsmanship of the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. This was simply too exaggerated. What kind of monsters were these? Zoro's pupils constricted as he glanced at the few people again. Could it be that Crocodile was the weakest among them? This old man had such terrifying swordsmanship and was still not the captain. Then what kind of terrifying strength did the purple-haired youth over there, who looked so calm, possess? Before he could think much further, another shocking scene occurred. The towering waves suddenly seemed to be sliced apart, splitting into 8 parts. Then, a horizontal cut divided it into 16. The giant waves were thus cut into chunks that resembled cubes, floating in the air. The cuts were neat and uniform, making it hard to believe this was seawater. It was supposed to flow. Was it because the slash was too fast that even the seawater couldn't react in time? No one knew. Until those 16 uniformly sized cubes of seawater drifted past their train and fell heavily onto the surface of the sea, creating a spectacular wave. Everyone was still in shock. They seemed to be petrified in place, as if they had lost their thoughts and consciousness, their minds blank. Baroque Clydefield, a man who, during the Pirate King era, stood alongside the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates with just his own strength, known as the Red Count. His true strength was unmatched. As everyone was deeply engulfed in an indescribable shock, at the same time, in the Navy headquarters, the door to the meeting room where Magellan was reporting suddenly burst open. "Marshal, you have a call." A rear admiral rushed in holding a transponder snail. Sengoku frowned. Seeing the rear admiral's anxious expression, it must be something important. He had no choice but to pause the report and answer the phone. Chapter 16, Crushing with Ease. "I'm Sengoku, who is this?" "I'm from Route 9. Route 9. Sengoku looked confused. Wasn't that a special department under the world government? Why were they looking for him? "Marshal Sengoku, while we were on a mission, we encountered prisoners escaping from Impel Down. We engaged in battle. The opponent's strength is formidable. Please send the Navy for support. This mission involves the ancient weapon Pluton." "What?" Sengoku shouted in disbelief. He never expected that this group had escaped from Impel Down not to hide, but to cause chaos everywhere. "This meeting is temporarily adjourned. The target has reappeared. Kizaru, Akiji, you will lead the Navy to split into 2 teams and quickly head to Water 7 and Enies Lobby for support." "Yes." Morning. The comm belt. Outside Enies Lobby. At this moment, dozens of Sea Kings of varying sizes were floating chaotically outside Enies Lobby. On the front of the speeding Rocketman train, Zhang Liufeng's dark, iron-like hockey and crackling lightning power gradually dissipated, shocking the Straw Hat crew and Frankie S. family. The masked Sniper King trembled as he embraced several leaders of Frankie S. family. Where did this monster come from? Recalling just moments ago, Zhang Lufeng had single-handedly taken down dozens of Sea Kings in the blink of an eye. They shivered, their hair standing on end. Too strong. Unlike Luffy, who had stars in his eyes and praised Zhang Liufeng's flashy moves, Zoro, Sanji, and the others were clearly much more rational. The power of this unknown person made them extremely serious. Green Algae Head, this guy is unreasonably strong. Zoro nodded and said, fortunately, for now, he is an ally. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and sighed. Let us hope we don't become enemies in the future. As for Zhang Lufeng, he had no time to care about everyone's shock. He was completely focused on reaching the sign-in point. The train slowly approached the gate of Enies lobby. Zhang Lufeng waved his hand, signaling his team to go ahead. He jumped off the train and excitedly ran across the waves. This startled everyone again. Hey, isn't he a devil fruit user? Why isn't he afraid of the sea? He can even run on the water? This is a joke, right? I must be dreaming. This completely goes against my understanding. I feel like my worldview is collapsing. Luffy, unable to contain his impatience, also took off using his powers the moment Zhang Lufeng left, soaring high over the gate of Enies lobby. Watching the sudden arrival of the train and Zhang Lufeng's group reaching the gate, the guarding Navy and world government personnel wore serious expressions. What are you doing? Just passing by to pick someone up? Zhang Lufeng waved his hand casually. Get lost. Do you know where this is? Hurry. Close the gate. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Seeing the group preparing to charge in, the guards quickly acted, raising their guns and opening fire without hesitation. Zhang Liufeng's gaze turned cold. In front of the bewildered Navy, he unleashed his full lightning ability. He blocked all the incoming bullets, and the other three also paid no heed to the bullets, each of them deflecting them easily. Since you started it, don't blame me. Zhang Liufeng's figure flickered as he took the initiative to strike, with the three behind him following suit. The so-called guards couldn't even see his figure. Wherever he passed, there were only fallen Navy members and the sounds of their painful cries. It was said that one step could kill a person, and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles was nothing but this. Zhang Lufeng reached the first large gate as if crushing with ease, and there was no one left standing behind him. Usopp's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? This is too exaggerated. How can this be something a person can do? It's like a god. So terrifying, it feels like we're all redundant. Are we just here to deliver the god? The members of Frankie's family, who were embracing him, also looked extremely anxious. If Zhang Lufeng had heard these words, he would undoubtedly say, that's exactly right. Just as everyone was expressing their amazement, he used his strongest spear technique to smash the seemingly impregnable gate to pieces. The guards behind the gate immediately attacked them. Zhang Lufeng charged in like a prehistoric giant beast, killing anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who they were. If anyone dared to come close, they would be sent home directly. It looked quite satisfying from the perspective of his allies, but to the Navy and world government members, it was simply terrifying. Who could withstand this? This was too horrifying. In just a quarter of an hour, the area from Enies lobby to the front island had turned into a hell on earth, with Navy members and world government personnel lying everywhere. Even the three giant guards were killed in a single move. Although they were still breathing, they were barely hanging on and wouldn't last long. This terrified the people on Enies lobby, who considered themselves high and mighty, embodiments of justice. They had never witnessed such a scene. Before long, no one dared to approach Zhang Lufeng and his group anymore. As soon as they saw them, they immediately sought a corner to hide, trembling in fear, not daring to even look at them. This scene also stunned the Straw Hat crew and Frankie's family, who had just struggled to board the island. They were dumbfounded upon entering. Wow, this god is really too terrifying, right? Just before entering, I saw that all the guards outside were down, and it was still acceptable since there were less than 100 of them. But now, nearly 500 people are lying inside Enies lobby. And those who can still stand are either hiding in corners trembling, calling for their mothers, or laughing and crying, completely out of their minds. This scene is truly shocking and terrifying. Without experiencing it in person, one cannot comprehend the horrifying atmosphere. However, the instigators, Zhang Lufeng and his three companions, are now leisurely walking towards the check-in point indicated by the system, which happens to be the building where number 9 is located. Just when things seemed to settle down, some troublemakers showed up again. Chapter 17. Check-in successful. As Zhang Lufeng walked, he suddenly sensed dark figures flashing at the street corners, moving at a considerable speed. Using his observation hockey, he thought, four-legged? Is it the Law Dog Squad? Just as he suspected. The dark figures surrounding them were indeed the Law Dog Squad sent by the chief judge. I'm sorry, but this is as far as you go, said the leader, looking down his nose at them. You four invaders. Stop right there, he shouted angrily. Jiang Lufeng frowned slightly and asked, Is there something wrong? What do you mean is there something wrong? You are invaders, okay? We're here to capture you. The Law Dog cavalry was speechless. This kid was too arrogant. Brothers, charge. Show this ignorant brat what we are here for. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of cavalrymen moved into action, launching a barrage of flying knives, chains, blood droplets, and sea stone nets at the four. I'll deal with the ones using sea stone. You handle the rest. Jiang Lufeng simply assigned tasks. And the others immediately took action. I must say, the speed of the Law Dog Squad is quite impressive. For ordinary pirates, they would indeed be a bit tricky. However, Jiang Liufeng's group was all known for their speed, and even the slowest crocodile couldn't be compared to these law dogs. Before long, the sounds of wailing and howling filled the air. What others considered an elite Law Dog Squad was really just a joke in front of the four. They couldn't stop the group's advance at all. Seeing the once invincible Law Dog Squad being taken down by these individuals, the trembling cornered stragglers felt even more terrified. Thank goodness I was smart enough not to charge in, or I would have been in trouble. Yeah, it's really terrifying. This ISNT, even the New World. How could there be such terrifying characters? Forget it, let us just play dead. Otherwise, we'll end up like those lying on the ground. Right. With a clear path ahead, the group quickly arrived at the courthouse. Jiang Lufeng slightly raised his head, looking at the ceiling, and said lightly, Is the check-in point up there? He prepared to head for the roof. Invaders, you really don't take me seriously. The chief judge, seeing them nonchalantly heading for the stairs, angrily drew his large sword and jumped over. If you want to pass, you'll have to get through me first. Sensing the check-in point was so close, Jiang Lufeng had no mood to deal with these insignificant characters. Old Shah, it's up to you. We'll go up first. Old Shah nodded slightly. Although he was unhappy with Jiang Liufeng's commanding tone, he still moved forward. Desert Treasure Blade. Let us go, Jiang Lufeng said, leading the two others upstairs. While he was feeling gloomy, the members of number 9 in the main building also spotted them. Luffy said gravely, That bastard actually chased us here. Commander Spandam of number 9, still unaware of the situation, leisurely said, Who is it? The ones here to rescue Robin and Frankie. Oh, there are actually people brave enough to come here to save them? What are you all waiting for? Go take care of them. Kaku rolled his eyes. You make it sound easy. Why don't you go? Don't worry, we'll handle it. Luffy's eyes hardened as he gritted his teeth. Kaku Califa, how's your fruit ability coming along? We already know how to use it. That's good. In the previous skirmish, we were worried about delaying the mission, which allowed them to act arrogantly once. This time, let us show them what real power is. Yes, Commander, you should take the prisoners to the Justice Gate now. Leave the rest to us. Seeing his motivated subordinates, Spandam lazily stood up and said, As expected of my subordinates, so reliable. No rush. Let me watch the show a little longer. As he spoke, he approached Robin and Frankie, kicking them a few times and mocking them. He then brought them to the window, eager to see who was foolish enough to come looking for trouble. With his observation hockey, Jiang Lufeng naturally spotted number 9. But he wasn't in a hurry to deal with them because he realized the check-in point was right above the roof across from him. Following his usual tactic, he kicked through a section of the wall, sending it flying towards the opposite roof. Then the three jumped onto the large broken wall, flying across. A loud bang startled everyone. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had already reached close by, and through the large hole that was kicked open in the courthouse roof, they saw number 9. There they are. Partners, let us go, Luffy shouted. The crew hurriedly rushed to the roof, where Jiang Lufeng had been. As soon as they arrived, they saw the pitifully mistreated Robin. The group was filled with rage. Robin, I want to hear you say it. You want to live? Seeing her friends come to rescue her, Robin cried with tears streaming down her face. The last line of defense in her heart had been breached. Never before had she wanted to live so much. If I had the chance to choose, I want to live. Luffy, take me to the sea with you. Ha. How touching. Do you know what you'll face if you want to save her? Spandam said mockingly. I know now. Sniper King, shoot that flag. Luffy declared firmly. Got it. Usopp was about to show off his proud new slingshot when suddenly, a figure appeared beside the world government's flagpole, completely ruining the emotional atmosphere. The purple-haired youth walked casually to the flagpole and punched it, sending the flagpole with the world government's flag flying away. And the flag was torn to shreds by the lightning energy from the youth's hand. Who else could it be but Jiang Lufeng? It turned out that the check-in point on Judicial Island was right at the position of that flagpole. What an eyesore, he said while acting, making a speechless sound. Finally checked in successfully. Chapter 18. All-Knowing Recorder Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Judicial Island. Reward: 1 All-Knowing Recorder. The next check-in point is Sabaody Archipelago. Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up as he examined the new item in his backpack. This is great. Zhang Lufeng was beaming with joy. This seemingly ordinary recorder was actually incredibly powerful. You have to know, what do excellent pirate crews rely on when sailing in the world of One Piece? The firepower is secondary. The most important thing is having an experienced navigator. Now with this thing, not only can they clearly understand the whole world of One Piece, but they can go wherever they want without the need for a memory pointer. They also don't have to worry about various complicated weather conditions and terrains causing them trouble. Even a bunch of fools on board could sail the seas with their eyes closed. Plus, with its advanced features and precise positioning, doesn't his world tree have a tree spirit? This cheat is too obvious, right? Isn't this just like someone sending a pillow when you're sleepy? Doesn't the Red Countess animal type phantom beast vampire fruit have this? You're the male god, okay? You're cool and aloof, alright? Can't you show a little restraint? Zhang Lufeng stood in place, enjoying himself, completely unaware of the horrified gazes from the others. Spandam was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Who is this idiot? Doesn't he know the consequences of his actions? Compared to Spandam's confusion, Lucci and the others who had witnessed Zhang Liufeng's strength appeared much more composed. He is our enemy. I will make him pay for what he has done. Usopp on the opposite side, holding his slingshot, looked completely bewildered. Damn it, the spotlight was stolen by this great being. Humph, forget it, with 8,000 subordinates. I want to stoop to the level of a freak like you. As he spoke, he squinted at Zhang Lufeng, afraid that the other party would hear and cause trouble for him. However, he didn't realize that in Zhang Lufeng's eyes, he didn't even have the value to be considered trouble. What the hell? Is the task done? You're not intentionally challenging the world authority, are you? The two, confused, rolled their eyes. Their captain truly was not someone to be at ease with. It was tough for his subordinates. Helpless, the two could only shake their heads and follow Zhang Lufeng out. Soon, they arrived in the room where number 9 was located. The few stood facing each other, all silent. Zhang Lufeng indeed had nothing to say to them. Making grandiose statements was not his style, and unless trouble came looking for him, he didn't plan to pay them much mind. However, these people had troubled him before, and as the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge a day later. So today, Zhang Lufeng was definitely going to deal with them. On the other side, having witnessed the strength of the few, number 9 felt like facing a formidable enemy and naturally had nothing to say. However, unlike them, Zhang Lufeng's focus was more on the two Frankie behind them, seemingly not putting these so-called members of number 9 in his eyes at all. Spandam, who was holding on to the two, now felt a chill down his back. He wasn't stupid. Seeing his subordinates so on guard, he knew this group was not simple and immediately prepared to slip away. Lucci, the mission is urgent. Hurry and escort me out of here. Spandam swallowed hard and said. Lucci frowned slightly. Damn it, I just let you go, but now you want to be escorted. What a useless guy. Owl, Bruno, you two are responsible for stopping the outsiders. Wiper, Kaku, Gabra, Khalifa, let us work together to escort the officer and the prisoners out. Yes. As soon as the order was given, number 9 immediately took action. Bruno opened a void door and, without a word, went out to intercept the Straw Hat crew with Owl. The remaining few set up a defensive formation, protecting Spandam and the two soldiers carrying Frankie among them, slowly moving towards the passage leading to the Justice Gate. Attack! With Zhang Lufeng's command, the three also made their move simultaneously. Number 9, on high alert, reacted the moment Zhang Lufeng and the others struck. Wiper and Kaku faced off against Red Count. Khalifa held off Walt, and Gabra confronted Zhang Lufeng. Lucci was helplessly assigned to escort Officer Spandam out first. The opponent initiated with full power, and Gabra and Kaku immediately unleashed their giraffe and werewolf forms. Just as the rotation reached its peak, he shouted, Storm Foot, round slash, with a whoosh. A sharp slash spread out from his body. That slash was as fast as a gale, its momentum like rolling thunder. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to everyone. Even the other members of number 9 were startled, quickly dodging away. They had no confidence in being able to block such a domineering slash. Kaku, you bastard. Do you want to kill us too? The werewolf Gabra protested angrily. There's nothing I can do. My strength is just that strong. If you don't want to die, find a place to fight. Don't disturb me. Kaku, who looked only in his early 20s. Calling himself old man was quite amusing. You, humph. Gabra was quite displeased, but with a formidable enemy at hand, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Compared to the panic of number 9, Zhang Lufeng and his two companions were much more composed. Jiang Lufeng didn't even move. He simply summoned a lightning shield in front of him, and that round slash only slightly touched the barrier before dissipating without a trace. Meanwhile, Red Count, with a flick of his sword, also unleashed a sword aura, directly cutting a gap that passed by him without causing him any harm. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle. How fast was Wald, who possessed the Momo Momo fruit? That slash seemed impressive, but compared to Wald, it was like a small witch meeting a great witch. He simply dodged away in a flash. Seeing this, the faces of the people on the opposite side looked quite grim. Even though the round slash didn't hit anyone, it struck the main building's wall with a resounding clang. That sturdy building was directly cut in half. The entire structure tilted and slid down, proving the extraordinary nature of that strike. Unfortunately, the opponents they encountered were too strong. Having failed to land a hit, the crowd didn't stop moving. The werewolf Gabra stood up and charged directly at Jiang Lufeng. Shave. Iron Block Fist. Heavy Wolf Fist. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a brutal move towards Jiang Lufeng, his face displaying a fierce and savage expression. The ugly face of a vicious wolf was fully revealed. His attack was not to be underestimated. Propelled by the speed of Shave, his figure nearly disappearing, and with all his strength poured into the blow. The combination of speed and the ferocity of a beast made this strike even more powerful. In response, Jiang Lufeng merely smiled disdainfully. It looked impressive, but unfortunately, an ant is still an ant. With a thought, his armed color hockey surged, instantly turning his left hand pitch black like iron. He didn't use any skills, just casually threw a punch that collided hard with the heavy wolf fist. Bang! Crackle! The two fists met, unleashing an astonishing wave that made the entire building tremble slightly. The air erupted with a tremendous roar, and the shockwave from the punch made everyone's clothes flap. The next moment, a sound of bones cracking echoed. A scream reverberated through the heavens and earth. A massive body was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall next to the entrance. It was none other than Gabra. I'll go save him first. You two hurry up and move, don't dawdle. Jiang Lufeng said calmly, as if nothing had just happened. Why is this happening? What kind of monster is this kid? He actually sent the werewolf Gabra flying with a single punch using an ordinary human body. It's worth noting that Zoan-type devil fruits significantly enhanced the physical strength of the user. The members of Number 9 were completely green with fear at this scene. Their minds filled with endless questions, each looking at Jiang Lufeng as if they had seen a ghost. You stand still. How could it be so easy for him to break through? They are Number 9. They have their pride. They have their dignity. How could they be so easily intimidated by a criminal? They immediately raised their legs to chase after him. Suddenly, a dangerous aura surged, and they instinctively used Shave to dodge several meters away. The place where they had been standing was cut open by someone. Looking up, it was Red Count holding Thunderstorm appearing before them. Your opponent is me, the Red Count said indifferently, staring at Kaku as if looking at a corpse. Just making eye contact with the Red Count made Kaku shiver all over. The eerie and domineering gaze gave him the feeling of being targeted by a demon. Weiqi, help me. He had to quickly call for the jungler. No, wait, call for his teammates. Life return. Lion's finger spear. In fact, he didn't even need to speak. Weiqi had already taken action. His lion-like hair suddenly seemed to come to life, twisting together like fingers reaching out. The deadly move followed suit, as dozens of tangled strands of hair shot towards the Red Count like agile arms. The impenetrable lion's finger spear appeared full of flaws in his eyes. After a round of attacks, he couldn't even touch the hem of the Red Count's clothes. This left Weiqi both shocked and angry, but he did not give up. Lion's birch. He quickly spun the iron rod in his hand, and flames erupted from the tip, transforming into a huge fireball that was hurled directly at the Red Count. The Red Count turned around and swung his sword, cleaving the fireball in half. However, Weiqi's figure had vanished from the air. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Red Count, thrusting the rod towards his soft spot. Finger spear. It turned out that the previous attack was just a feint. This was the real killing move. This strike showcased how rich Weiqi's combat experience truly was. The organization he belonged to was akin to an assassin group, specializing in high-difficulty tasks that the Navy struggled to complete, or clandestine dealings. To become a member was not something just anyone could achieve. They were undoubtedly top-tier fighters. If it were someone with slightly less skill, they would have fallen for this attack in an instant. Unfortunately, they were up against the Red Count, who was as if he had a cheat for observation hockey. In his eyes, everything these little clowns did was merely child's play. He swiftly drew his knife horizontally, directly knocking the iron rod from Weiqi's hand. In that instant when the knife and rod collided, Weiqi felt an overwhelming, domineering force sweep over him, shaking him to his core. His hand hurt, his face contorted, and the iron rod slipped from his grasp. However, the renowned Red Count had long known it wouldn't be so easy, and this whole setup was merely to close in on him. Life return. Hair binding. The agile, snake-like hair shot out instantly, wrapping around the Red Count and binding his limbs. Finally, he succeeded. Now was Kaku's chance. Not far away, Kaku was already poised to strike. Giraffe cannon. His signature long neck had retracted somehow, and with a loud roar, he unleashed an astonishing force, shooting directly towards the Red Count's head. The Red Count's expression changed slightly. A fleeting look of approval flashed across his face. He secretly sighed, not expecting that after all these years. The younger generation was becoming increasingly interesting. Facing the opponent's rich battle experience and near-perfect coordination, the Red Count revealed a hint of battle intent. However, no matter how rich their experience was, how could it compare to the Red Count, who had dominated the seas for decades? In the blink of an eye, the Red Count turned his wrist, easily slicing through the hair that bound him. With a horizontal sweep of his blade, he effortlessly blocked this unexpected attack. Weiqi naturally knew his skills couldn't bind the Red Count for long. He was just seizing this fleeting opportunity. Chapter 20, Fierce Battle 2. This truly scared both of them. Initially, they knew the Red Count was stronger than them, but they didn't have a clear understanding of just how much stronger. But now they were genuinely afraid. They finally saw the vast gap. It was as if all their attacks had been seen through by the opponent. They had no effect whatsoever. A great sense of powerlessness rose in their hearts, as if they were kindergarten children foolishly trying to fight with adults. Once this fear took hold, defeat was not far behind. As expected, the next attacks from the two became pale and powerless. The Red Count also sensed their combat attitude had become somewhat negative, and the spark of battle intent he had just ignited faded away. The brilliance in his eyes disappeared, returning to a cold indifference. Since that was the case, it was time to understand. He rotated his wrist, holding the thunderstorm and performing a beautiful sword flourish. In the air, flashes of sword light flickered, seemingly substantial, exuding a chilling aura that suggested anyone touched by it would meet their doom. His originally narrowed eyes suddenly widened. His aura surged, a fierce murderous intent enveloping the two, causing them to tremble. Large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, and what surged in their hearts was no longer a sense of crisis or fear, but the taste of death. Being engulfed by this aura was truly unbearable. The two instinctively took a few steps back. They did not want to die. Weiqi, it's either death or a fight with me. Even if I don't die, I'll make this old man pay a price. Why not? What grand scenes have I not seen? Today, I shall fight him to the death. The Red Count's black vortex gradually covered the blade of the thunderstorm. Armament hockey. The two opposite him focused their gazes, knowing that if they didn't strike now, they might never have the chance again. Soru. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out. Weiqi and Kaku split into two paths, one left and one right, charging towards the Red Count. Kaku struck first with his gale foot. Chaos. His feet moved like lightning, delivering dozens of slashing kicks, overwhelming the Red Count. The Red Count easily blocked and dodged, resolving this powerful move in an instant. However, at that moment, the Red Count unleashed his final strike. In the only moment where his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, which Weiqi seized. Life return. Hair binding. Instantly, the writhing hair crazily wrapped around the Red Count. This time was different from before, as the timing was perfectly accurate. The hair directly bound the Red Count's entire body, leaving him momentarily unable to move. Looking at Kaku, he had already transformed into giraffe form, launching an unreserved strike. Bamboo Grove. He gathered all his strength, raising his long and powerful neck to smash down on the Red Count. The power of this attack was incomparable to before. First, last time Weiqi hadn't fully bound the Red Count. Second, last time Kaku had held back to avoid hurting Weiqi, only targeting the head. This was a desperate gamble. Seeing Kaku's unwavering strike, Weiqi naturally felt no emotional turmoil. He knew that without this, there would be no chance to defeat the Red Count. Iron Block. Steel. Without further ado, he immediately used Iron Block to withstand the attacks landing on him. However, the power of the Zoan-type fruit was no joke. Even with the strength of iron, he still couldn't withstand it. Before long, Weiqi was directly knocked senseless, barely clinging to life. At the same time, Kaku's attack had come to an end. He had used nearly all of his strength, and his legs could no longer support his body. The room was filled with dust, as if swept by a sandstorm, and visibility was zero. Kaku sat up and looked closely. Not far away, there was a large pit covered in spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. Looking into the pit through the cracks, amidst the dissipating dust, two figures faintly appeared. One was standing, and the other was lying down. Had they been defeated? Kaku furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that things were developing a bit too smoothly. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure moved amidst the dust. An object in that person's hand flashed with a cold gleam, standing out especially in the still somewhat blurry room. The figure was slender, clearly wielding a katana. Who else could it be but the Red Count? Kaku's pupils contracted. Impossible. How could this be? As the Red Count approached, he finally saw clearly. At that moment, the Red Count appeared calm, his entire body shrouded in darkness like iron, holding the thunderstorm blade like the Grim Reaper, coming to claim his life. How could this be? Why was he unscathed? This was impossible. Kaku looked at Wei Qi, who lay unconscious on the ground, and he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. He couldn't imagine how someone could be so powerful. He could clearly feel that the previous attack had indeed struck the Red Count, but now, he saw the Red Count approaching him completely unharmed. The feeling of despair was self-evident. However, the fear of death made him instinctively resist one last time. Iron block. No blind spots. He saw his square figure continuously closing in, eventually forming a cube-like shape. It looked quite comical. However, it was ultimately in vain. How could the Red Count's powerful slash be blocked by a mere iron block? Even aluminum alloy wouldn't hold up. The Red Count closed in on Kaku, without any flashy moves, simply delivering a plain but deadly slash. This seemingly ordinary slash appeared terrifying in Kaku's eyes. It felt as if the space around him had been locked down. Time seemed to stop flowing, and he could no longer see a hint of light. Only endless darkness remained. Was this the end? Kaku's expression lost all fear, panic, and despair. As he watched the approaching slash, what filled him more was a sense of relief, even prompting a faint, indifferent smile. The Red Count's figure flashed past. On the blade of thunderstorm, droplets of clear water began to flow out like rain, washing away the pungent smell of blood, and in an instant, it was as smooth as ever. Even in his twilight years, his back remained tall, and his strength was still formidable. Thus, the battle on Judicial Island concluded, with the two great warriors, Kaku and Wei Qi, defeated. Chapter 21, Fierce Battle 3. Compared to the Red Count, the battle between Vardo and Califa was much more interesting. Originally, both parties were fighting in the same room, but Vardo's attacking style was evidently much more violent. He directly blew up the floor. Thus, the two fought their way down to the room below. Looking at Califa in the bathtub in front of him, Vardo felt quite helpless. They had fallen into the bathroom of the lower room, and suddenly, Califa asked him to wait, saying she wanted to take a bath. This left Vardo completely dumbfounded. What was going on? As Vardo wore a confused expression, Califa, seemingly unconcerned, began to undress and entered the bathtub, comfortably soaking in the water. Vardo's mouth twitched, being a battle maniac and a rough guy. Seeing this sensual scene left him feeling somewhat awkward and at a loss. However, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The foam in the bathtub grew thicker and denser, even slowly approaching him. Just as Vardo was puzzled, the foam suddenly came to life and charged at him. Relaxing bubbles. Califa exclaimed. The move was already upon him. Vardo looked at the bubbles that were already within reach and finally reacted. 20 times acceleration. With a whoosh, he distanced himself from the bubbles by several steps. Califa frowned. She found Vardo's reaction and speed quite troublesome. Her plan to lure him in and then ambush him had been flawlessly devised. Yet he had managed to dodge it. This was simply hard to accept. Was the gap in strength this vast? She couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, her mission was just to hold Vardo back. With her abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to stall him and protect herself, right? Although she thought this way, she still lacked confidence. Vardo, realizing what had happened, was instantly furious. Bitch, trying to ambush me? You're asking for death. He charged at her as he spoke. Soap Sheep. Seeing Vardo attack, Califa was taken aback and quickly summoned her ability to block. Just as she finished her move, Vardo's punch came crashing down. Thud. With a dull sound, Vardo's punch hit the Soap Sheep, but it felt like hitting cotton. Most of the force was dissipated. Ultimately, his entire arm sank into it. But it failed to inflict any damage on Califa. Vardo frowned. This ability was quite interesting. Before Califa could counterattack, Vardo had already withdrawn, darting a few steps back to create distance. The two stared at each other, seemingly unable to do anything to each other for the time being. This made Califa's confidence soar. She mocked Vardo, saying, "It seems that a 500 million bounty pirate isn't all that impressive." Vardo's face darkened at her words, looking as if he was unwilling but helpless. Just as Califa was feeling triumphant and preparing to say something more, Vardo suddenly changed his expression and began to laugh heartily. Califa was confused, thinking this person must have gone mad. After laughing, Vardo turned towards the wall behind him and, without saying a word, began to punch it repeatedly. Khalifa was stunned. What was going on? Was he venting his frustration? Watching Vardo, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Woman, your biggest mistake was thinking you were clever. Vardo sat down, casually tossing the rubble in his hands. Trying to scare me with tricks won't work. Vardo ignored her and continued. From the sounds of it, the Red Count side is almost done, so this side should be wrapping up too. What? Khalifa couldn't hear clearly and instinctively asked. Nothing, it's over. What are you saying? Before Khalifa could finish her sentence, a sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Whoosh. Khalifa heard a sharp sound, but couldn't see what it was. By the time she sensed the danger and slightly tilted her head to dodge this elusive strike, she was still grazed on the face. She touched the wound on her face in disbelief, and upon looking at the crimson mark, she had no choice but to believe that something had indeed happened just now. But the speed was so fast that she could barely see it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before she could react, a series of sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly erupted. Thud, 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 thud. In the blink of an eye, the large soap sheep was shot to pieces, and Khalifa herself let out a muffled groan as she was knocked flying. She never expected that Vardo would have such a long-range attack with thrown stones. Moreover, the originally gray stones, wrapped in hockey, turned pitch black like iron, directly penetrating her ability and striking her body. This attack caught her completely off guard, although she would have been hit regardless due to her mastery of the 6 styles. She could have at least run away. Now, she felt like a living target, taking the full brunt of Vardo's explosive assault. She was knocked to the ground, barely breathing. Thanks for the hospitality. Bang. As the door closed, Khalifa felt a mixture of emotions, shame, anger, and frustration, finally closing her eyes unwillingly. Thus, the battle on Judicial Island concluded, with the only female warrior, Khalifa, defeated. Now, let us talk about Jiang Lufeng, who kicked Gabber out the door. After he kicked Gabber out the door, he casually walked outside with his hands in his pockets. Being someone who naturally comes with a spoiler attribute, he was well aware of the path Spandam was about to take. He wasn't worried at all about him escaping from his grasp. Thus, he smoothly made his way out, knowing that the path to the gates of justice was a submarine tunnel, but as someone with strong, he disdained to take the usual route. He exited the building, ready to ride the waves and head straight to the exit at Justice Bridge to wait for Spandam to walk right into his trap. He thought the expression on Lucci and Spandam's faces when they saw him suddenly appear in front of them would be quite spectacular. However, coincidentally, just as he walked out of the building, he encountered Gabra, who he had just kicked away. It turned out that Gabra had been kicked all the way through the building and had fallen onto the cliff outside. Gabra was just struggling to get up when he suddenly saw Jiang Lufeng appear in front of him again, his expression more miserable than if he had eaten shit. He thought Jiang Lufeng was coming after him, and although terrified, he had no choice but to strike first because he knew very well that he was 99 not his opponent. If there was that one chance, he could only go all out right from the start, disregarding any techniques, and just throw a blind punch at Jiang Lufeng to take him down. Perhaps this was his only opportunity, because he knew that once Jiang Lufeng made a move, he would have no chance at all. As Jiang Lufeng just stepped out of the building, he saw Gabra coming at him with all his might, like a giant wolf ready to pounce, seemingly desperate. Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle lightly as he lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Wasn't he delicious? Sigh. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle 4. As he got closer and saw that Jiang Lufeng wasn't moving, Gabra felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed he had made the right bet. This guy probably hadn't reacted yet. Filled with renewed energy, he quickened his pace, aiming to take him down in a flash. What the hell is stealing the bell? Never mind, just take him down. Just as he was secretly pleased, a flash caught his eye, and Jiang Liufeng's figure vanished. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying aura envelop him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his heart racing, and his blood boiling. It was as if his brain was deliberately making him feel that he was still alive at this moment. The strongest spear, a finger piercing through. Iron block. Poof. Just as he reacted, a chilling sensation surged from his back. Facing Gabra's incredulous gaze, Jiang Lufeng raised a calm smile. Thunder comes, he said softly. Gabra's pupils constricted, feeling as if his heart was being gnawed by a million ants, his whole body uncontrollably twitching. His bodily functions were gradually shutting down, and his flesh was being fried to the point that he could smell the scent of his own cooking. He was terrified, completely bewildered. This seemingly harmless young man was like a devil. His strength was as high as the legendary myths people spoke of. Such a freak of nature shouldn't he exist in reality. He used the last bit of strength in his body to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm actually Robin's brother. I want to save her too. That year, I was with her by the sea. Poof! Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng's finger exerted force again, directly shattering his heart. At this moment, Gabra was beyond dead. Head to hell and speak slowly to King Yin, Jiang Lufeng said, curling his lips in disdain as he withdrew his finger, speaking indifferently. I believe you. You have a bad mustache. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island, 9 warriors, Gabra, defeated. After finishing Gabra, Jiang Lufeng didn't hesitate and followed the original plan, riding the waves onward. Robin, where are you? We have come to rescue you. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had already teamed up to deal with the blocking owl. They rushed into the building, looking for Robin's figure. They searched inside and out of the building, but naturally couldn't find Robin, who had already been taken away. However, they were left dumbfounded by the battlefield, which was shattered after the fierce battle, and the 9 members lying lifeless on the ground. What the hell? What is going on? It had only been a quarter of an hour, and all of the powerful 9 were taken down? This was too exaggerated. They knew how tough the 9 were. Even if they couldn't win, they were skilled in the 6 styles, and techniques like shave and moonwalk were extremely fast skills. Escaping would be easy. Just moments ago, they had chased the owl and Bruno with all their might to take them down. Did these 3 people just casually take down 4 members of the 9? This was too ridiculous. They couldn't even catch a breather. Looking at Red Count and Walder, aside from their displeasure at having their opponents taken away, Luffy was extremely unhappy. The others swallowed hard, stepping back a few paces to distance themselves from these 3. If it weren't for saving Robin, they would want to get as far away from these monsters as possible. The Red Count and his companions were also quite innocent. They didn't intend to cause trouble for the Straw Hats, but they had just exited the building and found their captain heading toward the gates of justice. They didn't have the ability to stop him. Just then, Crocodile, who had just dealt with the chief judge, and the Straw Hats arrived one after another. Upon learning that there was a secret passage to reach the opposite gates of justice, they had no choice but to reluctantly follow them to meet up with their captain. Reluctantly, the Straw Hats had to brace themselves and bring along the Red Count and his companions, rushing toward the underwater tunnel, heading to the next battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Lufeng was unaware of the shock the Straw Hats were feeling or the helplessness of his teammates. He was leisurely sitting at the exit by Justice Bridge, waiting for Spandam to arrive. Before long, he heard a commotion. Haha, Robin, are you still praying that those so-called companions of yours can really rescue you? What a delusion. Haha. Following this arrogant voice, Jiang Lufeng looked over and, sure enough, saw Spandam's infuriating face. Jiang Lufeng frowned slightly, feeling very displeased with this arrogant guy. As Spandam and his group walked out of the dark passage and into the light, they felt somewhat unaccustomed and squinted their eyes, raising their hands to block the sunlight. Huh, you. The moment Spandam opened his eyes, he thought he was hallucinating. He looked at Jiang Lufeng in disbelief, his words stumbling. Compared to his shock, Frankie and the others were astonished, while Lucci's expression was extremely grim. Jiang Liufeng's appearance here meant that his 9 members were in grave danger. Officer, immediately call for support from headquarters. Hearing Lucci's grave voice, Spandam realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately picked up the snail phone to dial. You, officer. Huh. Looking at the shocked expressions of the others, Spandam was completely confused. What's wrong? The call hasn't even gone through yet. Why are you so nervous? Huh. Oh. Spandam looked down and saw the golden snail phone in his hand, instantly petrifying. Damn, I grabbed the wrong one. I actually activated the demon slaying order. His face turned ugly because activating the demon slaying order meant that the entire Judicial Island would be bombarded by the Navy. The entire island would cease to exist. With a press of a button, he essentially destroyed the entire Judicial Island. But so what? As long as I can capture all you pirates in one fell swoop, the headquarters will still reward me. What a scumbag. Jiang Lufeng shook his head and said disdainfully. Spandam, who was glared at with contempt by Jiang Lufeng, dismissed it, saying, What do you know, you kind of person? Lucci, hurry up and deal with him. Don't let him hinder me from receiving my reward. Lucci looked at his superior with disappointment, feeling helpless. Chapter 23, Intense Battle 5. If we talk about low strength, that can be slowly trained. But if we talk about having a problem in the head, then that is truly hopeless. Jiang Lufeng was able to arrive here ahead of the 9 elite team members. And Lucci still couldn't figure out how the opponent got here, since there was clearly only one secret passage. Just like that, Spandam thought he could easily deal with the opponent. Is he not an idiot? Jiang Lufeng looked down on Spandam even more because he knew the other party was just a clown. So he directly ignored him and said to Lucci, Let us see your leopard form. Lucci trembled all over, staring at Jiang Liufeng's playful smile, waves of shock surging in his heart. How is that possible? I've never shown my abilities in front of him. How could he know? Did the Straw Hat crew tell him? He quickly shook his head to calm himself down. So what if he knew? After all, we still had to fight. Thus, he said coldly, since that's the case, let me show you my abilities. Roar. With a beastly roar, Lucci's figure gradually became more robust, his previously slim build instantly growing into a towering beast man over 3 meters tall. Muscles bulged all over his body, giving an explosive feeling, and his skin grew yellow fur with black stripes. His face transformed to look like a standing cheetah. He stood not far from Zhang Lufeng, looking down at him, wanting to find shock and fear in his eyes, but to his disappointment, Zhang Lufeng still wore a calm expression, as if the giant beast before him was merely an ant. Being looked down upon felt terrible. Lucci clenched his fists, veins bulging. Since the opponent looks down on him so much, let him regret it in pain. Raging Foot. Stormbird. With a whoosh, Lucci moved at high speed, instantly disappearing from Zhang Liufeng's sight, reappearing at the opponent's flank, lifting his leg for a Stormbird strike. Thunder Shield. At the same time, Zhang Lufeng reacted, a storm of lightning enveloping him, forming an indestructible shield to block the attack. It must be said that with the enhancement of the Zoan Fruit's power, the explosive power of this Stormbird strike was indeed impressive, actually denting the Thunder Shield. Not discouraged by one failed strike, Lucci quickly used Jeppo, constantly changing positions around Zhang Lufeng, looking for weaknesses to exploit. As the captain of the 9, Lucci's 6 styles were even more refined. His speed was at its peak, seemingly vanishing into thin air. If it weren't for the sharp sound caused by his high-speed movement, others would think there was only Zhang Lufeng standing on the field. Although Lucci kept changing positions, looking intimidating, he felt utterly helpless inside. Zhang Lufeng stood casually there, appearing full of flaws. Yet there was simply no way to find a weak point. The more Lucci looked, the more alarmed he became. No, he had to attack. Continuing like this would only affect his mindset. Thus, he circled to Zhang Liufeng's back and unleashed a deadly move. Raging Foot. Leopard Tail. This was also an upgraded version of Raging Foot, but faster and more powerful. Unfortunately, it was still useless. It couldn't penetrate Zhang Liufeng's lightning barrier to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing that his ranged attack had no effect on the opponent, Lucci immediately flashed and appeared right in front of Zhang Lufeng. 6 Styles Secret Art. 6 King's Pistol. He extended both fists, channeling all his strength into a terrifying killing move, as if an invisible force was mixed between his 2 fists. The power so strong that even the air around them twisted. Strongest Spear, 4-finger penetration. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Lufeng raised his hand and unleashed the strongest spear to meet it head-on. Bang! As fists collided, a gust of wind blew apart, causing the surrounding seawater to splash up in waves. Although the 6 King's Pistol, which fused all the essence of the Navy's 6 styles, was fierce, the strongest spear of the 3rd-generation Thunder Shadow was even more brutal. Even without using Haki, it was something Lucci could not withstand. The 2 forces clashed, and it didn't take long for Lucci to be defeated, the 6 King's Pistol directly broken by the strongest spear, coupled with the disruption of the lightning power. Lucci's arms went numb. Even with the enhancement of the Zoan Fruit, he couldn't hold up. He was sent flying, his arms dislocated, with just one strike. The outcome was clear. Spandam, who was watching from not far away, had been enjoying the show until now, finally realizing, this monster is so strong. In his eyes, Lucci was already a monster-level character, but unexpectedly, he was so easily defeated by this kid who hadn't even turned 20. He finally understood what Lucci had been worried about all along. Such a freakish character could even rank among the overlords in a new world. How could they withstand that? He tossed and turned in his mind, thankful that he had pressed the Demon Slayer command snail. Now he could only pray for the Navy to quickly send battleships and masters for support. Unlike Spandam, Frankie and Robin, who witnessed Zhang Liufeng's formidable strength, were equally shocked, but felt more joy, hope. Originally, this bridge, symbolizing the endless darkness of justice, seemed to have a glimmer of light since this man arrived. At this moment, that tiny bit of starlight became incredibly brilliant. It was as if a bright door had opened for them in the eternal night. Eternal night meets dawn. As he watched Zhang Lufeng step-by-step walk towards them, Spandam's mood was just the opposite of the two. The once steady promotion and salary increase. Living in a Western-style house and raising a dog, the beautiful storyline that was about to end, the starlit boulevard to fame, was abruptly blocked by this killing god before him, extinguishing his beautiful fantasy. He hated to the core, trembling all over. He hated why this man was so powerful. He hated why his subordinates were so useless. He hated why heaven didn't stand by his side. He hated why the Navy headquarters, so close, Hadn't he sent reinforcements yet? But he never blamed himself, never hated himself, never felt the slightest regret for his actions. What use is there for such a shameless person? Jiang Lufeng had already seen through this hopeless villain from his heart. He was not someone who would show mercy. Dealing with such scum, he naturally would kill quickly. As he walked, the lightning on him surged forth, crackling and gradually enveloping Jiang Lufeng. The dazzling light made it impossible for everyone to look directly at him, as if he had transformed into a majestic deity, and all beings could only worship him, not even having the qualification to gaze upon him. Feeling the killing intent from Jiang Lufeng, Spandam's heart sank, and cold sweat broke out instantly. This feeling was something he had never experienced since he was born. The feeling of death was terrifyingly suffocating, indescribable. Chapter 24, Intense Battle 6. He was afraid. He was truly scared, regretting why he didn't run a couple of steps faster. Why did he waste time leisurely strolling on the road? He wanted to slap himself twice. But now he couldn't even move a finger, because Jiang Lufeng had already released his Conqueror's Haki and locked onto him. At this moment, Spandam's ability to think had come to a halt. He couldn't comprehend what kind of strength a person had to possess to scare someone like him into a heart attack just by looking at him. With that terrifying gaze and suffocating aura, thud, Spandam used all his strength to kneel on the ground, crying out for mercy. Robin, Frankie, you can take me away. Please don't kill me, okay? At this moment, he had lost all dignity and image, completely frightened to the point of wetting himself. If someone didn't know better, they would think he was the victim. You must die. Jiang Liufeng's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his aura erupted. He stomped on the bridge surface. And with that one step, the entire bridge cracked open, stones flying. But his substantial aura held them in place as if gravity didn't exist at all. Seeing that Jiang Lufeng had no intention of letting him go, Spandam's heart turned to ashes, momentarily forgetting to fight back. He just stared blankly as Jiang Liufeng's earth-shattering kick came toward him. Am I going to die? Spandam closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate. Because he knew how insignificant he was in front of this man. Killing him was as simple as stepping on an ant. Just as that deadly kick was about to reach him, and he could even feel the gust of wind on his face. Life return. Paper drawing martial body. This was one of Lucci's unique moves. In his beastman form, he could freely control his body, fur, and internal organs, concentrating his consciousness to shrink his body, thus sacrificing strength to maximize his speed. Iron block. Empty wood. Boom. Bang. Ugh. He finally managed to catch up just in time. Empty wood was originally a technique to rebound other strength, but Jiang Liufeng's kick was too powerful, far exceeding what Lucci could withstand. However, he did manage to lessen some of the force, although that kick landed heavily on him and then smashed into Spandam, sending both of them flying. The force was not enough to be fatal, only leaving both of them injured. Of course, Jiang Lufeng didn't expect such a move, and for a moment, he was caught off guard and was actually pushed back several steps. Interesting. Jiang Lufeng smiled coldly. This was the first time he had been pushed back since gaining his powers. And the move that pushed him back was actually Lucci's creation. This showed that the opponent's fighting talent was quite exceptional. However, Jiang Lufeng had no intention of letting him see the sun tomorrow. He immediately repeated his previous move, delivering another earth-shattering kick toward Lucci. Just now, I managed to take your strike in a hurry. Now that I'm prepared, do you think you can succeed again? Just as Lucci got back up from the ground and saw Jiang Lufeng charging at him again, he sneered and said, Officer, take the prisoner away first. Leave this person to me. Iron block. Empty wood. With a loud roar, he prepared to receive Jiang Liufeng's strike again. Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but smirk at his foolishness. He quickly approached Lucci and suddenly changed his move. That earth-shattering kick was abruptly retracted, and he stood in front of Lucci, unexpectedly asking, Have you played 97? Huh. What are you talking about? Lucci was confused by Jiang Liufeng's sudden leap in thought, and while he was pondering, Jiang Lufeng reached out and grabbed his head, unleashing a burst of lightning. Nice hairstyle, let me give you a wash. Looking at Jiang Liufeng's playful smirk, Lucci was horrified, but unfortunately, the speed of the attack left him no time to react. Zzz. Ugh. In the next moment, a terrifying high-voltage current surged into his temples, engulfing his entire head, making him feel like his brain was about to explode. A large leopard head was charred, smoke billowing, and even a savory smell of cooked meat began to spread. If one didn't know better, they would think there was a barbecue party happening here. After Jiang Lufeng let go, Lucci crashed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, convulsing all over, and he was electrocuted to the brink of death. Wasting medicine even if healed, Jiang Lufeng frowned in disdain. Feeling that Lucci had likely lost consciousness, he leisurely walked towards Spandam. Watch out. Suddenly, Robin cried out. Huh. Jiang Lufeng frowned, sensing a sense of crisis coming from behind with his observation hockey. Maximum 6 king gun. PFF. I have to say, Lucci is truly a battle maniac. His entire body was almost beaten to a pulp, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Yet he still refused to give up, unleashing his final and strongest attack toward Jiang Lufeng. Bang! The two fists collided. The surrounding air twisted from the explosion, and the heavy stone bridge beneath their feet cracked, seemingly unable to withstand their power, teetering on the edge of collapse. However, Lucci was ultimately just a small fry. To resist the peak Jiang Lufeng was nothing but a futile dream, like a mayfly shaking a tree. In the next instant, bang! A loud noise echoed as Lucci's figure crashed onto a massive warship. That's right. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 20 warships had suddenly appeared on the other side of Justice Island. And even Jiang Lufeng, who was focused on dealing with Lucci, hadn't noticed. Haha. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Spandam was so happy he almost jumped up. It had been so tough for him. These people were scarier than devils, making his heart race to his throat. If the reinforcements didn't arrive soon, he probably wouldn't even need Jiang Lufeng to take action. He would be scared to death by them. This damn kid is just too fierce. His strength is beyond anything he has ever heard or seen. The infamous Captain Lucci, in front of this person, didn't even have the qualification to fight back. At this moment, the overjoyed Spandam forgot about the existence of a god of death between him and the warships. After a while of excitement, he finally realized, meeting Jiang Liufeng's mocking gaze, and his heart sank. It's over. I was too busy being happy. Damn it, I almost forgot this kid is here. He can't get past him. You seem very happy? Jiang Lufeng asked with a dark expression. Chapter 25, The Odd Trio. Spandam swallowed hard. You can't kill me. The Navy is already here. I am the highest commander of the 9th Division. If you dare to kill me in front of the Navy, then there will be no place for you in this vast world. You will face the most terrifying pursuit. Oh, this. Seeing Jiang Liufeng's slightly hesitant tone, Spandam secretly rejoiced and seized the opportunity to say, let me go. I promise you. Before he could finish, Jiang Lufeng had already approached him, wearing an innocent expression as he said, just what I was looking for. Spandam's pupils constricted as he glanced at the last ray of light in this world. And then he felt his body lighten, as if he was being set free. Jiang Lufeng watched the head that flew high into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground, mocking, you still expect those people to save you? You should pray to the gods and Buddhas to spare your life. Jiang Lufeng walked over to Spandam's corpse and gently picked up the sword that had yet to be used since the beginning, putting it away. As the saying goes, if there's a bargain, don't miss it, you bastard. Good things should naturally be accepted. However, at this moment, there was no time for him to savor it because the real trouble was just beginning. As the saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain, but hard to come down. They had come here easily, but now leaving was not going to be simple. Opposite them, 20 warships were lined up. Although they were all from the Navy, the purpose of their presence was clearly different. It was obvious that there were two different groups of people. One group consisted of 10 warships heading straight towards Judicial Island, seemingly uninterested in the situation on the bridge. The other group, also consisting of 10 warships, was surrounding them, looking like they were coming to cause trouble. Who could it be? Jiang Lufeng was untying the two while considering how to respond next. However, at that moment, he was unaware that his every movement while untying Robin was causing her heart to race. Facing the handsome face just inches away, Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. It was said that a serious man has a great impact on women. At that moment, Jiang Lufeng was deeply focused on thinking about the next steps. In Robin's eyes, this serious look made him seem even more masculine, and he had rescued her from a nightmare, which combined with her feelings, made her develop a sense of admiration for him. Fortunately, before the warships got too close, their reinforcements arrived. Luffy burst out of the underwater tunnel, followed by the Straw Hat crew and Red Count. Robin, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Luffy raised his hands high, jumping out with a righteous expression. But he was stunned when he saw the scene before him. What is going on? Is it over already? The Straw Hat crew members who jumped out one after another squinted their eyes, and after adapting to the bright sunlight, they were all equally dumbfounded like Luffy. They looked at Spandam's dismembered body on the ground, then at Frankie and the others who had already been rescued, looking as if they had eaten something unpleasant. So, all their effort was for nothing? They had come all the way from the front gate to here, and apart from dealing with Owl and Bruno, they hadn't encountered a single minor enemy. Was it really necessary to steal the spotlight like this? Just how twisted were these guys? For people had cleared out the entire Judicial Island instance from start to finish? It was bad enough that they had taken all the glory. Couldn't they at least leave a few minor enemies for them to fight? One by one, They cast resentful glances at the four, forgetting the joy of Robin being rescued. However, the four had no time to pay attention to their dissatisfaction, as Jiang Lufeng and Red Count's observation hockey had sensed 3 powerful auras approaching them. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Jiang Lufeng estimated the time and said, wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar? But it didn't matter at this moment. Everyone had already seen the 3 figures clearly from the slowly approaching first warship's bow. It was none other than the Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp, and the 2 admirals, Kizaru and Akiji. However, at this moment, they didn't look imposing. It seemed like Carp was giving the 2 admirals a stern lecture. As a result, the 2 slackers, citing various lame excuses like needing to protect Carp, having no ship, and the gods of the sea being too fierce, all climbed aboard Carp's warship. Carp was enraged, as he was currently lecturing these 2 lazy guys. Yet, the 2 admirals didn't show any dissatisfaction at being scolded by a vice admiral. One was lounging under the warm sun with his hands behind his head, enjoying a nap, while the other was seriously studying something on a black transponder snail. Carp was utterly speechless, his forehead bulging with veins, just as he was about to give these 2 a few love taps with his iron fist when suddenly he leaned back, a giant bubble popped out of his nose, and he started snoring loudly. The Navy and Jiang Lufeng on the bridge were all left dumbstruck. What the hell? Is this really the representation of the Navy's combat power? This is way too unreliable. Only Jiang Lufeng remained relatively unfazed, knowing the plot. He understood that if anyone underestimated their strength due to the bizarre behavior of the 3, they were asking for trouble. Sure enough, because of their odd display, the Straw Hat Crew's guard lowered considerably. I say, why does the Navy look so weak? I feel like I could take them all on by myself. Usopp, wearing a mask, boasted. Don't let your guard down. I think these 3 have some rank in the Navy. They should have some strength, Sanji said calmly. But why does that one look so much like my? Luffy was about to say something when he was interrupted by the Navy charging out from the Gates of Justice. With the Gates of Justice opening, a group of Navy personnel rushed out on the opposite side of the bridge, and upon seeing the 3 on the warship, they were astonished. Look, aren't those the admirals? Yeah, it really is the 2 admirals and Vice Admiral Carp. Ha ha ha, with 2 admirals and Vice Admiral Carp here. The attackers on Judicial Island won't be able to escape. You attackers, how dare you assault Judicial Island? Now that our admirals have arrived, hurry up and surrender. What? Admirals? Chapter 26, Testing the Admiral's Strength. Hearing this, the Straw Hat Crew was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that these seemingly unreliable Navy personnel were actually admirals? Usopp, who had been boasting moments before, had somehow hidden behind Zoro, trembling with fear. Wait, did I just hear them say Vice Admiral Carp? It can't be that Navy hero, right? Nami said thoughtfully. Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. This name was simply thunderous. 38 years ago, he single-handedly blocked the unstoppable attack of the Rocks pirates at God Valley and fought Roger, annihilating them. He had forced Pirate King Roger into a corner multiple times. Who doesn't know him? Who doesn't recognize him? Hearing Nami say this, everyone was shocked, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Even Luffy was sweating profusely, saying, "Oh no, it's Grandpa. We have to run." Yes, let's run. Usopp quickly echoed. Something seems off? The people nearby heard their conversation and frowned, feeling something was wrong, but unable to pinpoint it. Luffy, repeat what you just said, Sanji said, exhaling smoke. I said Grandpa is here. We have to run. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. The scene fell into silence for a moment. After a long while, a thunderous uproar erupted. Grandpa. Yeah, Carp is my grandpa. What's wrong with that? Usopp received a slap on the back of his head. You're a pirate. And your grandpa is a Navy hero. Don't you think that's strange? Now isn't the time for that. We need to figure out how to escape. Sanji shouted angrily. Only then did everyone react, looking around and calculating how to flee. Pop. Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep. He quickly looked at the bridge and saw Jiang Lufeng with his arms crossed, gazing at him calmly, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Phew, thankfully, he hadn't run away. However, inadvertently glancing around, he suddenly realized that his grandson and his crew had appeared here, causing his heart to skip a beat. He yelled angrily, Luffy, you little brat, why are you here? Oh no, Grandpa found us, run. Luffy didn't say a word and just bolted into the tunnel. A few companions were stunned for 2 seconds, and after reacting, they also rushed after Luffy. Thus, the Straw Hat Crew's trip to Judicial Island came to a perfect end. Bastard, you see me and don't even call me Grandpa before trying to run. Carp angrily stared at Luffy's back, then glanced at Jiang Lufeng and the others, and said to the 2 admirals beside him, These people are up to you. I'll go chase after the Straw Hats." With that, he jumped off the ship and chased after Luffy's group, giving Zhang Lufeng a fierce glare as he passed by, not stopping any longer. Zhang Lufeng shrugged his shoulders, and didn't he stop him, after all? The Straw Hat crew's trip to Judicial Island wasn't just a stroll. They had at least helped him deal with the troublesome carp. Boom, 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 boom. Over at Judicial Island, it seemed that the Demon Slayer order had already begun, and the sound of cannon fire rang out continuously, engulfing the entire Judicial Island in flames. Smoke billowing, with buildings collapsing and utterly destroyed. The cannon fire startled the two admirals on the ship awake. Aokiji removed his eye mask, slowly stood up, stretched, jumped off the warship, and stood with his hands in his pockets opposite Zhang Lufeng. Kizaru similarly put away the troublesome black snail, and, with a flash of golden light, appeared beside Aokiji. At that moment, the two admirals with their hands in their pockets were like entirely different people. The four felt a powerful aura rushing towards them. Besides Zhang Lufeng and the Red Earl, even top experts like Crocodile and Warlord felt immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, several figures appeared behind Aokiji and Kizaru, and upon closer inspection, they were all Navy Vice Admirals. It was the five of them: Mongoose, Staloberry, Doberman, Dalmatians, and Bastille. These five Vice Admirals had come to carry out the Demon Slayer order, originally intending to include Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. But since those two had been severely injured by Zhang Lufeng and impelled down, they were replaced by the already recovered Dalmatians and Bastille. The Demon Slayer order was merely a bombardment by warships on designated islands without the need for the Navy to land and fight. So the Vice Admirals stayed behind to deal with these four, while the bombardment was commanded by a Rear Admiral. This instantly turned the situation into a 4 against 7, putting Zhang Lufeng in the most precarious situation since his debut, even though he had only been in the field for 4 days. However, the opponents he had encountered along the way were all notable figures. Meeting such powerful opponents now made Zhang Liufeng's blood boil with excitement, and a spirited gleam appeared in his eyes. Watching the still calm Zhang Lufeng, Aokiji frowned slightly. Who exactly is this young man? How can he remain unfazed in front of such a Navy lineup? Is he really arrogant and blind to danger? Or does he truly possess the strength to fight against us? To be honest, it was hard to believe Magellan's report without seeing it with his own eyes. A young punk actually having such formidable skills seemed unbelievable. Aokiji had previously thought that Magellan was exaggerating to cover up his own negligence, inflating the opponent's abilities to shift most of the blame onto them. But after seeing Zhang Lufeng in person, he began to faintly suspect that Magellan might have been telling the truth. Suppressing his disdain, Aokiji began to give orders: Bastille, Dalmatians, Mongoose. You three deal with Crocodile and Warlord. Kizaru, you handle the Red Earl. I'll take this kid down. Staloberry and Doberman, you two will support in the middle. Kizaru and the other Vice Admirals nodded in agreement. On Zhang Liufeng's side, they also made their arrangements. The Earl and I will handle one each, and the remaining 5 Vice Admirals will be held by Old Sand and Warlord. Boss, this is the Navy's territory. Their support is swift. If we engage them in a drawn-out fight, we'll be at a significant disadvantage, Warlord said. Although the Red Earl and Old Sand didn't say anything, they clearly agreed with Warlord's opinion and turned to look at him. Don't worry, we won't engage directly. A ship will come to pick us up soon. You just need to hold them off. This is a perfect opportunity for me to test the Admiral-S level. Chapter 27, Fighting Aokiji. Although they were all puzzled about why he said a ship would come to pick them up, after several days, the three had begun to trust Zhang Lufeng, their captain. Since they were already at this point, there was no need for further hesitation, so they assumed their stances, ready for a big battle. Zhang Lufeng naturally knew that the large door behind them led to Impel Down. Arrogant. Young people don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, Doberman arrogantly said, having never witnessed the strength of Zhang Lufeng and the others. What are you? How dare you speak rashly to my captain? Warlord's temper flared at this, and he replied with a look of sarcasm. You. Aokiji waved his hand, interrupting Doberman. Aokiji is right. This area is a bit small. How about I make a bigger battlefield? Gladly. Aokiji's pupils contracted, and his expression turned cold. It was midsummer, yet it felt chilling, as if they had entered the dead of winter. Ice Age. Aokiji shouted, and the surrounding sea immediately emitted cracking sounds as it froze. After only a few seconds, the sea surface within miles turned into a massive glacier, a spectacular sight. This move was not only to create a battlefield, but also signified the opening of a great battle. Whoa, quick dodge. Warlord looked down and saw that the Justice Bridge rising above the sea had also formed a layer of frost. He hurriedly jumped aside to avoid Akiji's hidden lethal attack. If he had been a second late, the frost would have latched onto him, freezing him solid. Zhang Lufeng and the Red Earl easily jumped aside. But Old Sand was a bit slower and got his ankle frozen. However, with his natural fruit abilities, he wasn't too afraid of the freezing effect. He instantly elementized, turning into a cloud of sand and drifting away, reconstituting himself in another location. With Akiji's powerful move, Zhang Liufeng's formation was slightly disrupted. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by the Ready Navy. Warlord and Old Sand were immediately surrounded by 3 vice admirals, who began to pound them fiercely. The Red Earl faced Kizuru, while Zhang Lufeng confronted Akiji, splitting the battlefield into 3 parts. The remaining 2 vice admirals provided support in the middle, observing the development of the 3 battles. If their side showed any disadvantage, they would immediately assist. Conversely, if their side gained the upper hand and the enemy showed signs of defeat, they would also join the fight to swiftly take down the faltering enemy. Additionally, they ensured that the 3-way battle remained in check, quickly preventing the enemy from regrouping. It must be said that the operational standards of the Navy's backbone were indeed vastly different from the previous weaklings. From this simple arrangement, the effectiveness of the 7 executing the plan showed that the Navy's combat experience was quite rich. It immediately had a good effect. Old Sand and Warlord were caught off guard. Although both were quite capable fruit users, they were currently being beaten down so badly they could hardly lift their heads. Even though Warlord was exceptionally fast and Old Sand had fully activated his natural abilities, they could only dodge and had no means to fight back. On the other hand, the Red Earl and Zhang Lufeng remained calm. From the very beginning, both of their observation haki clearly sensed Akiji's moves, and they were equally aware of the 2 admirals' pursuit. When Kizuru drew his light sword, the thunderstorm in the Red Earl's hand was already drawn. Clang! Kizuru's horizontal slash was easily blocked by the Red Earl. Wow, you're really hard to deal with. Meanwhile, Akiji's 2-pronged spear was also effortlessly shattered by Zhang Liufeng's lightning shield. As Magellan said, "Kid, your shield is not bad." After a few rounds of offense and defense, the 4 of them ended up in a stalemate. Count Red, it's truly an honor to fight with you. Kizuru delivered a light-speed slash aimed at Count Red. Count Red drew his sword to block and said with enthusiasm, "You're much more interesting than the weaklings before you." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed 8 lightning-fast slashes, turning defense into offense, fiercely attacking Kizuru. Kizuru's gaze sharpened, and for once, he showed a serious expression. "Wow, your speed is really frightening." Although he said this, he also swung out 8 slashes at high speed to block. 8-foot mirror. His figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Count Red, delivering a light-speed kick silently towards Red's ribcage. Boom! Zhang Lufeng punched away another deadly move from Akiji, casually saying, "Is this all there is to the power of a Marine Admiral?" Zhang Lufeng smirked. "Thanks for the compliment. The strongest spear, for fingers piercing through." Zing! Zhang Lufeng shot out like a bullet, his iron-black arm wrapped in powerful lightning energy, charging toward Akiji. Akiji, seeing this, did not dare to be careless. Although he was a Logia type, facing haki meant even his elemental form could be hit. Coldness surged up his right arm. Ice block. Exploding ice cone. A large ice phoenix had already taken shape, charging towards Zhang Lufeng's strongest spear. Boom. Crackle. How domineering is the strongest spear of the 3rd-generation Reikage. Not to mention Zhang Lufeng infused it with armed haki. It directly shattered the ice phoenix into pieces. But at that moment, Zhang Lufeng sensed something was off. How could Akiji's attack be so simple? Watching the flying ice shards, Zhang Lufeng decisively abandoned his attack, quickly deploying a lightning shield and retreating. Sure enough, the next second, the shattered ice that seemed to be destroyed by Zhang Lufeng suddenly changed direction and began to attack his original position. In that space, it was as if an ice storm made of ice blades had begun, creating a deep pit in the solid ice surface. Akiji was momentarily stunned. This kid truly gave him a very tricky feeling. He believed that if he could not eliminate him, he would definitely become an extraordinary figure in the future. Chapter 28. The ship is coming. Zhang Liufeng's strength was indeed high, but being strong does not mean much because in this era, there were many powerful individuals. But not everyone could reach the top. However, the shock Zhang Lufeng brought him was not just due to his formidable strength. His mindset also terrified Akiji. Just like earlier, in the exchange of attack and retreat, it was enough to show that Zhang Lufeng possessed the youthful passion of a young man while also having the calmness of an experienced veteran. But Zhang Lufeng did just that. Akiji firmly believed that Zhang Lufeng had no knowledge of the change in his moves because he had abandoned his attack and retreated before Akiji had even launched his. This meant that this young man, not even 20, had unhesitatingly given up the attack due to a flicker of doubt in his heart. What does this indicate? It indicates that this young man, in the prime of his youth, had a mindset far beyond that of his peers. Generally, passionate young individuals, after gaining extraordinary combat power, often look down on many things, many people, and many techniques. Therefore, many young experts pay a heavy price for their recklessness, suffering injuries, or even death, or being captured. Yet Zhang Lufeng's retreat showed that he had an exceptionally clear mind in battle. This seemingly retreat was, in fact, a demonstration that whenever he made a move, he must have 100% certainty. Just this alone was enough for Aokiji to believe that the level of danger he posed had risen a few notches. Just as Aokiji was slightly stunned, Zhang Lufeng had been paying attention to the situation outside the Ice Age, and his observation haki finally reacted. "Mira, I'm coming to save you." A faintly ethereal and beautiful voice echoed in Zhang Liufeng's mind through his observation haki. At the same time, Kizaru's lightspeed kick struck directly at Count Red's blade, which was blocking the rain of attacks. Boom. Although this strike did not cause any substantial harm to Count Red, the power of this lightspeed kick was indeed astonishing. Count Red instantly vanished from his spot, flying straight towards Lao Sha and the others. Coincidentally, Count Red's sudden appearance collided with the 5 vice admirals who were attacking Lao Sha and the others. Indeed, the 2 vice admirals supporting the attack had already joined the encirclement when they saw Lao Sha and his companion in a precarious situation. This made things even worse for Lao Sha and Walder. Their backs pressed against each other, struggling to hold on, and just as they were about to collapse, suddenly, a savior emerged. Clang. Riding on the inertia of Kizaru's kick, Count Red swung out 5 slashes, forcefully intercepting the 5 vice admirals' offensive. The sudden appearance of Count Red caught the vice admirals off guard. Although they were not injured, their figures appeared quite disheveled. Great. Zhang Liufeng's eyes lit up upon seeing his 3 companions successfully regroup. Without saying a word, he exerted force with his feet and delivered a powerful kick infused with haki against the ice surface. Boom. A massive ice block was kicked directly toward Aokiji. Bang. After the collision, Aokiji reformed his figure, clearly showing that this ordinary attack was of no effect on him. But as Aokiji looked again, he saw that Zhang Lufeng had already made off with Count Red and the others. Run. The ship is coming to pick us up. Zhang Lufeng led the way, sprinting towards the voice. The remaining 3 were dumbfounded. After a few days, they had grown accustomed to their neurotic captain often making actions that left them baffled. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind him. What the hell? What is going on? Why are we running in the middle of a fight? Are you stupid? The Navy ships are all around. Can we even escape? Meanwhile, the naval soldiers aboard the surrounding ships saw this scene and began to cheer. They had long since steered their ships away when Aokiji used the Ice Age, only able to see 11 figures in combat from a distance. But they couldn't see what was happening clearly. Now, seeing Zhang Lufeng and the others fleeing in disarray, they mistakenly thought it was a great victory for themselves. How could they not be happy? Facing the 4 fleeing towards them, the chief officer on the 2 Navy ships waved his hand, looking down his nose as he said, "Soldiers, the enemy has been driven to flee by our admiral. The opportunity for merit has come. Charge, capture them, and earn great rewards." Roar. The Navy soldiers suddenly became excited, as if the chance to be promoted was right before their eyes. Charge, kill. Hundreds of Navy soldiers jumped off their ships, wielding various weapons and rushing towards the 4. Aokiji's eyelids twitched at this scene. Damn it. These guys, do you really think you can stop them? Didn't we agree that you should stay far away and not disembark? What a nightmare. The remaining vice admirals were equally anxious, rushing forward while waving their hands and urgently shouting, "Yame Tet." Look, what's wrong with the commanders? Oh, do we even need to look? They must be so happy they're dancing, boosting our morale. Yeah, kill. Let the commanders see our skills. Kill. Looking at this eager group of guys, the 7 vice admirals felt utterly helpless. If a fight broke out, how much of a loss would the Navy suffer in terms of manpower? Besides Kizaru, who could catch up to these killing machines at light speed and engage them in a scuffle, the other 6 could only fret and could not catch up at all. However, with Kizaru going forward alone, it was like a lone hand trying to clap. The Red Count and Zhang Lufeng were both top-notch fighters, and their alliance was no joke. Moreover, Waldo was occasionally launching surprise attacks with his armed color haki-wrapped ice blocks. It didn't take long before Kizaru was forced to retreat. At that moment, a group of small fry also arrived at the scene, just in time to see Admiral Kizaru being beaten to a pulp, instantly freezing in place, filled with doubt. What the hell? What is going on? The criminals who were supposed to be on the verge of defeat are now pinning down their admiral? This plot doesn't make sense. The script wasn't written this way. Looking at the fierce expressions on the faces of a few, the Navy felt a jolt in their hearts, swallowed hard. And their calves couldn't stop trembling. They all trembled and took steps back, thinking, what the heck? This isn't picking up cheap rewards. This is clearly seeking death. Chapter 29, Stimulating the Big Watermelon. However, at that moment, Zhang Liufeng's eyes widened. An overwhelming aura of kingship swept toward the group of small fry. That invisible aura of kingship was truly terrifying. Even his own comrades furrowed their brows slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, let alone this ragtag group. As Zhang Lufeng unleashed his conqueror's haki, the several hundred people were all frozen in place, and in the blink of an eye, they rolled their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and all fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this scene, the small fry navy on the distant ship were dumbfounded. What is happening? This is too terrifying, right? Instantly taking out hundreds of people? How is this even possible? Damn, this is really scary. Several vice admirals covered their eyes, unable to watch any longer, while Akiji and Kizuru both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. When they saw the Red Count draw his sword, they all gasped. Fortunately, it was just Zhang Lufeng using haki to knock them out. Otherwise, this time the headquarters would have suffered a huge loss. In the brief moment of distraction, Zhang Lufeng and his group increased the distance between them and the Navy, and they were approaching the sea. Akiji sneered. I want to see how you ability users escape from the sea. What is that? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw something coming toward them from the direction of Zhang Lufeng on the sea. His pupils contracted. What the hell? How can there be a ship? Mira, I'm here to save everyone. Yo, what is that sound? Could it be the legendary ship Spirit? Kizaru exclaimed in surprise. Akiji's heart sank, realizing it was bad, and quickly pursued. He shouted, using all his strength, desperately chasing after Zhang Lufeng. At that moment, Zhang Lufeng and his group had already identified the source of the sound. It was the Going Merry. A series of astonishing questions arose in his heart. Turning back to glance at Zhang Lufeng, he felt his captain was too mysterious. Every action could drop jaws. Following him seemed really interesting. As soon as this thought arose, he was taken aback. What exactly is he? Even people like Shanks and Whitebeard didn't impress him, but why did he suddenly feel true loyalty to a young kid? Quick, get on the ship. Yes, the three responded, jumping onto the Going Merry, readying the spears and hoisting the sails. At that moment, Zhang Lufeng was standing on the bow, staring at Mary. A large bead of sweat dripped down Mary's forehead. What the hell, who are you? What is going on? Where are my companions? Mary thought, feeling confused. This isn't right. Why are these guys on board? Where are my friends? In contrast to Mary, Zhang Lufeng was extremely excited. Before crossing over, he had seen the touching scene of Mary coming to pick up the straw hats. That moment was truly heartwarming. Even touching someone like him, who had seen the world as cruelty and tasted life as hardships. Standing at the school's convenience store, watching the scene on TV, he cried uncontrollably, and the police almost mistook the owner for a human trafficker. Now, seeing this highly spirited ship with his own eyes was fulfilling a wish. The Going Merry paused, sensing Zhang Liufeng's sincere gaze, silently agreeing, allowing Waldo to steer the ship toward Water 7. Wanna run? Not so easy. Stay here. Ice Age. Huh. Crack. Crack. The waters around the Going Merry were visibly freezing into ice, about to trap her in place, unable to move. At that moment, a familiar voice for rescue rang out. Yada no Kagami. Bang. 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 The sky suddenly rained down beams of light, which was Kizaru's big move. Zhang Lufeng watched as the ice that had nearly frozen the entire sea was instantly shattered by the Yada no Kagami, and his eyes lit up. Good opportunity. Waldo, run. Got it. Waldo responded, waving his hand, slapping the Going Merry, and shouted, 20 times acceleration. Boom. With a whoosh, the Going Merry transformed into a runaway horse, instantly shooting out hundreds of meters, and in the blink of an eye, they were out of Akiji's attack range. Damn it, you monkey, you let the pirates escape again. You must be doing this on purpose. Why say again? At that moment, Akiji looked at Kizaru with a gaze full of suspicion, as if saying, you're definitely a traitor. To this, Kizaru shrugged his shoulders, feeling helpless. Wow, they didn't sink them. Their luck is really big. Hearing this, Akiji despised him even more and shouted angrily, then why aren't you chasing after them? Kizaru innocently replied, you saw it too. I can't take on those freaks alone. Hearing this, Akiji's mouth twitched, thinking, great, I'm going to get scolded again. With Waldo's speed boost, the Going Merry was incredibly fast. Even the warships couldn't catch up. Not long after, they had escaped the Navy's pursuit, sailing into the beautifully illuminated sea. Phew. Finally over. That was really thrilling. Jiang Lufeng sighed with relief, sitting on the deck of the Mary, basking in the warm sunlight, contentedly saying. Meanwhile, the Red Count and the others looked at him as if he were a monster. Damn it. Running to someone else's Navy doorstep to cause trouble. And you call that thrilling? Thrilling, my big watermelon. Chapter 30. Successfully escaping. Damn. Smashing the flag of the world government. Now it's like being enemies with the whole world. Only you can be so carefree. Jiang Lufeng didn't care about his thoughts. He knew that these three were just talking. When it came to action, they were absolutely unyielding, one more decisive than the other. With Waldo's acceleration, the Going Merry sped up and soon arrived at the large ship where Ace and the others were waiting to pick them up. Merry. As soon as Luffy, who had already boarded the large ship, spotted the Going Merry, he shouted excitedly. Even Ace, who had dealt with ships all his life, was equally shocked at this moment. He had meticulously inspected this ship. Approaching, Jiang Lufeng and the others jumped onto the large ship, leaving the emotional scene to the Straw Hat crew. Mira, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to take you on another journey, but I still came too late. Snap. It seemed that Mary used up the last bit of her strength to say this sentence, after which the entire ship broke in half and was completely scrapped. Seeing this, how could the Straw Hat crew hold back? They had already cried into tears. Mary, we are sorry for you. We didn't take good care of you. Please forgive us. I am very happy that you were able to carry everyone along the way. Thank you. Mary. After a long time of effort, it was finally Luffy who personally sent Mary off. Although Mary left them, it did not affect their fighting spirit. Jiang Lufeng, witnessing the scene, was also deeply moved. A shallow sadness passing by. At this moment, his heart was filled with anticipation. What would his ship be like? Would the bond with his crew be equally touching? What kind of moving stories would they create? Jiang Lufeng stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, looking at the vast, boundless sea filled with miracles. Although he still wore that calm expression, it was not hard to see the longing, excitement, and anticipation in his eyes. To be reborn in this colorful world felt absolutely amazing. Thus, the Battle of Judicial Island officially came to an end. It concluded with the complete victory of the pirates and the total defeat of the Navy. In this battle, the leader Jiang Lufeng and his crew of 4 defeated countless Navy soldiers, killed 3 elite members of the world government's Special Section 9, Kaku, Gabra, and the highest commander Spandam. They heavily injured Lucci, Califa, and Wei Chi. With a 4 against 7, they fought against 2 Navy admirals and 5 vice admirals without defeat. They destroyed the world government's flag, rescued Nico Robin, who was branded as the son of the devil, and Frankie, the owner of the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. This battle was another major operation for Jiang Liufeng's crew following the events at Impel Down, showcasing their incredible skills, making it impossible for the world government and the Navy to ignore or cover up their existence. It can be said that they shone brightly, becoming famous in one battle. Of course, there are those who are happy and those who are sad, a saying that couldn't be more accurate. In contrast to the festive atmosphere of Water 7, the Navy headquarters was a stark example. At this moment, Sengoku looked at the few empty-handed guys in front of him with a face full of disappointment. His whole body trembled with extreme anger. What a shameful humiliation. It was simply a great disgrace. Since the Golden Lions escaped from prison, the Navy had never suffered such a great humiliation. The severity of this situation was even 10,000 times worse than the Golden Lions' escape. The chaos at Impel Down resulted in 1 dead and 1 injured warden, and even 2 vice admirals were taken down. The recklessness at Judicial Island not only allowed 2 people with a great connection to the ancient weapon Pluton to escape, but also led to the complete annihilation of Special Section 9. With even the entire island blown up by their own people. Where were the enemies? Nothing at all. They managed to escape unscathed from the hands of the Navy's strongest representatives, 2 admirals, 6 vice admirals, and 20 warships. What the hell is going on? Huh, what are you playing at? Looking at the 2 careless admirals in front of him, Sengoku grew angrier, wishing he could unleash a Buddha palm shockwave to knock the crap out of them. Vice Admiral Garp, unlike the 2 admirals, was also feeling quite frustrated, saying, I went to chase after the Straw Hats. I don't even know how the situation unfolded. What? Sengoku glared up. No wonder you old man didn't put in any effort. It turns out your precious grandson was involved. You ask him. Surprisingly, the 2 admirals pointed at each other in tacit agreement. Sengoku's face darkened, suppressing his impending rage. He said, Akiji, you speak. Akiji stood up impatiently, saying originally, the vice admirals were about to capture Waldo and Crocodile, but this idiot kicked the Red Count over, directly helping them escape. Later, I was about to surround them with Ice Age, but this idiot broke my ice with the Yata no Kagami, and Waldo accelerated the ship, instantly disappearing without a trace. Hearing this, Kizaru quickly stood up and said, yo, you still have the nerve to talk? You, young and strong, didn't go after the Red Count and made me do it. Battling with a master like the Red Count is licking blood on the edge of a knife. Kicking him away is already good enough. How can I care about directions? Not to mention that their ship was surrounded by you and couldn't move. I had to sink them quickly, right? 4 devil fruit users falling into the water is just a piece of cake. What's wrong with that? Seeing the two admirals nearly starting a fight with each other, Sengoku helplessly shook his head, realizing he had to take the blame for this. Forget it. You two sit down. You both tried your best in this matter. It can only be said they were lucky to run into the Mary, which has a ship spirit. Sigh. At this point, he could only issue a bounty. You two have fought with them, what do you think? Very strong. Except for Crocodile, who only has Kinbunchika Haki. That kid and the Red Count are both at the level of an admiral. Waldo doesn't need to be mentioned, at the very least. He is at the level of a quasi-admiral, Akiji said seriously. More importantly, this group is led by that kid, and even the Red Count looks up to him. You have to know the Red Count has never allied with anyone. This likely indicates that this kid's strength is above the Red Count. Even Kizaru became unusually serious when discussing this matter. Chapter 31. Let's see how much it's worth. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was once again shocked. Previously, reports had focused on how these people fought and how strong they were, without providing him with any real concept. Now, listening to the words of the two admirals, it was completely different. The level of an admiral above the Red Count. What does that represent? It simply means that these few people have the capability to confront the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters head-on. This is unacceptable. If even this group can't be dealt with, then forget about playing with the colossal entities of the New World. This is not good news. Sengoku was not a hesitant person. He immediately slammed the table and stood up. He promptly set a bounty of 500 million on the escapee Jiang Lufeng, restored Crocodile and Waldo to their original amounts, and put the matter of the Red Count on hold for now. He was not foolish. The name of the Red Count was too terrifying, and the news of his successful escape could not be easily disclosed. Otherwise, in this era of great pirates, who knows how much encouragement it would bring to the pirates? Just as he was about to adjourn the meeting, he suddenly thought of something and glared at Garp, saying, and raised the bounties for the Straw Hat crew too. Garp's old face turned red, huffing, that brat deserves it. Night fell. Water 7. Although Water 7 was currently undergoing reconstruction after the battle and the baptism of the water gods, becoming a shadow of its former self, it did not stop everyone from joyfully starting a victory celebration. People feasted on meat, drank from large bowls, sang songs, danced, and enjoyed themselves. But just as Ace was about to drink a toast for Frankie's safe return, a voice broke the atmosphere. Iceberg, I've fulfilled my promise. Now please settle the account. Why can you have such formidable strength? Looking at Iceberg's fixed gaze, Jiang Lufeng felt somewhat displeased, thinking, damn it, I'm not a woman. What are you staring at? So how is it? No problem. You are my master's lifesaver. Even if it means I have to go bankrupt, it's fine. So, we'll give you the biggest and most luxurious ship in our shipyard. Iceberg waved his hand grandly. However, Jiang Lufeng remained unmoved. I don't want yours. I want you to build it for me. Huh. The Iceberg was slightly taken aback and said that now in Water 7, everything is in disarray. And if we want to find shipbuilding materials in a short time, use mine. At that moment, Frankie also came over and interrupted the Iceberg's words. Use my atom tree trunk to build them a ship. Seeing that these two misunderstood his meaning and completely thought he was here to get something for free, Jiang Lufeng suddenly felt displeased. He said irritably, you can keep that broken tree for your own coffin board. I don't need you to provide materials. I have my own. You just need to do the crafting. Hearing Jiang Liufeng's harsh words, the two brothers had no temper to argue back. The key was that they couldn't beat him. All right. Then bring the materials over, and we'll get started immediately. Jiang Lufeng then returned to his usual demeanor, nodded, and said, okay, then you gather the crew, bring the tools, and come find me at the shipyard. I've already placed the materials there. Although the two were puzzled, they still nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Jiang Lufeng then asked his 3 companions to stay behind to eat and drink, while he went ahead to the shipyard. It would be a joke if he just pulled such a large tree trunk out of the system bag. Who knows what kind of shock it would give these people. Ace and the others moved quickly and soon called over a dozen people with all the necessary tools. When they saw the tree trunk beside Jiang Lufeng, they were completely stunned. Oh my god, what kind of treasure tree is this? No wonder even the atom tree looks down on it. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the fun, while experts see the trick. The two brothers, Iceberg and Frankie, had a very high level of shipbuilding skills and immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this tree trunk. Jiang Lufeng had no intention of explaining anything to them. After binding with the tree spirit, he instructed the tree spirit to let these people build a ship, leaving Iceberg and the others looking at each other. The divine being is indeed divine. Even this material is as precious as a divine object. As a shipwright, being able to use the best materials to build a ship is not just a privilege for the main craftsman. Even working as an assistant is a great honor. After being surprised, the dozen or so skilled shipwrights excitedly rubbed their hands together and rushed around to inspect the world tree. Their handling was akin to caressing a wife, unable to put it down. Although their spirits were high, the world's first shipyard was not to be trifled with. Each shipwright maintained a high level of professionalism, working with great caution and meticulousness. It looked like they were building a ship. It was more like creating an astonishing work of art. Meanwhile, Jiang Lufeng at the party, sipping fine wine, saw this scene with his observation hockey and was quite satisfied. Now he could rest assured that his ship would shine brightly in this world. Just like him. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Jiang Lufeng and his 3 companions finally had a good night's sleep. The days of rushing around had left them with hardly any sleep, so it was impossible not to feel tired. For the next few days, they enjoyed this brief peace until one of Frankie's little brothers rushed over to knock on their door, breaking the tranquility. Great God! Great God! Your bounty has been released. Oh, at this, Jiang Lufeng became interested. He had never thought that one day he could become a wanted criminal in the pirate world. Clearly a criminal. But he felt quite proud. Let me see it. He eagerly took the bounty notice from the little brother's hands. Great God, I'll be going now. I have to deliver this to the Straw Hats. All right, go ahead. Jiang Lufeng had no time to bother with him and sent him off. The little brother ran away as if he had received a pardon. Jiang Lufeng brought 3 bounty notices to his companions and said, let's see how much we're worth. Chapter 32. This is really garbage. First up was himself, Flying Thunder God Jiang Lufeng, with a bounty of 510 million. Huh, why is it only this much? It should be 1 billion, right? Upon hearing this, Red Earl and the others rolled their eyes. This little captain really knows how to push his luck. Just starting out, and his first bounty is 510 million. What else does he want? This is not even the new world. If they gave you a bounty of 1 billion, wouldn't that scare the civilians half to death? Who would dare to live in this sea area? Young man, can you show a bit of martial virtue? After feeling frustrated for a while, they continued to look down. No surprises. Old Sand and Wardo's amounts remained unchanged. One at 81 million and the other at 500 million. Jiang Lufeng mockingly looked at Old Sand as if saying, you need to step up your game. This isn't enough to see. To this, Old Sand pouted, disregarding it. Why isn't there a bounty for the Earl? Jiang Lufeng suddenly asked curiously. Boss, you must be joking. The Navy wouldn't dare to release the Red Earl's bounty. Would they? That would mean he ran away. If the news that the Red Earl has escaped spread, it would cause an unprecedented uproar. The Navy definitely wouldn't dare to do that. Although Wardo was a rough guy, he understood this reasoning very well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng also realized. So he didn't pursue the matter further. After having breakfast, he headed towards the shipyard. He was quite looking forward to what kind of ship would be built. Stepping out, he strolled leisurely down the streets of Water 7, contemplating various issues concerning his crew. Once the ship was built, they would truly be a pirate crew. But with only 4 people, although they were strong, it felt a bit thin. No matter how you looked at it, they needed a decent cook, right? After all this time, they had mostly been mooching off others for food and drink. Once they actually set sail, it wouldn't be the same. In the vast ocean, would they really have to rely on others for every meal? Clearly, that was unrealistic. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a commotion at the dock and couldn't help but take a few glances. To his surprise, he saw a familiar figure. When he saw the enchanting woman with fiery pink hair, Jiang Lufeng's eyes lit up. Isn't that Carmen? That's right, this person was Carmen, the beautiful chef who once competed with Sanji in Rogue Town. After her battle with Sanji, Carmen didn't fall into despair. Instead, she became even more dedicated to cooking. She decided to travel alone to explore the vast lands, learn about various unique ingredients from different seas, and study different culinary arts, determined to become a great chef. She had heard that the sea train in Water 7 could showcase a variety of sea king species, which were rare high-quality ingredients for a chef like her with insufficient strength. Even if she couldn't cook them herself, she wanted to ride the sea train to see them. However, it was unfortunate that after finally managing to catch a ride to Water 7, she was informed that the sea train needed maintenance and couldn't set sail for a while, leaving her quite frustrated. With her obsession with cooking, she couldn't even bear to wait a second, so she started arguing with the staff at the station. Jiang Lufeng, upon hearing this, felt delighted. Hey, a cook has appeared. He walked straight towards Carmen. Miss Carmen, hello, I am Jiang Lufeng. Nice to meet you. He extended a hand towards Carmen very gentlemanly. You know. She was taken aback by how handsome he was. Her fair face turned slightly red as she fidgeted with her hands at the hem of her clothes. Suddenly caught off guard by such a handsome guy approaching her, Jiang Lufeng smiled slightly. I heard Miss Carmen wants to see the Sea Kings of the Calm Belt. I can take you there, and I can also help you catch what you want, with the condition that I need you to. Carmen sensed something was off as soon as she heard the smell. Although she was passionate about cooking and ingredients, to sell her body as a price? Even if you were a handsome guy, shouldn't you at least date first and talk about feelings? What was she thinking? She pressed her hands against her burning cheeks, steadied her mind, and said, Don't talk nonsense. I won't sell myself. Jiang Lufeng heard this and realized there was a misunderstanding. Miss Carmen, you misunderstood. What I meant is for you to be our ship's chef. We will travel around the world, and whatever ingredients you want, we will get them for you. Carmen was taken aback, realizing that was the meaning behind his words. I said, Can you be clearer when you speak? You made me think of all sorts of embarrassing scenarios. Do you have the capability? Carmen then scrutinized the man in front of her. Aside from being a bit handsome and fit, he didn't seem particularly strong. Others had invited her before. But as soon as they mentioned going to the Calm Belt to see Sea Kings, they all backed out. They talked a big game. But none of them had any real ability. Clearly, she was skeptical about Jiang Lufeng. There was no point in talking more. Whether he had the strength would be evident once they went. Jiang Lufeng didn't want to beat around the bush and stated directly, although Carmen was doubtful. Her curiosity and persistence prevailed. She was already eager to go, and now there was someone to accompany her, which made her excited. As a woman from the East Sea, her cooking skills were high, but she had no concept of how terrifying Sea Kings could be. After thinking it over, she nodded in agreement. As long as Jiang Lufeng truly had the strength to hunt Sea Kings, she didn't mind being their chef and traveling with them to see the wonders above the sea. Done. Jiang Lufeng felt delighted in his heart, thinking that having a decent chef on board meant they wouldn't have to suffer through hunger anymore. He nodded in satisfaction, took Carmen with him, and prepared to borrow a ship from Esbaku. Where did this wild kid come from? How dare he speak so boldly here? Miss, don't let him deceive you. Just as the two turned around, an unpleasant voice rang out. Jiang Lufeng frowned and looked at the group that had just disembarked. Who are you? We are the Locky pirate crew, and our Captain Locky has a bounty of 20 million berries. One of the subordinates, with his nose in the air, spoke before the captain could. Locky's crew? 20 million? That's pretty pathetic. Jiang Lufeng pouted and said with disdain. Really, the forest is big. All kinds of birds dare to come find trouble. Chapter 33, A Second Invitation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding audience immediately felt intimidated. Most of them were residents of Water 7, and while many were unaware of Jiang Lufeng's accomplishments, they had often heard of the notorious Locky crew, although they weren't high profile. This crew frequently committed acts of robbery and bullying on several nearby islands, so everyone had heard of them. The ordinary folks were naturally frightened and quickly took a few steps back, fearing trouble. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the pirate named Locky was quite pleased and arrogantly said, I say, kid, your skills in deceiving girls aren't that impressive. You actually think you can take someone to see Sea Kings all by yourself? This woman is pathetic for believing you. Carmen was taken aback, but, seeing the sincerity in Jiang Lufeng's eyes, clearly found him more reliable than those disgusting guys. I believe him. What is it to you? Let us go? Jiang Lufeng didn't bother to argue with such insignificant beings. When he saw the look Carmen gave him, he nodded and said, Let's go. Seeing that his words had no effect, Locky became furious. Stop right there. I have my eyes on this woman. If you know what's good for you, hand her over, or I'll make you. Before he could finish his sentence, lie down. Just 2 words. The voice wasn't loud, but it shook everyone to their core. Oh my God, that's terrifying. A passerby suddenly felt the aura emanating from Jiang Lufeng, shivering all over and wiping the sweat from his forehead. The next second, bang 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 bang. The more than 10 people who had disembarked from the ship, starting with the one named Locky, all began foaming at the mouth, convulsing, and fell to the ground, gasping at the sight of the two leaving. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. That's terrifying. He didn't even lift a finger. Can a gaze really kill? At that moment, a reporting bird flew overhead, dropping several wanted posters with photos on them. A keen observer picked one up and, upon seeing it, was so frightened that their hair stood on end, pointing at Jiang Lufeng's back and then at the wanted poster. Him. They stammered, almost biting their tongue. Curious onlookers gathered around to see what was happening. Once they looked, they were nearly scared out of their wits, with many women screaming in shock. Seeing Carmen's excited eyes, Zhang Lufeng was also very happy. As Carmen's happiness meant it was more likely for her to become the chef on his ship. Before long, they borrowed a ship from the busy Esbaku and also checked out the pirate ship that was about to be completed. I must say, Esbaku's crew was quite efficient. In just a few days, the entire ship was taking shape. At first glance, it looked quite extraordinary. The ship had a majestic aura, as if it were a fierce dragon about to soar into the sky, quietly resting, waiting for the moment to make a stunning move. Zhang Lufeng praised it endlessly, feeling very satisfied. Finally, he took Carmen to visit the ship's kitchen. Although it was empty inside, as someone in the cooking profession, Carmen could tell that the kitchen layout was quite high standard. Once completed and fully equipped, it would definitely be a luxurious kitchen. For a chef, having an excellent working environment is also quite important. Seeing Carmen as if she was evaluating her future workspace, Zhang Lufeng was very happy. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain from a casual stroll today, which was truly worth celebrating. After the two toured around, they temporarily bid farewell to everyone and set sail in high spirits. The final result was, of course, a happy ending. With Zhang Lufeng, who possessed Conqueror's haki, there was no Sea King that dared to approach them even a step. In Carmen's astonishment, Zhang Lufeng took her to a Sea King's nest, allowing her to see these sea giants up close, and according to Carmen's wishes, they captured a creature that resembled a snake but wasn't quite one. According to Carmen, this creature was quite rare, and its meat was considered top quality among Sea Kings. Although the process seemed simple, the clever Carmen recognized its significance. Even such a colossal creature was afraid of Zhang Lufeng. Just how strong was this handsome guy? She couldn't help but feel even more tempted by Zhang Lufeng's invitation. Later, after Vardo and the others tasted Carmen's cooking, their happy expressions made Carmen suddenly realize that as a chef, if she could make these fierce individuals feel happiness, what could be more fulfilling than that? Vardo naturally had to say more, praising it endlessly. I say, sister-in-law, your cooking skills are truly amazing. I've never tasted such delicious dishes before. You're incredible, haha. This shout of sister-in-law almost made Zhang Lufeng spit out the rice in his mouth. Cough, 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 I say. Can you not speak nonsense? Seeing Zhang Lufeng's intense gaze, Vardo shivered. Well then, take your time eating. I'll bring some to Iceberg and the others as a late-night snack. After saying that, he didn't dare to look at Zhang Lufeng and ran away in a hurry. Not just Walt. Even Crocodile and the Red Count couldn't help but want to praise him. Unfortunately, one was not good with words and the other was too proud, but from their eyes, Zhang Lufeng knew they also longed for Carmen to be the chef for everyone. He then earnestly invited Carmen again. Miss Carmen, would you be willing to be our chef? To travel happily with us on this wonderful sea? To be honest, Carmen felt a bit torn inside. After all, she had promised Zhang Lufeng before. But being a girl among a bunch of big men felt somewhat awkward. She fidgeted and couldn't find the words. This made the Red Count anxious. Although he had been wandering alone for decades and could endure loneliness, after tasting Carmen's cooking for the first time, he was hooked and couldn't stop thinking about it. Chapter 34, Set Sail. This group of people had such overwhelming strength that it was basically a done deal for them to roam the new world. How could they not have a decent chef? A bunch of unparalleled experts living off the wind and dew, eating one meal at a time. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? The old man didn't know how to express his regret, but mustered the courage to say, Miss Carmen, I don't have much to offer, but the captain promised to find me a vampire fruit from the mythical beast species. I believe he can do it. And if necessary, I can give that fruit to you. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Lufeng and Carmen's eyes lit up. The difference was that Carmen had heard of this thing and knew that this devil fruit was a magical treasure she had longed for. But the name vampire made her a bit apprehensive. Zhang Lufeng, on the other hand, slapped his thigh and thought, yes, this is an attractive offer. He then smiled and said, by the way, Miss Carmen, if you join us, I promise to help you obtain a devil fruit. But the vampire fruit is what I promised the Red Count. I can find you another one. When Carmen heard this, the condition was simply irresistible. She knew that in this world of the survival of the fittest, to fulfill her wishes and realize her value, without regretting her youth, there were only two conditions. One was to have a strong backing, and the other was to be powerful herself. Although Carmen was a girl, her determination to achieve her dreams was no less than that of a boy. The temptation to enhance her strength and gain the ability to protect herself in this unpredictable sea was, to be honest, deadly. Really? Really, I can guarantee that. Then okay. But I have one more request. What request? I hope you can find another female companion. Otherwise, as the only girl. No problem, no problem. We can find you a companion, and don't be fooled by how scary these guys look. They're all good people, right, Old Shah? Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow and looked meaningfully at Old Shah. Suddenly being brought into the conversation, Old Shah initially didn't want to play along. But he actually wanted to taste Carmen's cooking too, fearing that any action might scare the little girl. He could only helplessly say, "Yes, the captain said so." Seeing that these people were not as difficult to get along with as she had imagined, especially that big silly guy who seemed quite simple-minded, Carmen's resistance lowered significantly. After some soft persuasion, she finally agreed. Thus, Zhang Liufeng's crew finally had a chef. Having such a beautiful chef was undoubtedly the most worthwhile thing Zhang Lufeng had felt in days. After all, it was just a devil fruit, and for him, who had a position locator, that was really easy to obtain. Just thinking about being able to enjoy delicious food every meal made him as happy as a child. And he picked up his cup, joining in the cheerful atmosphere. The next morning, Icebago finally sent someone to notify them that the ship was ready, and they were invited for inspection. The group excitedly packed their belongings and headed to the shipyard. Walking on the street again, the residents' gazes had changed. Zhang Lufeng, now a pirate valued at 510 million, had basically become known in Water 7, and everyone kept their distance, fearful of provoking trouble. As for the group, they didn't feel much about it, but Carmen was a bit unhappy. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized that there was no need to care about others' opinions. As long as she was true to herself, that was enough. A small episode couldn't stop their progress, and soon they arrived in front of the new ship. The ship was covered with a red cloth, waiting for Zhang Lufeng to unveil it. The Straw Hat crew was also there to see them off, and they were slightly surprised when they saw Carmen. However, Luffy was quite frustrated and muttered to himself, "Why did they get their ship first? Shoo." As soon as he finished speaking, his companions quickly covered his mouth. "Damn it. Hurry and send these killers away, isn't it better?" Seeing the hungry gazes from his friends, Luffy quickly shut his mouth. As for Zhang Lufeng, he just smiled faintly and said nothing. "Let us give our companion a name." "Companion?" Carmen asked in confusion. "Yes. For those who venture at sea, a ship is also an important partner." Through Zhang Liufeng's sincere expression, Carmen understood his meaning. She bowed to the new ship. "Hello, I'm Carmen. Please take care of me from now on." To everyone's surprise, the new ship seemed to understand and trembled slightly. Though it was barely noticeable, almost everyone felt it. How amazing! Even Carmen was taken aback. At that moment, she realized that Zhang Liufeng's intention was not only to treat the ship as a partner to care for and cherish, but that this ship truly was their partner. This was so magical. It made her look forward to the upcoming journey even more. It would surely be wonderful. Zhang Lufeng smiled noncommittally. Only he knew that this ship had a spirit. Oh no, now it was a ship spirit. Wasn't he that a companion? He slowly approached the new ship, grasped the bright red cloth, and closed his eyes. It seemed he was contemplating or sensing something. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and pulled with strength. With a swoosh, the cloth on the ship was pulled down immediately. At the same time, a voice, though not loud, was full of presence, shouted into everyone's ears. "From now on, you shall be called the Golden Scale." What is a golden scale? When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Believe that in the near future, Zhang Liufeng's crew and the Golden Scale will surely become famous across the seas and become a myth spoken of by people. Thus, Zhang Lufeng officially entered the era of great pirates, becoming a true pirate. Their legend officially began at this moment. After a while, everything was ready. Zhang Lufeng waved his hand and said, "Set sail." Next stop, Sabaody Archipelago, boarding the magnificent and luxurious Golden Scale. Even the Red Count and Old Shah felt a little excited inside. After drifting for so long, it was the first time they felt a sense of home. This feeling was quite nice. "Yes, Walt, let us go." "Okay, Captain." "Haha, Captain, this ship is really impressive. Following you, everything seems to be getting better. Everyone, hold on tight. Set sail." Chapter 35, New Companion, Golden Scale. Whoosh. Waldo waved his hand and pressed down on the deck, activating the 20 times speed boost. The magnificent Golden Scale ship vanished in the blink of an eye in front of Ace and the others, as they watched the intricately carved ship. Its golden dragon figurehead fading away, a mix of emotions filled their hearts. One thought, however, was unanimous among them. What kind of excitement would that purple-haired young man bring to the world? It really made them look forward to it. For the Straw Hat crew, the stronger the opponent, the more it ignited their desire to conquer. At this moment, they were extremely eager to strengthen themselves, hoping that when they met again, they could compete with Zhang Lufeng and his crew. If Zhang Lufeng knew their thoughts, he would probably smile and say, "No matter how hard you try, it will ultimately be in vain. In this era, I am the protagonist." New World, Sabaody Archipelago. "Here I come, Zhang Lufeng." The resplendent Golden Scale ship swiftly traversed the azure sea. Jiang Lufeng gathered several curious companions who were scurrying around the ship like little kittens to the main helm. When they approached, they suddenly noticed a strange device next to the helm. It looked like an enlarged log pose, but this crystal ball was different from a log pose. This exquisite crystal ball resembled a monitor, and upon closer inspection, they discovered it was actually a map of the entire world. On the map, a small light was slowly moving away from the green area marked as Water 7, heading towards a small green area known as the Sabeti Archipelago. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up, knowing that this device must be something special. Waldo, unable to contain his curiosity, quickly asked, "Boss, what is this thing? It has a world map and knows exactly where we are." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng smiled slightly and said, "This is called an omniscient recorder. It not only shows the overview of this world, but it can also navigate for us, allowing us to clearly know our current location and where our destination is." "So amazing," Carmen exclaimed, touching the recorder with a look of curiosity that made her seem a bit adorable. "That's right. And it also knows about potential dangers along our route, the weather conditions, and will choose the optimal sailing route for us. However, this requires the cooperation of our new companions." "Huh, me?" Carmen looked confused. "I don't know anything about sailing. How could it be me?" Jiang Lufeng mysteriously smiled and said, "He's even newer than you." The others were puzzled, wondering what was going on. "Aren't there just us?" they thought. Seeing their confusion, Jiang Lufeng decided not to keep them in suspense any longer and called out, "Come out, Golden Scale." "Golden Scale?" Waldo looked bewildered. "Isn't that the name of our ship? What is the captain talking about?" But he quickly stopped being confused as he stared at the humanoid light figure that suddenly appeared at the door, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. The others were no better off. As soon as they saw the light figure, they lost their composure. At that moment, even the dumbest person could see that the little boy figure looked just like the legendary ship Spirit. The Red Count's eyes lit up with joy. Could it be the ship Spirit? I've been sailing the seas for decades, and this is the first time I've seen one. Yes and no. The Golden Scale is somewhat different from a ship Spirit. What is the difference? Old Shah, having realized this, coughed a couple of times, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, Jiang Lufeng wasn't in a hurry. Such feelings take time to cultivate, so he didn't point it out right away. The ship Spirit is derived from the will of the ship, but the Golden Scale is a tree spirit that comes from the trunk of the world tree in my world. The others nodded, somewhat understanding. Seeing that everyone still looked confused, Jiang Lufeng continued to explain. In simple terms, the Golden Scale can appear before people. It can move freely on this ship created by the world tree, and its control over the Golden Scale is stronger than any helmsman. It also has the ability to repair the ship. In short, the Golden Scale is like our helmsman and shipwright, and combined with the omniscient recorder, he is also our navigator. That is truly amazing. Carmen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the Golden Scale. From now on, everyone will be companions with the Golden Scale, so let us introduce ourselves. Jiang Lufeng said, "Hello everyone, I am the Golden Scale. I'm very happy to become your companion. Please take care of me," the Golden Scale said in a tender voice. Upon hearing this, everyone began to cheer, and, not long after, they became quite familiar with the fact that they now had a spirit as their companion. "Very good." Jiang Lufeng asked Waldo to bring out the fine wine gifted by the Ice Mountain, pouring a glass for everyone. On the deck, the 6 companions formed a circle, and Jiang Lufeng raised his glass high, saying, "Our crew has escaped from Impel Down, cutting through thorns and brambles, and finally arrived at the day of our formal voyage." Reflecting on the events of the past few days, aside from Carmen and the Golden Scale, the other 3 felt a lingering fear. Although their troublesome captain had brought them to dangerous places, wasn't he that what pirates longed for? Aside from the One Piece treasure, they were unafraid of power, daring to challenge the world. They were strong, willing to confront the Navy head-on. Unconstrained, they could freely roam in this vibrant sea. Wasn't this the height that pirates dreamed of achieving? Looking at the spirited group, Jiang Lufeng was very satisfied and continued. "So to commemorate the official voyage of our crew, I will name our pirate group Dawn. From today on, the Dawn Pirates are officially established. For a more exciting tomorrow. Cheers. 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 Drink." Haha. Carmen very tactfully brought out the exquisite food she had prepared, and a small party happily unfolded on the ship. The navigation of the Golden Scale was officially handed over to the Golden Scale itself. As a spirit, he naturally did not need to eat or drink. And while everyone celebrated joyfully, the Golden Scale had already taken the helm, heading towards the Sabeti Archipelago, as instructed by Jiang Lufeng. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Lufeng briefly assigned tasks. Old Shah was taken away by the Red Count to learn the ways of hockey. Naturally, natural fruit users have a common issue. They rely too much on their fruit abilities and lack training in hockey. Even if they do learn, they often focus only on observation hockey, so Old Shaw's main task now is to improve his hockey. Otherwise, when they reach the new world, a place where hockey reigns supreme, Old Shaw would likely be beaten up. Waldo was assigned to design the pirate flag for their crew, which featured a skull with a pattern of lightning behind it. It looked quite nice. After cleaning up the messy dining table, Carmen was led into a room by Jiang Lufeng. As he pulled her arm into the room, the young girl's cheeks flushed and her heart raced. Chapter 36. A beautiful misunderstanding. What are we doing? Wasn't it supposed to be respectful and courteous? Men are truly bad. Sighing, she thought she shouldn't have believed his nonsense. She was probably in for a disaster this time. As her thoughts drifted, she found herself standing in front of the bed, still dazed and not reacting. Carmen, what is wrong with you? Jiang Lufeng frowned when he noticed Carmen's vacant stare. Her two pretty cheeks flushed. He thought the young girl might be sick. He quickly reached out to touch her forehead to check her condition. Looks like we need a doctor. Carmen suddenly felt Jiang Lufeng's touch, and it was like being electrocuted, causing her to shiver all over. With a sharp scream, Carmen retreated a few steps like a startled kitten, accidentally tripping over the bed frame behind her. Losing her balance, she fell onto the bed. The originally green and delicate hand that was about to push Jiang Lufeng away instinctively grabbed onto his clothes, inadvertently pulling him down as well. The two of them found themselves face to face, lying on the bed with their faces less than a centimeter apart, seeming as if a slight movement could bring their lips together. Both were stunned, frozen in this ambiguous position, as if turned to stone. Miss Carmen, what's wrong, old man? With us here, you don't need to be afraid. The group was quite concerned about Carmen, the beautiful chef, and when they suddenly heard her scream, they dropped their tasks and hurried to her room. However, upon entering and seeing the scene before them, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Wow, this is too explosive, right? These two are daring enough to live stream in broad daylight with the door open? Once they regained their composure, they jumped up like kittens with their tails stepped on. Before Jiang Lufeng could finish, Valdo laughed and said, We understand. Remember to close the door next time. Miss Carmen has quite the loud voice. Hearing this, Count Red and Old Shaw also wore knowing expressions, playfully sizing up the two. Jiang Lufeng felt a chill run down his spine. Get lost, he shouted, pointing a finger at the three. Since this misunderstanding was difficult to clarify, he didn't want to linger any longer. The three, instead of being angry, seemed pleased by Jiang Lufeng's outburst. Finally, Valdo left with a cheeky grin, closing the door behind him. Turning around, Jiang Lufeng saw Carmen's head buried almost to her belly button, her face as red as a ripe apple. How could she face anyone now? Seeing this, Jiang Lufeng could only smile wryly, sighing to himself that this misunderstanding had escalated. He initially wanted to give Carmen a little surprise, but it ended up backfiring. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he quickly took out the elephant sword he had captured from Spandam and said, Carmen, this really was a misunderstanding. I was planning to give you this elephant sword. Carmen was still lost in her thoughts and was slightly taken aback when she suddenly heard Jiang Lufeng's words. She looked at the elephant sword in his hand, her eyes lighting up. This shifted the atmosphere quite a bit. Seeing Carmen's attention diverted, Jiang Lufeng quickly took the opportunity to introduce it to her. Carmen was already quite curious about devil fruits, and upon learning that the elephant sword possessed the power of a devil fruit, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have defused the awkwardness. He immediately used his conqueror's haki to suppress the elephant sword. The sword, sensing Jiang Lufeng's overwhelming and domineering aura, trembled in fear and willingly submitted. After ensuring that the elephant sword recognized Carmen as its master, Jiang Lufeng taught her some usage methods from memory and encouraged her to develop her own ideas. Carmen was utterly enamored with the elephant sword. Being naturally intelligent and already skilled with knives, she quickly grasped many techniques. Seeing this, Jiang Lufeng gave her a few more instructions before quickly exiting her room, fearing another misunderstanding might arise. However, this misunderstanding was quite beautiful. Although Carmen happily played with the elephant sword, she kept an eye on Jiang Lufeng's every move. When she saw him leave, for some reason, she felt a slight sense of loss. Making his way to Jinlin, Jiang Lufeng said, Jinlin, check the location of the phantom beast vampire fruit. Although his voice was not loud, Count Red's keen ears caught it. Upon hearing vampire fruit, he quickly appeared next to Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng smiled slightly, knowing the old man was anxious. It was said that with Jinlin and the recording device, they could activate a positioning function. The others were curious and quickly gathered around to observe the recording device. Jinlin placed his hands on the crystal ball, muttering some incantations. And soon a small yellow dot lit up on the ball. Everyone craned their necks, curiously watching. Hey, it's moving. Valdo was the first to speak, and upon hearing him, everyone noticed that the small yellow dot was moving across the sea. Where's this? Jiang Lufeng frowned and asked Jinlin. This is in the New World Sea area. According to the course, they are heading towards a place called Dressrosa. Huh. Jiang Liufeng's eyes narrowed, and he said in unison with Old Sha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Huh. That sounds interesting, Jiang Lufeng said with a grin. Captain, we found the vampire fruit. Count Red was excited and wished he could sprout wings and fly over right now. Jiang Lufeng patted his shoulder and said, Count, don't worry. We'll definitely get that fruit for you. Once we finish coding at Sabaody Archipelago, we'll head straight to the New World. Good. The mention of going to the New World instantly energized everyone. It was a place all sailors dreamed of. A place where strength was paramount and the law of the jungle reigned. For people of their terrifying strength, it was like heaven. With such uplifting news, everyone's morale soared. Valdo didn't even wait for Jiang Liufeng's instructions, immediately unleashing his abilities to help the Jinlin ship swiftly head towards Sabaody Archipelago. During this journey, Count Red lost interest in teaching Old Sha and Carmen about hockey since Jiang Lufeng assured him that as long as the yellow didn't disappear, it meant the fruit was still there and hadn't been eaten. Hearing this, Count Red became fixated, doing nothing but staring at the small yellow dot on the recording device. Fearing that it would disappear if he blinked, Jiang Lufeng could only helplessly let Valdo, who had finished his tasks, take over teaching hockey. However, Valdo's skills were nowhere near Count Red's level. Even he knew he needed to learn from Count Red, so he could only introduce the basics to them and wait until Count Red's matters were settled. Meanwhile, Jiang Lufeng became the hands-off manager. Leisurely sitting at the bow of the ship, drinking a little wine and fishing, he would place any interesting catches in the Jinlin's aquarium and leave the fresh, plump ones for Carmen to cook. He appeared relaxed and carefree. Before long, a verdant scene appeared on the horizon over the vast ocean. They were about to reach their destination, Sabaody Archipelago. Chapter 37, Nice Ship. As Jinlin's voice sounded, everyone put down their tasks and came to the bow of the ship to look. Before them lay an archipelago composed of dozens of islands of various sizes, each island featuring a towering tree, with bubbles occasionally rising into the sky. Under the sun's rays, the entire archipelago appeared colorful and beautiful. Naturally, Carmen was the most excited. Girls were inherently drawn to beautiful things, and seeing such a stunning scene made her very happy. She turned playfully to Jiang Lufeng and extended her hand, saying, Captain, shouldn't we give the little one some wages? Huh. This caught Jiang Lufeng completely off guard, as the four of them exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they didn't have a single coin. Seeing this, Carmen's previously cheerful face turned gloomy. You guys aren't broke, are you? Jiang Lufeng chuckled bitterly. You hit the nail on the head. Carmen looked incredulous. No way. You all are quite impressive figures, yet you're broke. So she naturally knows the level of existence of the people on her ship. This made Jiang Liufeng's head hurt. It truly is a case of a penny defeating a hero. Who would have thought that so many sea overlords would be sitting on this magnificent ship? Yet they are all completely broke? Everyone felt quite depressed, and just when their mood hit rock bottom, Jiang Liufeng's eyes turned. Got it. He quickly called his partners over and started explaining his plan. What? Extorting the celestial dragons. After hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, everyone was stunned. Why does the captain always drag them into trouble? The problem is that if they're going to cause trouble, why not just extort some shops? Why go for something so big? To this, Jiang Lufeng simply replied that the celestial dragons have a lot of money, and they could live off it for 3 years. To this, everyone was speechless. There was nothing they could do. After all, who told them to have such a trouble-seeking captain? So, boss, who will play the role of the one being sold? After Valdo finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Carmen, seemingly hinting at something. But the next second, he realized something seemed off. Except for him, everyone else had their eyes on him. Could it be that unlucky? The next second, damn it. Valdo was extremely helpless. Why does all the bad luck always fall on him? Upon reflection, it seemed that besides him, no one was more suitable. Although Carmen was quite attractive, and for some reason, she had let her fiery hair down recently, making her even more charming. She was still just a minor character and not worth the attention of the celestial dragons. Crocodile was only worth 81 million, which felt insufficient. Jiang Lufeng and the Red Earl didn't need to be mentioned. There was no way they would take on this role. So saying all that, there was no one more suitable than him, the 500 million bounty pirate. He could only agree with a resentful little glare. With the matter settled, everyone's mood improved a bit, except for Valdo. The golden scale gradually docked. At the dock of island number 13, many onlookers were sizing up the pirate ship as it approached. Everyone was deeply attracted by the resplendent golden scale. They lived in the Shambati archipelago and had seen countless ships, but they had never seen such an imposing pirate ship, and they had never seen the flag on its mast before. Since this group of islands is not far from the Navy headquarters and is quite prosperous, even the celestial dragons occasionally visit the island. So, no pirates dare to cause trouble here, and the residents are not particularly wary of pirates. Among the crowd, there were also members of other pirate crews watching, wanting to see their future opponents. Naturally, the first to disembark was Jiang Lufeng. As soon as he jumped down, he noticed many people were watching them, and he frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He felt like he was being gawked at like a monkey. So handsome. Wow, such a handsome guy. Many girls in the crowd gasped in admiration. Jiang Lufeng immediately sensed a lot of hostility from the men towards him. Great. He just arrived and already offended someone. Is being handsome a crime? Jiang Lufeng pouted, thinking it didn't matter. Anyway, you'd better not mess with me. I really need money. The mood of the crowd suddenly changed. Wow, look, that girl is really beautiful. Exactly, Sai. Why do all the good girls end up with losers these days? Why do I, looking so heroic and formidable, see girls preferring pretty boys? They all said in unison that the pig you're talking about is yourself. The man was startled, feeling extremely embarrassed, and quickly ran off. Just as this little episode occurred, the Red Earl and the others also disembarked one after another. They were looking around, admiring the beautiful and lively environment of the island. Just as Jiang Lufeng was calling everyone to prepare to leave, a loud and arrogant voice interrupted. Stop, old man. Your ship is nice. I'll take it. And that girl too. Leave her to be my maid. The newcomer, not understanding the situation, thought the oldest Red Earl was the captain and pointed at him arrogantly. The others exchanged glances and laughed scornfully. The man was enraged and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I see you all don't want to live. Boys, here." With a swish, dozens of henchmen appeared. "Get that ship and that woman for me." Yes, dozens of henchmen drew their weapons, their expressions vicious as they walked towards Jiang Lufeng. Carmen quickly moved closer to Jiang Lufeng, clearly frightened. "Kid, be smart and hand that girl over to our captain. Or else. Kneel." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened, and an overwhelming aura swept over the group of thugs. Thud. A bunch of henchmen, along with the so-called captain, were directly pressed to the ground by this pressure, unable to lift their heads, trembling all over. This scene stunned the onlookers. What the hell? What did that kid do? I don't know. He just said something, and that group of fierce pirates knelt down. Yeah, this kid looks harmless. How is he so terrifying? Are you looking for death? You dare to call others kid? Hurry and leave before you get heard and can't get away. Oh no. The man realized what was happening and quickly covered his mouth and ran away. Jiang Lufeng walked towards the captain with an air of calm, as if strolling in a garden. To the kneeling pirates, his steps were terrifying. They felt the sound of his footsteps was like the countdown of death. With each step he took, their hearts would thud. In those short seconds, they felt as if they had lived a lifetime. Finally, Jiang Lufeng stood in front of the captain, looking down at him. Under Jiang Liufeng's gaze, the captain was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over him, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. He didn't have the courage to look up to see what Jiang Lufeng wanted from him. Trembling like a human-shaped vibrating stick, it was quite torturous. Jiang Lufeng sneered, withdrew his conqueror's haki, and said to the man, "Take good care of my ship. If anything goes missing, I'll come looking for you." Hearing this, the captain felt like he had been pardoned, and quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I understand. I won't let anyone near the great god's ship. Thank you for not killing me. When he finally looked up, Jiang Lufeng and his crew had already walked far away. He slumped down to the ground. Damn, that was too scary. The captain felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. Reason told him that as long as there was any problem with the golden scale, he was definitely doomed. He couldn't help but shiver, quickly calling his subordinates to guard the golden scale tightly, not daring to blink, fearing that if he blinked, the golden scale would disappear. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Lufeng and his crew, had already arrived at the entrance of the Shaki bar. Huh, is it in there? The arrow pointing to the check-in point in Jiang Liufeng's mind was indicating inside the bar. Without further ado, Jiang Lufeng pushed the door open. What came into view was a simply and elegantly arranged space, with not many customers, only a few sparse tables. The check-in point was at the center seat of the bar. Jiang Lufeng took a glance and walked straight over. From the moment Xia Qi saw Li Yinlin and his group enter, her gaze had been fixed on them without moving. As a professional intelligence worker, Xia Qi had certainly heard of the newly established Dawn Pirates. Of course, she didn't know much about the name Dawn yet. When she saw Jiang Lufeng walking towards her, she flashed a charming smile and softly said, Isn't this the famous flying thunder god Jiang Lufeng? It's truly a pleasure to meet you in person. You are indeed as handsome as the legends say. Miss Xia is overpraising me, Jiang Lufeng replied. Huh, Jiang Lufeng. He's so young? Is he really as strong as the rumors say? When Xia Qi uttered Jiang Liufeng's name, the nearby tables of pirates began to scrutinize Jiang Lufeng and his group. Their expressions serious. Xia Qi's bar had exorbitantly high prices, and ordinary people wouldn't come here. Those who could drink here were either knowledgeable individuals or pirates. The bounty on Jiang Lufeng's group was astonishingly high. Just considering Jiang Lufeng alone, and then Valdo and Crocodile, was already intimidating. Don't underestimate Old Sand's 81 million. That was said a long time ago, and after Old Sand became a Shichibukai, his bounty hadn't changed. Those in the know understood that Old Sand's strength didn't match his bounty. Valdo, of course, needed no introduction. He was a genuine powerhouse with a bounty of 500 million, and his exploits were well known throughout the New World, with no embellishments. The fact that someone as strong as Valdo and Old Sand would willingly take a back seat to him speaks volumes about his exceptional capabilities. While everyone was lost in thought, Jiang Lufeng was also pondering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Sabaody Archipelago. Reward, Enel's Fruit Ability Panel. The next check-in location is Dressrosa? What the? Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but gasp. Even though he was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by this reward. Is this system being unreasonable? Huh. Is this even fair to others? Could you show some martial ethics? But then he thought, wait a minute. Wouldn't this mean he would become a sitting duck? His previously ecstatic expression quickly turned into a frown as he pondered whether to fuse or not. This ability was something he naturally desired. After all, with his lightning attribute, the power of the Rumble fruit would undoubtedly be a qualitative enhancement. Not to mention the additional skills it would provide. He wouldn't have to rely on the strongest spear as his ultimate move anymore. The strongest spear combined with armament hockey was indeed his signature move, and frequently using it could lead to it being seen through. Once he fused with the Rumble fruit's ability, he would not only transform into a mobile source of water, but he would also possess an endless supply of lightning attribute chakra. He could produce many more techniques and could keep the strongest spear as a trump card. However, once he fused, it meant that everyone on his ship, except Carmen, would have to become a devil fruit user. If even one person fell into the sea, it would be troublesome. Just as he was conflicted, the system's voice rang out again. Does the host wish to fuse? System, will I become a sitting duck after fusing? Ding. Any panel fused by the host in the system is an optimized perfect ability. All side effects will no longer exist. And using skills will no longer have conditional restrictions. What? Jiang Lufeng couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. System, are you sure? Ding. The system is certain. Haha, that's great. Let's fuse right away. Ding. The host is fusing the new panel. Please wait. Ding. Enel's Fruit Ability Panel fusion successful. Chapter 39, Dark King Rayleigh. Swoosh. The moment the system prompt sounded, a powerful surge of lightning energy flooded Jiang Liufeng's mind, accompanied by the techniques of the Rumble fruit and all the moves previously used by Enel. Without a second thought, Jiang Lufeng vanished from his spot, leaving behind a crackling lightning mark in front of everyone. Dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. The entire bar fell silent. The Dawn Pirates were somewhat used to Jiang Liufeng's unusual behavior and remained calm. The rest were utterly bewildered. What is he doing? Practicing his acting? Suddenly, Jiang Lufeng let out a strange cry. The patrons at several tables jumped in shock, and one person sitting in the corner who had just taken a sip of whiskey ended up spitting it out. What was even more absurd was that suddenly he unleashed his fruit abilities and vanished in a flash. This happened too quickly. It made everyone tense up, hastily drawing their weapons and raising them in front of themselves, fearing that Jiang Lufeng might attack at any moment. After all, he dared to confront a Marine admiral and even offend the world government, who knew what his temperament was like. Damn, so he just wanted to show off in front of them? You're strong. You're impressive. Isn't that enough? Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. And when they saw Jiang Lufeng finally return to normal, they quickly rushed over to pay their bills. Even Xia Qi, a person who had weathered many storms, was taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's display, unsure of what he intended to do. Is he trying to establish dominance? Thinking this, her expression turned a bit unpleasant. She quickly cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment and said, Miss Xia, I apologize for Jiang's abruptness. Xia Qi's demeanor was no longer as warm as before. May I ask what brings the Flying Thunder God here? Well, Miss Xia, to be honest, I'm here to borrow some money and inquire about a few things. Sure, so you really are here to cause trouble. Xia Qi's face immediately darkened. So he came to extort money? With some minor skills. He dares to run wild here? She straightened her alluring figure that had been half leaning on the bar, crossed her arms, and shouted with a gloomy expression, "Old man. Someone is here to cause trouble." Suddenly, the curtains on the doors leading to the back hall were blown up by a gust of wind. Boom. A wave of overwhelming pressure from an extraordinary powerhouse surged towards Jiang Lufeng and his companions like a tsunami. Jiang Lufeng sensed something was off the moment Xia Qi spoke. He was already prepared, fully aware that this woman had the backing of the Pirate King's first mate. So, at the moment Rayleigh made his move, Jiang Lufeng also unleashed an aura of kingly dominance to clash against it. The two forces collided, creating a storm in the small bar, nearly tearing off the roof. However, the two opponents had an unspoken understanding, and their haki flashed and disappeared in an instant. Although it was only a brief exchange, for experts, the information exchanged was sufficient. "Rayleigh, I mean no offense. It's just that Miss Xia misunderstood. If you want to fight, we can go out to sea." Jiang Lufeng was not afraid of a battle with Rayleigh, but he always preferred to be straightforward, so this misunderstanding needed to be clarified. "Ha ha ha, heroes indeed emerge from youth." A powerful voice rang out from the back hall, and then the curtains were lifted as a silver-haired elder stepped out. It was none other than Dark King Rayleigh. "May I ask what brings you here, young friend?" "Borrowing money, seeking information." Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. He had naturally heard everything from the back hall, and was surprised that someone dared to extort money in front of him. His expression darkened as well. Since he had been living in the Sabaody archipelago, he had only ever extorted others. Today, being extorted himself was quite a revelation. The title of Roger Pirate's first mate cannot be insulted. Just as Jiang Lufeng was preparing to continue, Rayleigh waved his hand and interrupted him. "It has been a long time since I've moved my body. Today, let's have a spar with this young man who seems to be unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What is there to fear?" Arriving at the dock, Rayleigh immediately spotted the group of pirates kneeling on the ground, filled with confusion. The captain approached directly. "Great God! What is this?" Seeing Jiang Lufeng come and go in a hurry, he was quite puzzled. Hearing this, the man was overjoyed. "Thank you, great God. Let's go." He hurriedly gathered his subordinates and scampered off. Seeing this, Xia Qi disdainfully remarked, "What a big shot, always showing off wherever he goes." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a flash before her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lufeng had appeared in front of her. "Don't think that just because you're a woman, I won't fight you. This is a warning." Swish. When he reappeared, he was already aboard the Golden Scale, saying to Rayleigh, "Why not ride on my ship?" Xia Qi and Rayleigh were both stunned, lost in thought. This move genuinely startled Xia Qi. It had been years since she had seen someone so formidable. She had indeed lost her composure today. As a professional intelligence officer, she should have been versatile, speaking appropriately to different people, but today was not her day. Rayleigh, on the other hand, had not encountered a worthy opponent in years. Seeing Jiang Lufeng display a bit of skill ignited his fighting spirit. What a worthy opponent. Rayleigh was slightly taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Without any further ado, he boarded the Golden Scale. Soon, the rest of the group followed suit, turning the ship and heading out to sea. What a great ship. Rayleigh, who had seen many things, naturally had an eye for quality and couldn't help but praise it. Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng smiled lightly. "You really know your stuff. Set sail. Raise the spear." Waldos waved his hand, accelerating the ship forward. "Come on, the Pirate King's first mate. How could he not be excited to compete with his captain? This is something not to be missed." Before long, the group found a deserted island. Chapter 40. New ability defeats the Underworld King. The two used their observation haki to confirm there was no one around and jumped down. They stood facing each other, leaving the rest on the ship to observe. Thunder God Jiang Lufeng. Underworld King Rayleigh. In a duel of masters, introducing oneself is a sign of respect for the opponent. Shall we begin? All right. Whoosh. Rayleigh struck first, drawing his sword and aiming straight at Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng chuckled softly. "Don't be in such a hurry. Let me test your moves first." Thunderclap. He shouted, his right hand transforming into lightning as he threw a punch. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, and his arm elementalized, turning into a pillar of lightning that shot straight at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils constricted, quickly changing direction to dodge this powerful strike. Boom. The lightning pillar continued, crashing into the dense forest behind Rayleigh, splitting it open and creating a 5-meter-wide trench. The trench extended for over 100 meters, completely barren of any vegetation. Wherever the lightning pillar passed, not a blade of grass remained. This strike not only shocked Rayleigh and Xia Qi, but even his own companions gasped in awe. Hiss! They had never seen Jiang Lufeng unleash such a destructive move. Could this be his true power when he got serious? For Carmen. Witnessing Zhang Lufeng use his abilities for the first time made his heart race wildly. This was the power of his captain. It was truly overwhelming. Rayleigh's fighting spirit surged, and he laughed heartily. This little attack can't hurt me, huh? Don't worry. You'll be satisfied. All right. Haha, take this. As he spoke, Rayleigh closed in. With a swift draw of his sword, he struck fiercely, electrocuting. Zzz. Boom. Zhang Lufeng was enveloped in lightning, instantly unleashing countless lightning snakes, with voltages exceeding 10,000 volts, forcing Rayleigh to a halt. If he got any closer, he would likely be incapacitated by the electric shock. I underestimated you. If this was all it took to stop Rayleigh, it was clearly unrealistic. He shouted loudly, his body turning as dark as iron. Armament Haki. After just a half-second pause, Rayleigh moved again. With Armament Haki shielding his entire body, he charged forward, braving the might of the lightning. Come on. Zhang Liufeng's fighting spirit was equally high. The Pirate King's first mate was truly extraordinary. He could actually close in like this. 20,000 volts lightning shield. Zhang Lufeng combined the lightning shield of the third generation of Thunder Shadow with Enel's lightning, activating a voltage of 20,000 volts. This created an upgraded lightning shield. Its power was on a completely different level. Rayleigh broke through the outward lightning snakes, and with a domineering sword strike, he aimed directly at Zhang Lufeng. Boom. Zzz. The clash of sword and shield resonated. The shield, formed by the fusion of lightning elements and chakra, actually withstood Rayleigh's Armament Haki. The strike bent the shield but did not break through. This frightened Rayleigh. When did the natural fruit become this powerful? It could even withstand Haki? Even Zhang Lufeng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that integrating Enel's fruit ability would enhance it so much that it could withstand Rayleigh's Haki. However, he was only happy for a short time before another phenomenon occurred. It turned out that Rayleigh had no intention of killing Zhang Lufeng. He only wanted to teach this inexperienced young man a lesson, who knew he would nearly ruin his own reputation. Immediately, he stopped holding back and raised his original strength from 70% to a full 100. With this, the blade finally tore a gap in Zhang Liufeng's shield. Zhang Lufeng was not particularly surprised. After all, withstanding 70% of Rayleigh's Haki was already quite impressive. He immediately flickered, disappearing from his original spot just as the blade came down, creating distance between himself and Rayleigh, reappearing at Rayleigh's original position. The world fell silent again. At this moment, it was as if the two had switched places and nothing had happened. However, the scorched earth from the high-voltage lightning and the road that Zhang Lufeng had blasted open with a punch were enough to prove that a fierce battle had just taken place here. The group on the ship was dumbfounded, except for the Red Earl, who remained unfazed. The rest, one and all, were left speechless. As if Zhang Liufeng's lightning had struck them directly, they all felt as though they had taken 10,000 points of critical damage, left charred inside and out. It was terrifying. Was this what true masters clashing looked like? Although the exchange didn't last long, every move, every technique, was so shocking. Zhang Lufeng, needless to say, exhibited dazzling and powerful moves. Rayleigh's techniques were ordinary, lacking any standout qualities, but his solid strikes could tear apart Zhang Liufeng's formidable moves. This made it even more impressive. Regardless of strength, the calmness before the thunderous clash, and the overwhelming momentum as if he could face 1,000 troops, was already worthy of admiration. Everyone was enthralled, and both combatants were equally reluctant to end the duel. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and said, "Young friend, you are truly strong. Give me more surprises." "As you wish." 20,000 volts. Thunder God. With Zhang Liufeng's low roar, the world changed color. Zhang Liufeng's entire body transformed into a lightning form, adorned with white silk and battle armor, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. The spectators were once again left speechless. "Rayleigh, take my strongest spear, 20,000 volts. Huh." As he finished speaking, Zhang Lufeng extended 4 fingers as the spearhead, shooting towards Rayleigh with lightning speed. That speed was truly so fast, it was almost beyond perception. Even the formidable Rayleigh, with his 3-color Haki, nearly couldn't react. Boom. At the moment when he drew his knife to block, Zhang Lufeng had already arrived. The knife and spear collided fiercely. Despite this, Rayleigh was still shaken, his hands numb, and he almost lost grip of his sword. In the end, he was only pushed back several dozen meters by a merciful blow from Zhang Lufeng, barely stabilizing his stance. Defeating the Pirate King's first mate in one move was simply shocking. No one would believe it if it were told. Cough, cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Rayleigh finally regained his composure. Moreover, Zhang Lufeng had held back. If this old man had harbored any killing intent from the beginning, he would have needed the other party to coat the golden scale. With the addition of armament hockey, Jiang Lufeng was confident he could heavily injure Rayleigh in one strike. After a while, Rayleigh, having caught his breath, laughed and sighed. I'm getting old. Ha ha, I really am getting old. Indeed, the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. You, kid, are impressive. No wonder strong figures like Crocodile and Waldo are willing to follow you. The new world is going to be exciting. Rayleigh spoke a lot in one breath, seemingly not feeling any defeat for losing to Jiang Lufeng, but rather feeling quite gratified. As for my request? Chapter 41, A Tough Opponent. Rayleigh waved his hand grandly, saying, consider the money I owe you lost, and the coding is not a problem. Jiang Lufeng was unconcerned. I truly borrowed the money, and I will settle the coding bill. I won't take advantage of you. Oh. Seeing Rayleigh's puzzled expression, Jiang Lufeng impatiently explained. Miss Xia is specifically in the intelligence business. She should know we just came out of Impel Down and currently have no money. So we are just temporarily borrowing from you. Once the coding is completed, we will settle the bill together. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Xia Qi exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the situation. It was a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so earlier? Rayleigh shook his head. My bad temper. How many times have I said it's a misunderstanding? You can afford it, right? A glass of wine sells for hundreds of thousands of berries. If you can't afford it, who can? Jiang Lufeng rolled his eyes, and seeing Xia Qi's embarrassed face, he decided not to delve deeper. We don't need much. Just some daily necessities and a few robes. My companions are too eye-catching. It's better to cover their heads to make it easier to do things, he said, pointing at a few people. Following Jiang Liufeng's, Rayleigh inadvertently caught a glimpse, and that glance was incredible. It left Rayleigh stunned. Red Earl, Rayleigh exclaimed. There was no helping it. The Red Earl was too low-key. Standing behind a few people, he really wasn't very noticeable. Coupled with preconceived notions from the Navy's reports that Jiang Lufeng had only brought out Old Sand and Waldo, who would have thought he had even gathered the Red Earl? Rayleigh, long time no see. Recognized. The Red Earl simply greeted Rayleigh and didn't want to say much more. Rayleigh naturally understood the Red Earl's character. The two exchanged pleasantries but didn't communicate much. However, the shock in their eyes was clearly hard to hide. On the way back, Rayleigh and Xia Qi felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, they hadn't gone head-to-head with them. Just Jiang Lufeng alone was already enough of a freak. Who would have thought there was also a Red Earl? If the other party had really intended to kill, their situation could have been truly dangerous. On Jiang Liufeng's side, however, it was entirely different. This battle truly boosted morale. Rayleigh was unlike any previous opponent, and even an admiral couldn't compare, even if their strengths were similar. Rayleigh's reputation was immense. The Pirate King's first mate, a man who could be referred to with ancient weapons. Such an extraordinary powerhouse was defeated by their captain, who wouldn't be thrilled enough to laugh in their sleep. Even Old Sand lifted his glass and drank a few more cups. Although his face remained stern and he said nothing, everyone could sense his change. His breathing had become much quicker, clearly excited. This was truly a great honor. Unfortunately, the only downside was that Rayleigh was already in his twilight years, no longer at his peak. Even if they firmly believed that a young Rayleigh would not be Jiang Liufeng's opponent, there was no way to prove that now. Carmen was the most excited. It was her first time witnessing how terrifying a true powerhouse could be. Looking at Jiang Lufeng, her eyes became filled with admiration as she served delicious dishes to him one plate after another. With her big, watery eyes blinking at him, she appeared somewhat infatuated. Jiang Lufeng knew he had left an indelible impression on this girl. As for matters of romance, he didn't understand much, so he let things unfold naturally. The sea surface at dusk looked like it was draped in a layer of shimmering gold, making it particularly enchanting. Everyone was on the ship watching the sunset, enjoying fine wine and delicious food, finally easing past grievances and chatting happily. There were no airs among them. Rayleigh even treated Jiang Lufeng as an equal. For a time, it was a harmonious atmosphere. Whether in strength or intellect, Jiang Lufeng didn't give Rayleigh the impression of a mere young brat, especially with the legendary figure of the Red Earl present. They couldn't help but marvel, with countless thoughts racing through their minds. As night fell, the golden scale docked again. Jiang Lufeng borrowed 100,000 berries from Xia Qi and handed the golden scale over to Rayleigh. Since Rayleigh still had many workers under him, who, like him, wore gray robes, there were many brand new spare robes in the warehouse, which he directly gifted them 4 pieces. Jiang Lufeng and the Red Earl immediately put them on, saving the trouble of searching. They had Carmen lead the way, with the 4 of them acting as bodyguards, which saved a lot of hassle. After finding an inn to stay at, they had a peaceful night. The next morning, after everyone had eaten breakfast, Jiang Lufeng exchanged a glance with everyone, and they understood it was time to act according to plan. They arrived at the auction house controlled by Doflamingo, found a secluded corner, and Waldo took off his robe, saying, "Boss, you have to come and save me." "Don't worry, why so much nonsense? Do you not trust me?" Zhang Lufeng asked. "Are you ready?" Waldo nodded reluctantly. Zhang Lufeng extended a finger to Waldo, directly knocking him out. Since Waldo had let his guard down and offered no resistance, it was easily done. Seeing Waldo crash to the ground with smoke rising from his head, the others almost laughed out loud. "Stop messing around. It's your turn now, Carmen. Don't be afraid. We have your back." "I know." Carmen nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward, directly pointing at a guard saying, "Who's in charge here? Let him come out." The guard frowned. "What do you want? Are you trying to cause trouble?" "I have a big deal to discuss. It depends on whether you want to take it." Hearing this, several guards looked skeptical, but seeing Carmen's confident demeanor, they didn't think she was bluffing. One guard exchanged glances with the others and ran inside to report to the person in charge. Shortly after, a man with a dubious appearance came out. Upon seeing Carmen, he scanned her up and down with a lewd smile, saying, "What's up, gorgeous? You're not trying to sell yourself, are you?" "Ha ha." Hearing this, the group of guards burst into laughter. Whoosh. The next second, the swordsmanship ability was unleashed, heading straight for the man in charge. Just as the tip of the sword was about to make contact with his nose, it barely stopped. This frightened the man in charge so much that he plopped down onto the ground. Damn, this is a tough opponent. Chapter 42, An Encounter with Trella. The group of guards immediately put away their smiles, drew their weapons, and pointed them at Carmen, shouting, "You're looking for death. How dare you hurt our boss? You're asking for trouble. Capture her. Let her suffer a bit first." Carmen, however, confidently retorted, "Shut your mouths. Say one more word, and I'll give you a chill. Are you going to make the deal or not?" The guard was driven away, and Carmen turned to the person in charge hiding behind and said, What exactly are you selling?" The person in charge was frightened and no longer dared to be arrogant towards Carmen. "A bounty criminal worth 500 million. "What? 500 million? That's right, 500 million. You can come over and take a look. If everything's fine, then bring him inside." Carmen, ignoring their shock, spoke to herself. The person in charge no longer dared to be dismissive. This was a big deal. "All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Wait for me a moment." He then followed Carmen around the corner. Upon seeing Valdo lying on the ground, the person in charge gasped. "Hiss, what is there to see? Isn't that Valdo? A genuine 500 million big pirate. What kind of background does this girl have? She actually managed to capture Valdo?" Thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Carmen impatiently urged, "What's the matter? Are you going to take him or not?" Of course. How could we not?" The person in charge quickly replied. Seeing him so anxious, Carmen smirked. "All right, you can take him, but I won't wait for the auction. I want 600 million right now. How much you bid is none of my business. If you agree, then bring the money." The person in charge hesitated upon hearing this. Just a second of hesitation. Carmen immediately waved her hand. "Let us go." "Yes." The three men in gray robes lifted Valdo and pretended to leave. "Hey, wait. Don't go. Let us talk this over." Carmen pointed at Valdo and said, "This is Valdo. Do you know that? I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't want him, I'll just hand him over to the Navy. Do you think it won't be troublesome when he wakes up?" Hearing this, the person in charge gritted his teeth. "Deal. 600 million it is. But I need some time to prepare the money. After all, 600 million is no small amount. How long do you need?" "At least a day. The money will definitely be ready by tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Carmen pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll wait for you for a day. Ada, show the person in charge a little something, so he doesn't play tricks." "Yes." This was their agreed signal. Ada referred to Zhang Lufeng. Responding, Zhang Lufeng wasted no time and directly punched the back hall of the auction house. Boom. In an instant, the entire back hall collapsed from Zhang Lufeng's punch. Gulp. The person in charge and his group were left dumbfounded, swallowing hard, their little schemes thrown out the window. Who had the guts to play dirty now? "The person is with you now. I'll come to collect the money tomorrow morning. If you dare to pull any tricks, this place will be your end." After saying this, the four disappeared around the corner. Although the person in charge was scared, he was also overjoyed. According to reliable information, there would be celestial dragons arriving at the transaction meeting the day after tomorrow. Valdo could sell for an astronomical price. Carmen walked down the street of Island No. 1 with the three men, grinning from ear to ear, her heart racing. This feeling of showing off was simply too exhilarating. Although it was her first time in the spotlight and a bit nervous, having three powerful figures backing her made her fearless. She never expected she would have a day of dominance. "How does it feel? Pretty good, right?" Zhang Lufeng smiled slightly. MMM. Carmen was so excited she could hardly speak, just nodding eagerly. Once the matter with the Red Count is over, learn from him well. You'll have your day to shine through your strength too. I will. Having experienced the benefits that strength could bring, Carmen became even more determined to become stronger. Seeing this spirited girl, Jiang Lufeng was very satisfied. I'm not afraid of you not being capable. I'm most afraid of you not being earnest. As long as you have determination, you will definitely carve out a broad path. All right, next, let us split up. Carmen, you go buy some necessities. Let Lao Sha help you carry them. Count, let us go to a lively place and have a look. Okay. Carmen was naturally delighted to hear this. Girls love shopping by nature, and she had long wanted to explore this bustling island. There were many goods from other seas that she hadn't seen yet. However, Lao Sha had a face full of black lines. Damn, when did I become a porter? Jiang Lufeng patted his shoulder and said, your ability is convenient. Thanks for your hard work, Lao Sha. This made Lao Sha feel a little better and reluctantly followed Carmen. The four split up. Carmen hummed a little tune as she headed toward the commercial area with Lao Sha. Meanwhile, Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count chose a more upscale and crowded restaurant to sit down. Both of their observation hockey was quite remarkable as they sat there. They could hear all the whispers in the entire restaurant. It was quite informative during their idle time, just as they were enjoying their coffee and listening to interesting stories. A young man with a long knife, wearing a heavy hat but a short-sleeved shirt, stood up from the corner and walked straight towards their table. Jiang Lufeng smiled with interest. Isn't this Trafalgar Law from the North Sea? Gentlemen, may I join your table? Jiang Lufeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand. Please. Law was straightforward and sat down without hesitation. I believe this is the recently rising superstar, the thunder god Jiang Lufeng, right? That's me. What brings you here, Law? Huh. What? Why are you stealing my lines? Oh, does that have anything to do with me? Clearing his throat, Law appeared a bit awkward. This person speaks so rudely. I want to beat around the bush. Everyone here is a standout of the new era of pirates, and I think Jiang is the most outstanding among them. I want to ally with you to explore the new world. Jiang Lufeng smirked. You speak nicely, but you're probably looking for my help to deal with Doflamingo, right? However, I'm also going to Dressrosa. Let us see what you have to say. What benefits would an alliance with you bring to me? Jiang, we venture out to sea, of course, aiming for the peak of the pirate path. But there are many masters among us. The 4 emperors and 7 warlords are all formidable obstacles. Without alliances, it will be difficult to make headway in the new world. Jiang Lufeng waved his hand. That is for you. It isn't necessarily the case for me. Jiang, that is not how it should be. Before he could finish, Jiang Lufeng impatiently interrupted him. Law, I know what you're thinking. I can deal with Doflamingo, but you have to agree to one condition. Chapter 43, The Deal. Upon hearing this, Law's pupils constricted, and he immediately stood up. What do you know? Don't be nervous. What I know isn't important. What matters is that we can make a fair deal. Jiang Lufeng looked at Law, who was gripping the hilt of his knife, and said lightly, What deal? Law appeared wary, questioning cautiously. It's simple. I can take care of Doflamingo, and it will be done soon. All you need to do in the future is help me with something using your medical skills. That is quite fair, right? Help you with what? Upon hearing this, Law became more serious, as his surgery fruit held a huge secret, and he didn't believe this was just about saving an ordinary patient. Jiang Lufeng noticed the sweat forming on Law's forehead and understood exactly what he was thinking. After all, he had a knack for foreshadowing. Don't worry. I want to touch your hidden abilities, he said casually, but in Law's heart, a storm was brewing. Who exactly are you? As he said this, Law's eyes flashed coldly, and the long knife was already drawn, ready for a fight. The surrounding diners quickly settled their bills and made a hasty exit. Still the same saying, who I am is not important. We are just trading. If you don't want it, you can leave. Luo stared intently at Jiang Lufeng, hoping to find something in his eyes, but unfortunately, he was disappointed. Jiang Liufeng's eyes were clear, showing no signs of evasion or concealment. This did stabilize Luo's heart quite a bit. How can I trust you? It's simple. I'll make the first move, you just wait for the report. Once it's done, I will naturally come to find you. Really? Really? Then my ability. You can definitely handle it. Luo pondered for a long time, finally gritting his teeth and saying, All right, I agree to your terms. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Jiang Lufeng extended his hand in front of Luo, smiling as he spoke. Luo met Jiang Liufeng's gaze, scrutinized him for a long time again, and finally reached out to shake hands with Jiang Lufeng. I hope the Jiang family achieves success quickly. Thus, the two concluded this astonishing deal. Why astonishing? Don't be fooled by their casual words. They were dealing with Don Quixote Doflamingo. The other party not only held the title of Warlord of the Sea, protected by the world government, but also had Kaido, one of the four emperors backing him. In today's world, he was a figure who could manipulate both the black and white sides, controlling everything with ease. To casually speak of taking him down from the lips of this purple-haired youth was indeed astonishing. If others heard this, they would probably laugh out loud and say it was overestimating one's abilities. But for some reason, Luo's intuition told him that this seemingly harmless young man might really have the capability to pull it off. This person was too mysterious. He seemed to know all of his secrets. This had never happened before. Moreover, judging by his recent deeds, his strength was also not to be underestimated. Although he had never seen the other party make a move, everything was hearsay, but just based on the Navy's first bounty for him, this youth was definitely extraordinary. Regardless, this matter had no downside for him, so why not go for it? As for Zhang Liufeng's thoughts, he had no time to care about Luo. His goals were simple. First, he needed to check in at Dressrosa, just as a side trip. Second, the vampire fruit was most likely in Doflamingo's hands, and this trip could likely lead to a conflict, so taking him down would also be convenient. Thirdly, Zhang Lufeng had always had a candidate for a partner in mind, which was the Golden Lion. He valued the Golden Lion's abilities greatly. If the Golden Lion could fly in the sky, combined with Wald's acceleration and the all-knowing recording device, wow, that would truly be impressive. It was simply terrifying to think about. However, subduing the Golden Lion was not a simple matter. It was easy to fight him. But getting such a rebellious person to join him would require some effort. Clearly, helping him regain his legs would be a great temptation. First, he would subdue him, then extend an olive branch, mixing kindness with power, which would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Thus, Zhang Lufeng had a sudden idea to trade with Luo. With Luo's abilities, helping him regain his legs would be quite simple, right? He had the strength, but he despised the kind of oppressive thievery. Others' troubles were just a piece of cake for him, so why not? It could also leave him with a good reputation. How wonderful. After this matter was settled, he chatted with Luo for a while longer, then got up to bid farewell, leaving with the Red Count. Today had been quite rewarding for him. The money problem was resolved, and Luo's matter was an unexpected gain. He couldn't help but feel pleased. Ever since he obtained the system, his life had undergone a tremendous change, and it seemed that his bad luck had finally come to an end. What awaited him would be a dazzling road to success. How could he not be happy? Report, Captain, those two guys in gray robes have come out. I'm about 90 sure that one of them is definitely Zhang Lufeng. At this moment, in a dark alley at the street corner, a group of people was hiding, secretly observing the departing Zhang Lufeng and his companion. Good. Follow them, and seize the opportunity to take them down. We'll get rich. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, full of confidence. But Captain, is the other party really as weak as you say? That's a 500 million bounty pirate. A worried companion asked. Don't worry, my information is reliable. I have connections in the Navy, don't you know? Besides, with these two precious guns in my hands, if he catches me off guard, what are you worried about? As he spoke, the bearded leader fondled the two exquisite guns in his hands, seemingly dismissing Zhang Lufeng and his companion. This group was a band of bounty hunters who had been ambushing young pirates trying to reach the New World in the Sabaody archipelago to cash in on their bounties. Why was he not afraid of Zhang Lufeng, who had a bounty of 500 million? That was a huge misunderstanding. His father had been an excellent marksman in the Navy, and after retiring, he not only passed on this skill to him, but also gave him two incredibly sharp pistols. However, he found the Navy work too dangerous and the salary too low, so he became a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters typically engaged in organized and premeditated ambushes on pirates, which were clearly much less dangerous, and the rewards were significantly higher. Plus, his father's former subordinate had become a vice admiral in the Navy. He had access to quite a bit of inside information, so he knew very well which pirates were dangerous and which ones were not to be messed with. Just a few days ago, he had learned from that vice admiral that Zhang Lufeng was just a worthless rookie, and having encountered him in the Sabaody archipelago, how could he not take advantage of this opportunity? However, he did not know that there was a huge misunderstanding involved. Chapter 44, Capsizing in the Gutter. Just as the Navy headquarters was starting an analysis meeting regarding Zhang Liufeng's incident at Judicial Island. How's that escaped convict Zhang Lufeng doing lately? What's the bounty set at? I heard he caused quite a stir in Impel Down. Is he really strong? Admiral Doberman immediately erupted in anger. Strong? Strong my ass. In my eyes. He's just a worthless rookie. Sooner or later, I will catch him myself. After saying this, he hung up the phone with a snap. Hearing this, the bearded man was overjoyed. If you think he's worthless, my marksmanship is excellent too. So, it seems no matter the bounty, I've got another target. The next day, Zhang Liufeng's bounty was released, and the bearded man looked at it, almost going crazy with excitement. 510 million. Isn't this just a pie falling from the sky? When he saw Jiang Lufeng for the first time in the Sabaody archipelago, he was dumbfounded. He felt that this was heaven's favor. This was his opportunity to get rich. He had already been blinded by greed. As the saying goes, blinded by profit, he was no longer able to make a correct judgment about Jiang Lufeng. He looked at him as if he were a big bag of money wandering around on the street. Thus, he ended up in the scene of stalking and ambushing the two. Captain, it seems there are a few guys over there with ill intentions. The Red Count was particularly sensitive to such disgusting gazes and had already noticed a group of people in the alley. Jiang Lufeng was happily lost in his own thoughts, but upon hearing the Red Count's words, he couldn't help but use his observation hockey to probe. Sure enough, there were some unwise guys targeting them. He couldn't help but grin, unconcerned, just some people bringing money, nothing to worry about. Hearing this, the Red Count also smiled knowingly. The two turned and walked towards a less populated area. Captain, they are heading towards the sea. Is that so? A good opportunity. Hurry and follow them. Wait for the right moment to strike. Haha, luck has indeed come. You can't stop it. In that case, I want to be polite when it comes to your bounty. A few minutes later, Jiang Lufeng and the bearded man arrived at the outskirts of the small island. Standing by the sea, seemingly waiting for someone, or perhaps sightseeing. In any case, their actions were full of flaws. What were they doing here? One of the hunters seemed to sense something and asked inexplicably. The bearded man, already dizzy with greed, excitedly said, "Who cares? This is a good place. You all quietly surround them. When the distance is right, I'll shoot first, break their hands and feet, and then you all move in." The others quickly agreed and began to move stealthily. They were somewhat experienced and likely had done this before. Their figures were well concealed, and soon they had hidden themselves in the bushes surrounding the two. Seeing that the moment had come, the bearded man raised his hand without a word and fired 4 shots, aiming straight for Jiang Lufeng's limbs. Jiang Lufeng remained motionless, allowing the 4 bullets to pass through his body. Uft, 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 uft. They hit. The remaining hunters saw their leader succeed and quickly jumped out, surrounding the two. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. The 4 bullet holes in Jiang Lufeng's body did not bleed at all. Instead, they emitted a white light, with sporadic flashes of lightning crackling and sizzling. What was going on? Why was this person unharmed? They saw Jiang Lufeng looking at them with a smile. A jolt went through their hearts. Something was wrong. He was an ability user. The fastest reacting hunter was horrified and quickly warned his teammates. Now you know? Too late. Jiang Lufeng said softly, stepping forward. Swoosh. The hunters felt a flash before their eyes, and a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a gust of wind, zipped past them. They spun around a few times on the spot, their clothes singed. When they regained their senses, Jiang Lufeng was already standing before them, holding the bearded man by the neck. Holy crap! The hunter's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a few steps back. Looking at Jiang Lufeng, their eyes were filled with terror, filled with regret. This person was clearly a $500 million pirate. Why did they charge straight at him? Now it was too late. They were likely to capsize in the gutter. Bang! The nearly lifeless bearded man was thrown to the ground by Jiang Lufeng. He coughed for a long time, gasping for the long-lost fresh air. Speak. What are you preparing to do with me? Jiang Lufeng's gaze turned cold as he scanned the group. Under his gaze, the hunters trembled. They felt the temperature around them drop a few degrees. His gaze finally landed on the bearded man, who was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe, stuttering for a long time before explaining the whole situation. After hearing it, Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count nearly burst out laughing. Damn, this is simply a delivery of heads. Count, make your move. Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting him go, the bearded man steeled himself and began to shoot wildly at Jiang Lufeng. However, it was useless. The bullets still passed through his body, and the smoking bullet holes soon healed under a surge of electricity. Seeing this scene up close was far more shocking than watching from a distance. The hunters witnessed the bullets passing through Jiang Lufeng's body, yet he emerged unscathed. If it weren't for the bullet holes slowly healing on his body, everyone would be unwilling to believe this reality. They would rather believe their leader had missed. Natural type. A thought surged in everyone's minds. This was truly terrifying. Hunters like them, who weren't very strong, feared encountering natural type ability users the most. Looking at Jiang Lufeng now, their eyes were filled with despair. This was truly a case of being bewitched. Others had names for him, Flying Thunder God, and recalling the lightning flickering around him, it was precisely a natural type. The Thunderfruit, right? Their leader was truly in deep trouble. They all glared resentfully at the bearded man, who was frozen in place. The bearded man himself was utterly terrified. Wasn't he? It said that the goddess of fate favored him? Why was it like this? Noticing the Red Count approaching him with a knife, A wave of deathly aura surged in his heart. He trembled all over and quickly knelt on the ground. A foul smell rising from between his legs, clearly having wet himself in fear. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I have a treasure map of a certain island in the New World. I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng's eyes lit up, waving his hand to stop the Red Count's movements. With great interest, he said, "Oh, show it to me." Chapter 45, The Auction Begins. The bearded man felt a rush of joy. There was hope. Without saying a word, he took out a scroll from his body and respectfully handed it to Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng opened it to find only some geographical features, with a big red cross on it, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was. Jiang Lufeng furrowed his brow. Could this be fake? Hearing this, the bearded man became anxious and quickly said, "It's absolutely true. This is information given by a Navy Vice Admiral. A junior obtained it and is supposed to submit it to the Navy. It can't be fake." Jiang Lufeng felt that this person before him no longer had the courage to deceive him. He nodded, glanced at the bearded man, and said, "Nice gun." The bearded man was also someone who knew how to please. Hearing this, he quickly presented 2 exquisite sidearms to Jiang Lufeng. "If the sir likes it, take it." Although he felt a great pain parting with them, there was no other choice. Even if they were family heirlooms, they were not as important as his life. Jiang Lufeng happily accepted the 2 handguns, smiling slightly. This was a good item. When Walder returned, he would give it to him as a reward. This guy, throwing stones every day, was like a child playing house, which was rather beneath him. Having 2 decent weapons would also help elevate his status, right? With a wave of his hand, he told the trembling subordinates, "You can leave now." The subordinates, as if granted amnesty, gratefully thanked Jiang Lufeng and quickly ran off, disappearing without a trace. The bearded man was stunned. "Wait, what about me?" Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Jiang Lufeng's expression changed, coldly saying, "These things can buy the lives of your subordinates, but you, anyone who makes a move against me will only have one end." Swish! A flash of cold light disappeared in an instant, leaving behind the bearded man's body split in 2 and an expression of extreme unwillingness. After putting away the treasure map and handguns, Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count's moods remained unaffected, continuing to traverse different small islands, viewing various goods and experiencing the local customs of the Chambord Islands. Thus, this leisurely life continued for another 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, at dawn, after watching the sunrise with Carmen, the 4 gathered together for what would be an exciting day. The plan was simple: collect money, rob the celestial dragons, rescue Walder, repay the debt, take the ship, and make a clean getaway. They aimed to leave the Chambord Islands before the Navy arrived to rescue them. After confirming the process, the 4 of them, still in a 1 in front and 3 behind formation, arrived at the back door of the auction house and found the person in charge. Once again entering character, Carmen was clearly much more familiar. In truth, the person in charge still had thoughts of blackmailing them, but he lacked the courage. He was primarily wary of the strength of the 3 behind Carmen. The unknown was the most terrifying. The one who had already made a move was so ridiculously strong. Who knew how abnormal the other 2 might be? These people could capture Walder alive, and although he had the protection of the 7 warlords, the distance from the Emperor was vast. By the time the other party came to rescue him, he might already be dead. After a few quick glances, he nodded and bowed to Carmen, saying, all right, bring out the boxes." Creak. The door that was smashed to pieces by Jiang Lufeng suddenly opened. A dozen strong men came out carrying 6 large boxes. The fierce expressions on their faces and the beads of sweat on their foreheads clearly indicated that these boxes were extremely heavy. Carmen opened the boxes one by one. The dazzling golden light made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. So much money. Carmen's eyes widened. She had never seen so much money in her life. It was simply too tempting. After a long while, she forced herself to calm down and pretended to be composed, saying, "Well, you know what's good, Ada, Aer, Isan. Let's retreat." "Yes," the 3 behind her responded. They stepped forward, each lifting 2 boxes effortlessly, and left casually. This shocked the person in charge. Damn. It took 3 strong men working together to lift 1 box, and they carried them away so easily? He stared in disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that he had taken them out himself, he would have thought the boxes were empty. Damn, this is insane. He was just short of planting a kiss on Jiang Lufeng's face. Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count stayed behind to prepare for the rescue of Waldo and to rob the celestial dragons. After lunch, the 4 of them split up to take action. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 arrived at the crowded auction house, managing to squeeze inside. The auction house was already packed with people, filled with guests. They didn't bother looking for a seat and casually stood in a corner. Taking out the auction item outline handed out at the entrance, Jiang Lufeng glanced over it. There was nothing they wanted, just Waldo left. With so many people here, most were probably there to buy Waldo. Because these so-called celebrities and wealthy people often attended these shameless auctions. For ordinary people, good items were already commonplace to them. Only rare goods like Waldo could excite them. As expected, the crowd below occasionally buzzed with conversation, mostly centered around Waldo. Look, they really are selling that big pirate. Yeah. Luckily we got the news in time, or we would have missed it. What does it matter if you got the news? Do you have more money than me? Hee hee. That's not the point. Hey, you too, save it. I'm determined to win. You. Suddenly, the heavy door was pushed open. Two ugly men dressed like astronauts walked in. The older and younger ones were clearly father and son. They glanced at the audience, and the crowd quickly quieted down. Celestial dragons. Damn, it's over. How could the celestial dragons suddenly show up? I guess this big pirate can't be captured now. The two men swaggered down and sat in the special central position, wearing expressions as if everyone owed them hundreds of billions, which was really disgusting. Jiang Lufeng felt a wave of nausea. These arrogant celestial dragons were indeed extremely ugly, just as rumored. Damn, just a glance almost made him vomit his overnight meal. Chapter 46. Who is the ant? Holding back the urge to vomit, Jiang Lufeng quickly turned his head. If he looked for one more second, he really wouldn't be able to hold it in. With the celestial dragons arriving, the atmosphere in the room became tense. A group of celebrities and wealthy people didn't dare to breathe loudly, fearing they might offend these two celestial dragons. It wasn't until the auction started and the items were called out that the atmosphere slowly returned to normal. The previous items were just some beautiful women and handsome men. Famous swords and pirates, nothing special. However, those so-called celebrities and wealthy people showed great interest in the beautiful women and handsome men slaves, bidding eagerly. Jiang Lufeng was very displeased. Could they really act so recklessly just because they had money? Could they belittle others just because they were wealthy? He promised himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely teach these self-righteous people who thought they could trample on others' dignity a good lesson. Finally, the last item, Waldo, was brought out, and the atmosphere of the auction intensified. When the real Waldo was seen, the crowd erupted in astonishment, revealing looks of disbelief. Before the auctioneer could speak, the crowd had already started bidding, each trying to outbid the other. The price soared to 1 billion berries before showing signs of slowing down. The last celebrity directly bid 2 billion without a sound. 2 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher? The auctioneer was also very excited. This was the most expensive item he had ever auctioned. It was highly likely that he would never have the chance to surpass it in his lifetime. So he had to try to get as much as he could. 2 billion first time. 2 billion second time. 2 billion third time. Sold. I bid 2 billion. Just as the transaction was about to be completed, the celestial dragon, who had been silent, finally raised his paddle. This bid added a full 800 million, truly extravagant. The reason for not directly kidnapping the celestial dragons was that Jiang Lufeng learned from Shachi that celestial dragons do not carry money when they go out. As for kidnapping and extorting, that was entirely impossible. Once a celestial dragon was kidnapped, the Navy would attack at any cost. There was no hope of getting money. Therefore, they discussed and changed their plan, opting to rob instead of extort. As for how much they could rob, it depended on how much Waldo could sell for. So far, it looked good. 2 billion would be enough for them for a long time. After the celestial dragon made his bid, no one dared to bid anymore, and the auctioneer directly hammered down the price. Jiang Lufeng disdainfully curled his lips. These cowardly bullies, weren't they just acting tough a moment ago? Now they wilted upon seeing the celestial dragons? How embarrassing. In the end, Waldo was successfully auctioned off to the celestial dragons for 2 billion. The celestial dragon took out a Din Din Mushi, dialed, and ordered his men to deliver the 2 billion. The auction ended unhappily, and the celebrities and wealthy people shook their heads and left, knowing they wouldn't have wasted their trip if they had known the celestial dragons would come. In the vast auction house, apart from the celestial dragons and the sycophantic organizers, only Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count remained in the corner. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. The arrogant celestial dragons would never have thought that someone would dare to rob them. At this moment, standing on the auction stage, gleefully tormenting Waldo, who was handcuffed with sea prism stone and powerless, they awaited their guards to deliver the money. Ha! Stinky pirate. Dare to challenge our world government? Dare to oppose us celestial dragons? How does it feel to be a prisoner? The celestial dragon's taunts made Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count unable to bear it any longer. But since the money hadn't arrived yet, they could only clench their fists and suppress their anger. Time passed second by second, while the celestial dragons were enjoying themselves on one side. Zhang Lufeng and the other were bursting with anger. Finally, the escort team delivering the money arrived. Sir, the money is... Before the man could finish speaking, Zhang Lufeng and the others could no longer contain their anger. Whoosh! Two piercing sounds suddenly echoed. One shot towards Waldo on the auction stage with thunderous force, while the other, filled with murderous intent, shot towards the escort team. Waldo, you've worked hard, Zhang Lufeng shouted, and in a flash, he was already in front of Waldo. Boss, you finally made it. The situation unfolded too suddenly and quickly. The personnel at the auction house and the weak celestial dragons couldn't react in time. The gaze shifted from the guard to the trading platform, and with a clang, the sea stone handcuffs binding Waldo fell to the ground. As the celestial dragon turned around, his eyes met the terrifying bloodshot gaze of Zhang Lufeng. A shiver ran down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. He hurriedly grabbed the transponder snail and dialed. Is this the Navy headquarters? I'm at the auction house in Sabadi Archipelago. We've been robbed by pirates. Quickly send an admiral over. Upon hearing it was a celestial dragon, the Navy on the other end could not afford to be negligent. They rushed to report the situation. Meanwhile, the Red Count quickly cleared the scene and shouted, Captain, we got what we wanted. Shall we retreat? But Zhang Lufeng remained motionless, seemingly not hearing him at all. His gaze was fixed on the young celestial dragon, who was tormenting Waldo. After spending several days with Zhang Lufeng, both the Red Count and Waldo clearly understood what that gaze represented. Waldo was startled and immediately grabbed the about-to-explode Zhang Lufeng, saying, Boss, just let it go, I'm fine. The celestial dragons, we can't touch them. Hearing this, the originally trembling young celestial dragon became smug again. Haha, that's right. Do you dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Don't act all angry there, you pathetic insect. How dare you be so audacious in front of me? Another celestial dragon, having finished the call, stood with his hands behind his back, looking down his nose at them. He clearly agreed with the previous statement. You're really at death's door and still dare to boast. Are you an idiot? Can't you tell who the real insects are? Chapter 47. Filthy, worse than pigs and dogs. The two celestial dragons were slightly taken aback by the words, but then flew into a rage. You lowly commoner, how dare you? The young celestial dragon exclaimed angrily. That's right. How dare a humble being compare themselves to us, the noble ones? For the noble celestial dragons, people like you are meant to be slaves, playthings. Do you understand? The older celestial dragon also said indignantly. Hearing this, Zhang Lufeng shook his head, the long-suppressed fury within him gradually subsiding. It turned out these celestial dragons were not just pretending to be arrogant, they were truly foolish from the heart. There's no point in being angry at fools. Only fools can get angry at other fools, otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. As the saying goes, those who do not share the same way do not conspire. Seeing Zhang Lufeng calm down, the expressions of those present improved significantly. The celestial dragons naturally thought Zhang Lufeng was afraid, showing disdainful smiles. Humph. As expected, a lowly race. Feeling ashamed in front of the celestial dragons, Waldo let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily the boss is still rational. If he attacked a celestial dragon, that would be a huge trouble. Insect, do you know your mistake? The young celestial dragon sneered. But it's too late. Kneel down before me now and lick my shoes clean. If I'm pleased, I might just leave you with a whole corpse. Zhang Lufeng chuckled mockingly. Oh? So you want to kill me? Isn't that obvious? Anyone who offends me has only one outcome, death. What more is there to ask? The young celestial dragon replied impatiently. It's nothing. Just wanted to confirm, Zhang Lufeng said, his eyes flashing coldly. When he looked at this celestial dragon again, it was as if he were looking at a dead man. But that celestial dragon was completely unaware of his imminent doom. Haha, you lowly insect, you dog-like creature. Even if you realize it. Suddenly, the celestial dragon closed his eyes and laughed maniacally, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Lufeng had already grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. He twisted his plump body in agony, desperately trying to pry apart the iron-like grip on his neck. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable, turning his face into a purplish hue, making his already hideous features even more grotesque. He could never have imagined that Zhang Lufeng would dare to take action. Even his father never expected such a ridiculous event to occur. How could someone have no fear of the celestial dragons? How could they dare to openly oppose the world government? At this moment, his face was filled with disbelief, his mind blank, petrified in place. Even forgetting that his son was about to be choked to death, Zhang Lufeng had never been this furious. Even in the past, when he was bullied, he had never been this enraged. Such inhuman, despicable, pig-dog-like beings, what harm is there in killing them? Since no one has ever dared to kill a celestial dragon, let this precedent be broken by Zhang Lufeng. What are the celestial dragons? What is the world government? The Navy is nothing to mention. I, Jiang Lufeng, have nothing to fear. With his mind settled, he acted without hesitation. Amidst the shocked expressions of his companions, Jiang Lufeng raised his free hand and gently pointed his pinky at the celestial dragon's heart. A 36-volt electric shock surged directly into the celestial dragon's body, wreaking havoc. The celestial dragon convulsed from the electric shock, but his mind remained clear. He could feel death slowly approaching him step by step. Having received a basic education, Jiang Lufeng knew that 36 volts was sufficient to be lethal, so he only used that much. This was not to torture him, but because, in a duel between experts, using a lethal move to take a life is a form of respect for one's opponent. It represented Jiang Liufeng's attitude. In his heart, the celestial dragon was nothing but a piece of dung. Feeling his bodily functions gradually fading, the young celestial dragon became terrified. This was the first time he had ever felt such fear since birth. It was precisely this that made his fear of death 10 or even 100 times greater than that of ordinary people. Driven by the instinct to survive, he exerted all his strength to cry out, "Father, save! Save me!" He screamed hoarsely, while his voice sounded powerful. It was merely a facade to hide the fear within. He kept shouting, but he didn't have the courage to step forward and stop it. His voice laced with despair. Thus, the so-called Supreme Celestial Dragon watched helplessly as his son closed his eyes in Jiang Liufeng's hands. After a while, his neck tilted, and he fell silent. Truly garbage. Jiang Lufeng threw the body to the ground, looking at the older Celestial Dragon with disdain. Watching his son take his last breath, he didn't even dare to show a hint of the fearless spirit a father should have for his child. How could he still have the audacity to call himself a noble? He was simply worse than scum. Even beasts protect their young. Looking at the Celestial Dragon, who was worse than pigs and dogs, Jiang Lufeng had no interest in killing him. He turned and patted Waldo on the shoulder, saying, "Anyone who bullies my companions, even the Emperor himself, won't be spared." Waldo was deeply moved, and his worries dissipated with that statement. What if they offended the Celestial Dragons? A woman would beautify herself for her confidant, and a man would die for his close friend. With such a loyal captain, what did it matter to go crazy together? Waldo's eyes brightened, and he shouted, "Boss, no more words. I, Waldo, am willing to follow you until the seas dry up and the stones rot. Until the heavens and earth are no more." Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched as he hurriedly interrupted him. All right, if you can't say it, just shut up. Don't pretend to be cultured." "Ha ha." Waldo awkwardly laughed while scratching his head. "All right, let us go. The Navy should be arriving soon." "Good, let us go." With that, the three of them swaggered out of the auction house. The older Celestial Dragon watched everything unfold, not daring to make a sound, fearing that any action of his might bring about his own death. For such trash that feared death yet wanted to act like a bandit, wanting to be both powerful and wear a helmet, Jiang Lufeng felt disgusted just looking at them. Standing outside the door, looking at the pile of guards dealt with by the Red Count, there were more than 20 large boxes. A few people felt very pleased. This was a full 2 billion berries. Having only followed Jiang Lufeng for a few days, it felt like they had earned enough money for a lifetime. However, the headache was how to carry away so much money. For this, Valdo and the Red Count frowned, clearly feeling a bit at a loss. But to Jiang Lufeng, these problems were nothing at all. With his system backpack, was it really a problem to take away just over 20 boxes of money? Chapter 48. Listen up. I mean all the Navy. The only issue was that he didn't want anyone to see him collecting items out of thin air, such an astonishing scene. After all, it was better to keep his secrets hidden if possible. He immediately ordered Valdo and the Red Count to disperse the crowd that was nearby. The two were puzzled, but they unconditionally obeyed Jiang Lufeng's command. They began to chase away the onlookers with threats and force. Initially, the audience was not convinced. "Is this road yours? Why should we leave?" A middle-aged man dressed extravagantly and with a big belly said arrogantly. The surrounding audience agreed. They all showed expressions of defiance, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Valdo was quite displeased, but he didn't want to get physical with these ordinary folks, feeling a headache coming on. The Red Count, however, was not so conflicted. Without changing his expression, he drew Thunderstorm and casually waved it towards the ground. Boom! A sharp slicing sound suddenly rang out. A glint of cold light flashed, and the ground in front of him was instantly cut open, creating a bottomless chasm. Hiss! Those who came to the Sabaody archipelago were generally new pirates. The citizens had never seen such a fierce character as the Red Count. They stared at him in shock as if he were a celestial being. Swish! Before the dust had settled, the enormous auction square was empty, with not a single person left, and even the surrounding shops had their doors tightly shut. Some shop owners were so frightened that they lost their composure and, in their haste to close the door, ended up shattering the glass. Valdo was slightly stunned. Damn, why does it feel like these people ran away faster than the boss? He gave a thumbs up to the Red Count. Indeed, he was ruthless and spoke little. Where's the money? Valdo rubbed his eyes and looked again at the ground where the 20 or so boxes had been, now completely empty. He was dumbfounded. How did it disappear in just a few seconds? Huh, why does that sound so awkward? Boss, where's the money? Zhang Lufeng said while walking. Let us go. It's all taken care of. Not a single berry will be lost, don't worry. Valdo was very puzzled. He couldn't figure out how Zhang Lufeng had made such heavy boxes of money vanish. The Red Count was obviously much smarter than him. The old man knew that his captain was full of secrets. He just pretended not to know because it didn't harm them anyway. Hey, boss, Count, wait for me. In fact, the moment the crowd began to flee, Zhang Lufeng had used the system backpack to collect all the boxes of money. This secret of his. He didn't even want to tell his own people. He would conceal it as much as possible. The three of them walked down the street as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaffected by everything that had transpired at the auction house, heading towards Island 13. However, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. What? A celestial dragon is dead? Sengoku shouted incredulously at the phone bug in front of him. Countless veins bulged on his neck and forehead, making it clear he was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. Yes. The sentry at the entrance was so scared that he nearly lost his mind, stumbling and falling twice, rolling and crawling to deliver the message. Sengoku slumped helplessly on the sofa, rubbing his painfully throbbing temples. This time, he had really caused a huge disaster. Why kill anyone if it had to be a celestial dragon? If things went wrong, he could lose his position as admiral. How is the world conscription proceeding? He said weakly, eyes closed. Suddenly, he was nearly scared out of his wits by a loud roar. Didn't I say to send all the Navy out? Why are you still here? The sentry was startled and fell over, quickly getting up and running outside. Yes, I'm sorry, Admiral, I'm on it. After running out a few dozen meters, the sentry suddenly stopped, anxiously rushing back to Sengoku. Wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead, he said, Admiral, the world conscription. Upon receiving Sengoku's order, the entire Navy headquarters mobilized. Except for Kazuru, who had gone ahead, the rest of the Navy boarded their ships. A large fleet of dozens of warships headed straight for the Sabaody archipelago. Wow, what a sight. It looked like they were preparing for a world war. With the entire sea black with warships, something even seen during the fight against Roger. Colonel, what is going on? Why such a huge mobilization? On a dog-headed warship. A young man with pink hair was asking a tall, white-haired old man. It was obviously Carp and Kobe. Someone actually dared to kill a celestial dragon? Upon hearing this, Kobe's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Carp's gaze was deep, arms crossed, looking into the distance with a face full of hatred, gritting his teeth, and saying, that arrogant kid who looks down on everyone. I must capture him myself. Kobe looked at Carp in shock and asked, is it that flying thunder god Zhang Lufeng who escaped from Impel Down? Perhaps due to extreme anger. Carp trembled slightly all over and did not respond to Kobe's words. From his face, Kobe could see the answer. He couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect this flying thunder god Zhang Lufeng to be so audacious. It seems the road to becoming strong is still very long. The Navy surged forward with high morale, speeding across the sea. How is the preparation going? Zhang Lufeng boarded the Golden Scale and asked everyone. Hearing this, Zhang Lufeng nodded and brought a group of people to the side of the ship, waving to Rayleigh and Shaki, saying, thank you for your help. See you again if fate allows. Just at this critical moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Yo, it's lively here. Chapter 49, I forgot to turn off the soup at home. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the source of the voice. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but the gleaming Kizaru? Damn, you came so fast. Valdo spat. Zhang Lufeng merely looked at Kizaru with a calm expression, as if Kizaru's appearance was already expected. Admiral Kizaru, long time no see. Are you here to see us off? Kizaru's expression was not very pleasant as he looked at Zhang Lufeng, thinking that the young man was too arrogant, which was not a good thing. Oh, does Admiral Kizaru have the ability to stop us? Zhang Lufeng said with a playful smile. Kizaru was taken aback, glancing at the others, feeling a bit envious. It seemed like he really couldn't stop them. After some inner turmoil, he finally decided that there was no need to confront them head-on. He could just cause trouble to prevent their departure and wait for reinforcements to arrive. With a firm decision in mind, his expression improved considerably. Yo, I can still stop you from departing. Once the main forces arrive, your good days will be over. Zhang Lufeng naturally understood that Kizaru was just the advance party that had come first due to his ability. After all, he had killed a celestial dragon. How could the Navy let him leave so easily? Mobilizing a large army to suppress the situation is highly likely. Huang Yuan's words are not just to scare people. The situation is urgent. If surrounded by the army, even if Zhang Lufeng is as swift as the wind and unbeatable, his companions will most likely suffer. Just as he was quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Rayleigh stepped forward. Huang Yuan, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan slightly turned his head to look and immediately recognized Rayleigh on the shore, which startled him quite a bit. Oh, the Dark King. Rayleigh, this is quite scary. The Pirate King's first mate actually appeared here. Rayleigh, with a confident smile on his face, said, I've been living in seclusion on this island for many years, but I didn't expect to run into an admiral today. How about I spar with you a bit? This left Huang Yuan in a predicament. Under his brown lenses, his small eyes rolled around a few times, and his face showed a hint of bitterness. Damn it. Is he trying to kill me? Just dealing with Flying Thunder God and Red Earl is already troublesome enough, and now the Dark King pops up out of nowhere. Is this the Navy headquarters 3 admirals coming to catch a fugitive, or the 3 pirate leaders coming to kill an admiral? Where are my 2 unfortunate teammates? Feeling quite speechless. But he had to maintain his composure. After all, the dignity of an admiral cannot be insulted. Who would have thought that today would be a buy one get one free deal? Since that's the case, let us have a spar. The 2 locked eyes, seemingly calm on the surface, but with a storm brewing underneath. Sparks were almost flying from their gazes. Exhibiting the professional demeanor of masters in a duel, they both stood still, waiting for the other to make a move. They stared at each other for several minutes without any sign of action, leaving Carmen stunned. Wow, is this what they call a master duel? It feels like both of them have a strong aura. Is this the legendary internal power contest? Hearing this, Zhang Lufeng nearly stumbled and fell. What kind of master duel is this? What internal power contest? These 2 are clearly just slacking off and buying time. Just as Zhang Lufeng was about to intervene, they finally moved. However, just as Rayleigh was about to raise his hand, Zhang Lufeng quickly flashed in front of him, blocking his path. Rayleigh, this is our own business. We'll handle it ourselves. I think you should think about how to escape. Huh. Rayleigh was quite puzzled. What did Zhang Lufeng mean? Did he look down on him? Did he think he was too old? Everyone except for the Red Earl and Huang Yuan was confused. What is going on? The Pirate King's first mate. The man known as the Dark King, is he backing down? Even Shachi, who was being pushed away by Rayleigh, was equally bewildered. Everyone watched as the 2 hurriedly left, casting puzzled glances at Zhang Lufeng. But they found Zhang Lufeng's expression slightly serious as he gazed into the distance, not knowing what he was looking at. Seemingly affected by his serious demeanor, several of them turned their heads to follow his gaze to see what could capture the usually calm and easygoing captain's attention. Once they looked, they nearly wet their pants. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a sight that blocked out the sun. It was as if the entire sea was covered with warships. Not even the seawater was visible. My goodness, this is too exaggerated. Valdo was dumbfounded. Even though he had been a prominent figure in the past, he had never seen such a spectacle. Tell me, they are just passing by, right? They're not here specifically to catch us, right? Carmen's legs went soft, and he collapsed onto the deck. What on earth did you guys do? Crocodile wasn't he stupid? Such a scene wouldn't he appear unless they had done something significant. Suddenly, Old Sand's eyes widened, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Before Zhang Lufeng could speak, Valdo waved his hand and said no. How could we do something so lowly? Phew. Upon hearing this, Old Sand let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The captain killed a celestial dragon. Seeing Old Sand relax, Valdo struggled to suppress a smile and suddenly said, Thank goodness, it's just a killing. Huh? Killed? Even Old Sand's mental defenses nearly collapsed at Valdo's words. He stumbled over his words, almost biting his tongue. Killed a celestial dragon? What the hell are you people? Old Sand stared at Zhang Lufeng with a face full of black lines, seemingly needing a clear answer and explanation. In response, Zhang Lufeng merely waved his hand dismissively and said, Just an idiot. It's fine to kill him. Damn it. Old Sand was speechless, nearly fainting from anger. All right, the matter has happened. There's no point in dwelling on it. Once we reach the new world, it will be a place where birds can fly freely, and the Navy won't be able to do anything to us. Killing a celestial dragon is no big deal. As Zhang Lufeng looked at the Navy's reinforcements arriving quickly, he didn't want to waste any more time and impatiently said, Old Sand, don't worry, I'll be fine. Just follow the captain's orders. Old Sand rolled his eyes in frustration and said angrily, Easier said than done. In a situation like this, can we escape? Chapter 50, A Fated Encounter. Zhang Lufeng glanced at him without getting angry and smiled. No one can keep me here, nor can they keep my companions. You will immediately start the coding process. The Golden Scales will find the way to Fishman Island. I'll stay here to deal with them and cover your escape. Captain, seeing that a few of them didn't want to abandon him, Jiang Lufeng felt gratified, and even Old Sand spoke up. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I know what you're thinking, I'll be fine, and I'll catch up with you soon. Now, execute the captain's orders. Golden Scales move." Okay. The Golden Scales didn't have any complex emotions. It would unconditionally execute Jiang Lufeng's orders 100. Immediately, it began the process. "Want to leave? I want to allow it." Seeing his reinforcements had arrived, Huang Yuan felt emboldened, and without saying a word, he stepped forward to block them. 8-foot mirror. Boom. A brilliant golden light radiated from him, his hands placed above and below his chest, and a beam of light shot out between his palms, heading straight for the Golden Scales. Just as he was about to flash through the golden light passage he had opened, Jiang Lufeng arrived. Zila. The signature sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and in an instant, Jiang Lufeng had flashed to the side of the golden light passage opened by Huang Yuan, infusing his right arm with armed color hockey and smashing it hard upwards. Huang Yuan, who was about to complete his flash, was abruptly interrupted. "Oh, this speed is truly astonishing." He hadn't expected Jiang Lufeng to be so fast, almost on par with his own speed. It was inevitable that he felt somewhat astonished. This was not surprising. Having had 2 previous encounters with Huang Yuan, Jiang Lufeng at that time had not yet integrated NLS fruit panel. Even if he was fast, he was still somewhat inferior to the light fruit. However, Huang Yuan had previously not taken this group seriously, aside from the Red Earl. He had not paid attention to the rest, so his attitude had been rather casual. But now it was different. Jiang Lufeng had essentially solidified his possession of the ability of the most powerful fruit in the world of One Piece, the Thunder Fruit. Now, when it came to comparing speed with Huang Yuan, it was no longer easy to say. Thus, Huang Yuan finally adopted a serious attitude and no longer underestimated Jiang Lufeng. In the brief skirmish between the two, the coating of the Golden Scales had nearly completed. Meanwhile, the Navy's main force was also approaching rapidly. Tons of cannonballs were fired towards the Golden Scales. They weren't expecting to kill anyone. They only wanted to sink the ship. The Jinlin ship was suddenly surrounded by the sound of numerous cannonballs exploding, causing the sea surface to rise and fall, and the ship to shake violently. However, the 3 experts on board were not to be underestimated. They managed to deflect all cannonballs that were about to hit the ship. For the moment, it was still relatively safe. "Captain, hurry up," the Red Count shouted with a cold face. "Boss, come on. If you delay any longer, it will be too late," Bardo said anxiously. At that moment, Carmen was clinging to the railing, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she looked at Jiang Lufeng, not knowing if she was scared or worried for his safety. Her pitiful appearance made Jiang Lufeng feel a pang of heartache. "Captain, come quickly." She extended her arm and said in a delicate voice. Jiang Lufeng smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I will be fine. Can we meet later?" Carmen held back her tears, bit her lip, and nodded obediently, unable to speak as she choked up. "Jinlin, set sail." "Okay, let's go." In such a tense situation, hearing such cheerful voices could only come from Jinlin. In the eyes of the others, Jiang Lufeng was probably facing great danger this time. Not to mention whether he could defeat the Navy that was coming out in full force. The key was that the ship was sinking. How could he chase after it as a power user? The Jinlin ship gradually began to sink. The Red Count and the others were desperately resisting the cannon fire and couldn't spare any attention to stop what was happening. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Lufeng engaged in battle with Kizaru. Jiang Lufeng pushed Kizaru back with a punch and turned to glance at the Jinlin ship, which was basically safe now, secretly feeling relieved. Jiang Lufeng didn't hear clearly and could only vaguely see half of a mouth shape. No way. Are girls so bold these days? He shook his head slightly, not wanting to think too much. With a smirk, he thought, now that the obstructions are finally gone, he could show off his skills. If they heard this, they would probably be so furious they'd spit out several liters of old blood. Damn it. After all that emotional build-up, it turns out Jiang Lufeng considered them a burden? If he had known, he should have defected and joined the Navy, damn it. Actually, it can't be said that they were a burden in such harsh terms. Jiang Lufeng was just worried that if a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to take care of the Jinlin ship. After all, this exceptional ship had not even officially set sail yet before being sunk. He would truly be in tears without a way to cry. Plus, with Vardo and Lao Sha as power users, and Carmen being weak, if the ship sank and a couple of people fell into the water, it would be quite troublesome. Even if he and the Red Count were strong, they would definitely be overwhelmed and unable to look after each other. Now, all the troubles were gone. He could fight if he wanted to, run if he wanted to, and do as he pleased. How delightful. Kizaru watched as the entire crew left, feeling powerless. There was nothing he could do. His speed advantage was almost non-existent now, and he couldn't stop them. This feeling of helplessness made the usually easygoing Admiral Kizaru a bit frustrated. He could only unleash his big move again. Ice Age. Eight-Forked Jewel. Sometimes in this world, things are just so small, and sometimes events are just so coincidental. On a warship near the coast, Admiral Akiji saw the Jinlin ship successfully dive and escape. Without a word, he unleashed his powers, executing the stunning Ice Age, and the message was sent out. But at the same time, Kizaru, who was fighting Jiang Lufeng, did not notice. The two admirals' big moves seemed destined to collide once again. Akiji was stunned. Kizaru was also stunned. The two looked up at each other, their eyes filled with drama. You stinky monkey, you definitely did that on purpose. Akiji's gaze. Heaven and earth as my witness. I really didn't know. Kizaru's gaze. Thus, at this critical moment, the ice blocks that were about to surround the Jinlin ship were instantly shattered by the eight-forked jewel. Aside from Jiang Lufeng, all members of the Dawn team successfully escaped. Chapter 51. Jiang Liufeng's overbearing aura. This made the Navy's expression extremely grim. Even with everyone mobilized, they still let the enemy escape. If this got out, it would truly be a loss of dignity. A stern voice echoed, and Jiang Lufeng looked up to see a warship at the forefront of the fleet, where stood a man in a red suit, draped in a white cloak inscribed with the word justice, his face serious, emanating a sense of authority. Wherever he stood, his imposing presence was overwhelming. It was none other than Admiral Akainu. Wow, this is interesting, Jiang Lufeng thought. Facing the Navy's countless troops alone was one thing. But now even the three admirals of the Navy had appeared at the same time. Jiang Lufeng rarely became serious, even though he was powerful. Facing the Navy's highest combat strength representatives was not an easy task. Although escaping was trivial for him, he did not plan to choose that path. Even if he had to escape, he wanted to leave an impression of an unparalleled king in the hearts of these Navy personnel first. He flashed into the air, arms crossed over his chest. Though he didn't speak, his aggressive aura surged towards the Navy. At that moment, more than 60% of the weaker Navy felt an inner panic, their legs trembling, even feeling a bit afraid to look directly at this imposing figure who was suffocating them with mere presence. Conqueror's Haki. As Jiang Liufeng's aura leaked, the skies suddenly darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Liufeng's thunderous power also surged forth, enveloping him in lightning, resonating with the thunder from above, creating the illusion that the stormy clouds were summoned by him as divine soldiers. At this moment, one man's might was actually competing with the entire Navy's mobilization. From the perspective of aura, it was surprisingly evenly matched, which was truly remarkable. Is that the flying thunder god? This aura is terrifying. Heavens, what kind of monstrous existence is this? Who says otherwise? This guy is simply a mortal enemy of our Navy. If we don't eliminate him, he will definitely become a great threat. Akainu listened to his soldiers below, who were constantly boosting others' morale while diminishing his authority, and his expression turned very grim. The Conqueror's Haki was truly a headache-inducing ability. Under pressure from the opponent, even though they had the numbers, it was practically useless. Against an unparalleled master, winning purely by numbers was impossible. Years of battle experience gave him a decisive thought. All Navy personnel, listen up. All soldiers below the rank of major, disembark and disperse the nearby civilians to protect their safety. Yes. With the Admiral's command, the Navy began to move. Jiang Lufeng glanced at these little brothers who didn't stop and regarded them with disdain, allowing them to leave. Akainu breathed a slight sigh of relief. This move had three intentions. First, he didn't want some Navy soldiers with no combat ability to sacrifice themselves in vain. Second, once a battle broke out, the exchanges between characters of their level would inevitably endanger the lives of civilians, so it was better to evacuate early. Third, Jiang Lufeng was indeed strong enough to be a headache. If the Navy wanted to capture him, casualties were inevitable. And he didn't want this scene to be witnessed by the civilians, causing them to lose faith in the Navy. In summary, Akainu made a very wise decision to let most of the weak Navy and civilians retreat first. Soon, island number 13 was left with no one, becoming an empty island. At the first moment the Red Dog received the notification, he could no longer sit still. He ordered the senior officers to march in formation and surround Jiang Lufeng, ready for battle. Facing the blockade of the Navy, Jiang Lufeng remained calm and said with an air of nonchalance, I say, Admiral Akainu, you seem smart, but in reality, you are quite foolish. Huh. Suddenly mocked by Jiang Lufeng, Akainu was furious, thinking this was an arrogant little brat. Speak. How am I foolish? Jiang Lufeng pointed around him and said lightly, you should have sent these weaklings away. You brat, you are too arrogant. Humph. You really don't know how to die? Shameless. Shameless indeed. Kid, can't you see your situation? Before Akainu could respond, those senior officers who were pointed at by Jiang Lufeng immediately became upset and started cursing. Jiang Lufeng sneered. Now, it's not too late to scram. This is your last chance. Too arrogant. Let me show you. An older colonel stepped forward, unleashing the full power of the Navy's 6 styles, charging straight at Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng shook his head and said, "It seems your higher-ups haven't informed you of my strength. Very well, let me show you the reality today." With that, he struck. His arm transformed, and he threw a punch. Raijin. Boom. In an instant, a powerful bolt of lightning shot out. The colonel suddenly froze, his face filled with shock. The lightning pillar coming at him was indeed terrifying, and its speed was incredibly fast. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Although he wanted to dodge, he couldn't make it in time. He could only brace himself and activate his haki, hoping to withstand the blow. But how could his mediocre haki withstand such a terrifying strike from Jiang Lufeng? Zzz. The Raijin directly enveloped him, piercing through. The colonel couldn't hold on for a few seconds, and his haki was completely shattered. The intense electric shock coursed through every cell in his body, causing him immense pain. His face twisted in agony, and he collapsed into the sea, his mind blank. After instantly killing one person with Raijin, the momentum didn't decrease and continued straight toward those behind him. The ghost spider saw this sharp attack coming toward him and thought it was bad. Quick, scatter. Swish, swish, swish. The group of Navy officers, who were originally dumbfounded, quickly reacted and rushed to both sides to avoid it. No one dared to take on Jiang Liufeng's attack. Why is the thunder fruit regarded as the strongest devil fruit? Because not many people are not afraid of lightning. Unfortunately, even with an early dodge, a few less powerful majors were directly struck. They were also electrocuted and fell into the sea. With a single strike, Jiang Lufeng had taken out several skilled fighters, instantly raising the Navy officers' awareness of him. Chapter 52. Ready to attack together? All the top brass are the same, only reporting good news and not bad. The Navy headquarters indeed concealed the truth about Jiang Liufeng's power, so although many officers knew of such a figure, they had no concept of just how strong he was. Everyone, attack together. Don't give him too many chances to strike. We have the numbers. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against so many. Yes, attack together. Don't give him a chance. Kill. Jiang Lufeng smirked. All right, then come at me. He retracted his arm and stood upright, seemingly having no intention of attacking. Seeing him like this, the officers became arrogant. Haha, look, that kid is scared silly. That's right, he probably doesn't know how to respond. They thought they could take him down with one blow. Chafe. Gale Foot. The admirals, seeing Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, knew there was definitely a scheme behind it. Akiji frowned and shouted, "Don't let your guard down. This kid is not that simple." Sure enough, just as the officers' attacks were about to hit Jiang Lufeng, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Thunder Shield." Zzz. Jiang Lufeng combined the Thunder Shield from the 3rd generation of Raijin with Enel's electric discharge, and a new shield surged into existence. Hiss! Countless lightning snakes erupted from his body, and the over 100 million volts of electricity instantly incapacitated the officers around him. This voltage was on a completely different level from Raijin. The group of officers let out muffled groans and were rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. Seeing his elite subordinates being electrocuted into a terrible state, with smoke rising from their heads, they fell one after another into the sea. The middle-ranking admirals finally panicked. Akainu finally understood what Jiang Lufeng meant. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, these elite officers were no different from the Navy soldiers who had retreated earlier. They were equally vulnerable. And even the ranks of rear admirals and admirals were not enough to be taken seriously. The one who reacted the fastest was still Vice Admiral Garp. He flipped his hands, and his massive fists turned as black as iron. With a roar, he charged directly at Jiang Lufeng. Seeing Garp coming, Jiang Lufeng didn't dare to be careless. His starry eyes locked onto him tightly. Garp entered the range of the shield's lightning discharge and seemed unaffected, even finding it easier than against Rayleigh. He knew he was right. This old man was something else. In the original work, Garp had a great reputation but rarely took action, so his true strength was unknown. Now, based on the comparison with Rayleigh, Jiang Lufeng realized that Garp was indeed powerful. Garp easily closed the distance to Jiang Liufeng's shield, seemingly not affected by the over 100 million volts. Kid, take this punch from me. Jiang Liufeng's brows furrowed slightly. Knowing that he couldn't take this punch with just the shield, a strand of black silk wrapped around his left arm, and he raised his hand to punch out. The two iron-black fists collided, and suddenly, the sky trembled, and an invisible shockwave spread out, causing everyone to stagger back. The officers at the edge, who were entangled in lightning, managed to take advantage of this wave of impact to escape Zhang Liufeng's discharge range. The clash between Zhang Lufeng and Garp was nearing its conclusion. This genuine clash of Haki, a collision of power, made both of them step back 3 paces, with no clear victor. So strong. Since Zhang Lufeng acquired Roger's 3-color Haki, he had rarely encountered an opponent in terms of Haki, always suppressing everyone with overwhelming force. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh was not comparable. But meeting Garp, he unexpectedly found a worthy opponent, which surprised Zhang Lufeng yet also made sense. After all, he was the man who once pushed Roger into a corner. He was truly extraordinary. Finally, someone could withstand one of his punches. How lonely it is to seek defeat at the peak. But unlike him, the watching Navy was nearly fainting from fear. Garp's might was known to all. With his iron fists, he roamed the seas, and even among the famous sea powerhouses in the New World, he was a figure that instilled dread. How terrifying could a punch with such force be? Others might not know, but these elite Navy officers certainly understood it. To actually stand up to Garp's punch and not lose, what kind of terrifying monster could achieve that? Step by step, these Navy officers unconsciously began to retreat, finally realizing. The purple-haired youth in front of them, who was not yet 20, was someone they needed to look up to. Were they still foolishly trying to approach him? Wasn't this like lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for shit? Everyone back off, Akainu said with a dark face. At this moment, everyone's hearts calmed down, and the anger that had been brewing inside had dissipated. Initially, the crowd thought the other party was just an arrogant kid who, relying on his skills, caused trouble for the Navy, which made them furious and eager to eliminate him. But now, things were different. The opponent truly possessed the ability to turn the tides, and they had to treat him with caution. No one acted impulsively anymore, and they all retreated to 100 meters away as per the Admiral's instructions. The 3 admirals exchanged glances and, in tacit agreement, surrounded him, with Garp joining them, each standing at a different cardinal point, ready to work together to take him down. Zhang Lufeng smiled slightly, preparing for all 4 of them to come at him together. Interesting. A surge of battle intent filled him, igniting a fiery passion. Unknowingly, he had grown to the point where the Navy had to mobilize its highest combat power against him due to the rewards from the system. With such incredible strength, who wouldn't he be excited? If a battle was to be fought, then let it be fought. What was there to fear? Originally slightly passive, Zhang Lufeng suddenly took the initiative, attacking instead of defending, launching a deadly strike at Kizaru. 3,000 volts. Thunder Beast. A wolf-like Thunder Beast was unleashed, charging wildly towards Kizaru. Damn, why are you targeting me first? Kizaru's face darkened. Holding the sword of Amatsu no Kusanagi, he swiftly executed 2 slashes, splitting the Thunder Wolf into 4 pieces. Just as Zhang Lufeng made his move, Aokiji and Akainu also sprang into action. Chapter 53, The Ever-Changing Battlefield. Ice Ball. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Ice on the left. Fire on the right, mercilessly attacking Zhang Lufeng. Anyone hit by either side would not be in for a pleasant experience. Zhang Lufeng did not overestimate himself. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, reappearing over 10 meters away. The ice and fire collided, ultimately missing him. The moment Zhang Lufeng reappeared, a powerful sense of danger emerged from behind. Garp had somehow closed in. His observation Haki detected that Garp's speed was somehow matching his lightning speed. With a posture reminiscent of a reverse hook, he moved gracefully, bang. Their fists and feet collided, resulting in a stalemate. Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid's reaction speed was simply too fast. It seemed he not only had fruit powers and formidable armament Haki, but also extraordinary mastery of observation Haki. After failing to land a hit, Garp felt a surge of anger and unleashed a flurry of close-range attacks using the Navy's 6 styles. Finger pistol, shave, gale kick. Iron block, an endless stream of techniques, with punches and kicks coming at a speed that was hard to describe. Close-quarters combat? I like it. Zhang Liufeng's eyes sparkled. Not retreating, but advancing, meeting Garp's attacks with his own fists and feet. The two exchanged dozens of blows in midair, making it impossible to discern who had the upper hand. The visual impact of their punches landing left the onlookers dazzled, wide-eyed, and afraid to blink, fearing they might miss a spectacular moment. It was terrifying. He was actually holding his own against Vice Admiral Garp. How many years had it been since Roger's death, without anyone like this? Demachi exclaimed in awe at Ghost Spider. This kid not only had astonishing abilities, but also such ferocious Haki. Where did this freak come from? Ghost Spider shook his head, although he was unwilling to admit it. He truly possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral, or even a Yonko. Doberman's fists were clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood, as he gritted his teeth, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality, yet feeling helpless. Such astonishment and idle chatter could only come from the vice admirals. The elite officers had long been trembling in fear, unable to contain their terror. To face off against 3 admirals and Karp alone, what kind of monster had they witnessed? Even if someone possessed such strength, who would dare to act so boldly? One had to have an extraordinary level of self-awareness and confidence in their own abilities to pull something like this off. It was simply a world-shocking feat. This was not a sparring match. The other 3 admirals would certainly not give the 2 a chance to fight one-on-one. They unleashed their full firepower and attacked Zhang Lufeng en masse. Leading the charge was, of course, Kizaru. In a flash of light, Kizaru, wielding the Amatsu no Kusanagi, moved in, executing light-speed slashes that slipped through the gaps of the 2's attacks, catching Zhang Lufeng off guard while avoiding harm to Karp. His swordsmanship was exceptional, and his experience and keen eye were evident. However, it seemed Zhang Lufeng had not exerted his full strength before, as his movements became even faster. At this moment, he was still handling the close-quarter combat against 2 opponents with ease. This was impressive. The crowd of onlookers had fallen completely silent, having jumped out of their roles as captives and truly becoming spectators of an unprecedented battle. The combat between these 5 had surpassed their capabilities, leaving them unable to intervene. Seeing Zhang Lufeng taking on 2 opponents without losing his flair only made their hearts race faster, and they could hardly suppress their cheers. Akiji wielded an ice blade, while Akainu unleashed his magma-infused fists, combining both attributes in battle. Facing 4 adversaries, Zhang Lufeng's observation haki played a crucial role. The often overlooked observation haki allowed him to perceive and analyze the attack patterns of all 4 opponents simultaneously, even predicting the various crises about to unfold. Utilizing his observation haki to its fullest, he achieved a legendary moment of fending off attacks from 4 unparalleled masters without being defeated. However, this battle made him realize clearly where he stood in the food chain of power. If these 4 were to know that he viewed them as mere test subjects while fighting at full strength, one could only imagine their thoughts. The strongest spear. A single piercing strike. Feeling it was almost time, Zhang Lufeng unleashed the strongest state of his ultimate move, charging directly at the most troublesome Vice Admiral Karp. Karp's sharp eyes immediately detected the unusual nature of this move. Although it was just a single finger, the murderous intent radiating from it made him wary. Karp crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the devastating line of attack aimed at his heart, having reached his limit. Because this attack came so suddenly and swiftly, it was practically in the blink of an eye. To react and block so quickly, there were probably only a handful of people in the world who could do so. The 3 admirals also sensed the impending danger, fearing that the old hero might falter. If Karp fell, they would not escape blame, and no one could shoulder that responsibility. However, at the moment they moved, Zhang Liufeng's lethal strike had already arrived. Divine Judgment. Just before Zhang Lufeng made his move, he had already shot a bolt of lightning into the sky. Who would have thought that the seemingly deflected lightning was actually a trap set by him in advance? As his words fell, 3 thunderous pillars descended from the sky. They crashed down on the 3 admirals. Even the elementalized trio, caught off guard with their attention diverted to Karp, were left reeling from the impact. Then, the ferocious, strongest spear unceremoniously struck Karp. The overwhelming haki, combined with the penetrating, cutting power of lightning chakra, was utterly terrifying. Even with Karp's unparalleled armament haki, he felt pain from this blow. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. With a thud, he was sent flying backward. The speed so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, as if he had suddenly vanished. Had he not crashed into the sea, creating towering waves, everyone would have thought Zhang Lufeng had merely punched the air. Karp was directly knocked into the sea by this ferocious blow, and a bloody hole appeared on his left arm. The legendary hero of the Navy had actually had his armament haki broken. Although it can only be considered a minor injury, this blow not only shattered Karp's haki, but also directly broke the Navy's psychological defense. This is simply outrageous. How come the young people nowadays don't care about martial ethics at all? Just now, it was clearly an even match, right? Why did such a drastic change happen in the blink of an eye? The battlefield is truly ever-changing. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Thunderstrike. 2-pronged spear. Hellhound. However, a pillar is still a pillar. Zhang Liufeng's divine punishment, though unexpectedly hitting the 3 admirals, only caused some impact, but it was not unbearable. Just when Zhang Liufeng's old strength had faded and new strength had not yet emerged, the 2 deadly moves were unleashed simultaneously. The speed was astonishingly fast. Zhang Lufeng wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only display his fully activated armament haki on his back, and took 2 hits head-on. Bang bang. With his back taking the 2 hits, Zhang Lufeng frowned slightly, but before he could react, Kizaru arrived. Lightspeed kick. In an instant, the same move as the red count was unleashed again. A downward kick headed straight for Jiang Liufeng's head. Jiang Liufeng's expression tightened, crossing his arms over his head to block the kick. However, like the red count, the inertia brought by the speed of light was immense. Even though he blocked it, he could not withstand the impact and was sent flying toward the sea. Approaching the sea, suddenly, a massive whirlpool rose from the ocean, and it was Karp returning in fury. With a swing of his iron fist, he aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's spine, wanting to deliver a blow that would incapacitate him. But Jiang Lufeng, who had not had time to trigger the thunder element, finally got a chance to breathe. Elementalization seems whimsical, but only those who truly possess natural abilities know that it requires a moment of preparation, no matter how fast one is. The three admirals seized that moment to try and defeat Jiang Lufeng instantly. However, they ultimately underestimated the toughness of his haki and his reaction speed. Swish! As Karp's strike missed, Jiang Lufeng had already flashed into the sky. The three admirals of the Navy headquarters, the hero Karp, truly lived up to his name. I fought quite well today. Unfortunately, time is limited. I will take my leave first. Humph. Wanna leave? Can you? Akainu snorted angrily, seemingly frustrated for missing that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I want to leave. You can't stop me. Jiang Lufeng replied with a nonchalant smile. Kid, even if I die today, I won't let you leave. Karp was equally furious. Old man, I think you should go see a doctor first. Jiang Lufeng scoffed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze back to Karp, only to find blood gushing from his arm, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss. Karp is injured. That kid actually broke Vice Admiral Karp's haki. God, how could this happen? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Slap me, let me. Slap. Uft. It's true. The onlookers initially thought Karp had only been knocked away and would never have imagined he was actually injured. Even though it was only a minor injury, the implications were significant. At the very least, it indicated that Jiang Liufeng's mastery of armament haki surpassed Karp's. Suddenly, the worldview of this group of elite Navy personnel collapsed, sweat pouring down, and some even lost their composure, unable to maintain their footing and fell into the sea. The three admirals never expected that today's battle would have such a huge negative impact on the Navy's upper echelon's combat power. They were filled with rage, grinding their teeth. Furious. If they didn't capture Jiang Lufeng today, it would likely have an indelible impact on the Navy. He must die here today. Ah, fiery eruption. Akainu could no longer contain the anger in his heart and directly unleashed his ultimate move at Jiang Lufeng. Explosive mouth cone. Akiji also launched a deadly attack at Jiang Lufeng in the sky. 8-foot mirror. Shut up. Akiji. Kizaru. A magma arm the size of a giant, followed by an ice phoenix the size of a warship, shot toward Jiang Lufeng as if to claim his life. Perhaps out of anger, or perhaps due to encountering a powerful adversary, the two admirals' signature skills had increased in both size and power several times compared to before. Unfortunately, Jiang Lufeng was already prepared. You think I'm just chatting with you? He smirked, raising an elegant arc. His eyes shone with boundless confidence. The sea breeze blew wildly, causing everyone's clothes to flutter. The thick dark clouds in the sky had also dispersed with the wind. What the heck? What is that? Below, the Navy, from the admirals down, widened their eyes in shock, mouths agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. The comrades were dumbfounded, just as the two ultimate moves were unleashed. Everyone's gaze followed the red and white massive attacks. They had seen admirals strike before, but this time the same moves contained different powers. Some were in awe. Some were surprised. Some even showed expressions of impending victory. But in the next second, they were all stunned by the scene hanging in the sky after the dark clouds. A thunderball, comparable to the size of an island, had suddenly appeared in the sky. For a moment, everyone felt as if a giant beast was looming over them. Its massive mouth open wide, looking down on the world. It filled them with dread and terror. A deep sense of helplessness surged in their hearts, and they despaired. How are we supposed to fight this? With the coverage of this thunderball, even if they had several more legs, they couldn't escape. They had no choice but to wait for death. They didn't know what else they could do to resist. The thunderball slowly descended. It seemed slow, but it was astonishingly fast, instantly landing beside Jiang Lufeng and enveloping him tightly. The so-called giant arm of magma and the ice phoenix the size of a warship became nothing more than a fleeting joke. The moment they touched the thunderball, they turned to dust. Jiang Lufeng, enveloped in the thunderball, radiated light, unstoppable, as if a deity had descended, exuding an aura of supremacy. Even the people on other islands of Sabaody Archipelago saw this colossal entity. What is that? God, is it the end of the world? Such a huge thunderball. Is it going to fall? It's over. No, I haven't married yet. I haven't enjoyed love. I don't want to die. Miss, you haven't married yet? What a coincidence. I am handsome and charming. Eh? Get lost. Okay, Jiang Lufeng, you're committing a sin. Kid, this is a matter between pirates and the Navy. What you're doing will harm thousands of innocent civilians. Can you live with your conscience? Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. What the hell? Carp and the three admirals were in a panic. If it falls, they were confident they could escape. But the soldiers under them and the civilians behind them would not be so lucky. Chapter 55, Set a Trap. Unexpectedly, you all care about the people so much? Jiang Lufeng said with amusement. My thunder strike will fall in 15 minutes. I believe you all have a way to resolve it. As long as you don't obstruct me from leaving, if you go all out, you should be able to make it in time, right? I hate it. Akainu was extremely angry upon hearing this. It seemed that today, capturing Jiang Lufeng was impossible. Suddenly, the Navy fell silent. They knew the only way was to let Jiang Lufeng leave, as he said, and focus all their efforts on dealing with the Thunderball to seek a glimmer of hope. If this guy is dissatisfied and the Thunderball is dropped now, it would really be over. How are we considering this? There are still 14 minutes left. Jiang Lufeng said lightly. The three generals looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood that the only choice was to let him go. But no one wanted to take the blame. Everyone wanted the other to speak first. Time passed second by second, and the Navy was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. Just as Jiang Lufeng announced that there were 10 minutes left, Carp stepped forward. Get lost, he shouted, pouring all his anger into that one word. What a disgrace. After the roar, Carp turned his head and shouted to the Navy, all of you, give it your all and stop that Thunderball. Yes, the officers felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Finally, someone was willing to take the blame, and they quickly put in their effort to attack the Thunderball. Zilala swoosh. Leaving behind a sentence, Jiang Lufeng turned and disappeared without a trace. Having escaped the coverage of the opponent's observation hockey, Jiang Lufeng plunged into the sea and darted towards the deep sea. Damn it, I'm really done for. Carp watched Jiang Lufeng disappear, helpless. This time, they had suffered a huge loss. If this continued, the Navy's reputation would be in ruins. Sighing, Carp turned to the three generals who looked as if they had eaten something bitter. All right, stop thinking so much. Let's first deal with this thunder. What is going on? Just as Jiang Lufeng dove into the sea to find his teammates, the Thunderball had already been dispelled, slowly dissipating into smoke. Jiang Lufeng felt secretly pleased, almost unable to hold back a hearty laugh, and took a few gulps of fresh seawater. Carp and the others were dumbfounded. Did they not realize they had been played by that purple-haired youth? Damn it, Uft, Akainu, being the most upright, couldn't take this psychological blow and immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost choking. The officers who had been full of energy were now also downcast. The feeling of being utterly defeated both in strength and psychology was really unpleasant. With mixed emotions, everyone stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. The Navy had dispatched all their forces, only to end up in such a situation, if this got out. The atmosphere fell into a gloom. And even those with strong observation hockey failed to notice that not far away, over the Sabaody archipelago, a reporting bird was circling with a cunning smile on its face. Sigh. Carp sighed, his brow furrowed, looking as if he had aged a few years. He left in a dejected manner. Thus, the Dawn crew successfully escaped from the forces that the Navy had dispatched from the headquarters at Sabaody archipelago. In the Battle of Sabaody archipelago, Jiang Lufeng killed one celestial dragon, defeated Rayleigh, killed 8 Navy officers, injured 32, and engaged in combat with the Navy's top combat representative, the hero Carp. And the 3 admirals, fighting 1 against 4. Lightly injuring all 4 and successfully escaping. The Red Count slaughtered 50 members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. The Dawn crew earned 2.6 billion berries, once again achieving a feat that would be remembered for eternity. Count, what is going on? Is the captain going to be okay? Valdo asked with a worried expression. However, the Red Count sat leisurely in a deck chair, wiping his thunderstorm weapon, seemingly unconcerned about Jiang Lufeng being surrounded. Old Sand was the same. He was leaning on the railing, smoking a long-awaited cigar, and enjoying the wonderful scenery beneath the sea. This made Valdo and Carmen anxious. Count, aren't you worried at all? I'm almost dying of anxiety. If something happens to the captain, I don't want to live anymore. Seeing the Red Count not responding, Carmen shook his arm with a resentful expression. The Red Count smiled lightly and said, Carmen, the captain will be fine. Wait for his return. I'd like a cup of red tea. Thank you. Carmen looked at him with skepticism. Really? Really? Count this. Carmen, who was inexperienced, but Valdo was different. He understood what dozens of Navy ships plus 3 admirals represented very well. In a moment, Valdo's expression darkened. Count, tell me the truth. Are you planning to abandon the captain for the fruit? His fierce eyes fixed on the Red Count, as if he would strike without hesitation as long as he noticed a hint of a flaw. The Red Count's eyes narrowed slightly, seeing Valdo quietly preparing to strike, but remained unmoved. You must trust our captain's strength. But, unbeknownst to Win, Old Sand walked over, exhaling smoke rings and said, Valdo, you have loyalty. But brains are a good thing. You should use them well too. Crocodile, what do you mean by that? Valdo was already not very fond of Old Sand. Not for any other reason, but because of Old Sand's attitude towards Jiang Lufeng. Valdo glared angrily, but Old Sand was unfazed. He took the coffee that Carmen had just handed him, took a slow sip, and with a somewhat approving expression, thanked him. Then he turned to the restless Valdo and said, After all this time, have you ever seen the captain suffer a loss? Valdo thought for a moment and said no. Old Sand nodded and said, Then do you think the captain is a fool? Do you think he is someone who would suffer losses? Definitely not. Anyone who offends the captain doesn't have a good end. Not at all. Old Sand nodded. So do you understand now? Chapter 56. Not worth a snicker. Upon hearing this, Valdo suddenly realized. His mouth almost stretched from ear to ear as he laughed heartily. Carmen, please bring me a steak dinner and a bottle of good wine. Carmen frowned in astonishment. How did Valdo seem like a different person after just 2 drinks? However, seeing the three no longer worrying about Jiang Lufeng, Carmen felt much more at ease. Although he still felt very concerned, his enthusiasm had also risen a lot. And he turned to prepare the food. Just as she turned around, an unusual sight caught her eye. Not far ahead, a spectacular current appeared, flowing in a direction completely opposite to normal seawater. It was a downward current. The sea beneath the Sabaody archipelago led directly to Fishman Island. And the sea was divided into 2 layers, the surface layer and the deep layer. To reach Fishman Island and pass through the red line to enter the New World, one must pass through the downward current from the surface to the deep layer. In other words, this downward current is an important hub leading to the New World. Wow, what is that waterfall-like thing? Carmen had no idea about this. At this moment, she covered her mouth, pointing at the downward current in amazement. Nature is truly marvelous. Wow, the sea is so incredible. Carmen felt immensely fortunate for agreeing to board the ship with Jiang Lufeng. If not for this, when would she get the chance to witness such a grand scene? Everyone, the golden scale is about to enter the downward current leading to the depths of the sea. Please pay attention to safety. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. As long as they passed through the downward current, their crew would truly step into the New World. Whether they had been there before or not, everyone felt a little thrill. The golden scale slowly passed through the downward current, and suddenly its direction changed. The ship, which had been sailing forward, suddenly sank, taking on a top-down position. Lost in astonishment, Carmen, who had not yet reacted, was startled and lost her balance, falling hard. Ouch, it hurts. She got up and curiously looked down to see what kind of place they were about to reach. However, just that one glance made her turn pale with shock. Below the descending current, there was nothing but endless darkness, as if they were about to fall into an abyss, never to return. Whoosh. As soon as Jean Lin finished speaking, the Jean Lin ship suddenly began to descend rapidly, shooting towards the deep sea abyss. Instantly, everyone on the ship lost their balance, feeling as if they were on a free-fall ride. Some found this sensation exhilarating, while others felt as if they were meeting their maker. Carmen screamed in terror, nearly losing her mind, clinging tightly to the railing and praying continuously in her heart. The remaining 3 had seen big scenes before, and this level of excitement was nothing to them. They even smiled against the sea current, feeling quite thrilled. Everyone, get ready. Jean Lin detected that in the deep layers they were about to reach, there were many oceanic behemoths resembling small mountains, and even a few that were several times larger. Carmen felt a darkness cloud her vision, her heart racing at the thought of these monsters, even demons. Her heart couldn't take it. It was too terrifying. She struggled to spit out some words, asking Jean Lin, "Don't scare me. What exactly is it?" Jean Lin smiled and said, "It's already appeared. You can see for yourself." Thud. Carmen trembled all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. She vaguely felt a pair of extremely terrifying eyes scrutinizing them from behind. In fright, she rolled her eyes and fainted. That blood-red body with thick tentacles was undoubtedly an octopus that was over 10 times larger than the Jean Lin ship. Wasn't this the legendary North Sea giant monster? Carmen's slowly collapsing body was caught by Lao Shai using his abilities, protecting her. He exchanged a glance with Valdo, and they went about their business. In this sea, they were powerless. Any trouble had to be left to the Count to handle. The Red Count understood this too. Slowly rising, he embraced his sword and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing at the so-called North Sea giant monster. He calmly said, "Just a beast. Not worth a glance." The North Sea giant monster seemed to understand the Count's words and became enraged, its massive tentacles thrashing about, creating a terrifying wind, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Just as the Jinlin ship approached its attack range, a tentacle swung directly at them. The North Sea giant monster smiled in a human-like manner, as if mocking these foolish creatures who dared to challenge it. This seemingly casual swing was incredibly fast and powerful, creating chaotic currents and terrifying whirlpools in its wake. If it hit, the ship would likely be destroyed and everyone aboard would perish. It was fast, but the Red Count was faster. At some point, the Red Count had vanished from the bow, leaving a gust of wind in his place that lingered on. Whoosh! The Red Count had left the Jinlin ship, appearing in the path of the North Sea giant monster's swinging tentacle. The thunderstorm in his hand was already drawn, heading straight for that tentacle. Swish, swish, swish. The precision with which he struck was remarkable. He struck the tentacle without harming the Jinlin ship or the bubbles even slightly, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. Haha, the Count is indeed meticulous. Such a delectable tentacle must be delicious. Carmen, it's harvest time, Valdo said, unable to resist licking his lips and swallowing. This completely enraged the North Sea giant monster. It felt pain in its tentacle while hearing Valdo's outrageous words. How could it tolerate this? To have someone speak of eating its flesh right in front of it was a naked insult. It let out a monstrous roar, and all its tentacles attacked simultaneously, tips curling as if they were fists, crashing down towards the Jinlin ship. However, all the flashy moves were merely clouds in the face of absolute power. Chapter 57. Let's taste it first, shall we? The Red Count had no intention of prolonging the fight. He had simply stepped out to slice off some meat for tasting. Dealing with such trash required just a glance. The Conqueror's haki erupted. Boom. In the air, the originally intangible haki now had a visible outline in the sea. The haki created a shockwave that spread toward the North Sea giant monster. In just one glance, the North Sea giant monster froze in its tracks, its expression becoming extremely grotesque, its eyes blinking rapidly as if trying to resist the domineering aura. But in the end, it was futile. It struggled for a brief moment before fainting. For a master, size was not a capital for boasting. An ant was still just an ant. Valdo gave a thumbs up and said, "The Count is truly aging like fine wine. Just kill it directly to avoid it causing trouble for us." The Red Count pointed at the massive tentacle meat on the deck and calmly said, "No rush. Let's taste it first to see if it's good. If it is, we can come back often." Valdo was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "You really are ruthless with few words. You're truly crafty." A drop of sweat, comparable in size to the Jinlin ship, fell from the forehead of the fainted North Sea giant monster. Damn, what kind of freaks are these? Can they even think of such things? My God, help me. This group is planning to raise me like a pig. No one cared about the North Sea giant monster's psychological trauma as the Jinlin ship continued forward. After passing through the descending current, the Jinlin ship entered an incredibly dark underwater world where they couldn't see their own hands in front of them, causing everyone to feel a sense of unease. Jinlin, turn on the lights, Carmen said in a sweet voice. Sister Carmen, Jinlin detected that the current terrain is not suitable for turning on the lights. Why not? I'm so scared, please. Carmen, almost in tears, pleaded. In that case, fine. Wait. Tap. The Red Count wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Under Carmen's strong insistence, Jinlin turned on the ship's big lights. Instantly, the previously pitch-black scene was illuminated. Everyone squinted, raising their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding light, and when they opened their eyes again, they were once again stunned. What the heck? Valdo dumbly raised his head, staring at the massive creatures attracted by the light, his mind blank. The Red Count, feeling helpless, rubbed his temples, realizing he had to handle the aftermath of this group of clueless teammates since the captain was absent. All he could say was, "This is too difficult." Lao Sha seemed to have anticipated this outcome and was not too panicked, but as a fruit user, he still felt a headache coming on. The key was that he couldn't exert his strength. If something randomly attacked him, he would probably be done for. At this moment, Carmen finally understood what Jinlin had said earlier. These deep-sea creatures had not seen light for a long time, so it was only natural for them to swarm toward the sudden brightness. "Run, Jinlin, run," she choked out, almost squeezing the words through her teeth, showing just how desperate she felt at that moment. Okay, whoosh. The intelligent Jinlin also understood the crisis they were facing, immediately revving up and speeding away. At first, the colossal creatures were just curious and approached to observe. However, once they moved, all of them revealed their menacing fangs, as if they had spotted the ultimate delicacy, and began to chase the Jinlin ship madly. Even though Jean Lin's navigation skills were as precise as a computer's calculations, dodging the massive creature's bites countless times. However, as the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The relentless chase in the sea has continued. And although the Red Earl's Conqueror's Haki has repelled several waves of attacks, numerous giant beasts have joined the pursuit along the way. It's an endless situation. The crisis is escalating, and it seems there's nowhere left to escape. The Red Earl's mind raced as he pondered how to solve this difficult problem. After all, Conqueror's Haki is not a skill that can be used indefinitely. Everything has its limits, and once those limits are reached, it's all over. With his strength, he naturally does not fear these underwater behemoths, but they are pursuing too closely, making it difficult to find an angle to strike. One careless move could easily burst the bubble, which would be worse than not attacking at all. Looking at the merciless giant mouth that was so close, Carmen covered her head, closed her eyes, and screamed, "Ah, help!" How she wished a Prince Charming would appear at that moment to save her from danger. The image of that strong and towering figure emerged in her mind, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Captain, where are you? Carmen needs you." Hearing Carmen's pitiful voice, the Red Earl gritted his teeth, no longer caring about anything else, and was about to take action. Just then, a sudden flash of white light appeared in the dark depths of the sea. Zila, Jiang Lufeng, who had been chasing after everyone, finally arrived. He moved like lightning, and in an instant was right in front of them. Wherever he passed, a long arc of electricity surged, flipping all the massive creatures surrounding the golden scale. He landed on the deck, shook his purple hair, and raised a charming smile, exuding the aura of a returning king. Phew! Sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief as the heavy stone in their hearts sank. Looking at the pile of giant sea beasts floating belly up, they were all still shaken. "What's going on? Who bullied our lovely Carmen?" Jiang Lufeng said with a faint smile. As soon as Carmen heard that familiar voice, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the suddenly appearing Jiang Lufeng. She couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "Ouch, that hurts. I'm not dreaming." A wave of joy surged in her heart as she dashed into Jiang Liufeng's embrace. Once she was in his warm arms, her pent-up grievances burst forth, and she cried like a rain of pear blossoms, looking utterly pitiful. It felt as if she had been ravaged by hundreds of giants. Well, you get the idea. Chapter 58. What's the matter? Is it my turn now? Woo-woo, Captain. It's so good that you're okay. Carmen was almost scared to death. The sea is too terrifying. Jiang Lufeng listened to Carmen's sorrowful cries and felt a slight pang in his heart. He lovingly embraced her shoulder, pulling her into his arms and stroking her long hair that had been let down. Whoa. Although she was still sobbing, it was clear that Carmen felt much more at ease now. Jiang Lufeng looked up and gave a slightly reproachful glance at the three others, causing their faces to turn awkward. Old Shah quickly turned his face away and took a couple of puffs of his cigar, pretending not to see. Waldo scratched his head and said, "Boss, we couldn't help it. In this vast sea, neither Old Shah nor I could do much. The Earl had to shoulder everything alone, defending the ship and fighting back, making it hard to make any moves." Jiang Lufeng understood that it was unavoidable. After all, he had a group of ability users on board. If the Earl also ate a fruit, it would be even more troublesome. It seemed he needed to find a partner who could move freely in the sea. After comforting Carmen for a while, the little girl gradually calmed down but refused to leave his embrace, and she actually fell asleep in his arms. Jiang Lufeng felt helpless. Who made him so powerful and charming? Sigh. Despite encountering many troubles, this trip to the Shambadi Islands yielded a lot. A whopping 2 billion berries were poured out from the treasury in the ship's cabin. Upon seeing the mountain of shining gold in the treasury, the negative emotions of the group vanished, replaced by excitement. It must be said that money is indeed a good thing. No one dislikes it when they see it. After admiring the treasure for a while, they locked the treasury and asked Waldo about the supply situation on the ship. During this trip, thanks to the money borrowed from Rayleigh at the beginning, they had purchased a lot of supplies. The Golden Scale was now well stocked with food, supplies, equipment, and facilities, including the Red Earl's favorite red wine and Old Shah's beloved cigars. Basically, everything they needed was there. This step was well taken. If they hadn't borrowed from Rayleigh, they wouldn't have had time to purchase anything after robbing the Celestial Dragons. Old Shah walked into the warehouse and brought out the items Jiang Lufeng had instructed them to prepare. Jiang Lufeng took a look and was very satisfied. There were 5 black cloaks, styled after his favorite Akatsuki's cloud cloaks from before he crossed over, only with the cloud patterns replaced by purple lightning designs. Each person was given one, and everyone changed out of the gray cloaks given by Rayleigh. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and it was indeed true. Once they donned the unified lightning cloaks, everyone looked much more spirited. They finally resembled a cohesive group, appearing more united and organized. The most striking was the Red Earl. Once he put on the cloak, the image of a vampire count from a western castle emerged, creating a particularly vivid scene. If he then ate the phantom beast-type vampire fruit, it would truly be perfect. Carmen was very considerate. Not only did she buy cloaks, but she also got everyone a few new outfits, especially for Waldo, whose old hat was simply too embarrassing. Carmen bought him a new one, along with a new set of armor, which made Waldo's eyes light up as he hugged it tightly. The Red Earl, Old Shah, and Jiang Lufeng received new suits made from high-quality fabric, which not only looked stylish but also had great resilience, making them comfortable to wear without affecting their performance. Everyone changed into their new outfits and rushed to the dressing room to admire themselves in the mirror, each one more vain than the last. Waldo, even more shamelessly, flexed his muscles in front of the mirror, only to be kicked away by Jiang Liufeng's foot. Not bad, very nice. Jiang Lufeng nodded, very satisfied. He was already handsome, and with the new outfit, he felt even more attractive. Haha, boss, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you should stop being so vain. You look delicate and tender, like a little girl, with no manliness at all. Seeing Jiang Lufeng monopolizing the mirror for so long, Waldo burst into laughter. Boom. With the opening of Conqueror's Hockey, Jiang Lufeng shot a fierce glare at Waldo. Startled, Waldo stumbled and fell to the ground, swallowing hard. I was wrong, boss. Your manliness is too overwhelming. Tone it down. Tone it down. Seeing Waldo's panicked expression, Jiang Lufeng smiled playfully and said, well, originally I was going to reward you for being captured and sold so hard. But now it seems I might want to change my mind. What should I do? While speaking, he pretended to reach into his robe and pulled out 2 pure gold handguns from the system space, playing with them in his hands, looking thoughtful. As soon as the handguns appeared, they caught Waldo's full attention. So beautiful. As a powerful sea dweller, Waldo had been playing with stones for years, and now he finally had something impressive. Of course, he liked it. Hey, Captain, can I borrow your treasure to take a look? With your manliness, you can go find one yourself. Jiang Lufeng replied dismissively. I was wrong. Boss, you're talented and successful, with many wives and children, living long like the mountains. Waldo recited nearly all the idioms he could think of. Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth in irritation, saying, Stop. If you can't talk, then don't say anything. What are you even talking about? Rolling his eyes, he tossed the twin guns over. Here you go, enjoy. Work hard from now on. Hey, just wait and see. Valdo was overjoyed as he took the exquisite twin guns and began to play with them, absolutely delighted. The Red Count got a thunderstorm, and Valdo got twin guns. It felt pretty good, quite fitting. Slowly, everyone was getting their gear together. He himself was missing a suitable weapon, wondering if the system would thoughtfully prepare one for him. Turning to Lao Sha, he said, now that the Count and Valdo have theirs, what about you, Lao Sha? Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lao Sha's eyes. What? It's my turn now? Chapter 60. The Navy headquarters was in chaos. Driven by survival instincts, the two had their potential unleashed, resulting in unexpectedly effective outcomes. Lao Sha had improved significantly compared to the initial stage, able to dodge at least 2 out of 10 attacks. Although he was being beaten quite badly, Lao Sha was a proud person. The frustration kept him grinding through, and his desire to grow stronger only became more resolute. Several hours later, Carmen had already gotten up and was nearly done preparing dinner when she heard Lao Sha roar with anger. Enough! Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. Finally, Lao Sha had felt the threshold of armament hockey. Although it didn't last long, it was just a brief clash with Jiang Lufeng. But everyone was already cheering in excitement. It wasn't easy. Carmen, very perceptive, came out holding a tray of drinks and 3 towels. You've all worked hard. Hurry up and wipe off some sweat. Take a break. You can eat soon. Congratulations, Lao Sha. As she handed over the drinks, she mischievously winked at Lao Sha to congratulate him. This made Lao Sha's face redden slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, everyone tidy up, we'll eat soon. Jiang Lufeng wiped the sweat off his body, took a drink in one go, and licked his lips. Then walked over to sit next to Lao Sha, patting his shoulder. Lao Sha, it's when life is threatened that people can unleash greater potential and achieve stronger power. You won't blame me for beating you up now, right? Lao Sha nodded. Being able to awaken armament hockey meant his strength would at least multiply several times. He was in high spirits, smiling broadly, and any resentment he had towards Jiang Lufeng had long since disappeared. No way. Thank you for the captain's guidance. Jiang Lufeng nodded in satisfaction. Good. If you have any grievances, speak up. Don't keep them to yourself. Let us solve them together. Uh-huh. Dong dong. Hey. What's up with you? I just wanted to ask, why did you beat me up like this? Uffed. Seeing Valdo's pig-like face, swollen as if he had stuck his head into a hornet's nest, enduring countless hardships. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Valdo. You're looking more and more like a wild boar. You could just throw him in a pot. Carmen wiped her tears, struggling to hold back her laughter. You deserve to laugh at me, huh? Serves you right. Lao Sha said happily. This story teaches us not to be too cocky. In this world, you always have to pay for your actions. Haha. Pay my ass. If I could beat you, I'd have kicked you right there. Baldo said with a mournful face. Haha. Turns out you're not a pig, but a stubborn mule. With that, everyone erupted into another round of laughter. After dinner, Carmen went to tend to Valdo's wounds, while Lao Sha found a place to tirelessly practice the techniques of armament hockey. Jiang Lufeng and the Count sat down beside Jinlin to discuss. Jinlin, how long until we reach Dressrosa? Captain, with Valdo's help, if we don't stop, we can get there in 2 days. Great. Count, don't worry. Your wish is about to come true. Uh-huh. The Red Count clenched his fists tightly, his blood boiling, and his nervousness and excitement were evident. Jinlin pushed forward with all its might, not stopping at any islands. Okay. With a command from Jiang Lufeng, the Jinlin ship sped off towards Dressrosa at full speed. Passing by the beautiful Fishman Island, Carmen was deeply captivated by the stunning scenery, pouting and insisting that they had to stop and take a look. It took quite a while to calm her down. Through Fishman Island, crossing the Red Line, unobstructed all the way as the Jinlin ship surfaced. The fresh air of the New World rushed in, refreshing everyone. We finally made it to the New World. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation for this familiar, yet unfamiliar place. The seas of the New World were known for their unpredictable weather, with different climates possible at any moment. This was both the charm and the danger of the New World. Fortunately, with Jinlin's navigation system, it would automatically select the best route, alleviating a lot of trouble. However, despite the good weather, troubles were unavoidable. Not long after entering the New World, a new round of trouble awaited them. Captain, Jinlin has detected a military ship approaching head-on. Huh. Calculating the time, Ace's incident is about to occur. The Navy headquarters should be frantically preparing for this major event. Why would they still have the energy to send a warship wandering in the New World? Jiang Lufeng, who had been lying on a beach chair, sat up upon hearing this and joined everyone at the bow to see which navy was still wandering in the New World. At the same time, the Navy headquarters was in chaos. How did they manage to escape? You useless bunch. This is the entire military force of the Navy headquarters launching a simultaneous attack. Why did this happen? It was clear that Sengoku had lost his cool, abandoning his usual composed demeanor and turning into an ordinary person, furiously scolding the high-ranking Navy officers present. None of the 3 admirals or the several vice-admirals dared to speak or show their faces. This battle was indeed too embarrassing to mention. In the end, it was Vice Admiral Karp who took charge of the situation, reporting the ins and outs of the matter. Listening to Karp's report and looking at his injuries, Sengoku calmed down considerably. When he heard that Jiang Lufeng had fought against the 3 admirals and Karp and was still undefeated, even injuring Karp who had fully unleashed his armament hockey, he was utterly astonished. It was like hearing a tale from a book. Had Karp not said it himself, he absolutely would not have believed that someone could be this strong. Finally, when he heard that Jiang Lufeng had threatened with Raijin, involving the safety of many civilians, Sengoku was somewhat relieved. This was the Navy's dilemma. They weren't afraid of dying in battle, even if it meant wrapping their bodies in horsehide. But when it came to the safety of civilians, it was a different matter. Claiming to be the just side, they inevitably became bound by their ties to the civilians, making them feel helpless. Because they were born for this, if they disregarded the civilians, what was the use of the military? What was the use of the Navy? Just as everyone was at their wits' end over Jiang Liufeng's matter, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed in the meeting room, and then a naval colonel rushed in, approaching Sengoku and saying, Marshal, something bad has happened. Chapter 61, The Despicable Morgans. Calm down. What is the rush? Speak properly. Seeing his subordinate acting rashly, Sengoku scolded. The major looked at Sengoku, opening and closing his mouth several times, hesitating to speak. Finally, he handed the newspaper in his hand to Sengoku, saying, I still ask you to take a look. Sengoku shot him an irritated glare as he took the newspaper. Just one glance made him explode with rage, furious like thunder. Ah, that damn Morgans. Extremely hateful. Simply despicable. He slammed the newspaper down onto the table, shattering the entire conference table in an instant, startling everyone present to jump up. They had never seen Sengoku so angry, leaving everyone momentarily dumbfounded. Seeing Sengoku's teeth almost grind to dust, holding his forehead with a troubled expression, everyone looked at each other, unsure how to react, standing there frozen, not daring to move or even breathe, like ice sculptures. It was Karp who had the biggest guts. Walking directly in front of Sengoku, picking up the newspaper to take a look. He finally understood why Sengoku was acting this way. Carp's eyes widened, his face turning green with anger, bursting forth with an even more terrifying rage than Sengoku's. And he punched through the wall, nearly collapsing the landmark building. This frightened everyone, and they rushed over to hold Carp down, fearing that if he threw another punch, the Navy headquarters would have to relocate. Even Sengoku couldn't care about his anger anymore and hurriedly came up to stop Carp. He knew this old buddy of his too well. He said that his loyalty to the Navy was no less than Sengoku's, and it could be said to be as clear as day. Seeing such a report was certainly intolerable, and if his temper flared, who knew what chaos could ensue? Sengoku felt helpless. Damn it, clearly, I am the one who is angry, yet I have to come to comfort you. The crowd gathered around finally saw what was written on the newspaper, and their expressions darkened. Now everyone in the world knew about the Navy's most humiliating defeat. This front-page report was clearly about the battle at Sabaody Archipelago. The main content explained that a major figure was about to rise in the pirate ranks. Having not only killed celestial dragons and stolen billions of berries, but also single-handedly battled the Navy's highest combat strength at sea, along with dozens of warships, without defeat. In the end, he unleashed a devastating move that shocked the Navy and left calmly, accompanied by a picture of Jiang Lufeng showcasing his thunderous might, standing proudly between heaven and earth, with vague mentions of Impel Down and Enies Lobby. Although it did not state the Navy's casualties or mention that the Navy had sent everyone out, it was enough to cause a huge uproar worldwide. Bastard. This is simply outrageous. That damn bird. How dare it report everything? Akainu gritted his teeth, speaking each word with anger. Now, this group could no longer hide anything. Akiji, while not losing his temper, had an indescribable seriousness on his face. Fortunately, this group has already gone to the New World. Those monsters won't ignore this. And they will surely take action to crush this group that can stand alongside them in its cradle. For now, we can just sit back and watch the fight. He said, Kizaru, you coward. What do you mean by that? Do you think the Navy doesn't have the power to take them down? Akainu roared, pointing at Kizaru's nose. Kizaru, with a good temper, did not argue back and raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, No, that's not what I meant. Right now, the Navy headquarters should focus on that big matter. Akainu, you should know that we can't spare much manpower to tangle with these audacious guys for now. Humph. The entire conference room's atmosphere became low, and everyone hung their heads in despair, lacking any motivation, feeling like they needed to drink several big boxes of beer to regain their spirits. Sengoku closed his tiger-like eyes, his eyelids twitching, and it took a long time to suppress the anger in his heart. He coughed twice to try to calm his tone. Yes, everyone here has weathered storms and knows what to do, but this battle, the shadow Jiang Lufeng left on them, is simply too great. If a few words of comfort could resolve it, then that would be a miracle. Finally, Sengoku ordered to clean up the conference room and replace it with a new set of tables and chairs, continuing to formulate several targeted deployments against Jiang Lufeng and others. Next, they began to plan for the upcoming major event. Before concluding, they held a brief report and discussion on the matter of world conscription. Ultimately, they spent nearly a day discussing all three important matters of the meeting. Among them, the bounty for the members of the Dawn Pirates led by Jiang Lufeng was revised. Dawn Pirates, Captain Thunder God Jiang Lufeng, bounty increased from 510 million to a staggering 1 billion. Member Waldo's bounty increased from 500 million to 750 million. Member Crocodile's bounty increased from 80 million to 200 million. New member Carmen's bounty set at 1 million. Sengoku decided to hold back on the red count for now. After all, this matter was already big enough, and if the red count was revealed, it might really become a troublesome situation. The major event was approaching, and if they gave the pirates enough encouragement at this time, it would become exceptionally tricky. Meeting adjourned. Thus, the group of high-ranking Navy officials left the meeting in exhaustion, their spirits battered. The once great image of the Navy would soon become a laughingstock among many. Chapter 62, Zephyr, New World. Cake Island. A huge figure, all covered in fat, was sitting at the head of the dining table. It was Big Mom. She was reading the freshly printed newspaper with great interest. Turning to her gathered children at the dining table, she exclaimed, Incredible! A new monster is about to arrive in the New World. TSK, 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 although it's very interesting. It's still not as interesting as delicious cake. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Mom, don't worry, just a jumping clown. We'll find a chance to deal with him. One of her children said. Yeah, there's no need for Mom to intervene. My siblings and I can handle it. Another sibling chimed in. Haha, that's right. Come on, stop chatting and start eating. In Wano country, in a building with distinct Eastern architectural style, muscular men were gathering. This kid is interesting. I want to challenge him. said Kaido, sitting at the head. Does the boss need you to take action? Jack, can take him down myself. Jack, you can't be careless. How's the preparation for going to Dressrosa? Don't worry, boss, it's all ready. We're heading out soon. I hope to run into that kid and give him a lesson, telling him that Impel Down is a good place. Wandering around aimlessly could be deadly. On board the Moby Dick, Marco brought the newspaper to Whitebeard, saying, Old man, quickly look, a new dragon has come to the new world. Whitebeard only glanced at it, not paying much attention, as he was deep in thought. Ever since his discussion with Shanks, he had been feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Okay, old man. Dressrosa. In the palace, Doflamingo, draped in a pink feather cloak and wearing flashy Hawaiian sunglasses, was smiling as he looked at the newspaper in his hands. Interesting. The masters of the new world are constantly emerging. It's really too interesting. I just hope it doesn't affect my business. Is that so, boss? I heard this kid almost wrecked your slave shop at Sabaody Archipelago. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the spirited Doflamingo was completely unaware that the kid he mentioned had already taken the lead and was on his way to cause trouble for him. Report. Teacher, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. It seems to have just come from the other side of the red line. Upon hearing this, an old man with purple hair, over 70 years old, stood up. He exuded an aura of heroism, his square face lined with wrinkles from the passage of time. Yet this did not diminish the intimidating presence in his brows. Looking at the mechanical arm that had been replaced by the Crusher, who else could it be but Zephyr? The one delivering the report was his prized student, Ein. Hearing Ein's words, Zephyr grinned. Finally here. It turned out that this warship was the pirate sniper team organized by Zephyr after he switched to the Crusher. They specialized in hunting pirates across the seas. Just after receiving news that the Dawn Pirates were about to cross the red line to the New World, he led his subordinates to this sea area nonstop. Indeed, heaven does not disappoint those who are earnest. Calculating a safe route to avoid maritime anomalies, he stationed himself and his crew right on this necessary path and encountered them. Kill. However, this made him furrow his brows slightly. From the sound, the Navy ship's combat power was quite formidable. Who could it be? Since a fight was inevitable, he was too lazy to activate observation hockey. Everything would become clear when they met. Soon, the two ships entered firing range, and without hesitation, Zephyr ordered his men to open fire. Boom, boom, boom. Ruthless cannon fire erupted around the Golden Scale, and Vardo and the others desperately defended. Boss, this Navy crew attacked directly. What do we do? Counterattack. Okay, boss. Vardo rushed to the bow, manning the main cannon, excited. Although he was the ship's gunner, it was his first time actually using a cannon. After some fumbling, he finally got into the groove. Haha, just watch, boss. I'll blow them up. Adjusting the angle, loading the shell, filling it, and firing in one go. Boom. With a deafening cannon fire, the first shell from the Golden Scale, enhanced by Vardo's 20-fold speed, shot out. Whoosh. The observer on Zephyr's side saw the terrifying rate of fire through his telescope and nearly fell from the mast. Not good. Not good. The enemy's cannon fire is strange. It's too fast. Boom. Just as his words fell, the shell exploded on their ship, causing the Navy crew to stagger and panic. Report. The enemy's cannon fire is very peculiar. The speed is unbelievable. Zephyr looked at the marks left by the shell on their ship and felt a lingering fear. Do not underestimate them. We're about to engage. Everyone be on guard. Do not let your guard down. That is Vardo's Moku no Mi ability. Yes. Boom. 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 Oh, so it's Zephyr. No wonder. Zhang Lufeng muttered to himself. With that, both sides engaged in a long-range cannon barrage. However, for skilled fighters, this cannon fire was essentially useless, and both sides could easily deflect it. Even facing the 20-fold accelerated cannonballs, Zephyr felt little pressure, as the Golden Scale only had one cannon, allowing ample time for the opposing side to prepare for each shot. Vardo, give him a strong one. Zhang Lufeng revealed his signature playful smile. Vardo naturally understood. Got it, boss. For the next cannon shot, he infused it with armament hockey. Bang. The cannonball, accelerated 20-fold and infused with armament hockey, shot toward Zephyr. Seeing the cannonball coming, Zephyr noticed something unusual and quickly called the Navy's soldier to move aside. He would take action himself. Sure enough, he smirked. Kid, if you want to ambush Grandpa, you're still too young. He raised the massive Crusher and punched the air. Boom. The armament hockey-infused cannonball was sent flying. Seeing this, Zhang Lufeng nodded. Zephyr indeed had some skill. Both sides were locked in combat, and the two warships were gradually closing in. Zhang Lufeng waved his hand and said, Count, Vardo, let's board their ship and fight. Don't wait for them to come over here. Old Shah, guard the house and protect Carmen. Yes. Chapter 63. So it turns out he's an old man. As the battle approached, these teammates were quite reliable, executing the captain's orders without hesitation. Before leaving, Jiang Lufeng approached Carmen, gently stroking her hair, saying, "Don't be afraid. Be brave. If the sky falls, we'll hold it up, okay?" Jiang Lufeng smiled and turned around, his expression suddenly serious. "Let's go?" Whoosh. Jiang Lufeng grabbed one person, and in the blink of an eye, he brought the Red Count and another person onto Zephyr's warship, Zila, with a flash of lightning. The three stood at the bow of the warship. The sea breeze gently brushed by, and the purple thunder cloaks on the three billowed in the wind, making a rustling sound, exuding mystery and elegance. This sudden change startled the Navy crew. However, how many of those who followed Zephyr to the New World to hunt pirates were ordinary people? They were only momentarily stunned before quickly regaining their composure, drawing their swords and glaring at the three. They were much more fierce than the drunken fools from Sabaody Archipelago. Zephyr looked at the three's powerful entrance with indifference and mocked. "What? Have you figured it out? Is coming to surrender to me the best way out?" Zephyr's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you that you'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Arrogant. Just a mere pirate dares to speak boldly in front of Teacher Zephyr. "Meeting us is your doom. You young ones don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth." The surrounding Navy crew could not tolerate Jiang Lufeng's words, angrily cursing. "Shut up." Jiang Lufeng was most annoyed by these ignorant younglings chattering incessantly, and hearing them made him furious. Thunderbolt. Without a second thought, he directly attacked, unleashing a wide-area killing move. His arm elementalized, and with one punch, a 5-meter-wide pillar of lightning swept toward the group of minions. Experiencing Jiang Lufeng's move up close was breathtaking. The power of lightning was truly shocking. This group of Navy soldiers, long accustomed to the New World, only heard about the abilities of the newly emerging Dawn Pirates through hearsay. Now witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. When faced with something like lightning, people naturally feel a deep-rooted fear, and the suddenness left them at a loss for how to respond. Seeing his subordinates frozen in place, unsure of what to do, Zephyr panicked and shouted, "Dodge!" His figure moved with his voice, arriving just in time to block in front of everyone. The crusher made of sea prism stone braced against the violent attack. Since Jiang Lufeng took the initiative, Zephyr was forced into a passive defense, which naturally put him at a disadvantage. Although he successfully blocked the attack, buying time for his men to evade, he was pushed back repeatedly, crashing against the door of the cabin and flying into the ship. Teacher Zephyr, boss. The Navy crew, who finally realized what happened, felt deeply ashamed. If not for their shock, Zephyr wouldn't have had to take the hit for them, and they all turned to glare angrily, wishing they could skin Jiang Lufeng alive. The battle has begun. Jiang Lufeng quickly instructed the two. "Zifa belongs to me, and that female Navy named Ein belongs to the Count. Don't rush to defeat her. You'll like her abilities. The rest, leave it to Valdo." The Red Count, curious about the meaning behind Jiang Lufeng's words, didn't ask further and simply nodded in agreement. With the tactics set, they split up to take action. Zing! Jiang Lufeng's figure flashed, and he charged directly into the cabin to pursue Zifa. The Navy officers, seeing this, rushed forward to block him, but they were stopped in their tracks by Valdo, who drew out his dual pistols. "Your opponent is me." With years of experience in throwing stones, Valdo's marksmanship was also incredibly precise, and the group of Navy officers couldn't withstand the onslaught and began to scatter in panic. Seeing this, Ein was anxious to intervene but was stopped by the Red Count, who was hidden in his purple thunder cloak. "Who are you?" Ein furrowed her brows and asked as she kicked out with her razor. Jiang Lufeng's arrangements usually had a purpose, and at this moment, he was more interested in what special abilities this girl possessed. While attacking, Ein kept questioning, but her opponent remained silent, which infuriated her. Observing that her subordinates were in a precarious situation, being thoroughly dominated by Valdo, she felt a burning urgency in her heart. She needed to resolve this troublesome opponent quickly. When she saw the Red Count launching a fierce punch, Ein's pupils constricted. Good opportunity. She reached out to grab the Red Count's ferocious punch and shouted, "Reversal!" Swish! As her ability activated, the Red Count instantly became 12 years younger. This left the Red Count bewildered. What the heck? Feeling the subtle changes in his body, he was filled with both surprise and joy. He truly had become younger. The invigorating sensation felt fantastic. Although at over 70 years old, being 12 years younger still made him an old man. It was a significant change nonetheless. It was like experiencing a weakened version of the vampire fruit in advance. Was this the captain's intention? He chuckled. "I really like this gift." However, Ein displayed a puzzled expression. Why does it seem like this person hasn't changed much? Even more confusing was the fact that he seemed quite pleased. As a student of Zifa, who wasn't known for being an elite. Her keen intuition quickly assessed that her ability had no effect and might even benefit him instead. Without hesitation, she decisively removed the reversal ability from the Red Count. The Red Count was still immersed in the pleasure of becoming younger when suddenly his ability was lifted and he returned to his previous form, leaving him feeling slightly disappointed. However, that feeling was fleeting. With over 70 years of experience, he had cultivated an unflappable heart. Although the contrast of surprise and loss stirred his emotions, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Thank you, little girl, for letting this old man experience youth in advance. Hearing the Red Count's words, Ayn finally reacted. I was wondering why it had no effect. Turns out he's an old man. Chapter 64, Equal Strength. Ayn's expression immediately darkened as she felt her ability was countered. Wait, did he say in advance? Could it be? Ayn's eyes widened as she sensed something, but she had little time to think, as the Red Count had already drawn his sword. With a series of terrifying slashes, Ayn had to cast aside her distractions and focus entirely on the fight. Meanwhile, Zhang Lufeng had dashed into the cabin and found Zifa, who had just stood up. The previous strike had sent Zifa flying, but it hadn't caused any real damage. Not to mention that the crusher was made of sea prism stone, which somewhat suppressed Zhang Liufeng's lightning abilities. Zifa's formidable armed haki alone was enough to withstand Zhang Liufeng's powers. In his prime, Zifa was renowned for his powerful armed haki, something that was earned through real battles, not mere boasts. Coupled with decades of experience in combat, Zifa was extremely seasoned. When he saw Zhang Lufeng charging at him, he didn't retreat but advanced instead, throwing a punch to meet him head-on. Boom. The two fists collided with a deafening sound. Zhang Lufeng brushed his purple hair and couldn't help but look at Zifa with newfound respect. This legendary black-armed Zifa was indeed extraordinary. While others might think Zifa was just stubborn and unwilling to yield, Zhang Lufeng, with his 3 generations of Raikage experience, understood the deeper strategy. Zifa's choice to counterattack rather than dodge was truly a brilliant move. In battle, there are many sayings, such as the first strike is the strongest or to take the initiative, which highlight the importance of taking the first move. The one who strikes first gains control of the battlefield, allowing them to maintain the pressure on their opponent, forcing them to defend, and exposing more weaknesses to be exploited. Kid, you're indeed impressive. Now I can have some fun with you. Stop talking nonsense and bring it on. Zhang Lufeng gestured provocatively with his finger. Zifa's expression darkened. He raised the crusher and unleashed a barrage of shots at Zhang Lufeng. The bullets, accompanied by a deafening roar, rained down towards him. Zhang Liufeng's expression changed slightly. Sea prism stone bullets. His smile remained, but he didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed his full speed, showcasing his elegant agility to dodge the entire barrage of bullets. If you think you can hurt me with this, then I've really overestimated you, Zhang Lufeng chuckled. Zifa stared at the wall behind Zhang Lufeng, which had been turned into a sieve, slightly shocked. He hadn't hit a single shot? This kid's speed is truly terrifying. However, like the Red Count, decades of experience in battle had made Zifa impervious to any shocking events. Without hesitation, he activated the 6 forms of the Navy. Life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, then fight. If long-range attacks weren't effective, then they would engage in close-quarters combat. The two immediately launched into a fierce and exhilarating close-range brawl. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Although Zhang Lufeng appeared young, Zifa had no idea that he had inherited a lifetime of combat experience from 3 generations of Raikage. Whether in technique or attack angles, Zhang Lufeng was at the top of his game. What seemed like a brute force melee was actually fraught with danger, with various cleverly hidden lethal moves and traps aimed at the opponent. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into an abyss of despair. As the two fought with increasing fervor and astonishment, especially Zifa, he could not fathom how a youth in his early 20s could possess such refined combat skills. Not only could he see through Zifa's various underhanded tactics, but some of his incoming attacks also caught Zifa off guard several times. The two fought fiercely, their battle escalating from the cabin to the deck, yet it still wasn't enough. They finally took to the skies, as if the endless sky was the only fitting stage for their martial prowess. The duel between masters was truly spectacular, leaving everyone on the ship dumbfounded. Unable to continue their actions, their attention completely captivated by the two fighters. This is impossible. That kid is so strong. His strength is actually on par with the teacher. How can this be? What kind of monster is he? It's like watching gods battle. The allure of battle was fully displayed, and everyone on the ship had completely stopped to become spectators. Time is relentless, even for someone like Zephyr, a steel man who has never slacked off in training. After a series of intense battles, he finally shows signs of fatigue, albeit a barely noticeable hint of weariness. but in the duel of masters, even the slightest weakness can be fatal. Clearly, Zhang Lufeng has noticed this change. After a powerful exchange of blows, he chuckled and said, "Heh, Admiral Zephyr, are you tired?" Zephyr gritted his teeth and roared, "Nonsense. I could fight for 3 days and nights without a problem." He wasn't boasting. If he faced an average opponent, fighting for 3 days and nights would be no different from eating and drinking. However, he was up against Zhang Lufeng, whose strength and speed presented an overwhelming burden for Zephyr. His stamina was gradually failing him. "Stubborn," Zhang Lufeng lightly remarked, not intending to continue the struggle. In his eyes, the outcome was already decided. For the weary Zephyr, continuing would only lead to a slow death. It had lost its meaning. Zhang Lufeng launched a left hook and a right sweep simultaneously, his body moving with an almost exaggerated coordination. Zephyr raised his hands to protect his jaw, lifting his knee to block the sweep, but the Crusher seized the opportunity, quickly reaching for Zhang Lufeng with a devastating short strike. Zhang Lufeng had seen this Crusher move in the movie version. It was quite fearsome, considered Zephyr's strongest killing move. First, it caught the target, and then it used its internal power to obliterate them. Zhang Lufeng wouldn't let him have his way. Chapter 65. The strongest spear defeats Zephyr. How ruthless. Zephyr was taken aback, but reacted quickly, having to abandon the Crusher and instead lower it to guard against the gap left by his knee block. Zhang Lufeng smirked, "Gotcha. Who would have thought that this crafty strike was just a feint?" The real killing move had long since gathered in his overlooked right hand. The strongest spear. 4 fingers piercing. In the blink of an eye, this right arm, wrapped in thunder and domineering aura, surged towards Zephyr's open center, unstoppable. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as this blow struck solidly against Zephyr's iron-black chest. Although it was blocked by a fierce aura and didn't pierce through, Zhang Liufeng's strength was indeed terrifying, directly causing Zephyr's organs to churn violently, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, clearly suffering significant internal injury. As Zephyr was sent flying, the morale of the Navy on the ship also collapsed alongside his figure. Hiss! Oh my god! He defeated Teacher Zephyr. How is this possible? This is impossible. It's over. We have such a monster in our Navy. The crowd looked at Zhang Lufeng with horrified eyes, their bodies trembling involuntarily. At that moment, Zhang Lufeng hovered above them, looking down as if he were a ruler, making them feel utterly devoid of any thought of resistance, feeling as weak as ants. The shattering of belief is a terrifying thing. Breaking a spirit is often more frightening than defeating a body. Seeing them all lose their fighting spirit and collapse to the ground, Zephyr was alarmed. In war, momentum is crucial. If the momentum is lost, defeat is not far behind. Ayn, with tears in her eyes, stumbled to Zephyr's side to help him up, feeling heartbroken. As she saw Zhang Lufeng slowly approaching, she trembled in fear. But she was a strong girl. Despite her fear, her beautiful eyes still held a stubborn glint. "Don't come over. If you come closer, I'll take action." Zephyr quickly jumped up, shielding Ayn behind him, shouting, "Zhang Lufeng, don't be arrogant. I'm not defeated yet." Zhang Lufeng shook his head, thinking that this old man was quite stubborn. He then turned his gaze to Ayn behind him. He had to admit that Ayn was a great beauty, with purple hair like his own, tearful eyes, and flawless white skin, making one unable to resist the impulse to admire her. "Ah, Captain, save me." Just as Zhang Lufeng was scrutinizing Ayn, an unexpected event occurred. A panicked cry for help came from Carmen not far away. Carmen, powerless, was struggling with the power of the sword, on the verge of being captured. Old Shah was surrounded by most of the Navy, led by another of Zephyr's proud disciples. Binzi. Zhang Lufeng suddenly realized why he hadn't seen the other one. They had stealthily invaded the golden scale. Cold light flashed in his eyes. During this moment of distraction, Carmen had already been captured. Old Shah, seeing Carmen captured, became flustered and was attacked several times by Binzi. A sea-stone handcuff was swiftly locked around his neck, and he too was captured. Careless. Zhang Liufeng's face darkened. He hadn't expected the Navy to have such a backup plan. As captain, he had to take responsibility for the Navy's successful ambush. "Boss, what do we do?" Zhang Lufeng fell silent, his fierce gaze fixed on Binzi, like death staring at a dying person. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from Zhang Lufeng, those around felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, involuntarily shivering. "Zhang Lufeng, your subordinates have been captured by me. Be sensible and surrender, or don't blame me for being ruthless." On the golden scale, Binzi held Carmen by the neck, shouting towards the warship. Seeking death, Zhang Lufeng unleashed a storm of thunder, elementalizing as he flashed towards Binzi. Just as he was about to throw a punch to give Binzi a chilling experience, Binzi suddenly brought Carmen into the line of Zhang Liufeng's attack, sneering, "Zhang Lufeng, I know you're strong, but I'm confident I can use this woman as a shield before you make your move. Try me if you don't believe it. Humph, you scum. Using a woman as a shield? Jiang Lufeng looked at the close Carmen, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. He couldn't help but hesitate. Carmen, being held by the neck, was in great pain. Understanding the affection in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, she felt a bit happy and managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, Captain, there's no need to hesitate. I believe in you. Go ahead, don't let this shameless person act so arrogantly. Carmen, I didn't protect you well. Carmen shook her head, saying, I'm too weak. Defeat him, and then teach me well, okay? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's expression turned resolute, no longer hesitating. He nodded heavily and was about to act. Seeing Jiang Lufeng ready to strike, Binzi's face turned incredulous. In a panic, he pressed his spear against Carmen's heart, saying, Jiang Lufeng, do you really dare to act? Aren't you afraid of breaking the net while fishing? Humph, the fish will die, but the net won't break. The moment you touched my person, you were already a dead man. Zzz. Jiang Lufeng suddenly disappeared from his spot, reappearing as he firmly grasped Binzi's spear that was pressed against Carmen's heart. It was all too sudden, too fast. The originally confident Binzi could not have anticipated that Jiang Liufeng's speed was so terrifying. It was laughable how he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to see the vastness of the sky. In that moment of distraction, a piercing pain surged through him. He couldn't help but scream in agony, looking at his left hand held by Jiang Lufeng. It hardly resembled a hand anymore. It was almost crushed into a lump. Jiang Liufeng's expression was cold as he exerted force again, the sounds of bones shattering resounding sharply. The pain made Binzi gasp for breath, his eyes rolling back, and the hand that held Carmen finally slackened. Chapter 66, a sight too gruesome to bear. Seeing this, Zephyr rushed over in shock, wanting to save the half-dead Binz from Jiang Liufeng's hands, but it was ultimately futile. The moment Binz released Carmen, Jiang Lufeng was enveloped in surging lightning energy and instantly unleashed a powerful electric strike, concentrating it in the hand gripping Binz. With full force, he raised the voltage to a peak of 200 million volts. Without mercy, he delivered a brutal blow to Binz. The extremely high-pressure lightning energy also generated intense heat, causing Bin's body to gradually melt away, ultimately evaporating right in Jiang Liufeng's hand. Not even a trace was left. This visually shocking scene was fully captured by the hastily arriving Zephyr. Gulp. Zephyr was struck as if by lightning, filled with grief and despair, momentarily frozen in place. Although it sounded lengthy, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Even Carmen had barely turned her head before it was all over. As Carmen turned and fell into Jiang Liufeng's arms, she could no longer hold back her tears, crying profusely, heartbroken. Just moments ago, she had brushed past the Grim Reaper. Feeling Bin's spear pressing against her back, with just a little force, she would have been separated from Jiang Lufeng forever. Jiang Lufeng lovingly stroked her hair, reassuring her that everything was all right, that it was all over. Yes, Carmen nodded heavily. Jiang Liufeng's warm embrace calmed her frightened heart. Jiang Lufeng let out a light sigh of relief. He had to admit that the moment his observation hockey detected Bin's spear against Carmen's back, it had indeed put some pressure on him. Not a single one of these reckless Navy soldiers would be spared. Yes. A cold glint flashed in the Red Count's eyes as he drew his thunderstorm, while Waldo raised his dual pistols, and the ruthless sounds of gunfire erupted. The last group of oblivious Navy soldiers was mercilessly thrown overboard by old sand like leaves in a storm. Zephyr never expected that just a moment of distraction would lead to a historic scene repeating itself. He was filled with grief and rage as he roared and charged at Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng let out a cold snort. Zephyr, do you still want to fight? Seeing Jiang Liufeng's gaze shift to the nearby warship, Zephyr felt a shiver run down his spine. Jiang Lufeng, what do you want to do? He shouted hoarsely, seemingly trying to vent the rage and grief inside him. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers on the warship, who had witnessed everything, were already scared out of their wits. Under Jiang Liufeng's terrifying gaze, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. In an instant, some fainted and collapsed, others lost control of their legs and soiled themselves. Chaos reigned on the entire warship, which was in utter disarray. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Jiang Lufeng shouted, and immediately, lightning energy surged around him. As a massive thunder dragon emerged from his chest, heading straight for the Navy warship. Boom. Crackle. Help. The thunder dragon crashed into the warship, reducing it to rubble. While the lightning mercilessly tormented the Navy soldiers, filling the air with screams, splashes, and explosions. Zephyr's eyes were filled with bloodshot rage, tears streaming down his face. He hated pirates, but he cherished his comrades even more. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Jiang Lufeng, Jiang Lufeng. One day, I, Black Arm Zephyr, will personally bring you to justice. Enough. This matter is settled, Jinlin. Let us set off quickly. Okay. With Jinlin's pleasant voice, the Jinlin ship sped off, disappearing in an instant. With Zephyr's group no longer in sight, Jiang Lufeng exhaled a breath of frustration. Finally done. This battle was nothing short of perilous. They had almost suffered casualties aboard the ship. Jiang Lufeng sat at the bow, gazing out at the blue sea, frowning. His group had a stark divide. The strong were absurdly strong, while the weak were excessively weak. This was not a good thing in the long run, especially since they would face incredibly powerful monsters. If the Navy dared to use Carmen to threaten him, what would the pirates do? Perhaps even worse things could happen. He scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on Old Sand, whose combat power needed to be mentioned. It was clear today that in the New World, he still could not skillfully utilize Haki. Suddenly feeling watched, Old Sand, who was happily enjoying a cigar, shivered. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng's familiar gaze, he felt a jolt of anxiety. Damn it, it's time to settle the score. Count, if you have nothing else to do, please give me some guidance. Old Sand, aware of his own inadequacies, hurriedly sought advice from the Red Count. Nodding in agreement, Waldo was enjoying the scene, his big mouth about to break into a grin, but suddenly remembering something. He quickly shut his mouth and diligently began cleaning up the mess left on the ship after the battle. Jiang Lufeng shook his head with a smile, standing up and walking towards his room to rest for a while. Zephyr was seriously injured, having rescued hundreds of Navy soldiers, almost costing him his own life. He was filled with grief and anger. He never expected that today's hunt would result in Bin's loss. Truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Yes. Thus, the group floated on the broken wooden planks, struggling in the sea. Those who couldn't move could only lie on top, while those who could still move paddled around. Fortunately, this area of the sea was not far from the Gates of Justice. By the afternoon, Zephyr's group had arrived at the Gates of Justice in the New World, requesting to open the gates. Every time news of this group reached them, it was always bad news. There was never a small matter. Chapter 67, Arrival at Dressrosa. Sigh. Sengoku sat at his desk, bowing his head and sighing, when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. With a bang, Zephyr smashed the door open, bringing Ein with him. Marshal, I have important news to report. It's like this. We received word that the Dawn Group is approaching the New World via the Red Line, so I led my men to intercept them, but the warship was destroyed. And even Bin's. At this point, he lowered his head, his fists clenched so tightly that they bled. I already know all this. And then? Ein obtained important intelligence through combat. Zephyr quickly stepped aside to let Ein speak. Sengoku urged, quickly tell me. Ein bit her lip and said, Marshal, it's like this. The Dawn Group has an old man who, after being attacked by my reverse fruit ability, was regressed in age by 12 years and said, thank you for allowing me to experience youth in advance. Based on this deduction and the information we have, it's highly likely that the Dawn Group's destination is Dressrosa, and their target is the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. What? Upon hearing this, Sengoku was once again shocked. But Sengoku knew. He could imagine what it would mean if the Red Count obtained the vampire ability. The consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, there were already arrangements in Dressrosa. It was just one more variable. Sengoku rubbed his forehead and said, I understand. You all hurry to heal. I will arrange the rest. Yes. Zephyr took Ein and left. While Sengoku sighed, his eyes devoid of spirit, the Dawn Group was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and he could hardly imagine how troublesome it would become in the future. After a moment, he picked up the special transponder snail from his drawer and dialed it. Hello, what's the matter? A voice came from the other end. According to reliable intelligence, the Dawn Group is on their way to Dressrosa. The mythical Zoan fruit must not fall into their hands. You cooperate with the newly recruited candidate for Admiral to do your best to take them down. Clang. Buddha Sengoku only said one sentence before hanging up the transponder snail. Dealing with pirates is truly a helpless task. To be honest, he didn't want to hear a single word from the other side. At the same time, in Dressrosa, inside the palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail and said to the cadre beside him with great interest, the Dawn crew is becoming more and more interesting. Have you found out which forces are participating in this arena? Good. Notify everyone that this arena competition will be held over in the forest, and the entire event will be broadcast live via transponder snail. The audience cannot enter. Let us enjoy this visual feast. Haha. Yes. You have your work cut out for you. Is it the Dawn? Yes. Sengoku wants us to take them down together. A figure slowly stood up from the corner. Clank. 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 The sheath of his sword was used as a cane to probe ahead as he walked step by step to the window. The sunset illuminated his face, revealing two hideous scars that ruthlessly crossed his eyes. As he approached, the gentle sunlight gradually enveloped him, and at that moment, he had already stepped out of the darkness into the light, blind in both eyes, with a powerful build. Who else could it be but Fujitora? He looked up directly at the sunset, and after a long time finally spoke, "I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy to accomplish." A day passed without a word. The next morning, Zhang Lufeng stretched lazily as he walked out of the cabin and found that apart from Carmen busy in the kitchen, everyone else was gathered around the recorder. Curiously, he walked over. "What are you all doing?" "Boss, you're finally out. Early this morning. We were pulled by the Count to keep an eye on that little yellowed. I'm almost bored to death." That is not necessary, Count. The fruit will eventually be yours. No need for this," Zhang Lufeng said with a bit of amusement. "Captain, you don't understand. Ever since the battle yesterday with that female Navy officer, her ability made me feel a youthful thrill. I really can't hold it in anymore. I just want to go for it again." Zhang Lufeng twitched his mouth. Damn, this old man is quiet until he speaks, and when he does, it's just so shocking. Talking about thrills and wanting to go again like he did something. "Breakfast is ready." Carmen gracefully walked out of the kitchen carrying a sumptuous breakfast. After yesterday's battle, Carmen's admiration and reliance on Zhang Lufeng had increased significantly, and her gaze towards him had changed. She never imagined she would encounter such a powerful team and such a perfect captain. Under Carmen's fiery gaze, Zhang Lufeng felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly said, "I'll go serve the dishes." Carmen pouted and hummed softly, "Sister is sticking with you. You can dodge the initial day, but not the 15th. Zhang Lufeng stumbled, almost falling, which drew a burst of laughter from Carmen. Wald and the others watched silently, not saying anything, but secretly sending their blessings to Zhang Lufeng and Carmen. Zhang Lufeng felt a black line on his forehead. "Blessings, my big watermelon." After breakfast, Zhang Lufeng pulled Wald and Old Sha to undergo another round of rigorous training, leaving the two guys suffering. However, through yesterday's battle, everyone had corrected their attitudes and realized that the new world is different from before. Strength is still very important. So they gritted their teeth and endured. They worked hard for progress. A whole day passed by meaningfully. By evening, they were finally approaching their destination. "Dressrosa? Captain, everyone, we're about to reach our destination." With Jean Lin's cheerful voice, everyone put down what they were doing and lined up at the bow of the ship, gazing at the gradually clearer outline of a not-too-big island in the distance. This island held significant meaning for them, as everyone knew that the Red Count obtaining the vampire fruit meant a qualitative leap. As night fell, the golden scale slowly docked, finally arriving at the island named Dressrosa. Zhang Lufeng was the first to jump off the ship, excitedly leading everyone ashore. Chapter 68. The Hammer of Thor. The five of them arrived at the bustling street and found a relatively upscale restaurant, planning to have dinner first. "Boss, why is this place so strange? The toys are actually alive," Zhang Lufeng said casually. "Maybe that's the specialty here." Wald nodded, somewhat understanding, as everyone took their seats. Nearby diners were all discussing this matter. "Have you heard? This time the arena seems to be held over in the forest." "I've heard about it a long time ago. The rewards this time are extraordinary, a mythical beast fruit, and many big names are coming to compete." "Yeah, the king must be worried about the competition being too fierce, which is why the stage was moved to the forest. Our king is really thoughtful. Haha, anyway, just wait for the show tomorrow. Although it's just a projection, the battles between big names are rare. Just being able to witness them is a blessing." From this idle chatter, Zhang Lufeng and the others had already pieced together the situation. The vampire fruit was the ultimate reward for this arena competition, meaning they just had to take down all the participants. This was far too easy for them, let alone the subordinates of the four emperors. Even if the four emperors came in person, they wouldn't necessarily fare well against Zhang Lufeng and the Red Count. The Red Count nodded, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. "All right, after dinner, let us all have a good stroll and just wait for tomorrow's competition. Yay, we can shop again." Carmen was naturally overjoyed. Being able to eat, drink, and shop at public expense was such a happy thing. After finishing dinner, she immediately pulled Old Sha, the designated porter, and hurried off to the commercial street. It must be said that Carmen was very considerate. Last time, she took Old Sha shopping, getting him new clothes and expensive cigars. And after a round of coaxing, the originally reluctant Old Sha had lost his temper and this time went with her without complaints. Zhang Lufeng, following the check-in point's directions, took the remaining two to the entrance of the arena in the city after dinner, planning to sign up for tomorrow's match. Furthermore, his check-in point was right here. An exciting moment had arrived. Standing in front of the light pillar at the registration desk, that long-awaited voice finally rang out. "Ding." Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Dressrosa. The system rewards the host with a Hammer of Thor. The next check-in point is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Damn, this weapon is incredible. Zhang Lufeng was overjoyed. He had always wanted to obtain a decent weapon, and this Hammer of Thor was just the perfect match for him. Moreover, Zhang Lufeng was prepared to take down Doflamingo and his crew during this trip. After all, he had made an agreement with Law previously. Just as he was registering, he suddenly noticed an even more surprising name. Gold Lion. Haha, what a coincidence. This trip to Dressrosa is truly rewarding. As long as I take down the fruit and the Gold Lion, it would be a huge harvest. Furthermore, Zhang Lufeng was very confident about taking down the Gold Lion. With 3 layers of threats and temptations, he believed he could definitely do it. After completing the registration, he happily left with the others, not in the mood to stroll anymore, and quickly found a hotel to stay in. This hammer. Zhang Lufeng grasped the heavy Hammer of Thor in his left hand and gently stroked the ancient patterned hammerhead with his right, unable to let it go. Its shape and function were identical to Thor's hammer from Marvel. The only difference was that due to the System's improvement, Zhang Lufeng was not affected by the curse. The rewards given by the system have no usage requirements or negative effects for the host. To test whether Thor's hammer is completely free from curses or if it only has no effect on the host, Zhang Lufeng couldn't wait to knock on the door of the Red Count. Captain, is there something? Yes. Come in and let's talk. The two closed the door and went to the living room. Zhang Lufeng placed Thor's hammer directly on the table and said to the Red Count, Count, try picking up my weapon. The Red Count curiously examined Thor's hammer. Although it looked unremarkable on the outside, he could sense a powerful ancient force within it. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Not daring to be careless, he knew Zhang Liufeng's mysterious nature too well, since Zhang Lufeng said to try it. It must not be that simple. The Red Count extended his arm, and his armed color wrapped around, turning as black as iron. He reached out to grasp the handle of the hammer, trying to lift Thor's hammer with all his might. However, something strange happened. No matter how hard the Red Count tried, Thor's hammer remained unmoved. He tried multiple times, using his left hand, right hand, and both hands, straining so much that his veins bulged. Even then, he could not lift the hammer. This is strange. Captain, this. Seeing that the Red Count really couldn't lift Thor's hammer, Zhang Lufeng was overjoyed. Great. I like this setting. Amidst the Red Count's astonished gaze, Zhang Lufeng easily picked up Thor's hammer and swung it with vigor, leaving the Red Count dumbfounded. What the heck? What is this operation? Of course, Zhang Lufeng wouldn't explain this out-of-this-world item in detail to the Red Count. After greeting him, he leisurely left under the bewildered and astonished gaze of the Red Count. Chapter 69. The First Encounter with Vine Tiger. Watching Zhang Lufeng leave triumphantly, the Red Count was cursing inwardly. So he came to show off late at night? Damn. Behind him, old Shah was laden with bags, looking like a porter. As the saying goes, when one is in a good mood, one feels refreshed. Zhang Lufeng approached Carmen with a handsome smile. With a wave, he brushed aside Carmen's beautiful hair and planted a kiss on her bright forehead. This sudden kiss electrified Carmen, causing her heart to race and her face to turn bright red. What does the captain mean? Is he confessing to me? Oh no, what should I do? Should I accept or not? Oh my, this is so happy. Zhang Lufeng had no idea how much of an impact this kiss had on Carmen's little heart. Holding Carmen's hand, he said while walking outside, Come on, it's still early. Accompany me to browse the jewelry store. Huh. Oh, Carmen was lost in thought, allowing Zhang Lufeng to lead her away with her delicate little hand, leaving behind old Shah, who was left hanging like a clothes rack, standing in place with a confused expression. He couldn't understand what was going on. On the way, both had their own thoughts. Zhang Lufeng thought that since Thor's hammer had a shrinking function, he couldn't just carry it in his pocket every day, right? So he planned to buy a nice bracelet to wear, turning it into a piece of jewelry when not in use. Meanwhile, Carmen thought Zhang Lufeng was planning to buy her jewelry, feeling excited all the way. The captain isn't planning to buy me a diamond ring to confess, is he? Oh, so happy. Should I agree? If I agree, will he think I'm not reserved enough? If I don't agree, will it hurt his feelings? Oh, this is so complicated. Thus, the handsome man and beautiful woman walked hand in hand down the street, the man feeling proud and the woman slightly shy. They looked like a couple who had just confirmed their relationship, attracting envious glances from passersby. Before long, based on Carmen's previous shopping impressions, they found a luxurious jewelry store. Zhang Lufeng stopped to look around, feeling it was quite nice, and then strode inside. Carmen eagerly followed, but as soon as they entered the store, her heart sank. Zhang Lufeng didn't even glance at the women's jewelry section and headed straight for the men's section. So, he just wanted to buy something for himself? Her pretty face immediately fell, and she pouted, standing at the entrance with an unhappy expression. Zhang Lufeng walked a bit and noticed Carmen hadn't followed. Frowning as he looked back and immediately found her stopped at the door, her anger rising. He quickly pretended to look around and said, "Oh, is this the men's section? Wrong way, wrong way." Carmen's mood brightened instantly, and she happily bounced off to pick out beautiful jewelry. Phew. Otherwise, I might have offended Carmen. God knows if she would poison my food. After helping Carmen choose a crystal necklace, a platinum bracelet, and a delicate starry hairpin, she was finally satisfied. Looking at those 3 small items, which totaled over 1,000,000 Bailey, Zhang Lufeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Women's money is really easy to deceive. However, this little money was just a drop in the bucket for them now and wasn't a big deal, as long as Carmen was happy. After settling Carmen, Zhang Lufeng finally came to the men's section and began selecting bracelets. I have to say, this store was quite large, with a dazzling variety of jewelry. The styles were countless, making Zhang Liufeng's eyes dazzle. It was Carmen who spotted a bracelet right away, took it out, and happily said, "Captain, this bracelet looks pretty good. It seems like a couple style with mine. Why don't you take this one?" Looking at Carmen's innocent expression and hearing her seemingly inquiring words, Zhang Lufeng felt an undeniable tone in her voice. He looked at Carmen and tentatively said, "I think this one." Before he could finish, he noticed Carmen's expression starting to change. Just as expected. "It's great. I think it's great. Let us go with it." Carmen giggled, feeling warm and happy that Zhang Lufeng was so considerate of her feelings. "Just kidding. You choose for yourself." Carmen covered her mouth and stood aside, giggling. They settled the bill and left excitedly. Zhang Lufeng curiously asked, "Oh, Captain, what's this? A complimentary decoration?" Then, with a thought, he transformed Thor's hammer back to its normal size in front of Carmen's puzzled eyes. This move startled Carmen, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Wow. So magical? What a beautiful hammer, can I see it?" Zhang Lufeng mysteriously shook his head and said, "That won't work, you can't lift it." "Oof, stingy. Who are you fooling? I can lift it." Carmen pouted, clearly not believing him. Zhang Lufeng smiled playfully, placed Thor's hammer on the ground, and said, "All right. If you don't believe it, give it a try. I'll try it." As a result, Carmen exerted herself with all her strength, but Thor's hammer didn't move even an inch. She then looked at Zhang Lufeng in surprise, finally believing his words. Seeing Zhang Lufeng effortlessly swinging Thor's hammer, Carmen nodded in admiration, indicating her acceptance. Just as the two were happily playing, an untimely voice interrupted. "I would also like to try lifting this divine weapon of yours. I wonder if I have the honor." Hearing this, Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow and looked towards the source of the voice. He saw a burly man approaching with a cane. When he recognized the man's appearance, Zhang Liufeng's expression changed slightly. Vine Tiger. Chapter 70. Teasing Fujitora. How did he get here? Zhang Lufeng used his observation haki to sweep the area, and to his surprise, the streets had already been cleared. At this moment, the corner buildings were filled with Navy soldiers, and the two of them were surrounded. Although the situation was not small, he was not afraid of mere Navy soldiers. "Aren't you the gravity fruit user, Fujitora? Let's see how I can toy with you." He quietly shifted his position, placing Cayman behind him, and said casually, "No need to try, but we can make a bet." Fujitora sensed the invisible hostility emanating from Zhang Lufeng, smiled slightly, and said, "What do you want to bet on?" "However, I never bet with pirates." Zhang Lufeng scoffed, "Fujitora, do you really think you have what it takes to capture me?" He gestured around, raised an eyebrow, and continued, "If I were to unleash a thunderous strike, your subordinates wouldn't stand a chance. Care to try?" Fujitora was slightly taken aback, hearing Zhang Liufeng's threatening words. He pondered for a moment and realized it was indeed quite risky. He wasn't afraid for himself, but his Navy subordinates would truly be in trouble. "What do you want to bet on?" Fujitora asked seriously. "Very simple. It's this hammer. If you can lift it, I'll have all my crew members bound and at your mercy. If you can't lift it, then take your subordinates and go somewhere cool to stay. And don't bother me again." Fujitora frowned. He had a feeling there was something fishy about this. This Zhang Lufeng can't be that foolish, right? He's actually comparing himself to our admiral candidate in terms of strength? Haha, stop it. You're making me laugh to death. He probably doesn't even know our admiral candidate's abilities. Right? Haha. In response, Zhang Lufeng simply shook his head and smiled. Isn't it just the gravity fruit? What's so surprising about it? It was strange. Zhang Lufeng actually knew about him, not only his name, but also his abilities. Although the world recruitment had advanced, very few people knew about his identity as a candidate for admiral. This flying thunder god Zhang Lufeng and his Dawn crew were indeed not simple. Their strength was exceptional, and their intelligence network was very sharp, making it necessary to treat them with caution. Fujitora furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted. He was very confident in his ability to easily lift anything, but Jiang Liufeng's tone left him puzzled. Was there something unusual about this? Why was he so confident? Jiang Lufeng sneered again. Fujitora, if you're afraid to bet, then don't force yourself. I will bet with you. After thinking it over, Fujitora felt there was only one possibility. Jiang Lufeng was bluffing him. Good. Admiral, let him see your abilities. Yes, yes. Teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Go, Admiral. The Admiral is mighty. The Navy soldiers who were on high alert suddenly turned into spectators, leaving Jiang Lufeng speechless. He placed the Thunder God hammer back on the ground, spread his hand, and gestured for Fujitora to proceed. Without saying a word, Fujitora stepped forward to the Thunder God hammer and reached out to lift it. The moment he touched it, he realized he had been fooled. As a user of the gravity fruit, he was very sensitive to the weight of objects. The moment he touched the hammer, he could clearly feel its extraordinary nature. It was not simply the weight that prevented him from lifting it. The hammer contained an extremely peculiar energy that made it impossible for others to lift it. Fujitora's expression darkened immediately, looking quite unpleasant. Huh, what's the Admiral doing? I don't know. Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Could it be that he really can't lift it? As if to confirm the Navy soldier's words, Fujitora suddenly let go. First attempt, failure. What the hell is that thing? The Admiral really can't lift it. No way. I clearly saw Jiang Lufeng holding it like it was nothing. He's so small, and yet our Admiral, with his strong build, can't lift it? That's hard to say. After all, it's his thing. Who knows what trick he used? Fujitora was unwilling and tried again using the gravity fruit's ability. As he activated his power, the surroundings fell into a state of weightlessness, with debris flying around, creating a shocking scene. Look, the Admiral is using his ability. Haha, this should be a sure thing. The Admiral is a gravity fruit user. He can lift mountains. Yes, yes. The various Navy soldiers once again fell into a frenzy, as if Fujitora had already won. But they didn't know that Fujitora's heart was in turmoil. Just as he thought, even using his ability, he still couldn't lift the Thunder God hammer, until Fujitora, due to excessive force, tilted his body, causing the ground to crack, his face turning purple. Only then did the Navy soldiers realize the reality. No way. Does the Admiral really still not lift it even with his ability? It seemed that way. What on earth is that hammer made of? How can it be so terrifying? Even more terrifying should be Jiang Lufeng, who could lift it, right? Prompted by this Navy soldier, the rest finally understood, and they looked at Jiang Lufeng with changed expressions, as if they were sizing up a monster. Seeing Fujitora nearly suffocating, Jiang Lufeng walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Fujitora, get up, don't embarrass yourself. Hearing this, Fujitora's face flushed, and he stood up, coughing twice, and reluctantly stepped back. With a swish, Jiang Lufeng raised his hand and lifted the Thunder God hammer, spinning it effortlessly in front of him, not forgetting to mock. So, Fujitora, do you accept your defeat? Fujitora used his observation haki to scan, and was stunned, while the Navy soldiers were so shocked their jaws almost dropped. Damn, this is too much of a slap in the face. Speaking of which, Jiang Liufeng's strength is terrifying. Hey! Fujitora felt a burning pain in his face, his brows knitted in a frown, and finally, he could only say darkly, I admit defeat. You can go. Jiang Lufeng raised an eyebrow, putting on a handsome smile, took Cayman, and was about to leave. Wait. Just as Jiang Lufeng turned to leave, he was suddenly called back by Fujitora, feeling a bit impatient. The lightning energy on his body flickered and crackled. What's wrong? Are you going back on your word? I certainly won't go back on my word. I just want to advise you, do take care, and don't make things too embarrassing. Jiang Lufeng turned back with Cayman, walking away while saying, my opponents are all enemies you want to deal with. How could it be embarrassing? Don't you think so? After speaking, he turned the corner and left gracefully. Chapter 71. One by one return. Fujitora was slightly taken aback by the words. Then his expression softened, revealing a bright smile. This Jiang Lufeng is quite interesting. Captain, who is that blind man? He seems to have an inscrutable aura, Cayman asked curiously. Jiang Lufeng smiled slightly and said, just a candidate for Admiral, nothing to worry about. It seems that the light-hearted exchange just now was actually quite intense. The world of experts is too difficult to understand. I should just quietly be my head chef. Back in the room, taking a shower and going to sleep. A night with no words. The four reunited in front of the arena again. Upon arriving at the square, it was already a sea of people. After all, the allure of the phantom beast fruit, the vampire fruit, was simply too great. Those in the know understood that this was equivalent to the ability of immortality. Who wouldn't want it? Powerful individuals were coming to compete, and those with weaker abilities were also hoping to take a chance. Therefore, The number of contestants in this competition was unprecedented. People from all walks of life were present. The moment Jiang Lufeng and his crew appeared, several gazes had already locked onto them. These are powerful forces with well-connected intelligence networks and figures who are highly attentive to the developments in the pirate market. After all, the Dawn crew has only debuted for 10 days, and the 4 of them are still low-key, shrouded in purple thunder robes. Therefore, not many can recognize them. Among them are Pika from the Don Quixote family, the Calamity Jack under Kaido, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Star Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates, along with others. When facing Marco, he merely smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with friendliness. But there was also the expectation of a competition between strong individuals. Little Marco is quite a nice guy. Perhaps this time he could forge a good relationship through the competition, and after Whitebeard takes his leave, he might even recruit him. However, when he saw Jack, it was a different story. That guy's eyes were filled with hostility, even murderous intent. Jiang Lufeng was puzzled. Was there really murderous intent upon their first meeting? What did Jack mean by that? What Jiang Lufeng didn't know was that the Navy had issued a mission to Don Quixote Doflamingo to take him down in Dressrosa if possible. Naturally, Doflamingo informed Jack as he colluded with Kaido. Jiang Lufeng retracted his smile, his eyes suddenly cold, a wave of Conqueror's haki aimed solely at Jack, piercing directly into his consciousness. The sudden intimidation made Jack shiver all over. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the temperature around him plummeting. His eyes filled with horror. Just a mere eye contact made Jack realize that this purple-haired youth before him, who was not yet 20, was no easy opponent. Finally, Jiang Lufeng turned his gaze to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion's gaze contained many meanings: provocation, approval, recruitment, and a thirst for battle. Overall, the first impression was quite good. He didn't see anything unpleasant in the Golden Lion's eyes. So, you want to recruit me as a subordinate? Am I not also considering you? This could be interesting. Let us see who can subdue whom today. After their eye contact, Jiang Lufeng led the 3 to an inconspicuous corner, quietly waiting for the competition to begin. In the crowd, Pika, standing in the center as the host, was clenching his fists, gritting his teeth as he stared at Jiang Lufeng. He was extremely angry. Just moments ago, Jiang Lufeng had made eye contact with several notable figures. But he had ignored Pika completely. What does this mean? Does he look down on me, the strongest general under Don Quixote Doflamingo? Jiang Lufeng was naturally unaware of Pika's resentment. When the time came, he just went with the flow, following the main group under the organizer's lead towards the forest. After passing the familiar suspension bridge, Jiang Lufeng realized that the so-called forest was the place where Law had been taken down by Doflamingo and Fujitora. Very good. Away from the town, when they started fighting, innocents wouldn't be harmed. Although Jiang Lufeng wasn't a good person, he still had a sense of humanity. He wouldn't feel at ease if too many innocent lives were affected. Now, he could let loose and go all out. After a long-winded explanation, Jiang Lufeng summarized it succinctly. It was basically a rule-less slaughter. After noon, the vampire fruit would appear in some form, and those who could survive until noon without cooling down would have the right to compete for ownership of the fruit. This was easy to handle. The Dawn crew loved this kind of whoever has the hardest fist decides format. As they walked along, Jiang Lufeng keenly noticed that there were many image-transmitting snails near the suspension bridge, basically capturing 360-degree footage of the area. Based on his spoiler attributes, Jiang Lufeng had already guessed that it was likely the same old trick. The fruit would probably be tied to a fighting fish in that river. With this plan in mind, he wasn't in a hurry to act. Looking up at the sky, he inferred from the bright sunlight that it was around 9 o'clock, with about 3 hours left. Once the competition started, he would first deal with the Golden Lion. He immediately found the Golden Lion's figure and locked onto him, preparing to go straight for him once the competition began. After a while, the organizer seemed to receive some news and hurriedly left. Shortly after he left, dense lines suddenly rose up around the entire forest, shooting up into the sky. Jiang Lufeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't this a birdcage? Sure enough, those lines reached high and connected, forming the shape of a birdcage. It was one of Doflamingo's proud techniques. At the moment the birdcage formed, a sound that was quite unpleasant rang out through the forest. The competition has begun. This voice was extremely jarring, as if it could hardly wait to see thousands of people fighting. Jiang Lufeng frowned slightly. He immediately recognized this voice as belonging to Doflamingo. This Birdman was indeed not a good person. Killing him wouldn't be unjust. However, the urgent matter was to secure the fruit and deal with the Golden Lion first. Chapter 72. It's just that you are too weak. Count, Waldo, Old Sand, come here. The competition had already started, and Jiang Lufeng called the 3 over to prepare for a briefing. Just then, a few clueless guys approached. You guys with your heads covered. Are you particularly ugly? My brothers are very interested in you. Huh. Just as Zhang Lufeng was about to brief the three, he heard the voice and looked over to see a group of about 10 people slowly walking towards them. The leader was a fat man with a big head and ears, and a greasy face that made one feel nauseous. The rest of the group, each one of them, looked bizarre, making Zhang Lufeng feel a wave of disgust, truly wondering how their mother managed to give birth to them. This is way too much. Interrupted while speaking. Zhang Lufeng was not pleased. However, seeing the unflattering appearance of these people, he really couldn't bring himself to retaliate. It was simply too disgusting. He immediately said, Old Sand, it's time to show your real skills. Old Sand's expression turned dark as he looked at that group, his mouth twitching, clearly. He also found them disgusting. He thought to himself, why me? The group was momentarily stunned by his words. What does this mean? Does he want to fight? They exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Captain, if I heard correctly, these guys who popped up from who knows where want to fight us? Haha, I heard that too. The fat-headed leader laughed. They don't even know who we are. I don't care who you are. Old Sand shouted, and before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed a sandstorm, sending that group flying. This move stunned all the petty individuals nearby who were considering making a move on them. Damn, they are tough. Run. In an instant, the number of people around the fort decreased significantly, leaving only a few slightly stronger ones who had left. But for a while, they didn't dare to take action against them. After this little episode, Zhang Lufeng called the three over again and continued, later. I'm going to. Hey, you four. Zhang Lufeng's expression darkened. Who was it now? Being interrupted again made him a bit intolerant, and he directly elementalized. Flashing in front of the newcomer. Taking a closer look, he chuckled. This truly is fate. The newcomer had a peculiar appearance, with long golden hair blowing in the wind. Arms crossed over his chest, exuding arrogance as he floated in the air, his lower body replaced by two sharp steel blades. Who else could it be but the Golden Lion? As Zhang Lufeng appeared before him like a flash of lightning, the Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback, but then revealed a longing for battle, grinning and saying, those disgusting guys were thrown over by you, right? Zhang Lufeng playfully nodded and replied, yes, what about it? The Golden Lion arrogantly declared, kneel down, apologize, and then become my subordinate, and this matter will be settled. Zhang Lufeng chuckled, you wait a moment. The Golden Lion was puzzled. What did he mean by wait a moment? The three men understood and quickly fled. Haha, with your so-called flying thunder god, do you really think you are my opponent? The Golden Lion laughed loudly. One test will tell, Zhang Lufeng replied confidently. The two spoke casually, unaware of the shock they brought upon the surrounding crowd. Damn it, the Golden Lion? The flying thunder god? Standing before them are actually two prodigies. Both were renowned figures. One had been famous for a long time, while the other was currently in the limelight. To witness a duel between two contemporary masters without paying an entry fee was worth it. Forget about grabbing the fruits. Hurry and find a seat to watch the show. Honestly, with such characters present, the fruits were completely irrelevant. Many who were self-aware quickly vacated the area, moving far away to find a good spot to observe an extraordinary battle, even forgetting their original purpose for being there. Kid, do you really dare to fight me? The Golden Lion, seeing Zhang Lufeng's high spirits and lack of fear, could not help but ask curiously. Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Not only do I dare to fight you, but I also want to recruit you under my banner. Haha, such arrogance. Let me see if you have the capability. The Golden Lion shouted as he charged. Take this. Slash wave. With a swoosh, a terrifying sword aura was unleashed from the desolate wooden blade beneath his feet, slicing towards Zhang Lufeng with a bloody wind. The sword aura seemed effortless, yet it was extremely terrifying, measuring over 20 meters long from top to bottom, splitting stone and cracking earth, directly creating an astonishing chasm in the ground. Just the first move had already frightened the surrounding younger brothers significantly. Damn, this is too terrifying. Isn't it? Are we filming a movie? I've long heard of the Golden Lion's superb swordsmanship, and seeing it today is truly a feast for the eyes. What is that kid doing? Is he dumbfounded? If he doesn't dodge now, it will be too late. Seeing that Zhang Lufeng had no intention of dodging, the younger brothers shook their heads and sighed, seemingly expecting to see Zhang Lufeng cut in half at any moment. The swift sword aura quickly reached Zhang Lufeng, but he remained unmoved. It was only when the sword aura touched his body that thunder energy surged around him, enveloping him in a layer of lightning energy. Enhanced lightning shield. With a puff, the sword aura struck the lightning shield and disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed, let alone injure Zhang Lufeng. Witnessing this, the Golden Lion's smile slightly faded, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Kid, you have some skill. Not bad, but you are just too weak. If your moves are only this much, there's no need to continue fighting. Gulp. Hearing Jiang Lufeng speak so lightly, the surrounding younger brothers couldn't help but swallow hard. They really wanted to criticize him for being arrogant, overconfident, and unaware of his limitations. But the words stuck in their throats, and they couldn't say anything. After all, others indeed had the capital to be arrogant. If you don't believe it, try standing there and taking the Golden Lion's slash. The Golden Lion's face became even less composed, being openly mocked, especially by someone who was not yet 20 and just emerging in the new world. How could he bear it? Fuming with anger, he shouted, his black hair swirling around him, gripping his two famous swords tightly, and charged forward. Kid, take this. The battle officially began. Chapter 73, Submit to Me. Jiang Lufeng was filled with fighting spirit. He wasn't in a hurry to recruit the Golden Lion. First wanting to have a thrilling battle. With a wave of his hand, the hammer of Thunder God was in his grasp as he charged towards the Golden Lion. Clang, clang. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of powerful metal clashes. Both were top-tier masters, moving at incredible speeds, and within just a few dozen seconds, they had exchanged nearly 100 blows. The younger brothers watching were left dumbfounded, their eyes dazzled. Some couldn't even catch the movements of the two, only seeing the afterimages flashing in the sky. So strong. This is simply monstrous. Terrifying. The two were born for battle, advancing rather than retreating when faced with a strong enemy, and for a time they fought evenly matched, with no clear winner. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Jiang Lufeng smiled and thought, since that's the case, let's put in some extra effort. Zila. Thinking of something, he acted on it. The originally dark and imposing hammer of Thunder God greedily absorbed the lightning energy transmitted from Jiang Lufeng. Before long, a brilliant white light erupted, wrapping the hammer in an extremely terrifying force of lightning. Each time they clashed, the lightning energy would transfer through their weapons, shocking the Golden Lion. At first, he felt nothing, but over time, he began to sense something was off. Although his domineering aura was enough to resist the lightning's harm, there was always a slight current that managed to infiltrate his body with each attack. The longer it went on, the greater the accumulated power of this current became, causing his body to feel slightly numb and slowing his attack speed. Though he could still maintain the current situation, he knew that over time he would definitely suffer losses. The Golden Lion reacted quickly and realized that he couldn't engage Jiang Lufeng in close combat. Clang. He quickly gathered all his strength and slashed out twice more, using Jiang Liufeng's forceful hammer strike to rapidly retreat and create distance between them. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Wow, did I see that right? The Flying Thunder God actually has the upper hand over the Golden Lion. Yes, this Flying Thunder God is too fierce, having fought his way here from Impel Down in less than 10 days without a single defeat. Indeed, what's more, every one of his opponents is no ordinary person. The newspapers say he is a man who can escape from the 3 admirals unscathed. How could he not be formidable, truly living up to his name? The Golden Lion is getting old. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, the Golden Lion's expression darkened significantly. Especially that remark about him getting old made his nose feel slightly sour. Indeed, back in the day, he was a figure who attracted attention wherever he went. Looking down at his 2 swords, he thought that if he hadn't been forced to lose his feet, if he still had both hands wielding swords, how could he possibly be unable to defeat someone like Jiang Lufeng? He was getting old, but did he accept it? No, he wouldn't. An old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A martyr in old age remains ambitious. The Golden Lion's might, even in death, must be defended. Oh, take this. Earthquake. The Golden Lion unleashed his full power, roaring in fury. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the landscape was transformed for his use. Centered around Jiang Lufeng, the ground rose high, forming a dozen majestic earth lions that surrounded him. In the next moment, those earth lions sprang to life and charged at Jiang Lufeng. Upon closer inspection, the sharp teeth in the lions' mouths, like rows of steel blades, were clearly wrapped in armed color domineering. If he were to be bitten, it would be an easy task to be torn to pieces. This move was swift and covered a vast area. The younger brothers, who were enjoying the spectacle, were caught off guard by this sudden change and were thrown into disarray. Some were unable to escape and were caught up in the rising earth lions. Meeting a tragic end, Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted. This move was not simple. Not daring to be careless, he quickly dodged back. Jiang Liufeng's figure flickered in the sky, perilously fast, but for a while, the Golden Lion could not catch up to him, who was as swift as thunder. Jiang Lufeng was provoked, originally. He didn't want to hurt him, adhering to the principle of recruiting the Golden Lion as a subordinate. But if he didn't show him some color now, he wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. At the same time he dodged, the Thunder God's hammer in his hand spun continuously. You like to play chase, right? Then let me show you what real tracking is. What true unavoidable means. Whoosh. As a flash of brilliance crossed Jiang Liufeng's eyes, the Thunder God's hammer flew out, heading straight for the Golden Lion. Seeing the unstoppable Thunder God's hammer coming at him, the Golden Lion's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly erected numerous earth walls in an attempt to block Jiang Liufeng's domineering strike. But he had no idea that the Thunder God's hammer could penetrate anything. Thus, under the shocked gaze of the Golden Lion, the Thunder God's hammer pierced through all the earth walls like a hot knife through butter and continued its attack, as if entering an uninhabited realm. The Golden Lion had no choice but to abandon his attack on Jiang Lufeng and hurriedly dodged. But just then, something even more unbelievable happened. The Thunder God's hammer seemed to have locked onto the Golden Lion, curving at an incredible angle and continuing its assault. This move was indeed something the Golden Lion had not anticipated. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only awkwardly shift half his body, and the Thunder God's hammer struck heavily on his shoulder. The immense impact sent the Golden Lion spinning backward, crashing into several trees large enough for 10 people to embrace before finally stopping, falling to the ground. The onlooking younger brothers gasped in astonishment. A sharp pain suddenly spread throughout the Golden Lion's body. His entire right arm hung limply, clearly broken. Leaning against a broken tree, he sighed inwardly. Once upon a time, he too was full of glory, but he never expected to fall into the hands of a young brat today. Indeed, the new generation pushes out the old. Gazing at the slowly descending Jiang Lufeng, the Golden Lion closed his eyes and sighed, saying, "You win. You can kill or torture me as you please." Jiang Lufeng looked down at him and said, "I want to kill you. I want you to submit to me." Chapter 74. To stand on the summit and view all the mountains as small. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into silence, hearts racing as if they were about to witness something extraordinary. The Golden Lion opened his eyes, his tiger-like gaze fixed on Jiang Lufeng, and after a long time, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, cough cough. I, the Golden Lion, have traversed the seas for decades. While I may not be able to stand at the summit and view all the mountains as small, I can at least say I have laughed proudly in this world, rarely encountering an opponent. I never expected a young brat today would audaciously claim to want me as a subordinate. How pitiful, ha ha, how pitiful. His gaze turned cold, and he continued, "Kid, a gentleman can be killed but cannot be humiliated. You want me, the free-spirited Golden Lion, to be your subordinate? Dream on." Jiang Liufeng's mouth twitched. "How dare you call yourself free-spirited? Don't you see how you look? What gives you the right to be free-spirited? Is it your Mediterranean hairstyle?" Jiang Lufeng suppressed the impulse to mercilessly mock him and said lightly, "Not a subordinate, but a partner. Follow me, and together, we will embark on the path you call standing on the summit." The Golden Lion was taken aback, as if a ripple had stirred in his heart. But he still shook his head and refused, saying, "I, the Golden Lion, will never bow to anyone." Jiang Lufeng shrugged helplessly. He could guess that it wouldn't be so easy to conquer the Golden Lion. What else could he do? Serve the dishes? The appetizer was over, and he still had 2 main courses and dessert waiting for the Golden Lion. With a flick of his eyes, he said, "How about this, Shurji? Although you lost to me, I know you are unwilling to accept it. Shall we make a bet?" Hearing this, the Golden Lion asked curiously, "What kind of bet?" Jiang Lufeng smiled, shaking the Thunder God's hammer in his hand, and placed it in front of him, saying, "Let us bet that you can't lift my hammer. If you can lift it, we'll part ways, and I want to make things difficult for you. If you can't lift it, you will follow me and be my partner. How about that?" The Golden Lion furrowed his brow. Is there really such a good thing? Is it true? Once a word is spoken, it is as hard to retract as a galloping horse. Without thinking, the Golden Lion nodded in agreement. The carefree Golden Lion didn't overthink it like Tung Hu. This is just a weightlifting game. Isn't it just giving points? Ignoring the pain in his body, he floated up to the Thunder God's hammer, wearing a cunning smile, and reached out to grab it. "Hey, lift for me." "Huh, lift for me. Hey, lift, lift, lift. What the hell is this? Lift, 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 lift." He looked incredulously at the immovable Thunder God's hammer, almost thinking he was dreaming. "I am a man with the float fruit. Under the influence of the float fruit, anything should defy the law of gravity and float. This is truly absurd." The surrounding younger brothers were also dumbfounded. What? Is there something in this world that the Golden Lion can't lift? What the hell? Jiang Lufeng's shock was overwhelming. In just a moment, he had inflicted hundreds of tons of damage on their fragile hearts, until the Golden Lion was exhausted and sat down on the ground. Jiang Lufeng finally found it amusing to pick up the Thunder God's hammer, tossing it high and low in the air, asking, "How about it? Do you submit?" Crack. The surrounding younger brothers were instantly petrified. Without comparison, there is no harm. At this moment, seeing Jiang Lufeng tossing the Thunder God's hammer with ease, they could no longer utter a word nor show any expression. They seemed to turn into statues, standing there dumbfounded, their minds blank. Jiang Lufeng chuckled. Knowing this old man was cunning and surely wouldn't he submit. Thankfully, he only served him dessert, and the main course was still waiting. Shaking his head, he strode toward the Golden Lion. "What are you doing? Don't come over. What are you doing? Are you going to force a confession? You can only have my body. Never think you can have my soul." The Golden Lion saw Jiang Lufeng approaching silently and felt a slight fear in his heart, pretending to be calm. Jiang Lufeng wanted to slap him. "Who the hell wants your body? If I wanted a body, wouldn't I go find the Empress?" Rolling his eyes several times, he leaned down next to the Golden Lion and whispered, "I have a way to help you heal your legs so you can hold a knife with both hands again." Boom. It must be said that this temptation was deadly for the Golden Lion. "You said it, but is it really true?" The Golden Lion's eyes widened, filled with desire, and he trembled as he asked. Jiang Lufeng pushed aside the hood of his violet robe, revealing his face. With a handsome face and bright eyes fixed on the Golden Lion, he said solemnly, "Absolutely no joke." Whether it was due to excitement or being moved by Jiang Lufeng's sincerity, the Golden Lion trembled slightly, and after a long pause, he made up his mind. Without a hint of insincerity, he said to Jiang Lufeng, "I, the Golden Lion Shurji, swear to the heavens, if you can heal my legs, I am willing to follow you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng revealed a radiant smile. "It's done." He extended his palm, offering it to the Golden Lion, saying, "To stand on the summit and view all the mountains as small." The Golden Lion instinctively grasped his hand, excitedly saying, "To stand on the summit and view all the mountains as small." Ha ha. Crack, crack. At the moment they shook hands. Wow, what did they witness? The legendary pirate, Don Quixote Shiki, was thus captured by the dazzling and extraordinary Jiang Lufeng. This is big news. Super big news. Ha ha ha. Of course, I know this is big news. Do you even need to tell me? As everyone held various thoughts, a figure soared through the sky. It seems that it won't be long before the news of Don Quixote Shiki joining Don spreads to every corner of the world. This is truly a powerful alliance. There may not be many who can stop the Don crew from reaching the top in this new world. Jiang Lufeng helped Shiki, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet and said, "Shiki, your hand." Shiki, knowing what Jiang Lufeng wanted to say, smiled brightly and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I brought this upon myself. Can't blame you. Besides, if you have the ability to restore my severed leg, healing this mere severed arm should be a piece of cake, right?" Facing Shiki's meaningful smile, Jiang Lufeng confidently nodded, "You're right. Don't worry. I will make your wish come true." Chapter 75. But I'm here. After confirming their understanding, Shiki laughed heartily. "Ha. Good. Now that this matter is settled, all that's left is to compete for the ownership of the fruit." Jiang Lufeng stood tall like a benchmark, his observation haki fully activated, taking in everything within this birdcage. Suddenly noticing something, he smiled and said, "All right, our business here is done. Let's head over there. It seems something interesting is happening." Shiki was momentarily taken aback, then also sensed something, nodding with excitement. "Sure. I love a good commotion." With a clear goal, Shiki followed Jiang Lufeng, and the two of them, under the heated gazes of their younger brothers, left gracefully. Where are these two gods going? Who knows? They are most likely off to find other strong opponents to fight, right? Damn, we should hurry and follow. If we're late, we won't get a good spot to watch. Yes, let's follow the gods. But I always feel something is off. What exactly am I doing here? Me too, what are we here for? Who cares? As long as we follow the steps of the gods, that's all that matters. Thus, a group of people followed Jiang Lufeng and Shiki, marching grandly from the west of the forest towards the east. This scene was also broadcasted by the Den Den Mushi to the big screen in Dressrosa, leaving the audience speechless. They never expected the arena to be so exciting. Just after the start, an epic confrontation unfolded. The final outcome was even more unexpected. As the saying goes, a generation has its heroes, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This battle also symbolized the end of the era of the old sea overlords, as a new generation of exceptionally powerful pirates was about to emerge. As the western battlefield came to a close, the Den Den Mushi intelligently jumped through various intense battle scenes. After skipping over several minor skirmishes, it finally focused on a bald stone mountain in the east. In the picture, several figures appeared faintly. As the camera zoomed in, the figures gradually became clearer. At the top of the bald mountain stood a man glowing blue. This bald stone mountain wasn't very tall, only about 10 meters high, surrounded by a thicket of bushes and trees that had been utterly devastated. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. The man at the top, with piercing eyes, stared down at the group attacking him, wiped the blood from his mouth, and proudly said, "The Big Mom Pirate crew and the Beast Pirates. Is that all you've got?" This man was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It turned out that just as the battle between Zhang Lufeng and Shiki was starting, Marco was being besieged by a joint team formed by the subordinates of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords. Just as they were enjoying the fight, 3 unexpected newcomers interrupted the first round of their skirmish. It was the wandering Red Count and his companions. Sensing the arrival of the 3, both sides stopped their attacks, and Jack's side warily scrutinized the newcomers. One Marco was already tricky enough. What was Don doing here? Are they friends or foes? Questions flooded their minds, making them treat the situation with caution. Jack, the brutish one, was very displeased with the interruption. He immediately shouted angrily, "What are you guys doing here? Hiding in those robes? Get lost." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Vardo was unhappy. He had come simply to watch the show, but unexpectedly arrived to be scolded. Who were they from Dawn? Each one of them was a notable figure. They didn't indulge Jack's bad temper at all. "Vardo, don't be ungrateful. In front of experts at our level, you are nothing. You little brat. When I was in prison, you were still sucking your thumb. What do you have to be proud of?" This back and forth actually gave Marco a lot of breathing room. Although his strength was significantly higher than those attacking him, he still faced considerable losses after a round of exchanges. Smuggy could no longer listen and stepped in between the two, saying, "All right, Jack, stop the nonsense. If we're going to fight, let's do it quickly before their captain arrives." Just then, a sharp voice echoed from the sky. "But I'm here, Zila." A bolt of lightning flashed before everyone, and a graceful figure appeared. They were still wary of Zhang Liufeng's strength, after all. He was a man who could face 3 admirals head-on. "Are you going to make a move against my people?" Zhang Lufeng tossed his hair, his expression emotionless as he spoke. Smuggy hadn't finished her sentence when Jack, in a fit of rage, drew his short sword and charged at Zhang Lufeng. I've been looking at you with disdain for a long time. I'll kill you first, then take Marco's head." Smuggy furrowed her brow, feeling that something was off. But she understood the principle of if you lose your lips, you lose your teeth, and could only grit her teeth and follow her 2 sisters. Zhang Lufeng didn't need to say much. As soon as Jack revealed his murderous intent in the square, Zhang Lufeng had already placed him on his blacklist. Since the other party wanted to seek death, he didn't mind sending him off. With a wave of his hand, the hammer of Thor was in his grasp, and he met Jack with a thunderous strike. Clang! The hammer and sword clashed, and the violent blow created a fierce shockwave, sending debris flying everywhere. With just one strike, Jack's expression changed drastically. The power is too great, right? After taking Zhang Liufeng's devastating blow, even his strong body as a Zoan-type user felt numb. He was indeed a powerful Zoan user, but he didn't know that Zhang Lufeng possessed the formidable 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow body, which was far stronger than any Zoan. Facing Jack's horrified gaze, Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow and smiled, not giving him a chance to react. He struck down again with another hammer. This blow was infused with lightning power. If Jack wasn't careful, he might end up in serious trouble. Chapter 76. They are comparing sizes. As Zhang Lufeng swung his hammer, Jack couldn't afford to be careless. His arms transformed into elephant limbs, and he swung his sword to meet Zhang Liufeng's attack. This was barely enough to deflect the blow. One must say, Jack might be a bit reckless, but he was indeed one of Kaido's 3 calamities for a reason, and he had his unique strengths. Just take this animal transformation as an example. Jack had developed his fruit abilities quite effectively. Jack's arms transformed into an animal form, while his palms retained their human shape, allowing him to increase his strength while still being able to hold weapons. After activating the fruit's ability, Jack was barely able to stand up to Zhang Lufeng. However, he could not avoid being overwhelmed in battle, struggling to hold on and hoping that Smuggy would quickly resolve her fight and come to assist him against Zhang Lufeng. Unbeknownst to him, Smuggy was also in a tough battle, not faring much better than he was. At the same time that Jack faced Zhang Lufeng, Smuggy encountered the Red Count. Initially, they thought that aside from Zhang Lufeng, the only one capable from the Dawn crew was Waldo, as Old Shah and others were simply not worth considering at their level. But unexpectedly, another figure suddenly emerged from the Dawn crew. The opponent was completely shrouded in a purple lightning cloak, making it impossible to see their appearance. Not only were they using the rainstorm that originally belonged to Shiryu, but their swordsmanship was also exceptional. Within just a few minutes of combat, Smuggy could only defend herself, unable to retaliate. while amazed at the opponent's strength. She was also curious about who they were. However, no matter how she taunted, the opponent remained unresponsive, calm and focused entirely on their techniques. This person was terrifying. Ultimately, Smuggy concluded that their strength might not be inferior to Jiang Liufeng's. Swish, swish, swish. The Red Count unleashed a series of sword energies, causing Smuggy to become somewhat disheveled. Her teammates were too powerful and reliable, forcing Waldo to pick a second-rate opponent to duel with Pika. In fact, Pika wasn't weak, but compared to this group, calling him second-rate wasn't wrong. However, his fruit ability was also remarkable, as Waldo fired continuously with his dual guns, but seemed to have no way to deal with this underground digging guy. He had to put away his guns and engage in close combat. Once they got close, Pika's weakness became evident. Even though his mastery of armament hockey was not low, it was nowhere near enough against the long-established Waldo. Solid punches landed on him, causing him to grimace, as their mastery of armament hockey was clearly not on the same level. Not to mention, with the speed boost from Waldo's fruit ability, his punches and kicks were incredibly fast. Basically, for every punch Pika threw, Waldo could land 3. Meanwhile, old Sha, who had been treated like a stepchild, was now filled with frustration. What the hell? You all are experts, so why am I facing 2 at once? He glared at the 2 sisters brought by Smuggy, 16, and 15, feeling like cursing. Relying solely on the shortcomings of a Logia fruit, his disadvantages were starting to show after coming to the new world. In this place where hockey reigned supreme, relying only on fruit abilities was too difficult. Not only was he unable to inflict damage, but elementalization was also ineffective, as he was being relentlessly chased and hammered by the 2 women. As a true man, old Sha could not endure this any longer. He suddenly looked up. It was time to showcase the results of his military training. With a loud shout, black threads wrapped around his hands, and after a flash, they gradually stabilized. Armament hockey was starting to show results. The scales of victory began to tilt towards Dawn. The most puzzled was Little Horse Brother. He squatted on a hill, feeling a bit bewildered. While he self-talked and observed the battle situation, he secretly analyzed the strengths of everyone on the field. For a moment, he seemed quite relaxed and idle. This is not good. Smuggy's face was grave, almost dripping with water as she shouted for everyone to retreat towards the suspension bridge. The terrain here was unfavorable for them. Her Zaza fruit ability had no place to utilize on this dry land, and trying to extract juice from these incredibly strong opponents was next to impossible. With a thought, she could only change positions and seek water sources at the suspension bridge to enhance her power. In the chaotic battle, Jack and the others managed to hold on and retreated to the edge of the suspension bridge. Smuggy gritted her teeth, determined to risk injury, and launched a deadly 3-blade attack at the Red Count, not expecting to do much, but hoping to momentarily push him back to buy some precious time. As the techniques fell, she withdrew at full speed toward the river beneath the suspension bridge. The Red Count took just half a step back and had already worn down Smuggy's sword energy, quickly chasing after her. At that moment, the 2 sisters who had been suppressing old Shao realized what Smuggy's actions meant. 15 rushed to meet the Red Count, engaging him in combat to buy Smuggy more time. Smuggy, burning with urgency, plunged her blade into the water and began to absorb it fiercely. The entire sword suddenly gleamed coldly, mist swirling around the blade. And after reaching its peak, it continued to greedily draw water from the river into Smuggy's body. Her physique began to grow visibly stronger. Just when 15 could no longer withstand the Red Count's onslaught and was knocked to the ground, leaving a terrible scar, Smuggy's momentum surged. And the anger she had suppressed for so long erupted completely. If she didn't act now, when would she? With a roar, Jack and Pika understood and also became furious. Humph. Huh. As 2 muffled sounds echoed, 2 enormous figures appeared before everyone. It was an ancient mammoth and a colossal castle-like figure, along with the now towering Smuggy, who had absorbed water. The 3 gigantic beings stood side by side, looking down with disdain at Jiang Liufeng's group. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Liufeng's crew slightly stunned, not out of fear, but simply caught off guard, having been overwhelmed in battle. Jack and the others felt a sense of relief looking down at the Dawn crew, which now seemed as small as ants. Jack couldn't help but show off, swinging his powerful trunk and taunting Jiang Lufeng. You guys were so tough just now. Let's see you act tough again. Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng relaxed, crossing his arms and approaching Waldo, old Sha, and the late arriving Golden Lion. They exchanged glances and shared a meaningful smile, saying, "Looks like they want to compare sizes. All right, guys, are you ready?" Roar. Chapter 77, The Navy's Plot. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was in a frenzy. What the hell? Jiang Lufeng has recruited the Golden Lion? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku felt a rush of blood to his head spinning. I can't take it anymore. If I don't retire soon, I'll burst a blood vessel. Jiang Lufeng was simply full of surprises every day. This was truly making Sengoku want to cry without tears. Looking in the mirror at himself, just 10 days ago he was full of vigor, looking like a youthful old man, but now Jiang Lufeng had exhausted him to the point of collapse. His once thick, shiny hair was now mixed with gray, falling out in clumps. In the back of his mind, he sensed that this incident in Dressrosa was probably going to end poorly. Go, gather all the flower-adorned officers for a meeting in the conference room. He waved his hand weakly at the guard at the door. Sitting at the head of the conference room, Sengoku tossed the documents in his hand aside and said lightly, "Take a look at this." The bewildered Navy officers began to pass around the documents. This is shocking. When it was Karp's turn, the old man was so frightened that he jumped up 3 feet high, almost smashing the ceiling. No way. The content on the document is undoubtedly a shocking disaster for the Navy. The Golden Lion has actually come under Jiang Liufeng's command. What the hell is going on? The Red Count, Waldo, the Golden Lion. Does Jiang Lufeng intend to recruit all those legendary pirates one by one? What is the point of fighting anymore? A group of people coming to the Navy headquarters. Each one could drink a pot. The Navy generals were extremely serious. They could no longer escape. This Don gang already possessed the extraordinary strength to shake the Navy headquarters. Seeing the generals dejected, Sengoku felt even angrier. Suddenly, he slammed the table and asked, "Is it useful to be depressed here? As the Navy, maintaining maritime security is our duty. Should we retreat in the face of some difficulties and setbacks?" His brief words awakened many generals who were immersed in a dark atmosphere. Soon everyone perked up again. That's right. Avoiding the issue is useless. Facing it bravely is the true hero's nature. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Sengoku seized the opportunity to ask, "Let us talk about it. What substantial methods do you all have to deal with this group?" Furthermore, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. With more people thinking together, he believed that someone would surely come up with a solution. For a moment, the meeting room fell silent. It was completely quiet, as everyone racked their brains for a countermeasure. After a long while, Kizaru tapped the table and said, "There is a method, but it feels a bit risky." Sitting next to him, Akiji twitched his lips, clearly unimpressed with Kizaru's method. Recalling Kizaru's repeated risks in the battle against Jiang Lufeng, he still felt a lingering fear. "You are just an insider. What method could you possibly have?" Meanwhile, the others looked at Kizaru as if they had grasped a lifeline, as they truly couldn't think of any good ideas. Now that someone could step up, they were certainly pleased. The usually silent Sengoku's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly sat up straight and said, "Quickly tell us." Kizaru adjusted his cloak, looked at Akiji, shrugged, and began to speak, leaving the latter speechless. "Lure Jiang Lufeng to the Navy headquarters and trap him in Marineford." The room fell into dead silence. What the hell? Is that really a plan? Are you kidding us? Why would a pirate come to Marineford to be surrounded by you? Sengoku's face darkened as he said, "Kizaru, you're not joking, are you? Everyone, please calm down and let me explain slowly." He continued, "The upcoming major event is a chance for us. Not only will all the fighting strength of the Navy headquarters be present, but even the newly recruited Navy forces will come, including the 7 warlords." He paused, seeing that everyone still didn't understand, and continued, "Think about it, including the 7 warlords, plus the 4 newly recruited candidates for Admiral, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and Vice Admiral Zifa. The entire Navy headquarters will have the strength of 3 quasi-admirals, the warlords, Kuma, Mihawk, Hancock, plus 10 Navy admirals. A total of 13 combat members with admiral-level strength present. For this major event, it will be more than enough. And we even have plenty of surplus combat power to deal with Jiang Lufeng." Sengoku nodded slightly. This combat power was indeed sufficient. But why do you think Jiang Lufeng will come? That is simple. We just need to see how the final situation in Dressrosa unfolds. If Doflamingo captures Jiang Lufeng, we naturally won't have to worry. If Jiang Lufeng captures Doflamingo, we will immediately send someone to offer him amnesty, letting Jiang Lufeng become a warlord, and then summon him to participate in the major event. Akiji slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, so we feign recognizing him as a warlord, but in reality, we're luring him over to surround and kill him. Brilliant. I must say, this usually unreliable colleague has finally lived up to his salary this time. Akiji felt relieved and cast an approving glance at Kizaru. The senior Navy officials also broke into long-lost smiles. Will this approach damage the Navy's reputation? Will it cause distrust among the other warlords? Zifa frowned. Akainu suddenly stood up, fiercely saying, "Does the current Navy still have a reputation to speak of? As long as we can kill the pirates, What does reputation matter? And as for the warlords, the newly recruited admirals openly expressed a desire to abolish the warlord system. Cooperation between the Navy and pirates is inherently a shameful deal. Breaking this bond is a good thing. After listening to everyone's speeches, Sengoku pondered deeply. It seemed there was no better solution than this. He looked up seriously and asked one last question. How can we ensure that Jiang Lufeng will accept the amnesty and become a warlord? And how can we ensure he will respond to the summons to come to Marineford? Kizaru raised a meaningful smile, saying, then we'll have to see what kind of person we choose to offer amnesty to this young and impetuous man. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they all reacted. Everyone wore a knowing smile and spoke in unison. Boa Hancock. Chapter 78. The War Between Giants. Excellent. It's settled. Immediately notify the Empress to report to Marineford. Kizaru, you personally go and resolve it as quickly as possible. Meeting adjourned. Yes. The Navy soldiers at the headquarters saw the leaders coming out of the conference room, striding with confidence and vigor. They felt a sense of confusion. What is going on? Are they on steroids? Don't jump around. The floor was just cleaned. Damn. The once arrogant and overbearing Jack and his 3 giants now looked as if they had eaten fly dung. Looking at the group of freaks opposite, he felt utterly speechless. Just when Jiang Lufeng said that line about size, Jack sensed something was off. Sure enough, the next second, something jaw-dropping happened. Jiang Lufeng unleashed his full power. And with a single move, he summoned a 2 billion-volt thunder god. His entire body elementalized into an extraordinary lightning giant, clad in armor, wielding a war hammer, glaring fiercely. Captivating the hearts of all, his body even elongated, not much different from his mammoth form. Waldo laughed heartily, finally getting a chance to showcase the second function of his fruit ability, which could enlarge himself or objects by 1100 times. Without saying a word, he directly enlarged himself by 20 times, standing tall between heaven and earth, his expression filled with excitement. On the Dawn-S pirate ship, Waldo's brilliance had always been overshadowed by Jiang Lufeng and the Red Count, so he never faced a proper opponent, and thus his ability had never been used. Now, he finally had a chance, and he couldn't help but be extremely excited, rolling up his sleeves, ready to make a big move. Old Sand naturally needed no further words. With his Logia fruit ability, he took advantage of the terrain to directly whip up a massive sandstorm, eventually transforming into a giant figure. However, compared to the substantial changes of the others, he seemed a bit fragile. 8 mighty male lions rose from the ground, instantly surrounding Jack's trio with a solid formation. Those lions were lifelike, as if they had a life of their own, showing fierce expressions, baring their fangs, seemingly ready to pounce and shred the 5 men into pieces at any moment. As the saying goes, you can't kill them, but you can scare them to death. And indeed, Jack's side turned pale, the feeling of despair rising uncontrollably. If it weren't for the desperate perseverance in his heart, Jack felt that they would kneel and beg for mercy in the next second. He was filled with sorrow and anger, thinking about his animal-type fruit ability, which granted him a strong physique and the ability to transform into enormous creatures after awakening. This should have been a unique blessing. Who would have thought that this group of nature-type and superhuman-type bastards would have no sense of martial ethics at all? Nature types and superhuman types already had an overwhelming advantage over animal types in terms of flexibility, versatility, and diverse development of abilities. Damn it. Now his greatest advantage was equally worthless in front of them. How could he still play around with it? Looking up, he saw Marco, surrounded by swirling blue spiritual flames, soaring between heaven and earth like an immortal phoenix. His heart took another hit of 1,000 critical damage points. Forget about other types. Why was it that among animal types, others looked so grand and impressive while he felt like a thick-skinned fool who just got beaten up? Jack could no longer endure it, his anger boiling. Almost losing his sanity, he let out a wild shout and charged toward Jiang Lufeng, crashing through everything in his path. He didn't care who was who anymore. It was just a random attack. Jiang Lufeng, transformed into the Thunder God, had an added air of heroism and dominance on his handsome face. He grinned and stepped forward, grabbing Jack's 2 massive tusks, forcibly intercepting him. Jack was taken aback and instinctively raised his giant trunk, empowered by armed color hockey, sweeping it toward Jiang Lufeng like 1,000 troops. Whoosh! Jiang Liufeng's speed was incredibly fast. At the moment the trunk swept by, he instantly dodged, reappearing in the same spot after the trunk passed. Everyone felt their vision blur. For a brief moment, it seemed Jiang Lufeng was gone. Yet it also seemed he had never moved. It was incredibly strange. Jack, unwilling to accept this, swung his trunk wildly, destroying everything around him, leaving flowers, plants, and trees in ruins. The air became thick and murky, with sand and stones flying everywhere, turning what should have been a beautiful, vibrant green forest into a lifeless wasteland. A sea of yellow earth. The name drought was indeed well-deserved. The scene was grand. The momentum was overwhelming. However, from the perspective of their battle, it seemed utterly useless. No matter how powerful his destructive force was, he ultimately couldn't touch a single hair of Jiang Lufeng. This was even more despairing than Kongming's 7 captures of Menghua. Jack poured all his strength into his trunk, and the continuous violent output was starting to take a toll on his body. His eyes rolled back slightly, froth forming at his mouth, and with his desperate need for performance yielding no results, the determination he had been holding onto was gradually loosening, retreating. He probably wouldn't last much longer before being defeated. The two were fighting fiercely, while the other side was just as exciting. Smuggy pulled out a giant sword and started long-range attacks against Valdo. Her giant sword had absorbed enough moisture, growing to a full 100 meters in length. The continuous long-distance slashes forced Valdo to jump around, shaking the ground. The little brothers who had rushed to the battlefield to watch the show hadn't even had time to take in the situation before they were shaken off their feet by the shockwaves created by Valdo's evasions. Damn it, they had just been messed up by the Golden Lion and had just arrived. How could it start again? Everyone retreated further. These freaks were not normal people. It was simply a battle of giants. It was terrifying. Is this what a master looks like? It was as if they could do anything. Don't say anything. Just go. 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 The tremors were making me feel like I was going to vomit my dinner. With no success in close combat, Valdo was furious and jumped 100 meters away, gasping for breath. Smuggy sheathed her sword, replenishing the moisture lost in the water, her face full of pride. Valdo, to be honest, your group is really only relying on Jiang Lufeng and that mysterious swordsman to hold the fort. This measly 500 million pirates are nothing in front of me. Chapter 79. Finally, there's some action. Compared to the temporary truce between Valdo and Smuggy, the Golden Lion was having a blast. Handing over a little brother like Pika to himself was undoubtedly like delivering a mouse to a big cat's face. No, wait. Looking at the current situation, it should be like delivering a gopher. 8 powerful and majestic land lions were tightly focused on Pika, pouncing and biting. It was like rubbing him into the ground. Pika had no choice but to burrow underground. The legendary pirate's observation haki was not something a mere Pika could compare to. In the perception of the Golden Lion, Pika was practically unable to escape. There was nowhere to hide. Every time he popped his head out, those 8 land lions' gaping jaws would already be lunging at him. In an instant, they crushed the stone giant that Pika had summoned with his ability. He could only helplessly retreat underground again. There was no choice. The land lions had teeth as sharp as daggers, all reinforced with armed color haki. If he wasn't careful, he could easily end up as nothing but bones. The most relaxed was the blustering crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile stood atop the giant outline formed by the sandstorm, side by side with Marco, who had been spectating all morning. Although Crocodile seemed to hold a grudge against the Whitebeard pirates and had never given Marco a good look, he felt bored, and since the captain didn't seem to intend to attack Marco, he could only temporarily set aside his grievances and chat with Marco casually. Crocodile, your group is truly quite abnormal. Marco sighed slightly as he watched the spectacular clashes on both sides. Yes, Captain and the others are really strong. I didn't expect that even you, Crocodile, would one day sincerely submit. It seems your captain has a lot of charisma. Crocodile was taken aback. Indeed, he seemed to have genuinely integrated into this team, even referring to Jiang Lufeng as captain in front of him. He was stunned for a while. If Marco hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have realized that Jiang Lufeng had left a towering figure in his heart, leaving an indelible mark. At this moment, Crocodile discovered that he had truly been conquered by someone and sincerely wished to follow this purple-haired youth under 20. Awakening from his brief shock, Crocodile unexpectedly wore a rare sunny smile. Marco found it hard to believe. Seeing such a smile on Crocodile's face would be unbelievable if he told anyone. You've changed. Maybe. I'm really becoming more and more curious about your captain. Don't let your curiosity get too strong. Otherwise, we might end up becoming comrades, Crocodile said with a meaningful smile. Marco chuckled, non-committal. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, something unusual happened on the battlefield. The previously motionless birdcage suddenly began to shrink gradually, and many little brothers near the edge were terrified, trying to resist the birdcage's movement. But for some reason, this thing that seemed like a mere line was incredibly tough. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stop it at all. Hands tried to block, feet tried to block, even moving giant stones to resist did nothing. This scared everyone present. They began to curse loudly. Don Quixote da Flamingo, what do you mean by this? Do you want to kill us all? Devil. You are a devil. But they could only vent their anger, no one would pay them any attention. In the cruel heart of Doflamingo, these little brothers were merely tools for his amusement. Their lives as cheap as ants, not worth mentioning. As expected, Doflamingo, you should die? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, being a spoiler himself. He certainly knew what was coming. However, the skilled daring man did not take this move seriously at all. What he hated was Doflamingo's desire to put them to death. He looked up at the sun hanging directly overhead. Noon was approaching. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Stop playing around. Let's get this over with. Jiang Liufeng's expression hardened as he spoke seriously. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's have some more fun. Ha ha. At that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. Doflamingo. Accompanied by this voice, a sharp sound of breaking air reached their ears. Whoosh. A thin, hair-like black line shot silently towards Jiang Liufeng's back. But how strong was Jiang Liufeng's observation haki? Moreover, the pressure from Jack was minimal. Just as the thin line touched Jiang Liufeng's body, with a swoosh, he had already vanished from his original spot. Doflamingo's smile suddenly vanished. But while the smile was gone, the attack could not be retracted. That thin line shot straight into one of Jack's eyes. A horrifying scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. Jack's eye was directly exploded, his breath unstable, and his fruit ability could not be maintained. My eye, Doflamingo. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Before the battle even began, one of his major generals had already fallen. Doflamingo's expression was extremely ugly. He never expected Jiang Liufeng's reaction to be so fast. His seemingly foolproof strike had actually been dodged. Seeing Jiang Liufeng being ambushed, the Red Count, who had already taken down Big Mom's 15th and 16th daughters, was furious. The thunderstorm in his hand had already been unsheathed, and he was about to attack Doflamingo. The old Sand, who had been chatting and joking, also sprang into action at the first moment. The opportunity to show off had finally come. Charge. But they were quick. There were others faster than them. Bang. Surrounded by blue spiritual flames, Marco, under the enhancement of his phoenix form, was unexpectedly fast. He actually got ahead of the Red Count and the old Sand. His armed haki-enhanced kick heavily struck Doflamingo's chest, sending him flying. Roar. Marco shouted with dominance. Finally, I have some screen time. Doflamingo was utterly speechless. He never expected that as soon as he came out to show off and secretly collect a head, so many people would be lined up waiting to take him down. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 80, Thunder Returns. Having gained the hard-won screen time, Marco cherished it greatly. He didn't give Doflamingo a chance to catch his breath. Having rested for a while, he was now fully energized. His figure flashed, and he had already caught up to the flying Doflamingo. Retracting his wings, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Doflamingo found it difficult to defend, let alone counterattack. After delivering over 100 punches, Marco finally spread his hands, his phoenix wings reappearing, doing a front flip in place. And then a powerful downward kick smashed into Doflamingo's stomach. Doflamingo let out a muffled grunt, as if struck by artillery, crashing into the ground with a loud bang, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fly. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, raising concerns about whether Doflamingo could crawl out. Gulp. The little brothers collectively swallowed hard. So strong. No wonder he is the captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division. Valdo watched with delight, shouting, Good. That was refreshing. Then I need to finish up quickly here. Humph. Valdo, you know you can't hold on much longer, right? Valdo shook his head, saying no. What I mean is, I need to quickly take you down. Smuggy scoffed, laughing, If you have the ability, come over. After saying that, he didn't forget to shake the long sword in his hand, full of provocation. Why should I come over? Valdo found it a bit funny. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 golden pistols. At this moment, the 2 pistols looked very small compared to Valdo's figure. Dude, it took me quite a while to grip them, almost crushing them. The frantic look was quite festive, causing Smuggy to burst out laughing. Ha ha, you crack me up. Valdo, is your brain sick? Trying to use. Before she finished her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. Huh, no way. This isn't right. At this moment, the 2 golden guns in Valdo's hands no longer looked like the small things from before. Looking at the 2 huge dark gun barrels right in front of her, a chill ran down Smuggy's spine, and sweat beads instantly covered her forehead. Not good. Valdo interrupted her coldly. Time really flies. It's time to say goodbye. Bang 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 bang. A round of merciless gunfire suddenly erupted. No, this isn't gunfire. It's more like cannon fire. The little brothers were caught off guard, and the deafening sounds shook their heads, almost bursting their eardrums. It felt like a concussion. Their nerves were about to collapse. Who am I? Where am I? Smuggy was horrified, struggling desperately, but the immense impact of the firearms was something she could withstand. Valdo was the man who could blow up an entire marine fort. You think this is a joke? A round of cannon fire directly blasted Smuggy away, while it didn't kill her. The strong impact sent her flying faster than Jiang Liufeng's lightning. Smuggy's face lost all color, yet she still indignantly shouted, Valdo, I will kill you. Just wait to face the wrath of our entire Big Mom pirate crew. Mom and second brother will definitely grind you to dust. Valdo blew the smoke from the barrel, and his figure gradually shrank. Perhaps, but you won't see that day. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, the bounty of 500 million. I vaguely remember that was about 30 years ago, so. Valdo smiled goodbye. Hearing Valdo's words, Smuggy suddenly had a bad premonition rising in her heart. What could it mean? What did his words imply? The next second, however, it was already too late. Her pupils contracted. No. Just as the word left her mouth, the thin line of the birdcage was already at her nose. The armed Haki she had just summoned hadn't even fully covered her. Ziz. Thud thud thud. The sound of heavy objects falling into the water echoed in everyone's ears. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, with Doflamingo's assistance, one of the three commanders under the Yonko Big Mom, the Juice Minister, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 932 million berries, Smuggy, went down. Smuggy's defeat left a strong visual impact on everyone present. Whether it was those fighting on the battlefield or those watching from the sidelines, they were all shocked. Although Valdo's move felt somewhat opportunistic, capturing Smuggy wouldn't have been so easy otherwise. However, on the battlefield, the victor takes all, losing is losing. And this battle would add a prominent mark to Valdo's achievements. Jack's pupils contracted. He truly couldn't believe that in today's world, there were actually people daring enough to go all out against one of the Yonko. But now he was filled with fear. He knew that if he didn't find a glimmer of hope soon, he might end up like Smuggy, really facing death. He gritted his teeth against the pain and summoned his mammoth form again, preparing to fight to the death. However, he suddenly realized that Jiang Lufeng, who had been right in front of him, had disappeared without a trace. His heart skipped a beat. What happened? Where did he go? He couldn't help but look around. Finally, he saw the group of onlooking little brothers, all with their mouths wide open, heads held high, their eyes filled with horror. It was as if they had seen something incredible. A drop of sweat fell from Jack's forehead. At this moment, he felt as if he was enveloped by a breath of death. The instinctive sensitivity of animals to danger made his hair stand on end. He steadied his mind and struggled to shift his gaze upwards. This is easy. A powerful lightning energy emitted a blinding light, causing Jack to squint his eyes, unable to look directly. But just a glance was enough for him to see clearly. Above in the sky, Jiang Lufeng was holding something high with one hand, looking at him with a smile. And in his palm, he was cradling a massive lightning sphere. Thunderstorm reappeared. Jack's legs went weak in fear, almost losing control of his bladder. The onlooking little brothers were also completely stunned by this display. Fortunately, earlier, Jiang Lufeng and his crew had played a game of size comparison, which caused the little brothers to back off far away. Otherwise, if they were within the range of that lightning sphere, these little brothers would probably be scared out of their wits, unable to run away, just standing there waiting for death. It was too shocking. More shocking than what was in the newspapers. Who said otherwise? What the hell was that? It was too exaggerated. Is that a spirit bomb? Cough, cough. Wrong script. Pay attention, okay? Exactly. This is clearly a large lightning-style Rasengan, alright? The little brother sandwiched in the middle twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the conversation between the two. Damn it, this is a pirate, okay? Those random things you mentioned are still to come. Can you not mix scripts? Chapter 81, A Conspiracy. Everyone was chatting casually, but Jack's heart was in turmoil. A person's instinctive fear of fire and lightning is profound, let alone the gigantic lightning sphere above. The dancing lightning snakes and the heat generated by the high voltage made Jack feel as if he was facing death directly. Am I going to die? No. I don't want to die. He gritted his teeth and howled to the sky, unleashing 120% of his potential. His hair, which was already as hard as steel needles, became even harder. His entire back turned as black as iron, and his armed color hockey surprisingly covered such a large area. Jiang Lufeng. Let me, Drought Jack, take your move. Break your invincibility myth. Jiang Liufeng's raised arm gently pressed down, saying casually, as you wish. With Jiang Liufeng's arm pressing down, that terrifying lightning came straight down towards Jack. Oh no, the boss is serious. Quickly retreat. Waldo shrank his neck, even as a teammate. He was equally frightened by this unstoppable blow and ran away without hesitation. Then Old Sand, Red Earl, Golden Lion, and others followed suit. Jack's pupils shrank again and again as he watched the lightning getting closer, and his fear grew larger. The massive mammoth body trembled uncontrollably, shaking the ground, his jaws chattering. Teeth clattering, making a clattering sound. He regretted it. He regretted being so foolish as to offend such a character. What face? What dignity? Now my life is at stake. As he unwillingly closed his eyes, the lightning fell completely. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions resonated, shaking the entire Dressrosa. When everything settled, the forest area appeared to have been struck by a meteor, creating a massive pit, with trees around ignited by the high temperature, burning fiercely. In the pit lay a figure, disfigured and entirely blackened. Gulp. After a moment of silence, it was unclear who reacted first, swallowing hard and stammering, Jack. Jack was defeated. Boom. This sound was like thunder, waking everyone in Dressrosa. Wow. Oh my god. In just one morning, the Dawn crew had cut down the 4 Emperor's Big Mom and 2 of Kaido's generals. Crazy. This world has gone mad. The new world is probably about to change. So powerful. Who can withstand this lightning strike? Zhang Lufeng, I love you. I want to bear your children. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their uncontrollable excitement. Strong people always evoke others' feelings, becoming objects of admiration in others' eyes, the focus of the world. Zhang Lufeng did it. Whether it was the competitors present or the common folks watching through the video snail, they all had only one name swirling in their minds. Zhang Lufeng. Zhang Lufeng. Zhang Lufeng. Thus, Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters under the 4 Emperors Kaido, with a bounty of 1 billion berries, fell. Bro, did you see that? So strong. Really strong. In a corner of the competition venue, a competitor was excitedly talking to the bearded man beside him, gesturing wildly. I saw it. This kind of unparalleled demeanor is no less than the 4 Emperors. Huh. Bro, why are you touching my butt? Hey, don't push me. That hurts. I didn't tee. The bearded man said in confusion. Damn. Birdcage. The birdcage was still continuously shrinking. Evidently, the 2 little brothers had just been dumbfounded and forgotten about it. Run. The little brother, holding his cut up butt, was crying as he fled, while the bearded man tightened up and hurried to catch up. Who? Things should be about to come to an end. No one should challenge them anymore, right? The first to approach was Little Horse, having the immortal bird fruit. He was almost completely unafraid of the lightning, so he didn't dodge and instead got a close-up view of this breathtaking scene. You are really strong, he said to Zhang Lufeng. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance and laughed happily. Though they said little, they saw in each other's eyes a desire to compete. Just as the 2 were appreciating each other, a thin line in the distance began to twist, continuously wrapping into a densely packed human shape, eventually merging together. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just a clone? No wonder he didn't take him away just now. Zhang Lufeng thought to himself. Ha ha ha, you truly surprised me, Zhang Lufeng. I didn't expect you to be this strong, the fake Doflamingo said with great interest. Zhang Lufeng raised an eyebrow. Doflamingo, now that I've won, is it time to get the fruit? Ha ha ha, do you really think I would give you the fruit? You are too naive. Zhang Lufeng frowned and asked. What do you mean? Do you want to go back on your word? No, no, no. You misunderstood. This competition was originally a conspiracy aimed at Marco. So there was never any talk of rewards. It was just a good show that you disrupted. Marco asked with an unhappy expression. What do you mean? Doflamingo, you dare to set me up? Aren't you afraid of the Whitebeard pirate's wrath? Ha ha ha. Naive Marco. Soon your Whitebeard pirates will no longer exist. What do I have to fear? Doflamingo shook his head, sneering. What did you say? Clarify your words. It's okay to tell you. This time it's an order from the Navy headquarters. To let the other 2 emperors lure you Whitebeard pirates into a trap with the fruit. No matter who it is, once they come, they are self-deluding. And I didn't expect that it would be you, Marco. Originally, I should have killed you and severed Whitebeard's arm, but things didn't go as planned. And that group from Dawn messed everything up. Marco gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the pirates are colluding to harm our Whitebeard pirates. What is your ultimate goal? Do I even need to say? It's simple. To wear down your strength as much as possible before we take action to destroy your Whitebeard pirates. Nonsense. You think you can destroy us, the Whitebeard pirates? Marco clearly didn't believe his nonsense. Doflamingo laughed dismissively. You will know soon enough. Chapter 82, The Final Destination. Marco was about to say something more, but was stopped by Zhang Lufeng. Boom. Marco's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that what Red-Haired said was true? Blackbeard really is that strong? Although he was doubtful, Zhang Liufeng's sincere gaze told him that this matter should be true. Zhang Lufeng nodded and said take care. Farewell. With a sharp bird cry, Marco instantly transformed into the phoenix, flying away as fast as the wind, leaving a long blue light trail in the air, clearly due to his maximum speed. The so-called birdcage was just a joke in front of Marco. He simply ignored it and rushed out. Watching Marco leave, Zhang Lufeng refocused his gaze on Doflamingo. Doflamingo was also staring intently at Jiang Lufeng. Seeing Marco leave safely, the smile on his face could no longer be maintained, and he looked gloomy enough to eat someone. Jiang Lufeng suddenly appearing had completely overturned their plans, and it seemed Jiang Lufeng knew many unknown secrets. The more Doflamingo thought about it, the angrier he became, with veins popping on his forehead. Who exactly are you? Why do you know so many secrets? Jiang Lufeng looked at him calmly and said, you don't need to know this. Just remember what I say next. Doflamingo was puzzled. What words? Clean your neck. Wait for me to come and collect your dog head. Hearing this, Doflamingo was furious, his teeth almost grinding to dust. But he gradually calmed down and put on a cautious smile again. I'll wait for you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to disintegrate and transform into thin white lines that blew away with the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even though they had prepared themselves. When they heard Jiang Lufeng mention the joining of the Golden Lion, Waldo and Old Sand's bodies trembled, a bit beyond their imagination. This is the Golden Lion, one of the top existences among legendary pirates, and he has suddenly become their partner. This is simply too outrageous. However, glancing at the Red Count, both of them felt relieved. Seeing the three of them silent, the Golden Lion laughed heartily, breaking the awkward atmosphere first, saying, "Ha, this must be Waldo. I've heard of you a long time ago, and this should be Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, right? But that one standing there with a sword. I always feel like I've seen him before, but I can't recognize him, so please let the captain introduce him." When it came to the Red Count, the Golden Lion's smile faded, replaced by a slightly serious expression. This person is very strong. The Golden Lion prided himself on his haki, which was exceptionally refined. And in today's world, he could be considered one of the top figures. For someone like Jiang Lufeng, a rare genius, to be able to suppress him was acceptable. But within Dawn, there was actually such a domineering character. Just now, the Golden Lion felt a familiar aura emanating from the person cloaked in purple lightning robes. And he was about to use his observation haki to investigate. But something unexpected happened. The Golden Lion's observation haki was actually blocked by this person. This left the Golden Lion stunned. Curiosity surged, and he couldn't wait to know who the other party was. Jiang Lufeng smiled playfully. "Count, aren't you going to greet your old friend?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Count, who had been silent, slowly raised his arm and gradually moved his hat away from his head. Hiss. At the moment Jiang Lufeng spoke, the Golden Lion had a guess in his heart, but did not dare to believe it. At this moment, when he clearly saw the other's face, his eyes almost popped out. "You, Radefield." The Red Count smiled slightly. "Shiki, it's only been a few years. No need to be so surprised, right?" Hearing the battle intent in the Golden Lion's words, Jiang Lufeng waved his hand and said, "All right, I know you two have a lot of history. But now we are all partners on the same ship, and I don't want to see any unpleasantness. Let's leave the past behind. What we are facing is a new beginning." A flash of battle intent crossed the Golden Lion's eyes, but he said, "That said, I think it's necessary for companions to spar." The Red Count also refused to back down, saying, "I agree." Jiang Lufeng looked at the two of them, ready to fight at any moment, feeling quite helpless. After all, they were old rivals, and getting them to shake hands peacefully was indeed not an easy task. Shaking his head, he said, "Well, you can arrange a duel when you have the chance, and we can watch together, but let's get down to business first. How about it?" "Agreed. Agreed. Help. Run." Then a group of younger brothers rushed over in a panic. Looking closely, it turned out that the birdcage was shrinking and about to close. These younger brothers were all forced over by the birdcage, because the position Jiang Lufeng and the others were in was right in the center of the birdcage. "Look, it's the gods of Dawn. We're saved. We are saved. Gods, quickly break the birdcage. We don't want to die." Jiang Lufeng, hearing this, exchanged glances with the others and nodded, then turned around and pointed to the palace of Dressrosa, his face full of determination, saying, "The final destination. Dressrosa Palace. The goal is to defeat Doflamingo and seize the vampire fruit." Roar. The 4 of them were filled with blood and excitement, with the Red Count leading the charge, drawing his sword, and the Golden Lion following closely behind. The 2 unleashed their magnificent slashes, sweeping through the sky like dragons and phoenixes, leaving onlookers dazzled. That seemingly unbreakable birdcage was as fragile as thin paper under their assault, shattering a large area as if it were nothing. Awesome. The Dawn crew is really amazing. Gods are incredible. Roar. Charge. The exit is right ahead. Chapter 83. The final battle begins. A group of younger brothers saw this newfound hope and began to dance with excitement, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. The sense of fear brought by the birdcage was simply too great. Whether it was towering trees or giant mountains, they all faced the fate of being cut into pieces. let alone their mortal bodies? Even using haki could not stop the speed at which the birdcage closed. How could they not be excited? One by one, they sped away as if on drugs, expressing their thanks before swiftly fleeing from this hellish place. Zhang Lufeng didn't pay them any mind and looked up at the golden lion, saying, "Shiki, are you okay?" "Haha, Captain, you underestimate me too much. It's just a broken arm, nothing to worry about." At this moment, everyone noticed that one of the golden lion's arms was hanging down. The most shocking was the Red Count. He knew the golden lion's strength best and was astonished that he had actually had his arm broken while fighting Zhang Lufeng. The Red Earl always believed that his strength should be on par with Zhang Lufeng, but at this moment, he realized that Zhang Lufeng was far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, there was no time for him to think further. Zhang Lufeng nodded and said, "Let's go." Yes, the group of 5 headed straight for the Dressrosa Palace. Following them was the familiar figure in the sky. Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office. "This is Sengoku. Speak." "Marshal, there is new information from Dressrosa." "Oh, go ahead." "The Dawn Pirates have completely annihilated the Big Mom Pirates and all the contestants sent by the Kaido Pirates at the Forest Suspension Bridge. One of Big Mom's sweet commanders, Snack, and one of Kaido's calamities, Jack the Drought, have all perished. Only a senior officer under the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, Pika, managed to escape underground." Sengoku frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although there were already a series of plans formulated against Zhang Lufeng, hearing such news still made him uneasy. Zhang Lufeng's unstoppable advance was not a good thing for the Navy. Sighing, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "I understand." After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku twirled the pen in his hand, feeling increasingly uncertain about whether they could capture Zhang Lufeng. In the Dressrosa Palace, a sharp voice was continuously shouting, "Doflamingo, they are coming this way. It's terrifying. Can we hold them off? Don't panic. Haven't they been unable to do anything to you? We have sugar on our side. We can catch them off guard. It will be fine." Doflamingo said confidently. Hearing this, Pika felt much more at ease. "Notify everyone to get ready." "Yes." Zhang Lufeng and his group of 5 stood still beneath the palace. Ahead, they were blocked by a familiar figure. Zhang Liufeng's expression changed slightly. "Fujitora, are you going back on your word?" Fujitora chuckled lightly and said, Where does that come from? I didn't seek trouble with you. You came to find trouble with me. How did I trouble you? The Dressrosa Palace is protected by the world. If you want to break into the palace, you are looking for trouble with me." Zhang Lufeng didn't want to entangle with him too much, so he quickly arranged, "Shiki, you stay and hold him off. You don't need to join the rest. The rest of you think of a way to quickly come up and join me. I'll go first." At this point, not only was the Red Earl anxious, but Zhang Lufeng himself was a bit anxious. If Doflamingo realized that the situation was not right and fled, or casually let someone eat the fruit, that would not be good. Immediately, he elementalized, transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting upwards. "Fujitora, I advise you. Your most important task right now is to evacuate the nearby crowd." As Zhang Liufeng's voice fell, he had already disappeared. Fujitora's expression was serious. The people in front of him were not easy to deal with. He decisively said to his subordinate, "Go, immediately evacuate the nearby crowd." Yes, the subordinate hurriedly left with a group of Navy personnel to organize the evacuation of the crowd. "Even so, I cannot let you easily break into the palace. It's my duty, please understand." "Ha ha ha, then you must have that capability. You all go, I'll handle this guy." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. The Red Earl and the others did not hesitate and immediately fled. "Stop!" Fujitora shouted angrily, drawing his sword to block, but was interrupted by the Golden Lion's slash. "Your opponent is me." It was unclear whether Fujitora intended to or not, but he really left the few people behind and drew his sword to attack the Golden Lion. Both were legendary swordsmen, and their fruit abilities actually countered each other. For a time, they fought fiercely, evenly matched. The Golden Lion, with the power of the float fruit, was unaffected by gravity, while Fujitora's gravity fruit had no effect on the Golden Lion. In the end, both had to give up their powers and rely solely on haki and swordsmanship to clash. Logically, in terms of swordsmanship, the legendary Golden Lion should have the upper hand. But without his sword and injured, his combat power had decreased. Meanwhile, Zhang Lufeng, in a flash, arrived at the main hall of the palace. "Doflamingo, hand over the fruit and come out to die." He crossed his arms in front of his chest, speaking calmly as if taking Doflamingo's life was as simple as reaching into a pocket. "Hey, how arrogant. If you want to see Doflamingo, you must first get past us." Although Doflamingo did not show himself, 3 of his officers appeared. One of them wore a fringed hat, had 2 facial scars, and was dressed in a red cloak. Looking like a tribal person, Diamante, Zhang Lufeng immediately recognized this special character. The other two were Gladiolus and Pika. Zhang Lufeng shook his head and chuckled. You three lackeys think you can stop me? Humph. Being so arrogant on our turf? Take this. Diamante took the initiative, launching a bullfight lance straight at Zhang Lufeng. The final battle of Dressrosa began with their clash. Zzz. When the Thunder Beast touched Diamante's bullfight lance, the powerful electric current quickly traveled through the sword and coursed through him. Diamante's pupils constricted. His instinct told him that this move was extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he used armament hockey to withstand the lightning that had already invaded his arm and instantly unleashed the army flag, causing the ground around him to twist inexplicably. The so-called army flag was Diamante's signature move, capable of transforming the surrounding terrain into something as light as paper. Using this characteristic, Diamante cleverly dodged the domineering attack from the Thunder Beast. Zhang Lufeng's eyes lit up. Although Diamante's strength was not strong, his skillful use of techniques and combat experience was noteworthy. After dodging an attack, Diamante did not retreat. Instead, he closed in again with another bullfight cloak aimed at Zhang Lufeng. This cloak seemed light, but had the hardness of steel. Without hesitation, Zhang Lufeng summoned a lightning shield, blocking Diamante's cloak from entering. Unable to advance an inch, Diamante gritted his teeth. He had long heard that Zhang Liufeng's electric shield was impenetrable, and seeing it today was indeed extraordinary. He immediately called on his remaining two companions to join forces, hoping to break through. Gladiolus, Pika, let's go? The two had long been ready and moved at the same time. Half Moon Funeral, Explosive Shell, Diaper, Boom. The three attacked simultaneously, and their techniques landed on Zhang Lufeng. The surrounding ground exploded in dust, and the shockwaves rippled out, creating strong winds that sent items in the hall tumbling over, leaving the entire hall in disarray. While the battle above was fierce, below, the Red Earl and the other three were similarly held back by other officers of the Don Quixote family. The three first encountered Baby 5 and Buffalo. These two were a perfect match. One was a long-range attacker, and the other provided flying assistance, with heavy weapon attacks complemented by high mobility. In the end, they decided to leave Vardo to deal with them. Seeing the Red Earl and Lao Sha continue to advance recklessly, Baby 5 and Buffalo initially wanted to stop them, but their attacks couldn't even touch the hem of the Red Earl's clothes. Lao Sha, with his natural fruit ability, elementalized and ignored their attacks, infuriating the two. Plus, Vardo skillfully wielded dual guns, frequently blocking their pursuit with precise marksmanship. Ultimately, the two had no choice but to stay behind and prepare to deal with Vardo first. Baby 5, first, let's deal with this big guy. Received. The two relied on mobility, while Waldo relied on observation hockey, continuously shooting and dodging, performing an extraordinary gun duel. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. The second obstacle was Mahabais and Jorah, who decided to leave Old Shah behind, allowing the Red Count to continue advancing. After all, the fruit was what the Red Count needed, so it was better to let him quickly meet Zhang Lufeng. With their combined strength, they could achieve success at the fastest speed. Oh ho ho ho, don't think you can leave easily. You too shall become a part of my art. Heaven's art. Jorah waved her hands, and a colorful mist spread out, enveloping a large area around them. However, in the end, it was still a step too late, as the powerful observation hockey of the Red Count found the flaw and rushed out. But Old Shah clearly didn't have such good skills. He couldn't dodge and failed to escape the covered area. Oh ho ho ho. Mahabais, I'll deal with this person. You go chase that runaway. All right. Thus, it transformed into a battle between Jorah and Old Shah, while the Red Count and Mahabais engaged in a chase. Crocodile, what qualifications do you have to become a warlord? I see you can't even beat me, yet you dare to compare yourself to the master? Old Shah flicked the ash off his cigar, his expression darkening. Being underestimated felt really bad. A proud person like him would never be willing to be at the bottom of the Dawn's crew. Looking at the huge face formed by Jorah's ability, he said in a deep voice, "Ugly monster, you talk too much." Jorah, enraged by his words, retorted, "Damn it. You are really annoying. I will turn you into a pile of dung. Accept the baptism of my life's art and become a part of my art." In the colorful mist, Jorah changed her form at will, transforming into a fierce demon, reaching out with clawed hands to grab Old Shah. Desert Treasure Blade. Old Shah didn't bother to talk with her, immediately stretching out his arm and transforming it into a huge sand blade, rushing towards Jorah from the ground. Just as Old Shah was in a crisis, the Red Count had already run into the corridor of the castle, getting closer to the palace hall. They were Pika and Drinch and Rao. The Red Count's eyes flashed coldly, but his heart was set on the vampire fruit and didn't want to get entangled too much. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful sword chi. After forcing the three back, he planned to slip through quickly. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. The retreated Pika immediately merged into the wall. The next second, the road in front of the Red Count began to roll up, blocking the exit tightly. The Red Count's speed of 8 cuts per second, honed over 70 to 80 years, was fully displayed. But the gains were minimal. The gap he had just cut was quickly blocked, making it extremely troublesome. The Red Count coldly looked at the four pursuing him. With a flash of lightning in his hand, he pointed at them and said, "Do you want to die? Do you think covering your face makes you a master? Without Zhang Lufeng, each of you left is nothing but garbage." Pika cried out in a sharp voice, which was quite unpleasant. "Don't waste time with him. Quickly deal with Zhang Liufeng's subordinates, then surround him together. Daring to provoke our Don Quixote family is simply seeking death." Rao, with hollow eyes like a corpse, loudly said. The usually quiet and calm Red Count finally couldn't hold back any longer, his face showing a fierce expression, cold enough to scare people. He flipped his lightning and shot out. "Ignorant people, isn't it good to be alive?" As his voice fell, he had already approached the frontmost Rao in an instant. At this moment, the Red Count was truly furious. The older one gets, the less they want to die. This saying is not wrong at all. For someone like the Red Count, who has 1 foot in the coffin, the temptation of this fruit is too great, enough to drive him insane. Those who dare to obstruct him from obtaining the fruit can imagine their fate. They will have to face the Red Count's most frenzied slaughter. Chapter 85. Go to hell and repent. The battlefield was divided into 5, with 5 groups fiercely battling. Who would have thought that the one to quickly end the battle and score the first point for Dawn would be Old Shah, who had been lying in wait? However, for him, who possessed a Logia fruit, it did not cause any substantial damage. Jorah, with a sinister smile, said, "Oh ho ho ho. Crocodile, it's useless. In my world of art, no one can hurt me." Old Shah elementized his body, turning into a pile of sand, then reformed back into human shape. A rebound attack. Interesting. He suddenly widened his eyes, his gaze cold enough to chill. Jorah instinctively shivered and said, "Stop struggling. Accept the baptism of art." Although she was verbally aggressive, for some reason, when Old Shah glared at her, she felt a chill in her heart, an indescribable sense of terror. In her world of abilities, there was a significant flaw. She herself could not move. To avoid prolonging the battle, she prepared for a quick resolution. Life art. She reached out her large hands towards Old Shah, but strangely, Old Shah did not dodge at all, allowing her to grab him. Have you given up resisting?" Jorah smirked, preparing to turn Old Shah into a part of her mural. But unexpectedly, with a pop, she actually exploded Old Shah's form. She was shocked, surprised at how strong her grip was. However, the scene of blood splattering did not happen. Old Shah once again elementized, changing positions and reassembling his form. "Don't you know that in the new world, hockey is very important?" Old Shah said with a sinister smile, having been trained by the military. He spoke these words with a sense of triumph. What? This nonsensical statement left Jorah confused. Old Shah ignored her and continued, "A guy without any hockey, relying solely on ability, dares to think he can defeat me. You probably don't even know how to write the word death." Old Shah's eyes sharpened as he mocked Jorah. The next second, Old Shah slapped his right hand on the ground. This move was Old Shah's unique large area attack. After his right hand touched the ground, he used dry crack, absorbing the moisture from the objects or beings he touched and gradually spreading it outward. Once activated, it possessed the terrifying power to turn even rocks into sand, causing the surrounding buildings to gradually turn to sand and sink, making the ground appear dead and cracked like a wasteland. Jorah's pupils constricted as she looked at the ground around her and the vast area, all visibly turning to sand. Hiss! She gasped in fear. In just a matter of seconds, her world of art was devoid of anything. All that remained was an endless desert. Without giving her time to react, Old Shah's next move was already formed. After turning the surroundings into his home field, Old Shah unleashed a series of windstorm attacks. And it was the enhanced version. He held a mini sandstorm tornado in his palm and casually threw it to the ground. That mini sandstorm, enhanced by the surrounding desert terrain, instantly transformed into a massive whirlwind. It then exploded, momentarily resembling thousands of blades made of sand flying through the sky, mixed in with the terrifying whirlwind, slashing outwards. Ah, damn it. Jorah was terrified, but in her world of art, all attacks could rebound. Although Old Shah's move looked extremely terrifying, she was confident she could block it. "Crocodile, don't waste your effort. In my world of art, everything does not." How could this happen? Just as Jorah was shouting, something unexpected occurred. It turned out that Old Shah's move was not what it seemed. He never intended to attack her. He merely utilized the characteristic of the sandstorm forming a hurricane, continuously sending sand blades mixed with tremendous wind force towards the colorful mist released by Jorah. That colorful mist was gradually blown away by the hurricane. Jorah's so-called artistic world was collapsing without a fight. Just as the colorful mist disappeared and Jorah's figure appeared, Old Shah coldly locked onto her. Desert Diamond Blade. Old Shah transformed his hands into 4 large sand blades and attacked Jorah. This Desert Diamond Blade was sharper than the Desert Blade. It had the sharpness to cut through extremely thick rock walls, able to slice through anything. Jorah was horrified. Old Shah's moves were too brutal and ruthless, scaring her to the point of cold sweat pouring down her back, soaking her clothes. Facing the threat to her life, her survival instinct kicked in, prompting her to quickly jump aside, narrowly avoiding the 4 sharp sand blades. Phew! Having narrowly escaped, she let out a slight sigh of relief. You sure sweat a lot. Let me help you dry off. However, her wildly beating heart hadn't calmed down yet. Old Shah's voice came again, low and eerie. Turning her head, she saw that Old Shah had somehow moved to her side, his right hand already elementalized. The vast expanse of desert had now become Old Shah's domain, and he moved through this desert with astonishing speed. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Jorah's pupils constricted as she saw a crescent-shaped sand blade sweeping towards her from the side. The sand blade pierced through her. This was Old Shah's signature move, where he enlarged his arm to form a crescent-shaped sand blade to strike his enemy. It only made contact without causing harm, but once struck, it would drain all the moisture from the body, eventually leaving one powerless and turning into a dehydrated mummy. At the moment the sand blade passed through her, the moisture in Jorah's body was also drained, her once plump body instantly resembling a dried corpse, skin wrinkled. Her legs giving way beneath her, collapsing to the ground with a thud. You. Jorah looked at Old Shah in terror, never expecting to be completely defenseless. She could no longer utter a single boastful word, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to plead, "Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Old Shah looked down coldly at the woman crawling at his feet and slowly raised his arm. "Now do you understand why I can become a warlord? I understand. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Let me go like a fart." From the hand that Old Shah raised, Jorah sensed the approach of death, her hunched figure trembling. If it weren't for the lack of moisture in her body, she might have already wet herself in fear. Go to hell and repent. Chapter 86, Blade Draw Slash. Old Shah clenched his fist, then pulled out a cigar, lit it lightly, took a deep puff, and turned to leave elegantly. Jorah was momentarily stunned. Was he letting her go? No, that couldn't be right. What did it mean? She was confused, but in the next second, she understood. The desert around her suddenly sank, forming a massive quicksand pit centered on her. The surrounding sand was gradually rushing towards her. Desert sunflower. Her body was slowly sinking with the quicksand. No. I don't want to die. Help. Nothing was more terrifying than knowing one was about to die, yet feeling utterly powerless, struggling in vain. Every minute and second felt like an eternity as she sank towards the bottomless abyss, a double torment of spirit and body. It was utterly hopeless. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, Jorah of the Don Quixote family fell. In the remaining battlefield, aside from the Golden Lion and Fujitora practicing Tai Chi, the other 3 battlefields were on the verge of determining a victor. The fastest was the battle involving the Red Earl. The Red Earl, eager for results, was merciless in his attacks. Although he was facing 4 opponents, just a few exchanges, and the 4 had already sustained numerous injuries. Huff. The 4 distanced themselves from the Red Earl, gasping for breath. Oh no, this is bad. We're all close combat fighters. Facing this knife-wielding guy is like being a target delivered right to him, Durlinger said, cupping his hands by his mouth, his head aching. There's no choice. We can only sacrifice one person to fight him head-on, while the other 3 find tricky angles to attack. The brawny Mahabais asked, so who's going to take the hit? The other 3 turned their heads in unison to look at him. A large bead of sweat rolled down Mahabais's forehead. You. Stop talking. It's you. Quickly use your ability. Pika's sharp voice rang out, then with a kick sent Mahabais's hefty body flying towards the Red Earl. Mahabais was terrified. But with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to act. He didn't want to wait for death. Gritting his teeth, he brought out his strongest move. Hell's 10,000-ton base. Boom. With the power of the ton pressure fruit, Mahabais's weight reached an astonishing 10,000 tons. He flew through the air towards the Red Earl, resembling a steam locomotive, and as he passed, the surrounding air generated waves of heat due to the immense friction. The remaining 3 leaped into action, each finding different angles to prepare a thunderous strike when the Red Earl attacked, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. This seemingly meticulous plan, however, was filled with flaws in the eyes of the Red Earl. The gap in strength was simply too vast, like a group of kindergarten kids trying to take down an adult. No matter how perfect the design, it was futile against overwhelming power, speed, and ability. All schemes eventually amounted to nothing. The Red Earl gripped his knife, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if the enemy's attack was merely a few clowns performing tricks. Just as Mahabais was about to reach him, the Red Earl locked onto him. Mahabais felt as if he had suddenly been targeted by a prehistoric beast, a strong bloody aura and murderous intent enveloping him, causing his body hair to stand on end, his heart stopping for 2 seconds, even forgetting to breathe. That immense power was contained by the scabbard, unable to dissipate, all accumulating on the blade. Just as Mahabais was about to make contact with the Red Earl, Rao and Durlinger struck simultaneously. This was their perfect opportunity. If they waited for Mahabais' attack to be neutralized by the Red Earl before acting, it would be too late. They aimed to exploit the moment when the Red Earl's old strength had waned and new strength had not yet emerged. Their calculation was spot on. If it were someone else, they would likely have met a certain death. Unfortunately, they encountered the Red Earl. The Red Earl suddenly widened his eyes. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Waist pain style. Ice. Horn charge. Mahabais was within inches, and Durlinger and Rao struck simultaneously from left and right. At that moment, the Red Earl finally moved. With a swift draw of his knife, he had already completed his attack. Blade draw slash. A strike devoid of any fancy moves. Almost a fundamental skill that every swordsman must learn. Yet, in different hands, it wielded different power. The Red Earl's blade draw slash was explosively more powerful than that of the giraffe from Judicial Island. Although he did not appear to move, this slash enveloped all directions. 3 people attacking him had no idea what had happened. They only felt a dizzying spin, followed by darkness, and then there was no more. The slash split the 3 in half, its momentum unabated, directly penetrating the wall. Boom. Outside the palace, the entire building suddenly erupted with a circular beam of light, followed by a series of deafening collapse sounds. This massive structure had been cleaved in half by the Red Count's strike. The unengaged Pika was scared to death, with no fighting spirit left. At this moment, his legs went weak, collapsing beneath him, and he was nothing like a master anymore. He was just terrified. After the Red Count finished his strike, he seemed to walk leisurely, but in reality, he moved incredibly fast, evading the inertia of the 3 being cut into 6 pieces. Even the quick Pika couldn't see how the Red Count had walked out. The Red Count walked step by step towards Pika, and behind him came the cracking sounds of flesh colliding. Clap, clap. The sound of the Red Count's footsteps was like a countdown to Pika's demise. With each step, Pika's heart sank, and the short distance of just a few steps felt like half a lifetime. The fear in Pika's heart was immense, and the torment he experienced was vividly reflected in his pale face. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Pika, who seemed strong, suddenly burst into tears, his sharp cries sounding very grating. Chapter 87. 2 moves at hand. The Red Count walked past him step by step. The thunderstorm in his hand was washed clean by the water that the blade produced, bright and spotless, making it impossible to tell that just seconds ago it had taken several lives. Pika breathed deeply, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. The feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too good. In a daze, he thought of the wonderful life that awaited him after surviving this disaster. This time, having survived, I must turn over a new leaf. I will strive to do more good in the future, Pika said with a smile. However, as the Red Count turned the corner, his voice echoed back, "Stop deceiving yourself. If you want to be a good person, then work hard in your next life." As soon as the words fell, the Red Count had disappeared around the corner, leaving Pika, who was left dumbfounded and stunned. Boom. The Red Count's words struck his ears like a thunderclap, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his head. He suddenly felt a piercing pain sweep over his body. Struggling to lower his head, he looked in disbelief at the very conspicuous knife wound at his waist. Blood was gushing out in large amounts. Previously, he thought the wetness beneath him was from his own collapse. Now, upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was his own blood pouring out, covering the ground. So, I was also cut down. Clap. The Red Count's one strike had claimed 4 lives, and the building collapsed. It was simply terrifying. But there was nothing surprising about it. For this legendary figure, it was just a normal operation. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, Pika, Lao, Dringer, and Mahabais, for cadres, were down. Zhang Liufeng's battle was nearly completed at the same time as the Red Count's. The 3 cadres fighting him were much smarter, cooperating well, and showing considerable tacit understanding. Just now, the 3 had combined their strength in an attack, but were unable to break through Zhang Liufeng's lightning shield. What seemed to be a highly destructive attack bombarded Zhang Lufeng, but it was like child's play, easily blocked. After the strike, the three had their own calculations and did not intend to engage in a deadlock with Zhang Lufeng. They planned to use a clever tactic to ensure they weren't defeated while waiting for their teammates' rescue. Little did they know that their teammates had already been mostly wiped out. Their strategy was a collaboration between Diamante and Gladiolus, with Pika providing support. Gladiolus would first plant explosives in the ground, setting traps where the opponent had previously touched, which would start to expand and explode when triggered, causing explosive damage to the opponent. Then, they would let Pika, who was swimming on the ground, trigger the mechanism. Finally, Diamante would use his ability to push the prepared explosion towards Zhang Lufeng. This formed a combo. Zhang Liufeng's lightning shield was actually showing signs of weakening under the continuous, powerful bombardment, resembling a blind punch killing a teacher. Effective. His shield is clearly about to break. Diamante exclaimed excitedly. Is it that easy to shine when you give them a bit of sunshine? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Zhang Lufeng shook his head with a smile. He wasn't going to waste any more time. He needed to deal with these insignificant pests quickly. Spending so much time on them would be a laughingstock. With his smile fading, the hammer of thunder was already in his hand, infused with lightning energy, and he casually threw it, preparing to take care of this person first. Hearing this, Zhang Lufeng chuckled. I'm about to break? You really underestimated me. Before the hammer of thunder could hit, he pointed a finger at the sky and shot out a bolt of lightning. God's punishment. That bolt of lightning arrived ahead of time, transforming into a massive thunder pillar in the sky, heading straight for Pika, who was continuously triggering the mechanism. The others weren't very familiar with Zhang Lufeng's moves. When they saw him shoot lightning into the sky, they didn't pay much attention, focusing all their attention on the hammer of thunder. Here it comes, Gladiolus exclaimed. Diamante understood quickly, rapidly changing the terrain to help Gladiolus avoid the heavy impact. Ha! Zhang Lufeng, you're nothing but boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a horrific howl came from Pika's mouth. That divine punishment accurately struck Pika, who was triggering the mechanism. This thunder pillar, like the wrath of heaven, exploded on Pika, causing smoke to rise from his head, and his entire body went limp and melted to the ground. The sight of him gasping for breath shocked both Diamante and Gladiolus. He crashed heavily into Gladiolus's back, who had been distracted by the horrific Pika. Crack! Ugh! The sound of bones breaking echoed along with Gladiolus's mournful cry. Pika was struck by the lightning and lost consciousness in an instant. But Gladiolus was different. He felt the immense pain from his shattered spine. So his wails were even more haunting. Diamante never expected this turn of events to happen so suddenly. The originally favorable situation had drastically turned around in just 2 of Zhang Liufeng's casual moves. How could this happen? Impossible, why are you so strong? Diamante shouted hoarsely. With both of his teammates incapacitated by a single blow, he was left alone and vulnerable. He knew the situation was dire and that he might end up like his teammates. Gladiolus, enduring the intense pain, struggled to get up from the ground, propping himself up with his now useless back. Diamante, run. Go protect the master. I'll die with him. Diamante trembled at his words, looking reluctantly at his 2 teammates. I won't leave you behind. Go quickly. Even if you stay, it won't make a difference. Diamante sighed and lowered his head. Indeed, staying didn't seem to help at all. Just moments ago, he had brazenly claimed that Zhang Lufeng was about to break, only to find that others were merely watching him play the fool. He was not hesitant either. He patted Gladiolus on the shoulder and said, take care. With a firm resolve, he turned and fled towards the back hall. Chapter 88, Great Powers. Watching Diamante leave, Gladiolus endured the pain and reached a corner of the road. Gritting his teeth, he felt his body gradually expand. Zhang Lufeng, who had the attribute of foreshadowing, naturally knew that this guy was preparing to self-destruct. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This corner dog really had an outrageous imagination. Preparing to perform such a lengthy spell right in front of himself, the strongest spear in his hand had already formed with 4 fingers piercing through. Just as Gladiolus's body had expanded nearly twice, Zhang Lufeng shot forward. With the elementalization ability of the Thunder Fruit, when Zhang Lufeng unleashed his strongest spear, both the damage and speed were elevated to a new level, surpassing even the 3rd generation of Raikage. His whole body became elementalized, leaving only one arm as the spearhead, while the rest transformed into a streak of flashing lightning. The speed was astonishing, making it seem like a legendary lightning spear was striking with lightning speed. Gladiolus's pupils contracted, and he was horrified. Zhang Liufeng's speed was truly too fast. He was anxious, realizing that he hadn't gathered enough power for his move. It seemed the opponent had seen through his intentions. With no other choice, he could only brace himself and detonate. And how much damage he could inflict was left to fate. Boom. Sizzle. At the moment, Gladiolus gave up charging and self-detonated. Zhang Liufeng's strongest spear had already pierced through his chest, continuing to shoot toward the back hall without pause. Gladiolus felt a sharp pain in his chest, his pupils dilated. Was he ultimately unable to keep up? Boom. Boom. Coincidentally, Gladiolus's self-detonation and the Red Count's slash were completed almost simultaneously. This caused the entire castle to shake violently at the moment the Red Count cut through it, making the whole structure precarious, piercing through Gladiolus. Zhang Lufeng did not stop and directly chased after the fleeing Diamante. Upon exiting the main hall, he was greeted by a sea of sunflowers. On the other side of the flower field was likely where Doflamingo was located, as that was where the royal family of Dressrosa resided, and Zhang Liufeng's observation Haki had already sensed Doflamingo's presence. At the same time Zhang Lufeng sensed him, Doflamingo also sensed Zhang Liufeng's arrival. Originally enjoying a sunbath by the pool and sipping a delicious cold drink, Doflamingo immediately retracted the smile from his face. He sat up in an instant, turning his head with eyes that seemed to want to eat people, fixating on Violet. Did you not say everything was under control? Violet replied calmly. I did see the Dawn crew being restrained by your arrangements. Everyone is being ambushed at different positions. Before she could finish her sentence, Doflamingo lifted her by the neck. Then tell me, why is Zhang Lufeng here? Hearing this, a pained smile of relief appeared on Violet's face. It seems you have already noticed, Doflamingo. Your end is near. After occupying our Dressrosa royal family for so many years, your retribution has finally come. Doflamingo was furious upon hearing this. Damn woman, you'll see what happens soon. Saying this, he threw Violet towards the corner and rushed out in a panic. He had sensed that Diamante was about to be in crisis, the first to resolve the battle. Old Sand had already joined forces with the Red Count, and the two of them rushed towards Zhang Lufeng, soon converging in the sunflower field. Captain! Captain! The three surrounded the fleeing Diamante, exchanging smiles. Zhang Lufeng smiled and asked, So, has everything been resolved? Jola has been taken care of by me, Old Sand reported first, clearly satisfied that he had eliminated a cadre rather than dealing with small fry. Pika, Dellinger, Lao, and Mahabas have all been dealt with, the Red Count said lightly. Hearing this, Old Sand's face turned red. Damn, he didn't expect the Red Count to have taken out four while he had only taken out one, making his expression instantly sour. At that moment, Diamante felt worse than eating shit. The relaxed conversation between the three felt like heavy blows, crashing down on his already frightened psyche. From what the others had said, it could be concluded that nearly all the cadres of their Don Quixote family had been taken out. The Jola, Dellinger, Lao, Mahabas, Pika, along with Gladiolus, had resulted in 7 members already dead. What remained were only Buffalo and 5 from the first echelon of their ambush, as well as Torpole and Sugar guarding the underground factory, and Virgo and Monet who were on a secret mission outside, not to mention Doflamingo and Violet, along with himself. How much time had passed? Their Don Quixote family, a part of the 7 warlords of the sea in the New World, had already lost nearly half of their cadres. How could this not terrify Diamante? Just as he was lost in thought, Zhang Liufeng's voice echoed again. Good, you two came just in time. This live one is for you. Count, I'm going to meet Doflamingo. Okay, Captain. The Red Count hesitated, truly anxious. Although he had to follow the captain's orders, he couldn't suppress his own impulse. Zhang Lufeng understood this and smiled, pointing at Diamante. I left a live one for the fruit. This guy is a high-ranking cadre and should know some things. Count, your hidden abilities can be tested on him. Oh, good guy. This statement startled the Red Count. Their captain was truly extraordinary, knowing all the secrets. He had no reason to doubt that Zhang Lufeng was deceiving him. There was no need for that since everyone was busy helping him get the fruit. The Red Count nodded, agreeing, good, Captain. After which, Zhang Lufeng nodded and turned to look at the silhouette rapidly approaching from afar. Thunder energy surged, and with a whoosh, he charged forward. Chapter 89. This guy is quite comfortable pretending. The conversation piqued Old Sand's curiosity. The Red Count was already so powerful, yet still hid his strength. He was eager to see what other tricks the Red Count had up his sleeve. At that moment, Diamante finally noticed that Doflamingo was coming to the rescue. Feeling as if he had been inspired, the previously looming thoughts of helplessness were now cut off, and he prepared to fight to the death. He took the initiative to attack, planning to strike first. With Zhang Lufeng gone, he felt a glimmer of hope against the two. Snake sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He struck out with a sword, aiming directly at the Red Count. The Red Count drew his sword to block, accurately deflecting Diamante's sword tip. But something strange happened. The sword, which should have been extremely hard, suddenly became light and agile, twisting and moving like a poisonous snake. After being deflected by the Red Count's sword, it curved around and struck again towards the Red Count. The Red Count perked up slightly, finding it interesting. He immediately began to wield his beautiful blade, successfully blocking several more of the opponent's attacks. A gap was opened up, and a sword energy slashed towards Diamante. Watching the fierce strike rapidly approaching, Diamante was taken aback and quickly dodged. In their first confrontation, Diamante was left dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. "Who exactly are you?" he asked gravely. The brief exchange had already allowed Diamante to see the extraordinary swordsmanship of the Red Count. In this world, only renowned sword masters possess such exceptional sword skills. Thus, he understood that the figure before him, whose face he could not clearly discern, was definitely not an ordinary person. Swish! More sharp slashes came at Diamante, throwing him into disarray as he desperately used his abilities to alter the terrain in order to escape. Death Stardust. Diamante, feeling extremely frustrated and like a rat fleeing from a street, could no longer endure it. He unleashed an area attack, trying to inflict substantial damage on the Red Count and his companion. He took out several firecrackers, launching a flurry of paper scraps into the sky. The lightweight paper transformed into sharp, thorny iron balls at high altitude, then turned into a torrential rain of iron falling from above. Returning to the two main fighters, Old Shah initially thought he had no role to play, but to his surprise, he still had a chance to show off his skills. He raised his right arm high towards the sky, instantly elementalizing into a massive sand umbrella, catching all of Diamante's attacks. Diamante gritted his teeth in anger, but felt utterly helpless. Seizing the opportunity, the Red Count closed in on Diamante and swiftly struck 8 times. Surprisingly, all of them were dodged by Diamante. He had made his body as light as paper, and while the Red Count's strikes were overwhelmingly powerful, basically, the wind arrived before the blade. Diamante's light body was blown away by the invisible air currents before the Red Count's strikes could land. It looked impressive, but in reality, it was not his own strength that allowed him to evade. It was merely the characteristic of his ability. Just as Diamante was feeling pleased with himself, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, followed by a powerful hand gripping it. "There are 2 of us, after all. What are you so pleased about?" A cold voice mixed with a strong smell of tobacco came through. "Oh no." Diamante was startled. The Red Count's moves forced him to concentrate all his attention, causing him to forget that Old Shah was watching from the side. Just as he realized this and tried to break free, it was too late. With Old Shah's firm grip, there was no chance left for him. "Desert prison," Old Shah roared, executing his signature move. Diamante's body quickly shriveled at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a skeletal figure, like a dried corpse. "You." He struggled to utter a word, his voice hoarse and painful, as if his throat were being cut by a knife. He looked at Old Shah in despair, feeling utterly drained of strength, resigned to his fate. Having snatched a kill from the Red Count, Old Shah was overjoyed, thinking, "This guy is really showing off." He happily tossed Diamante at the Red Count's feet and said, "Count, it's your turn now. Let me see what other tricks you have." Old Shah's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at the Red Count. The Red Count, not one to be coy, strode confidently to Diamante's front, causing the latter to step back in fear. "Cough, cough, what do you want?" Diamante looked at the Red Count in panic. It is said that the unknown is the most frightening, and at that moment, Diamante's expression vividly illustrated this saying. Hearing Old Shah mention using some big move, how could he not be afraid? He had no idea what these two were planning to do to him. "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions," the Red Count said calmly. "I won't say anything." "No way." Diamante didn't even get the chance to finish his sentence because the Red Count's large hand had already pressed down on his head. Instantly, Diamante's pupils dilated, and his body twitched uncontrollably, losing all sense of consciousness. This was the Red Count's hidden ability, the power to read memories. It is well known that the development of observation haki can yield many powerful functions, such as sensing danger or glimpsing brief futures. However, the Red Count's extraordinary observation haki talent allowed him to see through people's hearts and read their memories. Using this ability, the Red Count easily discovered the location of the vampire fruit. It was in the hands of Sugar in the underground factory. He was also fully aware of the location of the underground factory's passage. Releasing Diamante, the Red Count's keen eyes finally found what he was looking for. Old Shah looked completely bewildered. "Is that it? What just happened?" He had been watching closely and saw that the Red Count merely placed his hand on Diamante's head for a moment, and there was no commotion. Just as he was filled with confusion, the Red Count had already finished. "What the hell was that? Where's the big move you promised?" Old Shah was very frustrated, and could only follow the Red Count as they left. Of course, before leaving, he didn't forget to give Diamante a desert sunflower for good measure. In the sunflower garden, using desert sunflowers, it was quite fitting. All the while, his curiosity remained unquenched, and he couldn't help but ask, "Count, what just happened?" The Red Count smiled playfully. "Want to know? Just let me place my hand on your head, and you'll find out." Old Shah was taken aback and immediately waved his hand, saying, "No need. Let us forget about that." He wasn't foolish. The Red Count was quite mysterious, and he had no idea what terrifying things might happen. Chapter 90. Valdo's Romantic Encounter. The two of them walked one after another through a winding dark passage, arriving at an old elevator at the end. Old Shah couldn't help but marvel. "Count, how did you know about this passage?" He looked at the Red Count, who appeared even more ominous in the dark corridor, causing Old Shah to shiver. "Well, Diamante just told me," the Red Count replied. Boom. A thunderclap rang in Old Shah's mind. Could it be that just now the two didn't say much more as they stepped into the elevator and descended? The story of Valdo's encounter was far more interesting than theirs. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, who was hugging his arm and constantly calling him darling, he felt utterly speechless. Here's how it went. With the tacit cooperation of Bahar and another person, they had a standoff with Valdo during a gunfight. Both sides evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. After a prolonged battle with no resolution, both sides began to change their tactics. Five transformed into a sharp, large knife, which Bahar held, spinning rapidly. It charged fiercely towards Valdo. In close combat, Valdo naturally had no fear. He extended his hands, which turned as black as iron, and raised his two arms equipped with armed haki to meet the attack. This resulted in another round of intense close combat. However, with Bahar's assistance, Five's weapon attacks had significantly improved in both speed and power. The two opponents were quite cunning. Whenever they sensed danger, they would immediately retreat into the air, making it difficult for Valdo to take them down. After all, he couldn't fly. This couldn't go on. Valdo's mind raced, and he devised a plan to first take out the troublesome Bahar, leaving the weapon girl to deal with later. However, the two opponents seemed to have sensed this as well, so they were no longer prepared for close attacks. This led to another change in tactics, with Five transforming into a missile, and Bahar utilizing the inertia from spinning to launch the missile at Valdo. The power of this missile should not be underestimated, and Valdo did not dare to be careless, dodging several waves in quick succession. A feeling of helplessness surged in his heart, making Valdo so angry that he was jumping up and down. He couldn't help but curse, "You two, can you come down? Hiding in the sky is nothing to brag about." Originally, it was just a way to vent his pent-up frustration, but unexpectedly, it had an unforeseen effect. The girl in the sky, Five, suddenly blushed, stopped her preparations, and murmured, "Am I needed? All right, since you need me, I'm coming." She suddenly broke free from Barofa's grasp and jumped down towards Valdo on the ground. This scared Barofa half to death, and he hurriedly chased after the descending Five. Valdo was completely bewildered. What is going on? Did she really come down just because I told her to? Plop. Even after Five stood right in front of him, he still hadn't reacted. "Do you need me?" Five shyly asked. Valdo was momentarily taken aback. What does this woman want? He felt inexplicably confused. But Valdo didn't have time to think too much. He saw Barofa anxiously flying down. What a great opportunity. He secretly rejoiced and thought, "I don't care about anything else. I'll take care of this annoying guy first." He turned his fists towards Barofa and unleashed a flurry of attacks. After all, Barofa was not a formidable opponent. He could only rely on his abilities to endure against Valdo for a while. But now that they were in close combat and Valdo caught him off guard, he had no power to defend himself. After being hit by the first punch, the outcome was already sealed. In less than a minute, Valdo had ruthlessly pummeled him over 100 times. My God, the scene was simply unbearable, to the point that even Barofa's mother wouldn't recognize him. Five, who had initially appeared shy and demure, was awakened by Valdo's brutal assault. "Are you deceiving me?" She glared at Valdo, incredulously asking. "Haha, the trouble has finally been resolved. Little girl, it's your turn now, come here." Upon hearing this, Five became shy again and asked, "Are you needing me?" Valdo frowned. Is this girl a bit slow? Why is her speech so out of context? He impatiently replied, "Yes. Yes, whatever you say, just come over and let us settle this, don't waste my time." Hearing that she was needed, Five's mood suddenly brightened, and she obediently came to stand in front of Valdo. He immediately became wary, until Five stood straight in front of him. Valdo couldn't believe that just seconds ago they were enemies, and now she was so obedient. "Is there anything else you need my help with? Do you know where the vampire fruit is?" Five nodded, indicating she knew. "Then can you take me there?" Yes. Being needed made Five feel very happy, and she fell into a trance. Normally, Whenever she was used by others, her teammates would remind her, but now without their reminders, she couldn't extricate herself. She immediately started walking cheerfully ahead to lead Valdo. However, to Valdo, her cheerful steps meant something else. Why is this woman running so fast? Is she trying to escape? Wait. He shouted and called her to stop. Valdo pointed to the side and said, "Come over and stay with me." Hearing this, 5's face flushed bright red. Her little mouth opened but was quickly covered by her hand, and her heart started racing uncontrollably. She excitedly asked, "Do you need me to stay with you?" Valdo was puzzled and replied, "Yes." "What's wrong? Don't you want to? Are you up to something?" Valdo's expression turned cold. Could it be that this woman has a trick up her sleeve? Oh my god, is this a confession? How annoying. Being so needed makes it hard to refuse. Valdo had no idea that 5's heart was already in turmoil. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, each with their own thoughts, and this beautiful misunderstanding occurred. The next second, plop, Valdo suddenly felt something soft rush towards him, and by the time he realized what was happening, 5 had already thrown herself into his arms. Chapter 91, Capsized in the Gutter. Being needed by someone is truly a happiness. I'm willing to be with you. In Valdo's arms, 5's face was flushed, and she said sweetly, "I want to be with you." This was too sudden. Valdo, who was usually rough and carefree, didn't know how to handle such situations. Suddenly being embraced by a stunning girl left him flustered. If he didn't push her away, it would be awkward, but if he did push her away, he would feel reluctant. After all, it's hard for a hero to resist the advances of a beauty. Which man could be indifferent to a beautiful girl's affection? In his fluster, he quickly changed the subject. About the fruit. Let us go find the fruit first, okay? Okay. Thus, the two walked side by side, with 5 linking her arm with Valdo's and calling him hubby. The place 5 led Valdo to was the underground factory. The Red Earl and Old Shah, who had arrived a step ahead of them, were already there. The two came out of the elevator and entered a spacious area that looked like a dock, where many toy people were busy moving boxes of something. Based on Diamante's memories, the Red Earl pointed to one of the buildings and said, "Over there." Then, without paying any attention to the strange toy people, they headed straight for the building where Sugar was located. Soon, they entered a hall-like structure. Looking at Sugar sitting on the main seat, with Toripole standing beside her, the Red Earl's pupils constricted, and his breathing became slightly hurried as he pointed to the exquisite box in Sugar's hand and said, "It's in that box." Without saying a word, the two rushed towards Sugar, and they had no guard against this little lowly, only keeping Toripole in their sights. It seemed that if Toripole made any move, the two would strike with thunderous speed to take him down. However, what puzzled them was that Sugar and Toripole had no intention of attacking at all. The Red Earl and Old Shah felt something was off. "Be careful, there might be a trap." The Red Earl, bold and skilled, said, "When we get closer, we'll each go for the fruit at the same time. Even if there's a trap, they can't stop both of us at once." "Okay," the two whispered, quickly formulating a plan. They approached Sugar and reached out to grab the box. Snap! Just as their hands touched the box simultaneously, Sugar reached out and placed her hands on theirs. Feeling Sugar's ability surge, the two, who had initially been nonchalant, were struck with terror as a sense of crisis washed over them. Before they could react, it was too late. They had underestimated her. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless little loli was actually an ability user? She was actually the strongest aide controlled by Don Quixote da Flamingo, his biggest trump card? The next second, boom, a puff of smoke exploded, and the two instantly transformed into a bat and a toy that looked like a sand raccoon. "It's over." Capsized in the gutter, the two secretly groaned in their hearts. Their once great reputations were ruined by a little loli. This was truly something they never expected. If this got out, they wouldn't be able to show their faces, especially the Red Earl. If Sugar knew she had captured the Red Earl, she could probably brag about it for a lifetime. However, just after transforming into toys, the two were extremely unfamiliar with their new bodies. They exerted too much force and almost tripped over themselves. Sugar sneered, and with a thought, the two felt that their bodies were completely out of their control. And under Sugar's command, they went out to start working. What the hell is going on? What an example of not judging a book by its cover. Could it be that a group of people has fallen to the hands of this little loli today? The two can only feel frustration and curse in their hearts. Yet they cannot utter a single word, and thus they reluctantly begin to work. Seeing this, Toripole laughed. It seems that Sugar is indeed formidable. No matter how strong the opponent, they can only be at our mercy in front of you. Sugar showed little reaction and said, "Quick, bring me my grapes. Call me again when the next wave of people arrives." "All right," Toripole replied with a cheerful smile and turned to fetch the grapes for Sugar. Before long, Walder also arrived here, guided by 5. Toripole and Sugar exchanged glances, wondering if Five's illness had flared up again. However, the two were clever enough not to point it out on the spot, instead waiting for Walder to walk into the trap himself. The meticulous Red Count and the carefree Walder, how could he possibly notice the subtleties? He walked up boldly, seeing that the other party had no intention of fighting. He grinned and said, "Thanks," and prepared to snatch the box away. The result, of course, was predictable. He was also easily captured by Sugar. Who would have thought that even a strong group like Dawn would stumble before a little lowly? 3 out of 6 were captured, and half were under control. It could be said to be a complete defeat, but one can't blame them. Not being wicked or evil, who would attack a defenseless little girl for no reason? Among the group transporting goods, Walder and the Red Count met, and the three looked at each other in silence. Although they could not express their frustrations, they all understood and couldn't help but bitterly smile, placing their hopes on their invincible captain. They were now drenched in sweat, feeling anxious. If even the captain fell for it, then. Meanwhile, in the Sunflower Garden, Jiang Lufeng, engaged in battle with Doflamingo, felt a surge of crisis. Just moments ago, his heart had fluttered 3 times. With his inherent spoiler attribute, he was acutely aware of the little lowly's abilities within the Don Quixote family, so after the Red Count left, he kept a close watch. Unexpectedly, it proved effective. He had completely forgotten who his teammates were, what they looked like, or their names. He couldn't recall any of it. However, he remained attentive because every time a teammate was captured, there would be a moment of memory fading. Although he didn't remember his teammates, he did remember the number of times he experienced this feeling. 3 times. 3 of his teammates had failed and been captured. His expression suddenly grew cold. He calculated in his mind. All that remained in his memory was a broken-handed golden lion, entangled with Fujitora, and a frail Carmen on the ship, hoping for their return. He couldn't recall any of the others. In other words, he had no helpers left, and everything depended on him. With a wave of his hand, the hammer of Thor was already in his grasp. He needed to end the battle quickly, or he feared he would forget why he was even there. Chapter 92. The fruit is in hand. Thunder Beast. Jiang Lufeng roared, and a ferocious lightning wolf burst forth, charging straight at Doflamingo. Then, he shot a beam of lightning from his finger, Divine Judgment. Finally, he swung the hammer of Thor to the right. His figure flickered as he attacked from the left. One must say, Jiang Lufeng was preparing to take Doflamingo out with a single strike. In 1 second, he unleashed 4 attacks, each a fatal blow. Sweat beaded on Doflamingo's forehead, and his expression grew serious to the point of dripping with water. He first unleashed a web attack, reinforced with armed hockey, to block the lightning wolf, and then, with a swift movement, he narrowly avoided the Divine Judgment that nearly touched his hair. Immediately, he activated his armed hockey to withstand the rapid blow of the hammer of Thor. Puff! Even though he was prepared, he was still sent reeling by the fierce blow. Spitting out blood, his internal organs churning violently. This was a serious miscalculation. He never expected the power of the hammer of Thor to be this terrifying. This was not Jiang Liufeng's strength, but the weapon's inherent might. When masters clash, especially with the weak fighting the strong, a single mistake could lead to utter ruin. Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up. What a good opportunity. This arrogant fellow, thinking he could take a hit from the hammer of Thor, was truly dreaming. In the moment Doflamingo was pained and stunned, it was enough for Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear to successfully kill him. The strongest spear, for fingers penetrating. Without any suspense, it pierced straight through Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo's gaze slowly became unfocused and could no longer concentrate. Blood gushed from his mouth. And he wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth, and thus he collapsed unwillingly. Huff! Jiang Lufeng withdrew his arm, sighed in relief. The formidable enemy was vanquished, and the remaining matters would be much easier to handle. There were only a few cadres left, and he could count them on one hand. They were most likely in the hands of Sugar or Toripole. Based on his spoiler attribute, they should be in this underground factory. Jiang Lufeng calculated in his heart. Quickly formulating a plan, and without a word, he began searching for the path to the underground factory. Just as Jiang Lufeng's figure completely disappeared, Doflamingo, pierced by the attack, slightly moved his fingers, and an almost imperceptible fine line adhered to the wound. Amazingly, it was stitching up the wound by itself, and the heart that had nearly stopped began to beat steadily again. Huff! Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief and slowly sat up. His entire forehead was bulging with veins, and his teeth were grinding. He had not expected that his meticulously crafted dream empire would nearly be destroyed by this purple-haired youth, and he had almost lost his life at Jiang Liufeng's hands. His resentment surged. The killing intent grew stronger. I must make you taste the despair of awakening the fruit. After checking his body and meticulously repairing the injured areas, Doflamingo sprang up, furious, and stepped forward. Jiang Lufeng, I will kill you. With his thunderous roar, the ground shook in the sunflower garden. Whoosh, he shot out, chasing after the direction Jiang Lufeng had left. Oh my, everyone look. What on earth is happening at the palace? It's over, the palace is about to collapse. Oh my, our esteemed King Doflamingo. Could it be that something has happened? Who dares to wreak havoc in our Dressrosa palace? Navy, what are you doing? It's one thing not to help, but why are you blocking us? Can't you see our royal family is under attack? As if that wasn't enough, now the palace is about to collapse. Their beloved royal family, the Don Quixote family, and their esteemed King Doflamingo are in grave danger. How could this not drive the citizens mad? They, filled with righteous indignation, picked up their weapons and attempted to break through the Navy's barricade to rush into the palace to rescue their king. The events unfolding in the Dressrosa Palace and the citizens' riot quickly reached the ears of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. I am Sengoku. What is the situation? Report, Admiral. The Dawn crew has already breached the Dressrosa Palace. Acting Rear Admiral Fujitora is entangled with the Golden Lion Shiki and cannot respond. According to reliable intelligence, several cadres of the Don Quixote family have been eliminated, and the entire palace is on the verge of collapse. A large number of Navy personnel are preventing citizens from approaching. The citizens, in a frenzy to rescue King Doflamingo, are clashing with the Navy, attempting to break through the blockade to enter the palace. The situation is extremely dire. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, I understand. Click, he hung up the phone, and Sengoku's trembling heart could not calm down for a long time. Jiang Lufeng was truly causing too much chaos. Fortunately, preparations have been made here, but dealing with the citizens is another matter. He frowned, realizing that there was no choice but to take it one step at a time. Notify Hanku to contact Fujitora and prepare for action. Yes, Dressrosa, underground factory. Jiang Lufeng was unaware that the commotion caused by his group had already stirred up a huge uproar. Even if he knew, he would still remain indifferent. Because he had the spoiler attribute, he knew that the citizens were merely blinded by the Don Quixote family, and everything would become clear once Sugar was dealt with. He stood before the main hall, staring directly at Sugar and her companion, who were also sizing him up. Sugar, this is the last one. Once it's dealt with, we can call it a day. I know. How troublesome, Sugar replied, pouting at Jiang Lufeng. By the way, this enemy is quite handsome. Putting aside her thoughts, Sugar called out, the fruit you want is right here. Come and take it. Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng shrugged, hands in his pockets, and walked over casually. He was fully aware of both their abilities, and Sugar's calculations had completely failed at this point. When Jiang Lufeng reached Sugar, he met her gaze, but hesitated to extend his hand for a long time, making Sugar feel uneasy. Seemingly angered by his stare, she averted her eyes and said, What are you looking at? Do you want it or not? If you do, then. Just as she was halfway through her sentence, she felt a lightness in her hands, as if something was gone. Looking down, she saw the box containing the vampire fruit clearly in Jiang Lufeng's hands. Chapter 93, Little Brat. Do you think I can't handle you? You. Sugar and her companion exclaimed in shock, completely unprepared for Jiang Lufeng's swift action. In an instant, they were flustered and unable to react. Toripole quickly grabbed the box. There was no need for Sugar to instruct. Toripole had already acted at the first opportunity. Sticky chains. Toripole shot out thick, tea-colored, slippery liquid from his body, forming a sticky liquid chain in a spherical pattern, trying to bind Jiang Lufeng. The five who had previously brought Walder here also emerged from the side. Having lost her memory of Walder, she had already returned to normal and naturally joined the attack on Jiang Lufeng. Weapons. Handguns, she shouted, transforming her upper body into a blade and firing a barrage of shots at Jiang Lufeng, full of rage, with no trace of her previous delicate demeanor. Bang, 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 bang. A series of merciless bullets poured out, but when they reached within 3 feet of Jiang Lufeng, they could no longer advance an inch. She was taken aback and exclaimed, How is that possible? What is that? It turned out that Jiang Lufeng had withdrawn at the first moment and summoned a lightning shield. The strength of this defense was simply beyond the capability of these weak attacks to breach. Toripole, seeing that his attack had no effect, watched in frustration as the thick liquid failed to touch Jiang Lufeng's lightning shield and was evaporated by the high temperature. He was filled with rage. Impossible. How can you be so strong? I don't believe it. Sticky cannon. Allah. He unleashed all his firepower, launching chunks of sticky liquid from his body, hoping to trap Jiang Lufeng with just one hit. Unfortunately, in front of the lightning shield, it was destined to be in vain. The five wasn't faring much better. She transformed into a sharp blade, trying to get close and cut through the lightning shield. However, as she approached within 5 meters, she felt a wave of heat rushing towards her. Her body couldn't withstand this overwhelming heat, and she quickly retreated, but even so, she suffered multiple burns. And her already scant-made outfit was burned in several places, barely covering her important areas. This made her already curvy figure even more exposed. Even Jiang Lufeng, who remained calm, couldn't help but be slightly moved, and he had to admit, she was quite something, wasn't she? Feeling his gaze sweeping over her, the Five's face flushed, and she angrily said, "Pervert, if you keep looking at me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiang Lufeng chuckled lightly. "Little brat, do you think I can't handle you?" He immediately said to the Five, "I need you to help me find the Golden Lion." The latter was slightly taken aback. "Am I being needed?" "Yes." "All right." Jiang Lufeng was too lazy to argue with her and directly interrupted her words. The Five, in a complete change of demeanor, wore a happy smile and skipped away. Tori Pol was in a panic. "Five, you still have time to worry about others?" Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Liufeng's eerie voice reached his ears, making Tori Pol shiver. "Not good. Raijin." Boom. Just as he turned his head, a thunderous lightning bolt shot toward him with terrifying speed, inescapably vast. "No." Zzz. The lightning bolt swept past, directly reducing Tori Pol to a melted, pitiful state. However, the 30 million volts of Raijin did not take Torpal's life. Just now, Jiang Lufeng aimed to secure a quick victory by unleashing a punch of Raijin. While it wasn't lethal, it would definitely severely injure this disgusting guy. It wasn't that Jiang Lufeng was holding back, but this guy was just too disgusting, like snot, and Jiang Lufeng didn't want to get close to him at all. Tori Pol was in extreme pain, and the remaining high temperature made it impossible for his body to reform. He dragged his melting form step by step toward Sugar. Watching him move like a pile of dung was truly nauseating. "Sugar, run quickly. I'll do my best to hold him back. You can't get hurt." At this moment, Sugar was already stunned. One strike had left Tori Pol in such a tragic state. The power of that lightning was simply shocking. Feeling Jiang Liufeng's gaze on her, she couldn't help but tremble, her eyes filled with tears as she sniffled continuously. Jiang Lufeng approached her step by step, causing Sugar to back away repeatedly. Shaking her head desperately, "Don't come over, don't come over." Although she looked like a little girl, Jiang Lufeng felt no mercy. It was precisely because of her abilities that countless families in Dressrosa had been torn apart. Lovers were unable to meet for a lifetime. Don't be fooled by her little girl appearance. Her level of cunning was no less than Doflamingo's. Therefore, Jiang Lufeng had no intention of sparing her life. And he had an even broader plan. That was to overthrow the Don Quixote family, liberate Dressrosa, and make it his foothold in the new world, or rather, his base. Thus, Sugar must die? Resolutely, Jiang Lufeng showed no mercy, his eyes cold and emotionless as he stared at her. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Lufeng unleashed a thunder dragon, this time raising the voltage to a staggering 100 million volts. If it hit, there would be no way for someone like Sugar, who relied on her abilities, to withstand it. Just at that critical moment, Tori Pol exerted all his strength to block, intercepting the thunder dragon before it could strike Sugar. Ah! The painful wails echoed through the heavens and the earth. His heavily injured body, even with the enhancement of armament hockey, seemed unable to withstand the might of Jiang Liufeng's lightning energy. In the end, the gap in strength was simply too vast. He struggled to hold on, his body almost melting into a puddle, with only his head retaining its shape. Jiang Liufeng's killing intent surged. "Since you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Whoosh. The hammer of the Thunder God was released, aiming straight for Torpal's head. "Ah! No! You dare!" 3 startled cries suddenly rang out. Uffed. However, they ultimately couldn't prevent the scene from unfolding. Tori Pol, surrounded by liquid, changed from transparent to white, then was struck black by the lightning, and finally, the blood that gushed out completely stained him red. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family cadre, Tori Pol, fell. "Ah! You bastard, I will definitely kill you." The late arrival of Don Quixote Doflamingo was unable to prevent the tragedy that unfolded before him, leaving him utterly heartbroken. As he walked along, he occasionally saw the bodies of his subordinates strewn about. The pain he felt was something that others could never understand. Chapter 94. The Power of the Awakened Fruit. Upon seeing Doflamingo arrive, Jiang Lufeng was slightly taken aback. This was the first time his killing move had failed. As he focused his gaze, noticing the barely visible fine line on Doflamingo's chest, he felt relieved. "I forgot you had this trick. But you won't have this kind of luck again." Doflamingo was nearly mad, having completely lost his rationality, consumed only by an endless fire of vengeance. "I want you dead." As his furious roar echoed, the surroundings began to change. Whether it was buildings, goods, or the ground, everything gradually transformed into mere lines. Jiang Lufeng's gaze sharpened. Is this the power of the awakened fruit? In the underground factory, some of the people transformed into toys had long since stopped their actions, watching in awe. At the moment Jiang Lufeng defeated Toripol, the hope that had been buried deep in their hearts reignited. They so wished that this unknown purple-haired youth could defeat the gang that had robbed them of their freedom. However, seeing Doflamingo unleash his power at that moment extinguished the flicker of hope in their hearts again. The shadow Doflamingo cast over them was too great. They simply couldn't see any hope of victory. Looking at the wide expanse before them, the domain created by Doflamingo's awakened ability, they felt disheartened. Due to Sugar being frightened and emotionally unstable, these toy people had regained their ability to speak. Many began to persuade Jiang Lufeng. Doflamingo, that heartless guy, is just too powerful, too despairing. Yes, young man, you should run. It's impossible to defeat such a freak. Boo-hoo, I miss my children so much, young man. Your family must be worried about you too. Run quickly, or it'll be too late. Jiang Lufeng smiled upon hearing this. I will solve this soon. And you will be free very soon. Solve me. Bah. You can accompany my brothers to the grave. Great White Wave. In the blink of an eye, Doflamingo arranged thousands of transparent white lines horizontally, forming a wave-like torrent of attack surging up from below Jiang Lufeng. The huge twisted waves of white lines attempted to trap Jiang Lufeng and crush him within. However, before Jiang Lufeng, this speed was simply inadequate. The Great White Wave couldn't even catch Jiang Lufeng's form. With a few quick dodges, Jiang Lufeng was already in front of Doflamingo, throwing a straightforward punch. Charged with domineering lightning energy, his two-colored entwined arm shot towards Doflamingo like a cannonball. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, gritting his teeth in hatred. The gap in speed was too obvious. In a rush, he unleashed a white line shield, summoning several massive lines from the ground to defend against Jiang Lufeng's attack. Even so, it couldn't stop Jiang Lufeng's monstrous punch. The white line shield was shattered layer by layer, and it seemed like Jiang Lufeng would land a punch on his face. However, although the white line shield was broken, it bought him a little time. Spiderweb wall. With a swoosh, Doflamingo raised his hand and unleashed a wall of lines resembling a spider web, reinforced with armament hockey. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the force of Jiang Lufeng's punch that shattered the white line shield was weakened, allowing Doflamingo's pitch-black spider web to stop it. Good opportunity. Spider's nest. Seizing the chance to close in on Jiang Lufeng, Doflamingo unleashed another move. The spider's nest was somewhat similar to the spider web wall, but more advanced, capable of bending and wrapping around the enemy like a hunting net. It seemed like he was about to catch Jiang Lufeng. Thunder God. Jiang Lufeng would not allow him to succeed. Instantly, he elementalized, transforming into the form of the Thunder God, increasing his speed threefold, and dashed out through the closing gap. Damn it, Doflamingo spat. He was so close to catching Jiang Lufeng, and with the two webs overlapping, the gaps were shrinking. He was confident that with hockey reinforcement, Jiang Lufeng wouldn't be able to escape even in his elementalized form. But just like that, his efforts fell short, and Doflamingo grew even angrier. The range of the awakened ability gradually expanded, turning half of the underground factory into lines. My God, so strong. This purple-haired youth is so strong. It seems there really is a chance. A toy exclaimed, his eyes shining. Yes, yes. Those around him echoed in agreement. Don't just get excited. Look quickly. Doflamingo has lost his mind, expanding the range infinitely, increasing the attack. The whole building is about to tilt and collapse. A sharp-eyed toy pointed at the wall on the battlefield. Oh no, it's over. If it collapses, not only will the palace be destroyed, but we don't know how many innocent civilians will be crushed. Great God, please solve him quickly. The building is going to fall. Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng realized the situation. Since he had summoned his strongest form, he also didn't plan to drag it out. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder God's hammer was in his grasp, and with a whoosh, it shot out at an imperceptible speed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart sank, already struggling. He now could not keep up with Jiang Lufeng's speed in Thunder God form. He was so enraged he was nearly out of his mind, and without thinking much, he started wildly attacking. Giant Wave White Line. This Giant Wave White Line could be considered an enhanced version of the Great White Wave, condensing countless massive white lines, like waves, flung out in all directions, wildly bombarding. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in one spot. In his frenzied attacks, he finally found Jiang Lufeng's location. There. Doflamingo's eyes lit up, immediately launching a powerful move. 16 Sacred Death Bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 16 strands of high-density armament hockey-wrapped giant wave white lines surged up from the ground. They shot towards Jiang Lufeng at incredible speed. This was Doflamingo's ultimate move under awakening. Jiang Lufeng's movements were blocked by this barrage, and with Haki added, there was no way to evade using elementalization. Reluctantly, he had to stop dodging, revealing his form, swinging the Thunder God's hammer to block this deadly strike. The clash of Haki against Haki erupted in waves of purple-black energy. The power was truly terrifying. Just the residual shockwaves shattered the surrounding walls, destroying the already precarious foundation of the Dressrosa Palace, which could no longer support itself, and it began to collapse at an angle. A group of toy brothers panicked. It's over, it's fallen. The palace has collapsed. So terrifying. What kind of monsters are these two? The destruction caused by their clash is too powerful. It's over. My wife and children, please don't get crushed. Chapter 95, Doflamingo Fall. In the blink of an eye, all 16 ferocious attacks were blocked by Jiang Lufeng. His figure flickered, and he struck with thunder once more. Doflamingo was greatly shocked. Is this even human? He had effortlessly defused his strongest move. There was no time for him to think more. The breath of death was already looming over him. Spiderweb wall. Ah! He desperately unleashed extremely strong armament Haki spiderwebs, surrounding himself. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: how to survive. Unfortunately, from the moment Jiang Lufeng summoned the Thunder God Hammer, he had no chance left. This seemingly indestructible spider web was nothing but a joke under the Thunder God Hammer's ability to pierce through everything. With a flick of his hand, Jiang Lufeng led the way with the Thunder God Hammer, and with his left hand extended, he dove down like a celestial being descending from the heavens. The strongest spear, piercing with a single finger. In its Thunder God form, the strongest spear could be said to be Jiang Lufeng's ultimate move. It was simply a presence that could obliterate everything in an instant. The speed, destructive power, and the strongest spear in its physical form were simply not on the same level. Moreover, after gaining the ability of the Thunder Fruit, Jiang Lufeng could move freely in the air. No matter how one tried to escape or hide, it felt as if they were locked on, shadowing them with no way to evade. At this moment, Jiang Lufeng spun at high speed, with only the spear tip shining black, and the rest of his body transformed into a pillar of thunder, looking just like an extraordinary divine weapon descending from the sky, its overwhelming might instilling fear in onlookers. The Thunder God Hammer, with an unstoppable force, shattered the spider web in layers before Doflamingo's disbelieving eyes, striking him and sending him flying. However, Doflamingo had no time to feel pain or to count how many bones were broken by that blow. Behind him, an overwhelming sense of crisis swept over him, making his scalp tingle, and he felt like a startled cat with all his fur standing on end. Even an ant would struggle to survive. How could he give up? He turned around, pouring all his strength into unleashing his ultimate move once more. Divine Execution. Ah! He shouted, twisting 16 white waves into one, geometrically multiplying the power of the Divine Execution. Die. The one who is dying is you. Boom. The strongest spear clashed head-on with the Divine Execution, creating a shocking shockwave that spread like wildfire, sending distant spectators flying and causing some to suffer internal injuries, spitting blood. They were almost swept away by the aftershock. The residual force did not diminish. It violently crashed through the walls of the entire underground factory, creating a catastrophic scene. The whole Dressrosa shook as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred, almost sinking the island. Ah, is it an earthquake? What on earth is happening? Is it the end of the world? At this moment, not only underground, but even the civilians outside were terrified, with many buildings on the streets collapsing. There were explosions, cries, and pleas for help everywhere, and the entire Dressrosa was in chaos. Fujitora, who had been practicing Tai Chi with the Golden Lion for several episodes, sensed something was wrong and quickly forced the Golden Lion back with a few strikes, abandoning their entanglement. He unleashed his full power, lifting many high-rise buildings about to crash down, as well as the entire Dressrosa Palace, into the air. This prevented many civilians from being buried alive. At the same time, a pleasant voice rang out. You are the Golden Lion, right? Jiang Lufeng sent me to bring you to him. Fujitora did not tangle with him, and the Golden Lion was also too lazy to continue playing. Their captain must have already succeeded. Thus, he nodded in agreement and said, Little girl, lead the way. Ah, am I needed again? What a happy day. This setting is really bizarre. My entire family has been wiped out, and I can still be this happy. Thus, the Golden Lion followed the girl to the entrance of the underground factory, but the two monsters were fighting too fiercely underground. By the time the girl came out, the passage had been completely destroyed, and they couldn't get down at all. But for the Golden Lion, this was a trivial matter. He immediately soared into the sky, swinging his dual blades beneath him, directly carving a circle in the vast open space. Then, unleashing his full power, he lifted the entire ground, as if he had peeled open a lid from the earth. The scene was quite spectacular. The moment the lid was lifted was precisely when Zhang Lufeng and Doflamingo were clashing in their final moments. The Golden Lion immediately became alert, fixating his gaze on the strongest collision between the two. He saw Zhang Liufeng's strongest spear crash violently into Doflamingo's divine execution. At first glance, both sides seemed equally powerful. But as soon as they clashed, the difference was clear. The divine execution was crushed without resistance the moment it touched the strongest spear. There was not even a hint of struggle. Zhang Liufeng's momentum did not wane as he pierced straight through Doflamingo, leaving behind a massive blood hole. The high-pressure lightning was already extremely hot, especially since Zhang Lufeng was spinning at high speed, generating tremendous friction that raised the temperature even further. Doflamingo's armed color hockey defense melted away against the strongest spear, his defensive power becoming negative and unable to withstand any damage. Even the internal organs left in his body were cooked. Doflamingo, with a look of unwillingness, fell backward, his life's memories flashing before his eyes like a passing parade. He could never have imagined that, with his ability to play both sides, his connections, and even the privileges of the celestial dragons, he would meet such a day. He regretted it. He shouldn't have provoked such a monstrous figure. If given another chance to choose, when Zhang Lufeng first appeared, he would have willingly handed over the vampire fruit for his own chance at survival. Wasn't that worth it? Unfortunately, there were no ifs. His thoughts gradually became chaotic, his pupils dilating. He struggled to turn his head and looked at the last surviving member of the Don Quixote family in the Battle of Dressrosa today. A slight smile appeared on his face. He exerted all his strength to raise his arm, slowly reaching out towards the girl above, wanting to touch this lovely girl once more. But unfortunately, he was already powerless. In his last effort, he said to her, "Cough, cough. You can still cough, cough. Live on, really." Before he could finish, the girl suddenly shouted, "You scumbag. You're finally going to die? You killed so many of my fiancées. Good. Retribution has come." Puffed. Hearing this, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of reverse blood and died with resentment. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, the head of the Don Quixote family, the current king of Dressrosa, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, killed. Chapter 96. Everyone is happy. The war in Dressrosa has come to a complete end. In this battle, the Dawn crew killed Smoker, one of Big Mom's 3 commanders, and the 15th and 16th daughters. They also defeated Jack, one of the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates, and Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, along with several cadres, totaling 12 people. They captured the legendary pirate Golden Lion and obtained the Zoan-type mythical beast vampire fruit. They dismantled the underground trading network of the Don Quixote family and overthrew their dark rule over Dressrosa. They completely liberated the long-controlled tragic toy soldiers of Dressrosa. This laid a solid foundation for the Dawn crew to establish themselves in Dressrosa and face the new world. This groundbreaking feat would soon be spread throughout the world by Morgans, who had been watching the Dawn crew from above, shocking the entire world. The purple-haired youth, who descended like a deity to save their country from fire and water, received their most sincere gratitude and blessings. Although the central district was affected by the battle and lay in ruins, with the palace utterly destroyed, the citizens of Dressrosa at this moment were not overly sad. Instead, there was laughter and joy everywhere. A family reunion. This feeling of happiness is truly incomparable to anything else. For a moment, the entire Dressrosa was as lively as during the New Year. I just remembered. Oh my God, husband. You've been by my and our baby's side all these years. You've really worked hard. Sob, sob. Sob, sob. Did you finally remember me? That's great. Son, my son, heaven has mercy on me. I didn't expect to remember my child before I kicked the bucket. Come here and let me take a look. Mother, wife, son, girl. The vigilant Navy was momentarily confused, staring as these toy figures suddenly turned into real people. Some of them couldn't react. After inquiring around, they finally understood the whole situation. Hearing about Don Quixote's actions over the years, he brought so much suffering to the citizens of Dressrosa, occupying the royal palace for years. He was actually involved in some shady dealings. The faces of the Navy turned green with anger, realizing they had been protecting such scum. It was simply aiding and abetting evil. For a moment, they were all applauding the Dawn crew for overthrowing the Don Quixote family and liberating Dressrosa, who still had the intention of capturing anyone. Let us go. Everyone, let us head to the royal palace to thank the benefactor who helped us overthrow the vicious rule. Suddenly someone shouted, and the crowds in the streets reacted, temporarily setting aside their family reunion warmth and rushing towards the city center. The Navy had no reason to stop them, especially since Fujitora had acted, and the city center was no longer dangerous, so they could only allow it. On the front lines, Jiang Lufeng jumped out of the pit, his memories restored, looking down at the three figures in the corner. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Come up, what are you waiting for? The restored Red Earl and the others hesitated to jump up. Their faces not looking good. It was really embarrassing. They were all top-notch fighters, yet it was just these three who fell for it. Honestly, although rationally they hoped Jiang Lufeng could break the deadlock, there was a small part of them that wanted to see him fall for it too. That way, their hearts would feel more balanced. Who knew Jiang Lufeng was so cunning, not giving the other side any opportunity at all. In comparison, they looked quite foolish. Boss, Waldo looked at Jiang Lufeng, awkwardly smiling, not knowing what to say. Jiang Lufeng waved his hand and said, we're all seasoned players now. Be more careful in the future. One should always be wary, even of women and children. The three of them felt their old faces flush with embarrassment. And there was a damn golden lion watching the show, with a smirk on his face. The scene was quite awkward. Luckily, Five broke the deadlock. After the little girl regained her memory, this guy, upon seeing Waldo, couldn't help it. Husband. I remembered. You're my husband, right? Things are getting interesting. This shout of husband instantly shattered the awkward atmosphere, and all the companions cast meaningful glances at Waldo. Waldo's face turned beet red, feeling completely hot. He panicked and said, You, don't shout randomly. Can't you see the boss is here? Five nonchalantly replied. I don't care if he is the boss or not. You're my husband. I'm sticking with you. Waldo secretly glanced at Jiang Lufeng a few times, momentarily speechless. To be honest, for a rough guy like Waldo, suddenly having such a beautiful girl say she wants to be with him was something he simply could not resist. But since she was once an enemy, he couldn't be sure if she had ulterior motives, and even if he agreed, his captain and companions might not. Jiang Lufeng could see through Waldo's thoughts at a glance. He nodded at Waldo and said, If you like her, take her. After saying that, he turned to signal the Red Earl to move away. Lao Sha and the Golden Lion also had the sense to step aside and find a cool place to stay, leaving space for the two of them. Waldo was ecstatic. He never expected to have such a romantic encounter, and since the boss agreed, what was he afraid of? He waved his hand and embraced Five. Feeling her soft and delicate body, he instantly raised his flag in salute. Waldo was excited, while the Red Earl was fervent. The moment Jiang Lufeng called him, the Red Earl knew that his springtime was coming. After years of calmness, his heart was like still water. Today, the Red Earl couldn't help but lose his composure. He held the phantom beast-type vampire fruit in both hands, his eyes reddened, and he shed 2 lines of hot tears. Without saying a word, he directly gulped down the fruit. What decorum? What cultivation? All thrown away. The Red Earl only regretted that he didn't have 2 mouths to swallow it all at once. Chapter 97, Guardian Deity. The Red Earl was wolfing down the fruit, but halfway through, his face changed. He puffed up his cheeks, almost spraying Jiang Lufeng in the face. This is way too disgusting, right? Jiang Lufeng hurriedly said. Hold it in. Don't spit it out. Otherwise, it'll all be for nothing. Just pretend you're eating shit. Damn. Are you comforting me or deliberately provoking me? Eating shit. Eat your big watermelon. Jiang Lufeng looked at the Red Earl's roll of the eyes and smiled mischievously. The Red Earl was struggling to swallow the fruit, which tasted worse than shit. His face turned pale, as if he had experienced several centuries of spring and autumn before finally swallowing it down completely. Once the Red Earl finished swallowing, several curious little companions surrounded him. Earl, how do you feel? Jiang Lufeng asked curiously. Nothing special. I need to adapt and develop it to know, he replied. All right, you figure it out. Just as everyone was celebrating the Red Earl gaining a new fruit ability, a group of people slowly approached not far away. The leader, with white hair, was the imprisoned King Riku who had been held captive for many years. Behind him were Violet, Rebecca, and Cyrus, along with a number of soldiers who were also imprisoned for being loyal to King Riku. Who would have thought that King Riku and the others hadn't died, but had escaped and reunited with the three? What a joyous reunion. The group, under Violet's narration, learned that Jiang Lufeng and his crew had overthrown the Don Quixote family and restored Dressrosa to its former glory. They had come to thank the Don crew. This must be the Flying Thunder God, Jiang Lufeng. King Riku, having been imprisoned for many years, although looking older, still had the regal demeanor of a king and spoke calmly in front of these extraordinary powerful individuals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lufeng smiled and nodded. That's me. I am King Riku, and I am very grateful to everyone for coming to save Dressrosa from peril. King Riku was quite serious, but Jiang Lufeng casually replied. It was nothing, just a little help. Damn, just a little help? Wiping out a whole family, causing chaos in the royal palace. And you call that just a little help? You're really something else. King Riku and his group were utterly speechless, but they couldn't show it. So they had to hold it in. Just as King Riku and the others didn't know what to say, the massive crowd of common people also arrived. Look, the great benefactor of Dressrosa is over there. Lord Flying Thunder God, I bow to you. Lord Flying Thunder God, you are the savior of Dressrosa. Yes, yes. Doflamingo has torn apart our families for so many years. We actually recognize the thief as our master. It's truly sad. Fortunately, we were defeated by Lord Flying Thunder God. As the crowd drew closer and recognized the faces of the few, they were even more shocked. Heavens! That can't be King Riku, right? Really, it's really King Riku. The seemingly brutal massacre of Dressrosa by King Riku and his army was actually a conspiracy orchestrated by Don Quixote Doflamingo. The truth quickly spread among the citizens of Dressrosa, and soon almost everyone knew what really happened. When they saw King Riku again, their hearts were filled with excitement, but also guilt. During his reign, King Riku was beloved by his people, and the country flourished under his leadership. Coupled with Doflamingo's actions, the people had long since made up their minds. For years, they had scorned King Riku and bullied Princess Rebecca, and now, reflecting on it, many were moved to tears, regretting their actions. Your Majesty King Riku, Princess Violet, Princess Rebecca, we have been misled by treacherous people all these years, and we spoke disrespectfully to you. Please forgive us. Yes, Your Majesty King Riku, we were all blindfolded. Please forgive us and reclaim the throne. Dressrosa needs a wise ruler like you. As these words were spoken, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they echoed in agreement. Please, Your Majesty King Riku, reclaim the throne. Please, Your Majesty King Riku, reclaim the throne. Suddenly, cheers filled the air. With the misunderstandings cleared up, King Riku and those behind him were deeply moved, especially the two women, who had waited so long to see the truth finally revealed. Tears streaming down their faces as the long-standing gloom lifted. Everyone quiet down. After a moment of excitement, King Riku spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried great authority, and the chaotic sounds around him fell silent as everyone looked at him expectantly. Thank you all for your support, but I fear I am not fit to hold the position of king. You have all seen my lack of strength. I was unable to prevent the tragedy many years ago. I truly do not want to see such a tragedy happen again, so you should choose someone more capable. As soon as he finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Although the citizens were very supportive of King Riku reclaiming the throne, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a little boy tugged at his father's hand and asked, Dad, don't we have a guardian deity in Dressrosa? The voice was not loud, but it pierced through the silence, and many people heard it. A glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes, but it quickly dimmed. They had suffered enough under the pirates. And while they were grateful to Jiang Lufeng, they were uncertain about making him king, fearing he might turn out to be the next Doflamingo. Seeing that the moment was right, Jiang Lufeng, who had been standing silently at the back, finally stepped forward. He stood beside King Riku, his eyes bright and confident as he surveyed the citizens, his handsome face radiating a charismatic smile. His every move became the focus of the scene because this purple-haired youth was undeniably powerful. Whether in strength or presence, he was formidable. Chapter 98, I agree. As Jiang Lufeng stepped forward, the crowd's hearts tightened, and they began to speculate on his intentions. He can't be serious about becoming king, can he? What should we do? Although he saved our country, he is still a pirate. Is history about to repeat itself? But he was too powerful, if he truly wanted to become king. Who could stop him? This was Jiang Liufeng's first time speaking in such a large gathering, and he felt a bit excited. He tossed his flowing hair, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat to appear vibrant and dignified, and then spoke. Everyone, listen to me. I believe it is best for King Riku to remain the king of Dressrosa. Dressrosa can become my strategic territory, and we, the Dawn Group, will fend off all external invaders. We will not interfere with the development of Dressrosa. How does that sound? Great. This way, the Flying Thunder God will truly become our guardian deity. Yes, we won't have to worry about external threats anymore. Flying Thunder God, guardian deity. Flying Thunder God, guardian deity. With a solution that satisfied both sides, the entire Dressrosa erupted in cheers. However, the joy was short-lived as a voice broke the atmosphere. No. The kingdom is under the protection of the world government and our navy. How can it become a pirate's territory? A young navy officer said angrily. Other navy members who had been squeezed to the back of the crowd also spoke out, claiming the kingdom could not ally with pirates. This sparked public outrage. Navy? What good are you? Where were you when Doflamingo despicably occupied Dressrosa? Yeah, when I saw the Flying Thunder God coming, their admiral was just guarding the entrance. Do you really think you can protect us? If it weren't for the guardian deity, we wouldn't know how many years it would take to reunite with our families. When King Riku was imprisoned, why didn't you Navy come out and seek justice? Now that things have settled, you jump out to criticize. Don't you feel shameless? The Navy members were left red-faced and ashamed, lowering their heads in embarrassment. This brief interlude could not prevent Dressrosa from becoming the Dawn Group's territory. After the reprimanding, the entire Dressrosa once again fell into a joyous celebration. Although Dressrosa was now battered and in need of rebuilding, the citizens firmly believed that under King Riku's leadership and Jiang Liufeng's protection, Dressrosa would surely rise again and become a prosperous kingdom. As everything settled down, under King Riku's command, the crowd gradually dispersed, all faces beaming with excitement and determination, ready for family reunions and a bright future. After the great battle, Dressrosa was back on track and thriving. The arrival of Jiang Liufeng's group was like their name, Dawn. Darkness recedes, and the eternal night shall break. After sending off the citizens, the Dawn Group and King Riku turned their gazes toward the palace floating in the sky. King Riku couldn't help but sigh. Rebuilding the palace after it was uprooted will be quite challenging. Jiang Lufeng smiled and said, "What is so difficult about that?" Old Sha's lips twitched. Great. Now he had to do the hard labor again. Jiang Lufeng patted Old Sha's shoulder and said, "Later, find a doctor to treat Golden Lion's hand. You two help fix up the palace, as this will be our territory in the future." Old Sha could only nod helplessly. What else could he say? Once everything was settled, King Riku's family found a place to celebrate their reunion. Meanwhile, the Dawn Group approached Fujitora, who had been standing silently aside without much presence. Jiang Lufeng looked at the quiet Fujitora and said calmly, "Fujitora, this is now my territory. You can leave." Fujitora, who had not spoken, raised his head and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but Dressrosa is still under the jurisdiction of the world government." Jiang Lufeng frowned. What? Do you think you can win if a fight breaks out? Just based on you? You misunderstand, sir. When you exposed and defeated Doflamingo's crimes, the headquarters had already decided that you would take the place of the next warlord of the sea. The Dawn Group was taken aback. Warlord of the sea? The messenger to announce the appointment will arrive shortly. Fujitora added nonchalantly, sounding impatient, as if he was quite dissatisfied with the warlord title. Hearing this, Jiang Lufeng was slightly taken aback. When did the world government work so swiftly? The messenger is almost here? Why does this feel somewhat like a conspiracy? I can't help but shake my head and laugh. Tinghu, on what basis do you think I would accept? This matter is beyond my control. I'm just delivering a message. The rest you can discuss directly with the envoy. Also, since it's your territory, please take care of these things. Tinghu pointed to the floating palace and buildings in the sky. Humph, what's so difficult about that? The Golden Lion scoffed, leaping into the sky and taking over all the buildings above. Who is Jiang Lufeng? Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp and melodious yet imposing female voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. Hiss. Just a glance was enough to make them gasp in awe. She was simply too beautiful. Even Count Red was moved by her stunning appearance. After a moment of daze, they exclaimed in unison, "The Empress, Boa Hancock." Jiang Lufeng was equally surprised. The Navy headquarters really went all out to recruit him, even sending the Empress. He stepped forward and smiled. "That's me." Upon hearing this, Hancock began to assess Jiang Lufeng. She had only heard a little about the Rising Dawn crew, as she was focused solely on protecting the Amazon kingdom and didn't pay much attention to other matters. Therefore, she was not well informed about this crew that had only debuted 10 days ago. Seeing Jiang Lufeng for the first time stirred her heart slightly. As the saying goes, handsome men love beautiful women, and beautiful women also appreciate handsome men. It was impossible for her not to feel some excitement upon seeing Jiang Liufeng's handsome face. She bit her lip and said to Jiang Lufeng, "I come as an envoy of the Navy headquarters, inviting you to become the new warlord of the sea." "I agree." Chapter 99. The Navy holds another meeting. Huh. Upon hearing this, not only was the Empress stunned, but even the other members of the Dawn crew were taken aback. Damn. What happened to the promise not to accept? Where's your backbone? Did you throw it all away the moment you saw a beauty? Count Red shook his head and laughed. What a classic case of a hero falling for a beauty. The Empress paused for a moment and then nodded. All right, that saves me some trouble. There's another matter. The warlords of the sea will soon head to Marineford for a major event, so be prepared. Jiang Lufeng lowered his head in thought, estimating the time. Unknowingly, was the summit about to begin? A few people behind him interrupted his train of thought. "Boss, don't go. Going to Marineford is like walking into a trap." Valdo urged anxiously. Old Sha nodded, saying, "Valdo is right. This could very well be a conspiracy." Jiang Lufeng raised his hand to interrupt their objections. "I know what I'm doing." He then turned to the Empress. "No problem, but I want to travel with you." Upon hearing this, The Empress was a bit displeased. Was he trying to pull something? I've heard that the Dawn Crew's Golden Scales is magnificent and has strong sailing capabilities. You could easily go by yourself. Why do you want to take my ship? Jiang Lufeng smiled playfully. It's not about taking your ship, it's about traveling with you. Otherwise, I want to accept the invitation. I believe if I refuse, you want to be able to explain it to the headquarters, right? The Empress bit her thin lips, feeling a surge of anger. Just as Jiang Lufeng said, she did not want to take on this task, but the Navy's attitude was very strong, even threatening her, leaving her no choice but to comply. She realized that the Navy wanted to use her beauty to make Jiang Lufeng forget about profit and force him to submit. Now it seemed that was indeed the case, making her feel like a socialite, which was quite uncomfortable. Whatever. In the end, the Empress could only coldly snort in agreement. Seeing the Empress agree, Jiang Lufeng was in a good mood. He turned to briefly relay instructions to the others before leaving with the Empress. Although the Empress was stunningly beautiful, Jiang Lufeng was not so enchanted as to lose his mind. The reason he did this was, of course, to visit the Amazon Lily Kingdom. In this pirate world, the women's country did not allow men to approach. If he forced his way in, a battle would be unavoidable. So he had to seize this opportunity that was handed to him. On the way, Jiang Lufeng glanced at the Empress a few more times. He had to admit, this woman was truly a knockout. Before coming to the pirate world, he had always admired the Empress, and now that fate had brought them together in this chaotic world, he still wanted to make an effort. However, he understood the tragic past of the Empress, and being too aggressive would not work. So he could only go with the flow. If fate allowed, he would hold on tight, but if it didn't, he wouldn't force it. Besides, Jiang Lufeng was really just there to check in, right? What does it matter if it's a country of only women? He didn't care at all. Not one bit. Before long, the two departed on the Empress's ship, and the Dawn crew got busy according to Jiang Lufeng's instructions. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku convened a meeting immediately upon receiving the latest news from Dressrosa. In the conference room, Sengoku waved his hand for his aide to read the report on the Dressrosa incident and the achievements of Jiang Lufeng's crew. In the Battle of Dressrosa, the Dawn crew killed Smoker, Jack, and 5 other subordinates of the Yonko in the arena. In the Dressrosa Palace, they killed members of the Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote Doflamingo and his subordinates, totaling 12 people, and obtained the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit, which, according to reliable sources, was consumed by Count Red. Furthermore, the legendary pirate, Gold Lion Shiki, and 5 former members of the Don Quixote family were taken under Jiang Lufeng's command. Finally, Jiang Lufeng was honored by the citizens of Dressrosa as their guardian. And Dressrosa became the territory of the Dawn crew, with the new king being Li Ku, who had been imprisoned by Doflamingo many years ago. After the aide finished reading, the atmosphere in the conference room became quite heavy. This battle was undoubtedly a terrible blow for the Navy. The Dawn crew was simply too strong. After a major battle, not only did they suffer no losses, but they also gained 2 generals, one of whom was the fearsome Gold Lion. Not to mention, the most unacceptable part was that Count Red actually obtained the powers of the vampire fruit, which was a qualitative boost for both Count Red and the Dawn crew. However, for the Navy, it was like a disaster. Just a few days after the last jubilant meeting, the atmosphere had become gloomy again. Sengoku was truly troubled. Let us talk. After the Yonko, is there going to be a 5th emperor that we can't control? Akiji lightly tapped the table and said, the urgent matter is to continue executing our plan. It won't be easy for the Dawn crew to establish themselves in the new world. The biggest difference between pirates and the Navy is the lack of unity and discipline. The other monsters will not allow someone to challenge them without consequence. Their mutual checks and balances undoubtedly benefit us in the Navy. Exactly. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the king first. As long as we can capture Jiang Lufeng, the Dawn crew will be nothing to fear. Count Red, Gold Lion, Valdo, those people, if we can catch them once, we can catch them a second time. Akainu said coldly. But if Jiang Lufeng brings the Dawn crew to disrupt the major event, then Whitebeard's strength will increase, Zifa interjected. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally revealed a slight smile. That won't happen. Just as everyone thinks, according to the latest news. Jiang Lufeng has been so enchanted by the Empress that he has lost his mind and left the Dawn crew in Dressrosa, going alone to the Empress's bed. What? The high-ranking Navy officers nearly jumped up in shock. The national goddess was just handled like that? Ahem, Sengoku coughed a couple of times. I misspoke. He went alone to the Empress's ship to answer the summons. Phew. For some reason, many high-ranking officials breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news, wiping the sweat from their foreheads, as if the Empress were their wife. This is very good. Carp slammed his hand down and roared. Since that's the case, let's arrange for some personnel. The yellow ape rubbed his hands and said. It seemed that Zhang Lufeng was about to arrive, and he was eager to redeem himself. Seeing this, Akiji quickly held him down. The traditional 3 admirals must stay on the front lines. As for Zhang Lufeng, let the others encircle him. What a joke. If we let you, this unlucky guy, go again, who knows what will happen. Chapter 100, Attitudes from All Sides. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded, and after careful consideration, he said that mid-ranking officers were no match for Zhang Lufeng, so let us not arrange for them. All must fight on the front lines. Carp, the 3 admirals. And I must be present. After all, this is the Navy's face. Then the remaining personnel, Tama, Shafonte, Green Bull, and Fujitora, under Zifa's leadership, will encircle Zhang Lufeng. What does everyone think? After some thought, they all agreed. Very good. The mid-ranking officers breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing they weren't assigned to deal with Zhang Lufeng. That killing god was too terrifying, and they didn't want to face him. Yes, the meeting is dismissed. Thus, the meeting regarding Zhang Lufeng came to an end, and the Navy headquarters became busy preparing for the significant event and the arrival of Zhang Lufeng, appearing as if a great enemy was approaching. A day after the Battle of Dressrosa, news had spread around the world. It was no wonder that this group of people had attracted the personal attention of the newspaper bosses. The news spread rapidly. The king of Dressrosa was overthrown. The warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo and his subordinates were brutally killed. Shocking conspiracies and dark dealings. A 10-day journey from Impel down to the growth of the warlords. The Empress is traveling with the new warlord Zhang Lufeng. A series of messages flooded the entire pirate world. This explosive news spread through every street and alley. Zhang Lufeng, Dawn, mysterious swordsman, and other keywords, along with the deeds of Dawn, undoubtedly became the focus of the world, the topic of conversation over meals. If someone hadn't heard of the legends of Zhang Lufeng and his crew, they would likely be looked down upon by their family and friends. From 3-year-old kids buying soy sauce to 80-year-old grandmas crossing the street, it could be said that no one was unaware. Sabaody Archipelago. In a small bar, several newly arrived pirates were animatedly discussing. Have you heard? Dawn is really strong. They reached Dressrosa in just 10 days. It seems only their captain is formidable, right? Those like Waldo and Crocodile aren't that strong, right? What? You're outdated. Every member under Flying Thunder God is top-notch. Oh, please tell us more, big brother. Sure. Although the newspaper didn't elaborate, I happen to have a senior who participated in the arena at Dressrosa. It's said that Waldo single-handedly defeated Smuggy, who has a bounty of 932 million belly, and killed her. So strong? He actually defeated Smuggy in a one-on-one fight? Indeed. Crocodile is also quite abnormal. It said he can suck the moisture out of all objects. Even buildings can be turned to sand. Listening to these unremarkable little pirates exaggerating. A red-haired pirate at the next table showed a disdainful expression. I could do it too. What is so impressive? A man beside him, looking like he was performing a magic trick, said, Kid, don't underestimate them. Their strength is really impressive. What? Hawkins, are you scared? Kid mocked. Hawkins wasn't scared. He meant that to take down this group of rising figures, they needed to think long-term and couldn't rush in like some people. Becky, holding a cigar, sneered. Becky, do you want to fight? Kid said fiercely. Everyone, stop arguing. If we want to challenge Dawn, we must join forces. This is a great opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Drake came out to mediate. Hearing this, the few calmed down, as supernovas. These 7 originally didn't respect one another, and teaming up was something they would normally scoff at. However, they all knew in their hearts that it was impossible to take down Dawn without joining forces. Looking ahead at the new world, where the 4 emperors had deep roots, taking a stand was undoubtedly best done with the rising dawn. Thus, a new storm targeting Zhang Lufeng was decided in this small bar. A group of idiots. Sitting at the bar, a tall, purple-haired beauty was eating delicious food ungracefully. Pony, why do you say that? The bar owner asked while exhaling smoke. Pony, too focused on the food, didn't he want to respond, dismissing her with, nothing to say, just wait for the newspaper. Hee hee, you young people are really interesting. Shocky chuckled a few times, didn't say much, and turned to enter the back room. Rayleigh, the new world is getting more interesting. Who says it's not? I'm starting to feel like making a comeback. Come on, with your old bones, you wouldn't even be enough for Zhang Lufeng to warm up. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Similar events occurred on Cake Island and in Wano country. That is, a furious figure smashed everything around him to pieces. Zhang Lufeng, you must die. For killing my beloved daughter. You must be punished. My lovely daughters. Mama will avenge you. Big Mom's veins bulged as she nearly lost her sanity, almost as if a nun's photo had been smashed. Mama, calm down. Mama, Once a person is dead, they cannot come back. Don't be too sad. Mama, your health is important. Mama, the children under Big Mom were terrified. The news of Smuggy and the other 15 or 16 daughters' deaths had already dealt them a heavy blow. If Mama went berserk again, it would be disastrous. Katakuri, immediately assemble the troops and head to Dressrosa to avenge your sister. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression became serious. Mama, the priority now is to keep a close watch on Whitebeard's territory. Revenge will come eventually, but if we lose the opportunity to seize territory, Whitebeard's land may be divided by Red-Haired and Kaido. Damn it, that damn Jiang Lufeng. After this big event, I will make you pay. In Wano, Kaido was not much different, also wanting to retaliate against Jiang Lufeng immediately, but was stopped by his subordinates. Boss, we are at a critical time for seizing Whitebeard's territory. Big Mom hasn't moved, and we can't rush to act. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage. Jean was anxiously surrounding Kaido. It's a pity that not only did Jack die, but so did Smuggy. It seems that the Plague Queen has some affection for Smuggy. What does territory matter? Just take it. We must avenge our grievances. The two argued, but in the end, Kaido calmed down and decisively said, let us first deal with the territory issue. Don't worry, Jiang Lufeng won't be bouncing around for long. With the boss speaking, the storm targeting Jiang Lufeng gradually subsided. Chapter 101. You just wait. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Lufeng and the Dawn crew had already attracted the attention of many forces, some weak, some strong, with varying reasons. However, their goals were surprisingly consistent, to bring Dawn to its demise. In addition to well-known pirates, many unknown pirate crews were also eyeing Jiang Lufeng, all of whom had dealings with Doflamingo. Now that the supplier had been wiped out, this debt would surely be placed on Jiang Liufeng's head. However, as the initiator, Jiang Lufeng was completely unaware of these troubles. If they came to find him, he would simply send them home. At this moment, Jiang Lufeng was comfortably lying on a deck chair on the Empress's ship, closing his eyes to relax and enjoy a brief moment of leisure. Lord Flying Thunder God, your lunch is ready. Hearing the melodious voice like a wind chime, Jiang Lufeng opened his eyes, flashed a charming smile, and said, okay, thank you. As he opened his eyes, the maid was left mesmerized, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly carried the plate away. The land of women? It really makes one look forward to it. Jiang Lufeng chuckled as he watched the beautiful figure leave, murmuring to himself. The Amazon Lily Kingdom is very hostile towards men. So many of its citizens have never seen a man at all. Only the crew members who frequently accompany the Empress on her voyages have had the chance to see one. However, they had never seen anyone as handsome as Jiang Lufeng. Out of human nature, they were deeply attracted to him throughout the day. Well-trained warriors lined up to serve as maids for Jiang Lufeng, just to admire his heroic demeanor up close. After all, the Empress had issued an order that aside from those delivering meals, no one else could come into contact with Jiang Lufeng. However, curiosity is unstoppable. Moreover, Jiang Lufeng was youthful, sunny, and approachable, completely different from the terrifying legends. Meanwhile, the Empress was in her room, peeking through a small gap in the curtains, having watched Jiang Lufeng for quite some time. Her two younger sisters teased, Sister, are you interested in this man? The Empress's face turned red, and she angrily replied, Nonsense. I'm just monitoring him to prevent any ulterior motives. Mary Golod, hereafter referred to as Mary, joked, Sister, your monitoring is quite thorough. You've been watching him all day, so diligent, truly a model for us. Sonda Sonia, hereafter referred to as Sonia, nodded, Isn't that right? If it weren't for our sisterly bond, we would think you were daydreaming. The Empress, feeling embarrassed and angry, lunged at her two sisters. How dare you mock your sister? I'll make you pay? Hee help. The Empress is going to kill us. Jiang Lufeng. How did you get in here? Hearing this, the Empress froze, quickly regaining her composure, her proud demeanor returning as she turned to Jiang Lufeng. Who let you in? Sonia. How dare you play tricks on me? Hee. After saying this, the three sisters joyfully began to wrestle with each other. Jiang Lufeng, who was outside having lunch, couldn't help but smile, touching his handsome face and murmuring, being handsome really has its perks. It seems the Empress is a bit curious about me. After all, Jiang Lufeng possessed Roger's observation haki. How could he not perceive the situation of the three? When the Empress had been watching him for an entire night, he had already sensed it. However, due to the Empress's wounded heart and the special traditions of the Amazon Kingdom, he couldn't approach her directly. Otherwise, he would have already struck up a conversation. Who could resist Hancock's beauty? As soon as the Snake Princess approached, the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom had already received the news. Everyone knew that the Amazon Lily Kingdom could stand strong without external threats, all thanks to Hancock alone. Hearing the sound of music, Jiang Lufeng opened his eyes, slowly rising to the bow of the ship to observe. What a sight! At a glance, there was a dense crowd, all girls. Such a spectacular scene was simply unbelievable. Any man would be tempted to act. Fortunately, Jiang Lufeng had great self-control and didn't lose his composure. The three women, the Empress and her sisters, stepped out of the cabin just in time to see Jiang Lufeng facing a sea of beauties with an air of calmness. The Empress couldn't help but regard him with a higher opinion. He seemed a bit different. However, before she could think further, a warship slowly approached, blocking the path of the Snake Princess. The one who came was the Rear Admiral Weasel, who had come to escort the Empress to Marineford. He looked down at the Empress from the side of the ship and said, "Hancock, please proceed to Marineford immediately." Before Hancock could respond, Jiang Lufeng took action. He knew that many situations had changed because of his arrival. Who knew if the Empress would agree? He hadn't even punched his card yet, so he couldn't leave immediately. His expression darkened as he said, "Summon? Do you take the dignified Empress for a courtesan?" Weasel looked confused. "What did I do to provoke you?" Weasel's expression changed slightly. "I didn't mean it that way. It's just that the higher-ups are urging us, and I asked the two warlords to hurry." "Wait," Jiang Lufeng said impatiently. Weasel's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare offend Jiang Lufeng. Jiang Lufeng turned to Hancock and said, "Don't mind him. I'll handle whatever comes up. Let's go." Hancock shot him a glare. "You wait. The Amazon Kingdom doesn't allow men to enter." Jiang Lufeng was speechless. The checkpoint was right in front of him, and he couldn't go through. Is it frustrating or not? But wanting to stop him from punching his card was impossible. After the citizens of the Amazon Kingdom dispersed, Jiang Lufeng turned to Weasel on the warship and said, "Can you not hang around here? Why are you swaying beside me?" Many soldiers on the ship had seen Jiang Lufeng enjoying his meal with the Empress and now saw his displeased expression. All of them struggling to suppress their laughter but not daring to make a sound. Finally, Weasel, fearing that Jiang Lufeng might take out his frustration on them, decided to give the order to move the warship to find a cooler place. However, given that the Amazon Kingdom was located in a windless zone, where could they find a cool place? There were plenty of sea kings, though. Chapter 102, Doubling Technique. Just as the warship was moving, several massive sea kings emerged from the ocean. Their fierce eyes were fixed on the people on the warship, as if they had found a delicious meal. Jiang Lufeng, who was already frustrated, saw the sea kings coming to him. Without a second thought, he dashed among the sea kings, standing on the water's surface, and shouted, "Electrocute! Zizizi! Rumble!" The vast ocean was instantly transformed into a sea of lightning, crackling like firecrackers. Those massive creatures didn't even have time to react before they were fried, and many hiding beneath the surface surfaced belly up. He finally vented his frustrations. Jiang Lufeng let out a long breath, put on his handsome smile again, and left contentedly. The sailors on the ship were left dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably. Is this still a human? It's terrifying. Instant kill. This is what true instant kill looks like. My God, that was dozens of sea kings. This is too much. Rear Admiral, why don't we hide a bit further away? If this guy goes crazy again, we might be next. After showing off his skills, Jiang Lufeng didn't bother with them. Taking advantage of their astonished daze, he directly flashed into the Amazon Kingdom. Walking along the rural path, Jiang Lufeng felt relaxed and happy. After all, it was a kingdom of only women. You can't say exactly how it is, but just imagining it is beautiful. It feels as if closing your eyes, you can smell the fragrance of maidens everywhere. Unknowingly, following the system's guidance, Jiang Lufeng gradually approached the village where the citizens of the Amazon Kingdom lived. In fact, calling it a kingdom is a stretch. There aren't many people, and a single village is almost enough to house them all. The village customs are quite simple, without any luxurious decorations. Even the residence of the Empress in the main city is quite ordinary. TSK. Jiang Lufeng couldn't help but click his tongue repeatedly. It's not easy for a woman to support a family. Not wanting to attract too many misunderstandings, Jiang Lufeng decided not to walk in so ostentatiously. After a quick glance, he estimated that the check-in point should be in the building where the Empress resides. This is directly elementalized, pulling up a long electric arc towards the sky, then making a 90-degree right turn, and finally descending slowly when he arrives. Entering the building and walking down the corridor, for some reason, the large building felt quite deserted at this moment. Jiang Lufeng walked for a long time without encountering a single person. Well, that's good. It saves him the trouble of dodging. He didn't know how long he walked, but eventually stood in front of two large doors. Jiang Lufeng felt inexplicably excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a happy smile. Every time it was time to check in, even though he already knew there would be unexpected benefits, it was still hard to suppress his restless heart. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lufeng pushed the door open. and what came into view was a room filled with swirling smoke. The dimly lit room was obscured by mist, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Thump! Zhang Liufeng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that lucky? No wonder such a large building had no one in sight. Could the Empress be taking a bath? Jackpot! Zhang Lufeng felt dry-mouthed and, almost unconsciously, closed the door, stepping further inside. Rationality could not stop his steps. The closer he got to the pool, the faster his heart raced, and the calm demeanor he usually maintained was nowhere to be found. Just as he passed through the last bit of mist and took in the entire pool, his excited little heart suddenly sank. Damn, not a single hair. He shook his head and smiled awkwardly. It seemed luck had not arrived after all. Looking at the check-in light column on the opposite side of the pool, Zhang Lufeng quickly adjusted his mindset. Forget it. Not seeing the Empress take a bath is still good for checking in. So he walked briskly toward the check-in point. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Amazon Lily Kingdom, rewarding the host with the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. The next check-in point is Marine Headquarters in Marineford. Wow, this is awesome. I have to say the rewards given by the system have no usage restrictions or side effects. That is crucial. Otherwise, Zhang Lufeng would have to consider how to integrate this skill that could make him fat. But now there is nothing to think about. System. Integrate it for me. Ding. The host is integrating the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. Please wait a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. Integration successful. With the system's prompt. A surge of power and the usage technique of multiplication rushed into Zhang Liufeng's body. Zhang Lufeng was overjoyed. He stretched out his hands, and with a thought, his two fists instantly grew large, as if he were holding the fists of two giant beings. Thankfully, this bathhouse was big enough, otherwise, it might have collapsed under his might. He carefully felt the usage method of the multiplication technique and found that it could be large or small at his will. Completely under his control, seemingly more perfect than that of the Akimichi clan. He could even make the multiplied parts flow around his body like water. The control was extremely delicate. Zhang Lufeng was immediately captivated by the marvelous use of the multiplication technique, lost in constant experimentation. First, he gently multiplied a finger to the size of an eggplant, then controlled that power to roam across his body. The multiplication power, like a mouse burrowing into his body, bulged up a big bump, constantly jumping around his body. Finally, due to his male instincts, Zhang Lufeng unconsciously directed that power downward. Perhaps it was too much anticipation. Or perhaps his focus was too intense, that he didn't even notice when the door of the bathhouse was pushed open. Just as he was staring intently at that multiplied companion, a wave of indescribable excitement surged in his heart. Suddenly, thump thump, he frowned, wondering who interrupted the beautiful scene playing out in his mind. A figure that took his breath away slowly emerged from the swirling mist ahead. Hiss. Zhang Lufeng seemed to realize something, his heart racing, almost jumping into his throat. Splash splash. The sound of that figure stepping through the water, combined with Zhang Liufeng's frantic heartbeat, turned into a wonderful symphony, playing in harmony with each other. Finally, amid the mist, the figure that everyone was waiting for stepped out. It was indeed the Empress. Chapter 103, Wish Fulfilled. Upon seeing the Empress walking over completely naked, Zhang Liufeng's eyes widened. This moment felt like the most beautiful moment in his life since birth. The Empress seemed to be lost in thought, unaware of his presence. Walking step by step towards the center of the pool. Watching that graceful figure, Zhang Lufeng couldn't help but secretly sigh. Truly a masterpiece of the heavens. The Empress's skin was flawless and delicate. Her towering peaks were obscured by her flowing hair, making one want to rush forward and part the clouds for a clearer view. Her long and straight legs were simply flawless. This was too captivating. Even with Zhang Liufeng's rock-solid mentality, he nearly succumbed to this deadly temptation. He almost wanted to step forward with a gun and explore that realm. Hiss. Another gasp escaped his lips. Zhang Lufeng could no longer hold back. Wish fulfilled. Zhang Lufeng was almost overwhelmed with excitement, forcing himself to take a deep breath to calm down. With this, the Empress, who had been lost in thought, finally noticed something unusual. Looking up, she was shocked to see someone there. The Empress was momentarily taken aback, not realizing she was standing there completely naked. After glancing at Zhang Lufeng, her gaze lingered on that eggplant. Zhang Lufeng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He became completely awake, feeling the Empress's gaze, utterly embarrassed. At that moment, canceling the multiplication technique was not an option, nor was maintaining it. Who would have thought that two rulers with three-color hockey would be so absurd as to not notice each other? After seeing Zhang Liufeng's face clearly, the Empress did not turn away shyly like a little girl or scream and run away. Her hands naturally fell to cover her mysterious area. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her expression was icy cold. A sudden burst of royal pressure surged towards Jiang Lufeng, originally prejudiced against men. The slight goodwill she had just developed towards Jiang Lufeng evaporated instantly. At this moment, all she wanted was to kill Jiang Lufeng. The Empress coldly said, "It turns out that all crows in the world are black. I didn't expect you to be pretending all along. You're just another lecher." Jiang Lufeng could only smile bitterly. Now he was afraid he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, as a staunch male chauvinist, he didn't intend to back down before the Empress. With a shake of his massive frame, he blocked the Empress's pressure and immediately defended himself. "I came in first. Okay, how am I a lecher?" He was momentarily speechless, then became angry and embarrassed. Clearly, he was the one exposed, so how could she be right? Without further ado, she immediately took a stance and charged at Jiang Lufeng. Fragrant foot. Jiang Lufeng was startled. Damn, this script is all wrong. Although the situation had become chaotic, when it came to fighting, Jiang Lufeng had never been afraid of anyone. Although he couldn't use lightning powers for fear of hurting the Empress, using armed color hockey was enough. "Since you want to fight, then let us go." Just as Jiang Lufeng was about to take the hit, he was suddenly shocked by the Empress's fragrant foot, exposing a mysterious area. He almost lost his balance and fell into the water. Buzz. His head was buzzing, nearly short-circuiting. This thing was truly wonderful. The embarrassed and angry Empress only wanted to kill Jiang Lufeng, not thinking much about her moves, only to realize that her most beautiful parts were completely exposed. Now she was really panicking, quickly retracting her moves to cover herself. But while pulling back was easy, reducing the momentum was difficult. In a flash, a marvelous misunderstanding occurred once again, and the Empress, completely naked, curled up and flew into Jiang Lufeng's arms. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of opportunities, Jiang Lufeng naturally accepted this unexpected embrace with pleasure. He spread his arms and caught the Empress in a very fitting princess carry. At this moment, both were stunned. Feeling the softness in his hands and smelling her intoxicating fragrance, Jiang Lufeng completely lost his composure. He had repeatedly reminded himself to be a gentleman and never take advantage of others' misfortunes. But in this situation, with a beauty in his arms, who could resist? Plus, the Empress was in his arms like a frightened little kitten, her pretty face slightly flushed, at a loss for what to do. Her expression was quite something. Damn, this was simply unbearable, right? Ignoring everything, Jiang Lufeng could no longer hold back and was about to make a move when suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A commotion came from the sky. Listening closely, it seemed to be someone's voice. Then, with a loud bang, the entire roof of the bathhouse was smashed to pieces by something, directly crashing down towards the two of them. He didn't pay much attention to the falling figure, but instead focused on the sky, staring intently at the cunning-looking guy circling above. Not good, Jiang Lufeng thought anxiously. With the misunderstanding today, he had already regarded the Empress as his woman. How could he let that Morgan guy take a nude photo of her? Was he going to exhibit nude photos of his woman to the world? The answer was definitely no. Jiang Lufeng quickly reacted, immediately raising his purple lightning robe to shield as much of the Empress's body as possible. Then, he exerted force with his legs, jumping up and kicking the falling Luffy towards Morgan. Go, Pikachu. No, wait, go. The man who wants to be the Pirate King. Morgan was crazily pressing the camera shutter when a shadow suddenly whizzed past, startling him into dodging. Unfortunately, Jiang Lufeng's powerful kick was incredibly forceful. Luffy shouted, and in an instant was right in front of him. Damn it. Morgan spat angrily, pressed the final shutter on the image of Jiang Lufeng holding the Empress, and was immediately hit by Luffy. The two of them, embracing, both fell down together. This series of events happened too suddenly. The Empress couldn't react in time, wrapping her jade arms around Jiang Lufeng's neck. Just like that, she let him hold her while jumping around for a while. Chapter 104, Luffy's Entanglement. The startled Empress quickly struggled to leave Jiang Lufeng's embrace, her pretty face darkening as she turned her anger towards him. After the commotion, Jiang Lufeng had already calmed down. He immediately took off the purple lightning robe and threw it in front of the Empress, saying, "This is really a misunderstanding. Please put on the robe first." The Empress was not vague either, immediately putting on the purple lightning robe, but her anger did not diminish, clearly not believing Jiang Lufeng's words. Sweet wind. To become a ruler, it was clear that the Empress was not a hesitant person. Without saying a word, she made a heart shape with her hands in front of her chest and directed her attack at Jiang Lufeng. Here it comes. That's more like it. Jiang Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that as long as his mind was firm and his thoughts pure, he had nothing to fear from the Empress's move. He immediately locked his starry eyes onto the Empress's gaze, his expression extremely pure, devoid of any mixed feelings, standing tall and open. He just let the Empress's attack pass through his body. Huh, she didn't petrify him? The Empress was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Jiang Lufeng to truly have no thoughts about her. This calmed her heart considerably. However, she didn't let Jiang Lufeng off easily. The purple lightning robe she was wearing was taken off once again. Thud. Jiang Lufeng didn't expect the Empress to do this. And the sight of her beautiful peaks made his little brother, who had just cancelled the multiplication technique, react again. Oh no. Jiang Lufeng was horrified and quickly adjusted his breathing, mentally reciting the Heart Sutra over 100 times. When the Empress cast Sweet Wind on him for the second time, he barely managed to hold himself together. Phew. He exhaled a long breath, and the sweet wind passed through his body, ultimately passing the test with some difficulty. Now it was the Empress who was puzzled. Could it really be a misunderstanding? Jiang Lufeng was truly open and had no evil thoughts at all. Jiang Lufeng felt he really couldn't stay here any longer, so he quickly changed the subject. Actually, I just wanted to find a place to take a bath. You know, I've been fighting all over the place these days and Haven Tea had a good wash. Seeing the steam here, I couldn't help but come in. Who would have thought you were also here to bathe? It's really a misunderstanding. Since you want to wash, I'll leave first. Oh, and remember to fix the roof before bathing. After calmly finishing his words, Jiang Lufeng strode out, and upon noticing that the Empress did not stop him, he dashed away like the wind. Close call. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was truly the most embarrassing moment for him. Since his debut, he had been progressing smoothly. When had he ever encountered such a situation? He almost lost his 1,000-year cultivation in one day. The Empress was left standing alone in the water, holding the purple lightning robe, feeling Jiang Lufeng's presence. She actually began to twist and turn like a little girl. The events had unfolded too suddenly, catching her completely off guard. Her heart was filled with anger at being seen, happiness at finally finding a unique man, and worry about whether he would despise her after knowing her past. At this moment, the Empress's heart was in turmoil, completely unsure of her feelings. Her dreams were filled with Jiang Lufeng's figure, and at this moment, he had become unforgettable in her heart. The beautiful encounter concluded. Jiang Lufeng, in a panic, flew far away and found a deserted forest before stopping. What happened today was simply too thrilling. Forget about everything. Anyway, the ship will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. He had firmly decided to win the Empress's heart, and all that was left was to find an opportunity to open her heart. With his mind settled, he wandered around idly. However, he hadn't walked long before he noticed that familiar figure. It was Luffy. His buddy must have been sent flying by Kuma, which meant it wouldn't be long until the battle at Marineford. When he noticed Luffy, the latter was also running towards him. Morgan was nowhere to be found. Hopefully, he hadn't captured anything. Otherwise, Jiang Lufeng wouldn't mind roasting him. Shortly after, Luffy, cursing while rubbing his backside, walked out from the bushes. He looked up and saw Jiang Lufeng, staring for a long time before finally recognizing him. Aren't you that flying thunder god? What are you doing here? Jiang Lufeng shrugged and said, why do you care? Luffy, anxious to leave, didn't want to waste time chatting with Jiang Lufeng and immediately said, it's great that you're here. Can I borrow your ship to get away? I'm in a hurry to reunite with my teammates. Jiang Lufeng didn't want to have too much interaction with Luffy, so he said, no, find someone else. After saying that, he raised his leg to leave. However, Luffy was unwilling to give up. He had been chased by a group of women through dozens of hills and finally saw someone familiar, so he couldn't just let it go. Without a second thought, he blocked Jiang Lufeng's path. Let's duel. If you lose, take me away. Sensing the other's contempt, Luffy's expression changed from sunny to gloomy, and with a loud shout, he attacked directly. It's settled then. If you lose, take me away. Gun. Jiang Lufeng shook his head. It seemed talking was useless, and he really had to train him. So he stayed and fought against Luffy. However, Luffy, who hadn't yet learned Haki, was no match for Jiang Lufeng. In just a few moves, Jiang Lufeng closed the distance. And with Haki wrapped around his fist, he sent Luffy flying over 100 meters, crashing through countless trees before he finally managed to stop. So strong. Luffy got up, clutching his stomach and grinning through the pain, having nearly passed out from just one punch. However, this guy wasn't one to back down. Facing challenges head-on and growing stronger in the face of adversity was his nature. Second gear. Rocket launcher. Machine gun barrage. He immediately unleashed all his firepower, launching one attack after another at Jiang Lufeng after entering second gear. It must be said that Luffy's speed after entering second gear was indeed significantly faster. However, under Jiang Lufeng's formidable observation Haki, it was still just that. A familiar scene played out again. Zhang Lufeng moved freely amidst Luffy's machine gun attacks, and, in the end, delivered a powerful kick to the same spot as that earlier punch.